Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 383, Chapter 383, The Show of Operations reappears. Chapter 383, The Show of Operations reappears. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. At the dinner table, Furs was able to handle Helen's attempts to pry information out of her with ease. She wasn't a naive young girl like Audrey, she knew what to say and what not to say. As a best-selling author, she had already fabricated a background and identity for herself that morning, and she deliberately let Helen see that she was lying in order to disrupt the other party's judgment. If Hobert hadn't reiterated before the meal that beyond her abilities were not allowed at the table, Helen would have used charm to make Miss Furs fall in love with her and reveal her true feelings. However, Helen could hear that Hobert's words were more of a warning than a reiteration. Violating his intentions could lead to a breakdown in their cooperative relationship. At the end of the dinner, Furs wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Hobert told me you are a guest. Since you are my fiancé's guest, I will give you enough respect, but you need to know that I'm the mistress of this territory. Helen looked at Furs in surprise, who had been very amiable all along. This was a very clear warning. I can tolerate you only because you are a guest, but you also need to know who the mistress here is. She suddenly smiled. Is this what nobility is like? No matter how kind they seem on the surface, they have a strong sense of territory in their bones. After saying this, Furs threw the napkin on the table, got up, and left. Although Hobert knew that this was Furs's performance, he was still captivated by Furs at this moment. Helen said pitifully, "Your fiancé doesn't welcome me." Hobert smiled and said, "If there was a man with ulterior motives around Furs, I would have castrated him long ago." With that, he got up and left. Helen looked at Hobert's back and muttered, "You two are in cahoots." Hobert led two maids to the gate of the courtyard and told them to wait there. As Hobert expected, Furs was already waiting in the study. How was it? How was it? Did she suspect me? Hobert smiled and said, "You were composed, your acting was superb, I was even frightened by you, of course she was also shocked by you." After saying that, he opened the door and beckoned the two maids to come in. "The housekeeper found them to serve you. They will live in the servants' room next to yours. I have told them that unless you actively call them, they will not actively go to your room. There's nothing to do for the next few days, you can do whatever you want, you can go out for a walk, or you can read magazines in the room or something." Furs nodded, understanding Hobert's hint that he could return to Backlund in the next few days if he wanted to. However, thinking of the coldness of Backlund in winter, Furs still preferred the spring-like warmth of the Lord's mansion. She was even preparing to let Zio experience the warmth brought by the fire dragon, which was simply one of humanity's greatest inventions. She was very curious as to why houses in Backlund didn't have such a structure. After Hobert went back, Furs took a comfortable bath in the bathroom. When she came out of the warm bathroom, two 17 or 18-year-old maids were already waiting outside with new clothes. Furs didn't even have to move, and the maids dried the water droplets on her body. Then she returned to the warm bed, comfortably read magazines for a while, and before going to sleep, she couldn't help but sigh, "This is the life I want." The next day, the noise outside woke Furs up. She looked at the clock outside. It was already past 9 in the morning. If it weren't for the noise outside, Furs felt that she could sleep longer. Just a shake of the bell would bring the maids to deliver breakfast. While eating breakfast, Furs warned herself in her heart, "I can't be too indulgent, I will be very uncomfortable if I am not the Baroness one day." So she planned to go outside after breakfast and take a walk around Hobert's territory, continuing to play the role of the Baroness. At this moment, Furs noticed that her Trickmaster potion actually showed signs of digestion. She thought about it carefully and understood what was going on. The key to the Trickmaster is performance. I am now playing the role of the Baroness in the identity of Furs, so this is a constant performance for me. Another essence of the Trickmaster should be not letting the audience discover their techniques, and my performance has deceived many people, including the people in the territory, including that charming witch, so my potion has actually begun to merge with my spirituality. For Furs, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. Originally, she had planned to find a circus and be a magician for a while. With this kind of feedback, Furs's enthusiasm for playing the Baroness has increased a lot. After dinner, led by two maids, Furs came to the front yard, where she finally found the source of the noise. The front yard was crowded with people. In the center of the yard, there were more than a dozen tables lined up. Behind each table sat a clerk, and in front of the tables were 15 long queues, as if they were registering something. After the registration was completed, someone immediately distributed food on the side. Some families with large populations received a large bag of food, which made them so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Some immediately bowed and thanked the Lord, who sat imposingly on the inner side of the front yard. A small front yard gathered at least 200 or 300 people, with people constantly leaving and constantly coming in, looking very lively, and the overall atmosphere was relatively cheerful. Furs asked Hobert, who was sitting there as a decoration, what are they registering? You can't imagine, Hobert replied, there isn't even the most basic household registration here. I don't even know how many people are in my territory. Furs understood, she smiled and said, a very good way, I mean using food distribution to attract everyone to register voluntarily. She had listened to Hobert's defenses more than once, and had never doubted Hobert's intelligence. However, this move stunned Helen, who had been woken up early in the morning, and it took her a long time to understand what was going on. At the same time, she realized a very serious problem. One of the columns in the household registration was belief, and many people said that they believed in spirituality and knowledge, which is actually the belief of the Theosophy order, another image of the primordial demonis. The reason why the Theosophy order has a huge investment here is because there are no churches of Orthodox gods here, and they can preach openly. If it were in other places, the members of the Theosophy order would certainly not easily state their beliefs, but it is different here, because in recent decades, many believers of the Theosophy order have been developed, and there has been no crackdown, so the believers have no intention of hiding their awareness. The key is that no one would have thought that someone would come to do population registration. No. Helen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. She thought she should report it immediately. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 384, Chapter 384 Arouse the Witch's Interest. Chapter 384 Arouse the Witch's Interest. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Demoness of Affliction. Monica listened to Helen's report and asked, does Hobert know about this? He already knows, Helen said. When I left, he even said to me, the Theosophy order really has a lot of followers. If Hobert hadn't been smiling at the time, Helen would have thought he was questioning her. Monica asked again, did he say anything else? Helen shook her head, he didn't say anything else. Not a big problem, Monica said seriously, I think tonight, at the latest tomorrow, Hobert will draw a bottom line for us, and you must report it to me immediately. Understood. Watching Helen's departing figure, Monica smiled and said, what an interesting young man. If I were younger, I would be willing to chat with you all night long. Furs, who arrived near the abandoned church, saw Helen riding her horse back to the Lord's mansion. But she was immediately attracted by the scenery in front of her. I didn't expect Full Moon Lake to be so beautiful. What a pity. It was a pity that it was in such a remote and poor place, a place that was deserted and supposedly didn't even have shipping. Furs thought, if the transportation was convenient, this would definitely be a popular scenic spot. After admiring the scenery, she came to the church. The maid began to tell Furs about the Baron's deeds of killing the two lords before, but Furs, who was learning Phaenopotter, could only understand a rough idea. Fortunately, she could only understand a rough idea. If she heard the story that had been recreated several times, it would definitely make her laugh until her stomach hurt. From near the church, you could see the entire territory of Hobert. It was said that half of Full Moon Lake belonged to Hobert, as well as so much fertile land by the lake, a small town that looked quite large, and this relatively gentle mountain range, and the valley on the other side of the mountain. Furs took a deep breath, I am the mistress of this land, the nominal mistress. No wonder Hobert is so concerned about the affairs of the territory. After seeing this territory, I have the urge to build it well. At the dinner table in the evening, Helen seemed very honest, almost only echoing Hobert and Furs' topics. This made Furs feel alert, a little abnormal. It wasn't until the end of the dinner that Hobert said to Helen, I really didn't expect that nearly a quarter of the people in the town are actually your believers. Helen became serious, but she admired Ms. Monica very much in her heart. Ms. Monica had predicted this in the morning. Hobert continued, I only have 4 requirements. First, I heard that there are some extremists in the Theosophy order who believe that the flesh is the prison of the spirit and aim to eliminate the flesh of others. There must be no such extremists in my territory. Second, no stupid blood sacrifices are allowed. Third, no one can be forced to believe in religion. Fourth, believers must not be organized to fight against the Lord's mansion. If I find that you have violated any of these points, then I'm sorry, you will become my enemy. Don't question my determination, and don't question my strength, or rather, the strength of my family. Helen was a little incredulous after hearing this. Baron, what is your belief? You must know that the Theosophy order is a secret organization that has long been on the blacklist of the Orthodox Church. If someone else went to the church to inform, Helen would not be worried. However, with the composure and way of doing things that Hobert showed, he was obviously not an ordinary nobleman. Helen was very worried that Hobert, who had some influence in Phaenopotter City, would inform the high-level officials of the Earth Mother Church about everything here. At that time, the church may send people to investigate and encircle and suppress the believers here. Helen didn't know that this place easily caused the Beyonders of the planter pathway to lose control. Helen thought that this might be an irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides. However, the 4 requirements that Hobert said just now seemed to be expressing one meaning: maintain the status quo. Hobert smiled. Of course it's the Earth Mother, haven't you heard? I am the Mother's favored one. Helen was a little dumbfounded. Then how could you? Since he is a believer of the Orthodox Church, why is he so tolerant of heretics, or simply put, heretics in the eyes of the Orthodox Church? Hobert continued to smile. You can also convey my next words to your superior verbatim. For me, faith is just a tool that can strengthen the degree of rule. As long as it is not a faith that harms the spirit and body of my subjects, as long as it is not a faith that destroys my rule, theoretically I can accept it. Helen realized that she was completely attracted by Hobert at this moment. She had to admit that this was the most charming and thoughtful man she had ever seen. It was a pity that this man did not fall under the ability of charm. After dinner, Helen rushed to report to Ms. Monica overnight. After hearing Helen's words, Monica was silent for a full 2 or 3 seconds before saying, "Help me communicate, I want to meet Baron Hobert." Helen was slightly taken aback, but then said, "Yes." When she returned to the Lord's mansion, it was already late at night, so she had to stand in the yard and shouted Hobert's name twice. After Hobert, who was obviously awakened from his sleep, replied impatiently, Helen quickly stated her purpose. There was a silence in the room for a second or two before saying, "Let that lady come at lunch or dinner tomorrow, at other times I have to continue to preside over the household registration." The next day, the household registration statistics of the Lord's mansion continued. The news that the Baron was distributing food had spread, and some villagers spontaneously came to the Lord's mansion to register. When they saw the tall and newly gorgeous Lord's mansion, when they saw the Baron sitting in the courtyard, when they really received the food, they felt again that the new Lord had arrived. The new order was established in such a subtle way. When Monica arrived at the Lord's mansion in a carriage with her servants, the registration work had just entered the lunch break, and the clerks had gone to eat. Hobert and Furs greeted them in the yard. Monica looked at Furs. What a beautiful little girl. Furs was slightly taken aback. This lady doesn't look even 30 years old. Hobert said she is a sequence 5, maybe some potions in the middle sequence can make people live longer. After the dishes were served, Monica smiled and said, "I'm very curious, what kind of young men can say such inclusive words? These are just some truths." Of course, Hobert knew what the other party was referring to. For me, what I care about most is actually rule. If it is in a big city, the ruler has to take into account the power of the church. They only dare to think so, but they don't dare to say so. Monica said, "No, I can feel that you are an inclusive ruler, and you don't regard me as a member of an evil organization. Maybe it's because I have a set of governing concepts that they can't imagine." Hobert said, "I think that witches can actually have another side. For example, demonesses of affliction don't necessarily bring pain to ordinary people. Isn't bringing pain to some villains also the act of demonesses of affliction?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 385, Chapter 385 Persuading her to become a good wife. Chapter 385 Persuading her to become a good wife. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert knew that the demoness of affliction before him was intelligent enough to understand his words. He continued, "You should also realize that the church's power comes from the supernatural, but the church's strength and potential depend on the number of believers. With enough believers, there will be enough fresh blood. Even if the Beyonders suffer huge losses, they can be replenished to a certain extent in the shortest possible time. In addition, the power generated by faith, as well as the acquisition of information, the acquisition of wealth, and the establishment of channels, will be a matter of course. Although many religious people are unwilling to admit it and don't want to think about it, the fact is that ordinary people are the key to the church. What the church should be fighting for, or has been fighting for, is the power of ordinary people's faith." Monica listened very carefully. The high-level members of the Theosophy order had already had similar concepts, otherwise they would not have tried every means to develop believers. But before that, none of them had such a clear idea. Furs and Helen felt that they had heard a brand new theory, so they felt very novel. Hobert continued, "So the key to the problem is, since it is a struggle for the faith of ordinary people, the image of the church or clergy among the people will be very critical. If you always think about bringing pain, despair, and disaster to the people, of course they will not believe in your teachings. If you bring pain to villains, it is an image of despair for evil and a disaster for outlaws, your image will be greatly changed, and people will spontaneously become believers of the Theosophy order." Helen quickly asked, "What about joy?" Hobert smiled and said, "Isn't it joy to make the people you love happy every day?" As he spoke, he thought to himself, "But if you do this, it seems both refreshing and cruel." Hobert continued, if countless people come to beg for joy but are rejected by you, your image will be greatly changed. Also, who said that joy only refers to joy in bed? When you recall being in love, wouldn't every move and every look of your lover affect your emotions? Helen opened her mouth. This remark seemed to open up a new way of thinking for her. Monica took a long breath and smiled bitterly, but the existence we believe in is the terminator of everything. Our core concept is to bring the end and doomsday to this world. The fact that she could tell Hobert about their beliefs shows Monica's frankness in this conversation. Hobert still maintained his smile. Haven't you noticed? Today's Orthodox churches, the gods are the gods, and the churches are the churches. It's not to say that the churches have no loyalty to the gods, but after the gods have gone to the astral world, it is impossible to manage the churches in every detail. After more than 1,000 years, the churches must have developed corresponding independence. For us, this is a good thing. Perhaps you have heard such a sentence: believe in the power of the gods, but do not believe in their mercy. Why don't you cut yourselves off in terms of function and concept? The gods are the gods, the churches are the churches, and the theosophy order is the theosophy order. Leave the matter of ending the world to the gods and the demonist sect, you just need to do what a church should do. Monica was stunned for a full 10 seconds before saying, your idea is very bold, but it is also very pertinent. I will go back and think about it carefully. After speaking, this demoness of affliction didn't eat a bite of food, immediately got up and left. She needed time to digest the ideas she had just heard as soon as possible. In the carriage on the way back, she told Helen, don't leak today's conversation for the time being. Pay attention to Hobert's words and deeds. This may be a huge change in thinking for you. In the Lord's Mansion restaurant, the chef was still serving dishes non-stop. Hobert was holding chopsticks and sighing. The conversation just now always had the sense of persuading a street girl to become a good woman. Those theories were some ideas that had existed in his heart for a long time. Just like the Rose School, such a path full of curses and malice, can't it still be divided into temperate faction and indulgence faction? In Hobert's view, this extraordinary world, under the influence of the initial gods and the distortion of the beyonder characteristics, has formed some black and white values. Believing in the Evernight Goddess cannot mean believing in the Lord of Storms, and believing in the Earth Mother cannot mean believing in the God of Wisdom and Knowledge. Hobert has seen too many people who worship Sakyamuni and also Guan Yu. Of course, more people worship Guanyin, but also paste the statue of the kitchen god, and paste door gods on the door. However, such worship is indeed only suitable for a world where God is in the spiritual realm. In this world where God can influence reality, it is indeed not suitable to believe in several gods at the same time. But in Hobert's view, as long as witches have positive and upward channels to digest potions, it is no problem to establish a church that can be generally accepted by the people. Just like the title of God of Combat still has descriptions such as Twilight of All Things, the obedience of the Lord of Storms also has descriptions of Lord of the Calamity, and the Evernight Goddess also has descriptions of Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Hobert deeply felt that some Beyonders were just stubborn, always thinking about finding the easiest and most labor-saving way to face the distortion brought about by the potion. It's okay for high-sequence people with divinity, but the key is that some Beyonders who have normal human reason and free thoughts will indulge themselves and gradually lower their moral standards. If they could put in more effort, their image and their situation would be completely different. Hobert's words just now were actually expressing his inner thoughts. Although he had only become the Lord not long ago, he already had many new ideas. In his view, any force that is beneficial to him and beneficial to his subjects can be used. Hobert believes that in the future, there cannot be only one belief in Earth Mother in his territory, which will make it difficult to control the power of the church. While thinking, Hobert filled his stomach. After finishing lunch, he realized that a lot of food was left over today. So Hobert called Philip over, let the people waiting distribute the excess food to the villagers waiting outside who have not eaten. He originally wanted to let the villagers waiting outside come in to eat, but the steward and the villagers might find it difficult to accept, so he changed his approach. Philip bowed and said, I thank you for your kindness on behalf of the villagers. Hobert waved his hand, chatted with Furs for a few more words, then sat back on the chair in the yard and began his afternoon work. On this afternoon, Hobert noticed that the eyes and clothes of two villagers were not quite right, but he did not immediately investigate, but continued to sit there, acting as a mascot. After the registration work ended in the afternoon, Hobert called Philip over, give the workers a day off, and tell them that the day after tomorrow is the funeral of the Wright Viscount family, and let them all come to attend the day after tomorrow. Philip felt that the Lord's order was meaningful. Although he didn't understand the Lord's intention, he still respectfully agreed. The household registration work continued until Friday morning, and basically ended. In the afternoon, Hobert only left 3 tables, which was enough to deal with the sparse people who came to register. Everyone else began to count and sort out the household registration. Hobert was feeling the digestion of the potion. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Household Night. Chapter 386, Household Night. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert noticed that after 3 consecutive days of household registration, he had used both kindness and power, but he had only digested 1/6 to 1/5 of the potion. This was even after every subject had seen him and received food from him in person. Hobert sighed inwardly. Bestowing favors is indeed not the best way to establish rule. Most of the time, this approach only adds icing to the cake. Only by demonstrating one's power can a rule that is acknowledged by the people be most easily established. Of course, this is not to say that bestowing favors is useless. It is not a good thing if martial virtue goes too far, but there is no need to bestow favors frequently. Occasional favors can highlight the Lord's benevolence. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly smiled. If it were someone else, they would have to go through constant trial and error to master how to be a lord without guidance. But I am different. I only need to combine the actual situation with the actions of past emperors, and I can often find a reference. After 4 p.m., under the guidance of 3 teachers, the clerks finished their statistics. Hobert sat in his study, reading very carefully. The 3 teachers who came to submit the statistics stood nervously in front of Hobert's desk, like students who had failed an exam. Hobert turned the pages one by one. Although the final statistical report was a bit messy, the information he needed was clearly presented to him. Currently, there are a total of 3,367 people in the territory, which is 700 or 800 more than Hobert expected. On the last day, some clerks registered at the front, and some clerks made forms in the room, so that the forms were always enough. Among them, there are more than 1,000 young adults. Hobert roughly estimated that during non-farming seasons, his limit is to mobilize 1,200 young adults for labor and 300 women to provide logistical support. The manpower that can be mobilized has far exceeded Hobert's expectations. Then the preliminary preparations can begin. As soon as the design drawings are out, construction will begin immediately. Hobert said to the 3 teachers, basically, it has met my requirements. The 3 teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert said to the male teacher who had been the most active and contributed the most in the past week or so, your name is Conrad, right? Would you like to stay and work in the Lord's manor? I am going to set up a household registration night, positioned to manage household registration matters for me. In the future, all newborns and household registration changes will be under the jurisdiction of the household registration knight, who will enjoy the relevant treatment of a knight, but without a fief. He will only receive a salary from the Lord's manor and will be equipped with 4 subordinates. In the future, if any project needs to be carried out in the territory, the household registration knight will have to mobilize the young adults in the town and villages. Conrad immediately agreed excitedly. Even without a fief, this was considered entering politics and directly serving the Lord. Although another male teacher was a little unconvinced, he did not dare to show it in front of the Lord. Moreover, Conrad did do more and was more responsible than him. Then, Hobert appointed the female teacher as the principal, which made the male teacher even more unconvinced, but he found that he did not dare to object under the Duke's gaze. Not only that, Hobert also reprimanded the male teacher who was procrastinating and had an extremely improper attitude. The male teacher was sweating profusely and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. However, Hobert did not punish him, only told him to calm down and be a teacher. When there was a need for clerks in the future, he would be asked to come to the Lord's manor again. As long as he performed well, he would also be given an errand. After a combination of kindness and power, Hobert ended his work for the day. During dinner, Hobert said at the table, there may be some guests coming tonight, you'd better not go out. Starting on Thursday afternoon, Hobert had discovered 3 villagers who had disguised themselves to register. They thought they were hiding very well, even smearing their faces and wearing ragged clothes, but Hobert still noticed that their necks were relatively clean, and they were obviously not used to the local Phaenopotter attire. Helen was slightly stunned, carefully chewing on Hobert's words. Furs, on the other hand, frowned, wondering why guests would come at night. Then she understood that this guest was an adjective, meant for Helen to hear. Furs asked, do you need me to find helpers to help? She could call Zio to help. Hobert shook his head, I can handle it myself. Helen was stunned, she can summon helpers. Hobert also told Philip and Seal, no matter what sounds you hear, don't go to my yard. After dinner, Hobert returned to his study and said to Furs, I estimate that the mercenaries from Backlund have arrived. You'd better go back to Backlund temporarily to avoid them. Furs smiled, this may also be one of the tests for me. Hobert knew that this would be the result. He handed Furs a revolver, its ability is to fire bullets that make it difficult for opponents to concentrate. The negative effect is that it is easy to hear some maddening whispers. Be careful. He knew that the mercenary's main target was himself, and even if Furs stayed, there would not be too much danger. Furs took the pistol and nodded seriously. At night, Hobert turned off the lights as usual, but he did not sleep. Instead, he held the tang knife and sat cross-legged on the bed to wait. In the second half of the night, his spirituality sent someone climbing into the yard. Thump. Almost as soon as Hobert noticed, the door was immediately kicked open, and two people wearing Lone-style night uniforms immediately raised their guns towards Hobert's bed. The entire tactical action from entering the yard to entering the door to attacking was very clean and neat. But the moment they raised their guns, they were attracted by the murals on the wall. They almost simultaneously exclaimed, "What a beautiful scenery!" The monster immediately appeared and sent out a curse. The mercenary who came in first immediately said, "Distort." He twisted the curse onto the chair next to him, and the chair immediately shattered. Hobert judged that this should be a baron of corruption. The two men fired repeatedly, killing the monster, but they had completely lost their previous advantage. The monster disappeared, and Hobert's knife was also close. Fortunately, the two people who served as the vanguard were very skilled and immediately separated to avoid Hobert's attack. But Hobert reached out and grabbed at the same time as he attacked. The second mercenary who entered the door immediately stayed there, as if he had forgotten to dodge. Distort. Before the Baron of Corruption could use distortion, Hobert had cleanly cut off the mercenary's head. The Baron of Corruption was secretly shocked. His comrade was a sequence 7. He was killed just like that. Hobert was much more powerful than the information they had gathered. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, Don't Let Him Prohibit. Chapter 387, Don't Let Him Prohibit. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert did not continue to attack the Baron of Corruption but broke through the window and took the initiative to attack. As he jumped out, a disorder stone had already been thrown towards the crowded place. Disorder. Boom. A muffled gunshot actually hit the disorder stone in the dark night and knocked the disorder stone into the sky. Only one mercenary within the range was affected, and no uncontrolled situation occurred. It was just that in the next few tens of seconds, it was difficult to recover combat power due to the influence of the disorder stone. Hobert glanced and already knew that there were 5 enemies in the yard. Furz's door was also kicked open, and there seemed to be figures flashing inside. There were a total of 8 enemies, 1 had been killed, and 7 were left. Weaken. Although the disorder stone did not achieve the intended effect, Hobert still used his combo. The 5 enemies in the yard were weakened to varying degrees. At the same time, a solemn voice said, "Corrosion is forbidden here." The other party certainly knew that corrosion was a group attack skill. They had several people, while Hobert only had 1 person. This skill was extremely beneficial to Hobert. The other mercenaries also took out their pistols and aimed at Hobert. Hobert had a basic understanding of his enemies. The captain was a disciplinary knight, and the vice-captain should be the Baron of Corruption who had just come out of the house. The one with the accurate marksmanship just now should be an pyromaniac. This is the main combat force of the mercenary team. The other 3 members should all be sequence 8, and their main method is to use revolvers for auxiliary attacks. At the same time as the disciplinary knight issued the prohibition, Hobert already had an understanding of the enemies in this battle. At the same time, he opened his arms, like embracing the sun, holy light. A huge beam of light fell, surrounding the pyromaniac and 2 sequence 8s. After a burst of dazzling light, the pyromaniac retreated somewhat embarrassedly behind the Baron of Corruption. The hair and clothes of the 2 sequence 8s were ignited by the high temperature. Their pistols fell to the ground. They were stunned for a full 2 seconds before they seemed to remember to roll on the ground to put out the flames on their bodies. The disciplinary knight and the Baron of Corruption looked at each other, not easy to deal with. Helen, who was hiding on the roof in the distance watching the excitement, was taken aback. Is Hobert a beyonder of the sun pathway? Doesn't seem like it. She didn't plan to help immediately, but planned to wait and see before deciding whether to help. The disciplinary knight quickly said, "This place is forbidden." Hobert stretched out his hand and grabbed him. The disciplinary knight forgot what he wanted to prohibit. Then Hobert attacked the 2 sequence 8s who were rolling on the ground, forcing the Baron of Corruption and the pyromaniac to come to rescue. The Baron of Corruption used the gap just now to complete the process of bribery, weaken. A layer of black barrier appeared around Hobert's body, blocking the weaken and the pyromaniac's fireball. He was about to kill a sequence 8 with a knife when the disciplinary knight, covered in the light of dawn, rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The Baron of Corruption and the pyromaniac breathed a sigh of relief. According to their idea, the impact of the disciplinary knight was comparable to a fast-moving steam train. Hobert would definitely avoid it, and the sequence 8 would be saved. But what was unexpected was that Hobert had no intention of avoiding it at all. After stabbing the heart of the sequence 8 on the ground with a knife, he was knocked away by the disciplinary knight. He directly knocked down a courtyard wall, and bricks and stones flew in an instant. As the three were about to continue to besiege, Hobert appeared strangely among the three of them and dropped a stone, disorder. Hobert used flash again, leaving the attack range of the disorder stone. Circles of invisible black ripples rippled out. The pyromaniac and the Baron of Corruption tried hard to resist the loss of control. The disciplinary knight was affected by the dual effects of weakness and disorder, and did not dare to use beyonder abilities within 2 or 3 seconds. Hobert blinked in front of the sequence 8 who was affected by the disorder stone at the beginning, and solved the opponent with a wave of his knife. Then he took advantage of this gap to grab the disciplinary knight, and stole the ability of exile. He grabbed the Baron of Corruption, and stole the ability of distortion. He grabbed the pyromaniac, and stole the ability of wall of fire. Then Hobert still attacked the weakened enemy, summoning lightning strike to attack the pyromaniac. The Baron of Corruption stretched out his hand and realized that his distortion could not be used. Imprisonment. A layer of amber-like liquid appeared around the lightning strike that fell from the sky. The disciplinary knight was imprisoning the lightning strike. About half of the lightning strike was imprisoned, and the remaining half hit the pyromaniac, who was in a state of weakness and disorder, causing him to basically lose his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Helen, who was watching the battle on the roof, muttered in her heart, "The second, no, it's the third magical item. Carrying so many magical items, aren't you afraid of the negative effects stacking up?" Hobert then summoned wind blades to attack the Baron of Corruption fiercely, and the Baron of Corruption dodged in embarrassment. The disciplinary knight took advantage of this opportunity. "This place is forbidden." Hobert, exile. The disciplinary knight retreated uncontrollably outside the yard. The sequence 5 level, exile, once again interrupted the disciplinary knight's prohibition. Hobert sneered, feeling that his move was really timely. The remaining 2 trash were not his opponents at all. He turned his head and used the ability of the Spirit Wineglass to accelerate the extraction of the beyonder characteristics of the killed sequence 8. This idea only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and Hobert immediately realized, was my brain kicked by a donkey? The disciplinary knight, covered in the light of dawn, had already taken advantage of this opportunity to kick over. This time his strength was even greater, and Hobert flew out spinning. Even with the blessing of the steel skin of the zombie spoon and the strong physique of the Baron of Corruption, Hobert broke a rib. Flying in midair, Hobert suddenly understood that it was the ability of arrogance in bribery that made him produce an arrogant mentality and made the most wrong choice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the disciplinary knight said, "This place is forbidden." But Hobert used blink again and appeared in front of the disciplinary knight. The strength of the disciplinary knight's kick just now was not small. Hobert, who was originally hitting the wall, turned into hitting the punishment knight. The disciplinary knight seized the opportunity, grabbed Hobert's arm, and slammed him to the ground. Puff. Only a paper figurine was left in front of the disciplinary knight. Hobert used paper figurine substitute to break free, and also interrupted the disciplinary knight's prohibition again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 388, Chapter 388 Cautious Enemy. Chapter 388 Cautious Enemy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. While the battle in the yard was full of twists and turns, gunshots also rang out in Furz's room. Hobert wasn't worried about the battle there. At most, the enemy would only send a Sequence 7 to deal with Furz. She and Zio had the enchanted revolver, so there wouldn't be much danger. At this moment, the disciplinary knight realized that in the previous battle, they had 3 opportunities to kill Hobert, but Hobert had reversed the situation each time. It was certain that Hobert had many magical items on him, making it difficult to kill him for a while. The disciplinary knight decisively said, "Withdraw." It wasn't that he didn't have the determination to defeat Hobert, but they had lost the advantage of surprise. The most important thing was that Hobert himself was much stronger than the intelligence suggested. Entanglement at this time was not the best choice. The disciplinary knight noticed that the Baron of Corruption was not in good condition. If they continued to entangle, the Baron of Corruption would definitely be injured. After figuring out Hobert's details, it would be safer to find an opportunity to attack again. These mercenaries had all been on Beyonder battlefields, and they couldn't be compared with the Beyonders of the Tamara family in Backlund who were used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After the disciplinary knight ordered the retreat, the Baron of Corruption grabbed the pyromaniac lying on the ground with one hand and carried the Sequence 8 on his back, whose flames had been extinguished but whose mind had not fully recovered. Hobert immediately made the posture of embracing the sun, sacred. At the same time, the disciplinary knight punched out, death. This punch was unavoidable, and Hobert simply poured his spirituality into the traveler's blade, death. He wanted to exchange injuries with the disciplinary knight. The two of them hit each other's heart. The disciplinary knight had a rib broken and took 2 steps back. Hobert was knocked away again, and a piece of his chest collapsed. The death recorded was still quite different from real death. Under the cover of the disciplinary knight, the Baron of Corruption jumped out of the yard with 2 teammates. Whoosh! Hobert's injuries prevented him from using blink in time, and he knocked down a courtyard wall again. When he stood up from the pile of bricks, the enemy had already escaped a distance. Heal! The injury on Hobert's chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he rose into the air and chased the enemy in a low-flying posture. The disciplinary knight's retreat exceeded Hobert's expectations. In his opinion, the disciplinary knight's advantage had not been lost. His retreat was enough to show his caution. Such an enemy was the most difficult to deal with. Hobert planned to leave as many of the disciplinary knight's helpers as possible. Seeing the 4 people running away, Hobert immediately said, "Lightning strike." At the same time, the disciplinary knight also discovered Hobert chasing after him. Flying is forbidden here. As the lightning strike fell, Hobert also fell from midair. He saw the disciplinary knight quickly unfold a scroll, and a bright halo appeared in midair, helping the Baron of Corruption block the lightning strike. Hobert sighed. A mercenary squad leader cannot be without magical items. He didn't use it before, just because he judged that it was not the best time to use it. Hobert, who had gained nothing, quickly returned to the yard. He came to Furz's room and saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, and a corpse lying on the ground. The short figure smiled and said, "I didn't expect Feinapotter to be so dangerous." Hobert smiled. "The king has offered such a high reward. I'm their hunting target before I become a demigod. I suddenly had a good idea, secretly become a demigod and wait for them to come to my door." While Hobert was talking, he used the ability of the spirituality wineglass to gather the corpses at the door and speed up the precipitation of Beyonder characteristics. The Beyonder killed by Furz and Zio precipitated a Beyonder characteristic of a barbarian. Hobert collected all the Beyonder characteristics and handed the barbarian Beyonder characteristic to Zio and Furz. "This is your trophy, but you don't need it. I am willing to spend £600 to buy it." Hobert looked at Zio. "It can also be converted into 1/2 of the Beyonder characteristic of an interrogator. Furz was slightly taken aback. "Can't it be converted into the Beyonder characteristic of an astrologer?" Hobert thought to himself, "Wait a little longer, and your teacher will bring the materials to your door." He said, "It's also possible. I just noticed that Zio's potion seems to be digested soon." "It has been digested." Zio smiled. "Okay, help me convert it into Beyonder ingredients for the interrogator. After I prepare for a few more days, I will pay you the other £600, as well as Furz's £300. Furz shook her head. "You killed the enemy mainly just now. This trophy should belong to you." Zio didn't continue this topic. She already had a plan to give Furz at least £200. She said, "The greatest contribution was made by this pistol." Zio handed it to Hobert reluctantly. If I want to buy it." £1,400, Hobert directly quoted a very favorable price. Generally speaking, magical items at the Sequence 7 level have a premium of £300 to £600. The price Hobert gave was only a premium of £200. The key is that after the seal of the Nation of Disorder, the negative effects of the revolver are not very strong. Zio nodded and began to calculate her savings. She got the Sequence 7 potion formula from the Masked Men and didn't need to buy it again. Adding the harvest tonight, even after the promotion, she still had hundreds of pounds of savings. She could consider saving money or borrowing Furz's money to buy this pistol. At this time, there was a noisy footstep outside the yard, and Zio immediately used the traveler's gate to leave. Hobert came to the yard. It was Philip and Seal who brought the male servants, holding sticks or kitchen knives to support the Baron. After seeing the scarred yard, they were surprised at what had happened here just now. "Bury these 4 corpses," Hobert ordered. "Repair the courtyard wall again tomorrow, and repair the windows in my room. I will live in Miss Furz's place today." Helen, who was outside the courtyard gate, rolled her eyes and thought, "TCH, still in the mood to be intimate." Seeing that the battle was over, she turned and left. Helen saw Hobert's strength just now. She knew why Ms. Monica said she couldn't kill Hobert. It was true that she couldn't kill him. Even Ms. Monica might not be able to kill this kid. After the male servants took the corpses away to bury them, the yard fell silent again. Furz in the room reluctantly said, "I'm going back to Backlund." Her room in Backlund was so gloomy that she really didn't want to go back. Hobert smiled, "The bed is big enough, it's no problem for 2 people to sleep on it." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 389, Chapter 389 Hobert's Tears, Bonus 1. Chapter 389 Hobert's Tears. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Power Stone 100. Hobert lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The battle just now was too fast and intense, and the main force of the enemy had escaped, which would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. He recalled the information provided by Harvey Hayden. The ones who attacked him tonight should be the Cold Knight squad, and the other 2 mercenary squads should have arrived as well. The level of these battle-hardened mercenary squads should be similar. As long as the sneak attack or assassination fails, they will immediately retreat and wait for an opportunity. In fact, this is not just waiting for a new opportunity, but also putting great psychological pressure on the target, causing the target to consume energy while constantly defending. Hobert believed that he should take the initiative to attack. Even if he couldn't find their foothold, he couldn't let them live too comfortably. As for the tactical problems of facing the mercenaries' attacks later, Hobert was not worried, because today, in order to integrate the ocean pendant into his tactics, he did not use the order wood from the beginning, nor did he use the ability of the spirit wine glass, which consumes a lot of spirituality. So Hobert's strength was not fully exposed. When the Cold Knight squad attacked him again, they would find that the tactics they had studied for a long time could not effectively harm Hobert. Thinking about it, Hobert finally felt sleepy. Unfortunately, Furs eventually returned to Backlund. Between Hobert's half-sleep and half-wakefulness, he smelled the faint fragrance left on the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Get up. Furs returned to the Lord's mansion early in the morning. After living here for a few days, she felt that Backlund was an ice cellar. Hobert yawned, stunned for a few seconds, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He didn't expect that he would be woken up by the lazy Furs one day. He really had to get up early today. Hobert returned to his room and changed his clothes. As the winter sun just rose, he took Furs and walked heavily towards the Wright family cemetery. On the way, they met many people who came to attend the funeral. Some were residents of the town, some set off from the village before dawn, and some were not even people from Hobert's territory. Previously, Philip and others had only hastily buried the Viscount's family. Yesterday, they had dug up the bones and recoffined them into newly made coffins. The cemetery was already surrounded by layers of people, but the scene was relatively solemn. No one was shouting loudly. Everyone quietly watched the new lord and lady walk slowly with heavy steps. When Hobert and Furs arrived, the funeral officially began. Because there was no bishop or priest from the Church of the Earth Mother, Philip presided over the funeral, and the new Lord Hobert delivered a eulogy. Hobert first expressed his respect for the Wright Viscount family, and then recounted how difficult the residents of the territory had lived in the 6 years since they lost the protection of the Lord. Speaking of this, Hobert choked up several times, which made the surrounding people cry. The previous 6 years were indeed like living in hell. They worked tirelessly, but the harvest from the fields was still not enough to pay taxes, so they could only use the poultry and fields at home to offset the taxes, and life became more and more poor. Helen, who was watching from a distance, didn't know what expression to use to face such a scene. She almost couldn't recognize that the person with red eyes and 2 tears was Hobert. Helen thought, he definitely has schizophrenia. He was so fierce last night, but today he is acting so convincingly, it's like 2 different people. At this time, Hobert changed the subject and talked about his revenge for the Wright Viscount family, talked about the benevolent government he implemented, and painted a beautiful blueprint for the future. Hobert promised, as the successor of the Wright Viscount, he will inherit the virtues of the Wright Viscount, make this territory better, and make people's lives happier. The Wright Viscount can rest in peace. Driven by Hobert's words, the people who came to attend the funeral seemed to see hope, and they all sighed that all the misfortune had passed. After Hobert's speech, the coffins of the Wright Viscount family were carried into the tomb one after another, and finally the tomb was closed. Everyone offered flowers and mourned together for a few minutes before the funeral ended. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Hobert felt that everyone's attitude towards him had changed significantly. From the original simple fear to the current respect. Hobert also felt that the potion in his body had digested a lot again, and even more than the household registration process. This made him sigh in his heart. In fact, the Wright Viscount was not a very wise lord, otherwise he would not have died so miserably, but the previous 6 years were too hard, so everyone had a deep nostalgia for the days of the Wright Viscount era, and then the Wright Viscount became a wise lord. Fortunately, I have the concept of inheriting the orthodoxy. Using this funeral, and taking advantage of everyone's nostalgia for the Wright Viscount, I transferred the orthodox rule to me. In this way, whether in law or in people's minds, I am the unshakable lord of this territory. Life must continue, but the people in this territory feel more confident than before, because they have a new lord to rule, and they are no longer ruled by a group of unreasonable robbers. Both production and life are more at ease than before. Soon, Helen also felt this. While she was surprised by the effect of Hobert's 2 tears, she planned to immediately report Hobert's words and deeds to Miss Monica. For Helen, who doesn't have a high level of political literacy, this is like using beyond her abilities to hypnotize people. Furs, who was following Hobert, also decided that she would write a book about how a baron built a poor territory into a beautiful and rich one. There was no way. Hobert kept providing her with material, so she didn't have to worry about not having a subject for a new book. After hearing Furz's idea, Hobert decided to sponsor the Baroness's career. As long as you can write it, I can't help you in the lone area, but here in Feynepotter, I will definitely contact the largest publisher in the country to publish your new book. He was worried about how to promote his territory in the future, but he forgot about the writer lady next to him. From now on, you will follow me and understand all my policies. Hobert instructed, the speed of the new book must be fast. It is best that everything in the territory is just built up, and the new book is completed. Furze scratched her head and smiled. In fact, she only had this plan. The previous book about a lawyer with Hobert as the prototype was only 1/3 written. The new book would be written when there is a chance. But looking at Hobert's happy appearance, she was embarrassed to tell the truth, so she could only agree first, and was pulled by Hobert to the main hall to observe him handling government affairs and accumulate material. After the main hall of the Lord's mansion was repaired, Hobert handled official business in the main hall. He first called Philip. The next step is to repair the church on the top of the mountain. Don't stop, keep building. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 390, Chapter 390 Hobert's New Order, Bonus 2. Chapter 390 Hobert's New Order. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Congratulations to Chapang Letsoil for advancing to Sequence 9, reader, +5 bonus. Hobert had mature political and economic ideas, and investment and construction could not be stopped for a moment. Since it was difficult for this backwater to get foreign investment, the Lord would have to keep investing. Hobert planned to spend the more than £9,000 he had saved up, equivalent to more than 11,000 gold lire, first. If that wasn't enough, he still had gold and so many beyonder characteristics, so he had to keep investing and improve the economic situation of the territory at the same time. Through observation during this period, Hobert discovered that the corruption from the lake was similar to that described by Bishop Simpson, and now that he had the ocean pendant, he planned to explore the lake in the next day or two. Philip reminded him, there are not many building materials left in the territory, and they need to be bought from other places. Hobert nodded, go and call Wayne. While summoning Wayne, Hobert stayed in the study for a few minutes, and then returned with a delicate sword in his hand. He handed the sword to Seal. You did a good job, this is a reward for you. Hobert was referring to the fact that Seal had done a good job in calling people to the Lord's mansion during the household registration. Seal happily took the sword with both hands. Thank you for your reward, Lord. Hobert added, from now on, you will be my captain of the guard. Go and organize 7 or 8 helpers, and take turns guarding in front of the Lord's mansion. Seal quickly knelt down to express his loyalty. Get up. Hobert smiled. The first task as the captain of the guard is to go around the town and villages and warn the people that bandits have recently infiltrated. If you see any unfamiliar faces, report them to the Lord's mansion immediately. If it is determined that they are bandits, the Lord's mansion will give the reporter a reward of no less than 10 silver salas. After all, this was Hobert's territory. As long as the people in the territory were mobilized, the 3 mercenary teams would not dare to act openly. Then, if they wanted to launch an attack again, they would have to travel at least 20 or 30 miles to reach the Lord's mansion. Yes. Seal, who received the order, left the main hall with a proud look on his face, holding the sword. Soon Wayne came to the main hall, and Hobert said, I have some dried fruits that need to be sold, and some building materials need to be purchased in the territory. I need someone to help me run errands. Are you willing to accept this errand? You can continue to run the boat. As long as it doesn't delay the Lord's mansion's expenses, you can come to the Lord's mansion every week to receive a salary. Wayne quickly said, it is my honor to serve you. Hobert nodded, I will send you an assistant and a clerk. The assistant will help you drive the steamship, and the clerk will be responsible for bookkeeping. Set off after the manpower is sent out. Watching Wayne leave, Hobert asked Roy, who was standing at the door of the main hall, to ask Philip to arrange manpower for Wayne, and call the household registration knight, who had just been conferred yesterday. Conrad was now working in the Lord's mansion, and came to the main hall in just a minute or two. Hobert said, although the household registration work is over, your work has just begun. Don't dismiss the clerks who made the records before. There will be places where they will be used next. They will all be under your command for the time being. Your first job is to count the shops in the town. If they have already closed down, buy them in my name. Roy will follow behind you to pay. If you can't find the shop owner, confiscate them. If they are still in business, make a record on the corresponding household registration to confirm the property rights. He paused and said, then you have to count the houses in the town and register them on the relevant household registration. All ownerless houses will be confiscated. After completing these tasks, you have to measure the land around the town and villages and register the corresponding fields. At the same time, you have to explain one thing to the town residents and villagers: from now on, if there is a transaction of fields, you must report to the Lord's mansion to have legal effect, otherwise I will not recognize the transaction as valid. While Hobert spoke, Conrad took notes. Although he didn't quite understand the purpose of what the Lord was doing, he just had to do it. After issuing several decrees in a row, Hobert drank a cup of tea to rest. Furs, who was taking shorthand on the side, took this opportunity to ask, what is the purpose of registering field transactions in the Lord's mansion? She always felt that Hobert had a big plan in this matter, but she didn't quite understand what he was planning. Of course, it is to indirectly obtain the ownership of all the fields in the territory. Hobert smiled. From a legal point of view, all the arable land in the territory is my private property, and it is only lent to the people for cultivation, so the people have to pay taxes. But this kind of legal principle cannot be put on the surface, it can only indirectly make the people realize this. Furs frowned. These legal principles seem a little inhumane. Sometimes maintaining rule is to be inhumane. Hobert said seriously, this is the only way to concentrate power to the greatest extent and do things that individuals cannot achieve. And if it is a mess, relying only on individual strength to carry out infrastructure construction, it is impossible to complete. Okay. Furs smiled. It seems I am not suitable for politics. She asked again, what are you going to do with so many shops? I went to the town the day before yesterday, and the town residents have been exploited for 6 years and have no money to buy things at all. That's why I want to acquire shops, and that's why I want to keep building. Hobert smiled. When everyone has money in their hands, they will have the idea of spending. I will reopen the shops I acquired before, and control the prices, or rent them to individuals at low prices, and the market will soon prosper. But I plan to make large-scale renovations, transforming them into hotels and inns, restaurants. After the town prospers, tourists will definitely flock here. Furs said in her heart, this is difficult. At least Furs didn't see any hope, but she didn't want to dampen Hobert's enthusiasm, so she didn't tell the truth. She also planned to do her best to help Hobert achieve this goal, and it didn't matter if it couldn't be achieved, they had worked hard. Southern Continent, Hodie's copper mine. Elliot and other family members waited by the roadside early today to welcome the family elder who came to inspect. At about 9 o'clock, they finally saw the convoy consisting of 3 carriages. The convoy drove slowly to the front and stopped in front of Elliot and others. Elder Calvin got out of the middle carriage. My God, how can there be so many wooden houses in the Hodie's copper mine? That's where the slaves live, Elliot explained. Living in wooden houses helps them maintain their physical strength. Although everyone knew that Elliot was a believer of the Creator, after all, the copper mine was a family property, and the Creator's instructions still had to be concealed. Elder Calvin came to inspect the operation of the copper mine this time. After a simple greeting, the inspection process officially began. After visiting all morning, everyone had lunch together. In the afternoon, Calvin called Elliot to the room prepared for him for a private conversation. Calvin went straight to the point, we now need the help of the Creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 391, Chapter 391 New Business Arrives, Bonus 3. Chapter 391 New Business Arrives. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Calvin said, the Rose School is retaliating for our previous ambush by sending many forces to Crowley City to investigate us. If this continues, our cooperation with the Faceac people will be exposed sooner or later. So the elders plan to ambush the Rose School again, but this ambush will definitely not be as smooth as the last one. We guess that they may be able to invite a disciple of silence or even angels to Crowley City at any time, so we want to ask for the help of the Creator. Elliot was slightly taken aback. Wait a moment, I will go back and pray to the Creator. After dealing with official business, Hobert returned to his study to catch up on sleep, and Furs returned to her room to sort out her new book ideas. In a daze, Hobert heard someone praying in the Nation of Disorder. He yawned, locked the door, and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw the star representing Elliot was expanding. What happened at the copper mine again? Hobert spread his spirituality over and heard Elliot relay what Calvin had just said. Angels. Hobert's first reaction was to be a little scared, but then he thought that he could summon 2 angel-level monsters, and he felt that this was an opportunity to show the power of the Creator. It's just that those monsters don't listen to his commands and will attack indiscriminately. He had to choose a good battlefield, otherwise many innocent ordinary people would die. Thinking that the patriarch of the Balk family would not allow the Rose School's angels to descend on the city, there was quite some room for manipulation. At least there was no problem in entangling the other party's angels. There was no problem in terms of strength, the problem was that the other party's way of inviting was too disrespectful to the Creator. So Hobert said to Elliot, I will only help my blessed and believers. Southern Continent, Hodie's copper mine. After hearing the Creator's reply, Elliot was first excited. I am the Creator's blessed, so he is willing to help me. But then, Elliot was a little helpless. Although he already knew that the family's curse had nothing to do with the Rose School, the two sides had been killing each other for so many years, and hatred had already been created. So in fact, Elliot was expecting the Creator to provide some help, but then he thought about it. Calvin's invitation was indeed a bit hasty. Thinking about the Creator's reply just now, Elliot understood the Creator's meaning, and he immediately went back to tell Calvin the Creator's reply. Calvin obviously expected it. The patriarch promised that we can offer all the spoils of war as a reward. Elliot smiled and said, would the Creator be interested in these things? Don't forget, the Creator was willing to accept sacrifices before just because I am his blessed. Calvin was a little embarrassed. Then what should we do? Of course, it is to devoutly believe in the Creator. Elliot said, even if you don't believe in the Creator, it is basic politeness for the patriarch to ask the Creator for help. Calvin thought for a while. I will tell the patriarch. Then he asked, haven't you digested the briber's potion? Why haven't you been promoted yet? No potion. Ask the Creator to bestow it. Elliot smiled bitterly. I am really embarrassed to trouble the Creator with these trivial matters. Calvin smiled. Of course it is not to trouble the Creator. Doesn't the Creator also have other blessed? Or do other blessed have corresponding main materials that are about to be sold? Elliot thought about it. That's indeed the case. Just like the gold that was sacrificed to the Creator before, the Creator doesn't need gold, it must be needed by the Creator's blessed. I can try to pray to the Creator. He said, if other blessed have corresponding potions, can I buy them with the gold from the copper mine? As the person in charge of this copper mine, Elliot's income is very considerable, but he has not yet reached the accumulation to buy sequence 6 potions. Calvin sighed, of the family's 3 industries, only the Hobert copper mine is in a profitable state. In a few days, the family will send a group of young disciples to learn your management experience. As a reward for you, you can use the copper mine's funds to purchase the main materials or be under characteristics of the Baron of Corruption potion. The Balk family used to do killing business, where would they have any mining management experience? The other copper mine and forest farm have basically been in a state of shutdown. Elliot asked and found out that they were too harsh on the slaves, resulting in an outbreak of plague and a large area of death among the slaves, and new slaves could not be replenished immediately, so they had to stop work. This made Elliot rejoice that he had the Creator's reminder, otherwise the performance of the Hodie's copper mine would not be so outstanding. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Town. After spending a morning, the windows in Hobert's bedroom were finally replaced, which gave him a place to take a comfortable nap. After waking up, he heard someone praying in the Nation of Disorder again. Coming to the Nation of Disorder again, he found that the person praying was Elliot again. Hobert spread his spirituality over. Great Creator, Elder Calvin has left, thank you for your reminder. The slaves eat coarse grains and live in wooden houses, maintaining enough physical strength and resistance, so there has been no plague and a large number of deaths. There is also a small matter to trouble you. Thanks to your help, my briber's potion has been digested. I don't know if your other blessed have Baron of Corruption potions or be under characteristics for sale. I will pay the relevant remuneration in the form of gold. Retracting his spirituality, Hobert looked at the stone platform emitting a radiant glow. He really hadn't be under characteristic of the Baron of Corruption. This be under characteristic came from the contribution of the Tamara family. This be under characteristic is currently useless, but it can be sold to Elliot through a small account, but it has to wait until the evening. After all, the Creator will not pay too much attention to this level of transaction. It must be to help the blessed convey it by the way. Hobert found that recently, by observing Mr. Fool's actions, it has been of great help in how to be a good evil god. After dinner, Hobert used the way he prayed to himself to indicate that he had the be under characteristic of the Baron of Corruption. Asking price is 800 ounces of gold, worth about £3,000. Who knew that just after entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert first saw the star representing Rafter expanding. Spreading his spirituality over, he only heard Rafter say, Great Creator, I offer you a treasure buried deep under Backlund. My family declined because of this treasure. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 392, Treasure for the Founder, Bonus 4. Chapter 392, Treasure for the Founder. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The treasure Rafter was talking about was, of course, the ruins where Medici lingered. In his prayer, Rafter concluded, Your humble servant only hopes to obtain the beyonder characteristics of Baron of Corruption and Mentor of Disorder from within. These beyonder characteristics are the legacy of my family, and the evil spirit inside must be guarding even more valuable treasures. If you are interested, I will take you near that treasure, and I will dedicate everything there to you. Withdrawing his spirituality, Hobert smiled. He was almost embarrassed to use Rafter as a pawn anymore. How could Rafter deliver himself into his hands? If Rafter was willing to explore, he could consider harvesting the Beyonder characteristics there. Although Medici's evil spirit could be related to Adam, Hobert remembered that when Medici left Backlund, he didn't take the Beyonder characteristics from the ruins. In other words, even if Medici was crucial to Adam's story, Adam didn't need those Beyonder characteristics. But those Beyonder characteristics were a considerable wealth for the pseudo-evil god, Hobert. Even if he took those Beyonder characteristics, it wouldn't attract too much attention from Adam. However, this action had two difficulties. The first was to use enough power to deter Medici. Considering that Medici should have power close to a demigod, it would be necessary to use the image and power of the creator to deter him. This led to the second problem: if he used the creator's ability in Backlund, it would easily attract George III and the attention of some demigods. Therefore, it was impossible for Hobert to go to the ruins himself and then summon his own power, as George III could easily corner him in the ruins. But if he didn't use the creator's power, it would be difficult to deter Medici. Those three angel kings and angels who had lived for thousands of years couldn't be fooled without real strength. If Hobert went alone, it would be equivalent to being a transport captain, delivering Beyonder characteristics and mystical items to Medici. Therefore, Hobert had long had the idea of meeting Medici, but he had never gone to those ruins, preferring to wait until Medici left and before the church destroyed the place to harvest those Beyonder characteristics. Now that he had Rafter as a vanguard, this plan could be implemented, and who knew, he might even get a blasphemy card. Medici now only had his sequence, but even if his sequence was high, could it be higher than the Nation of Disorder? And Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, even had a good chance of killing Medici, but that would be a losing proposition. Even if there was danger, it was Rafter who was in danger. Hobert could completely minimize the risk. After thinking for a while, Hobert felt it was feasible. After considering the specific plan, Hobert said to Rafter, "Tell me the details of that evil spirit." When Rafter decided to dedicate the treasure to the creator, he had the idea of making a desperate gamble. His gambling experiences over the years had made him accustomed to seizing opportunities and making all-or-nothing bets. But during the waiting period, Rafter was still a little nervous, a little excited, and a little scared. Nervous about whether the creator would agree. Excited that if he agreed, he could take those two Beyonder characteristics and leave Backlund, giving him a chance to restore his family's honor. As for fear, it was entirely due to fear of the unknown and powerful creator. Fortunately, the creator didn't make him wait too long. "Tell me the details of that evil spirit." Rafter breathed a sigh of relief, then perked up and began to tell him what he knew about the evil spirit. "So it's him," the creator said. In fact, no matter what Rafter said, Hobert would say this, which meant, "I care about that evil spirit, I don't care about the treasure at all." Rafter's eyes narrowed as expected. The creator knew that evil spirit. It seemed that the family's records were true, that the evil spirit was originally a powerful ancient figure. "I'm starting to get interested in that treasure," Hobert said in a relaxed tone. "Prepare an altar." Rafter prepared an altar as instructed and recited the relevant incantations. The two bronze doors suddenly appeared and quickly disappeared. But there was one more thing on the altar. Rafter was very familiar with that thing. It was the black crystal mask that the creators, blessed, had lent him before. The simple but heavy-looking crystal seemed to have streamers flashing under the light. On the forehead of the mask was the mystical symbol representing the creator, giving the mask a bewitching and sacred beauty. The creator's voice reappeared in Rafter's mind, "Lead the way." "Yes." Rafter put on the mask, checked the tightly bound clothes on his body, jumped out of the window, and ran wildly in the night. Hobert used this time to sacrifice some mystical items to the Nation of Disorder, in the way he sacrificed to himself. Returning to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert waved his hand and placed the skull of the woolly golden-horned evil creature next to the Iron Throne for later use. To deal with the current Medici, at most he could use Bull Demon King. The other two angel-level monsters could show the sequence of the creator, but they were difficult to control, and it was likely to cause a bigger joke. Of course, Hobert also knew that he should avoid using Bull Demon King if he could, otherwise it would be too degrading for the dignified creator to have only a demigod serving him. Soon, Rafter came to an abandoned small church, and he prayed again, "Great Creator, the treasure is below. I have dug several times before, but I have not been able to dig through." At this time, his eyes suddenly blurred, and when he came back to his senses, it was dark in front of him. He quickly lit the prepared lantern. Under the light, Rafter found that he had come to an ancient ruin. In the surrounding passage, there were metal round rods hanging from the height, and its low end was a candlestick carved into different creatures. "Inverted candlestick," Rafter said excitedly. Over the years, he had read many related books and knew that inverted candlesticks were a symbol of Fourth Epoch architecture. He realized that he had come to the ruins. Rafter could only describe the means by which the creator sent him down as a miracle. This was actually Hobert using the teleportation statue to send him down. Walking forward, Rafter saw two parallel black thrones. The two thrones were high, overlooking the entire hall. Behind the throne was a row of stone doors. Rafter seemed to be attracted by something and immediately saw the two bloody double doors. With the gaze of the creator, Rafter boldly came to the door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly felt as if the surroundings had darkened, as if a black shadow was approaching rapidly. An unprecedented sense of fear filled Rafter's heart. At this time, Hobert said in a solemn voice, "Medici, it really is you." The black shadow stopped abruptly. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 393, Battle of Wits with the Red Angel, Bonus 5. Chapter 393, Battle of Wits with the Red Angel. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Rafter wanted to laugh out loud. First, he wanted to laugh at the evil spirit in front of him. The notes left by his grandfather the patriarch had warned him to be careful and not try to use force against the evil spirit, as previous family members had suffered for it. He was to treat the evil spirit in the ruins with the same respect as a king, because the Pound family no longer had the strength to deal with the evil spirit, nor any other way, and could only gamble that the evil spirit would cooperate. Rafter was very young when he received this notebook and didn't quite understand what it meant. Later, as he grew older, he realized how terrifying the evil spirit's power was. 2 Sequence 5s, 3 Sequence SIXS, and 2 Sequence 7s, in 3 waves, explored and attempted to eliminate the evil spirit. The third wave even held a level 1 sealed artifact, but they were still annihilated by the evil spirit. This experience was recorded in detail in the notes. The evil spirit was very cunning. The main force of the first wave of family members to explore was a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. After exploring for a while, the Sequence 7 returned to report, "There is an evil spirit underground, but it is not difficult to deal with." So the best in the family, a Sequence 5, led a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7 to try to eliminate the evil spirit. Before long, the Sequence 6 returned to report, "The evil spirit is about to be eliminated, but we need support." Only then did the current patriarch feel relieved and let the family heir, with a level 1 sealed artifact, lead another Sequence 6 to support them. But a day and a night passed, and no one returned. The patriarch then realized that he had been tricked. His guess was written in the notes. Rotal, the Sequence 7 who returned to report the first time, was likely possessed by the evil spirit, luring more family members into the ruins. Amida, the Sequence 6 who returned to report the second time, was likely deceived by the evil spirit. The patriarch's notes also speculated, this evil spirit has extremely high intelligence, at least at the level of a demigod. At this time, Rafter could feel the surprise shown by the evil spirit, and he couldn't help but sigh, this is the strength of the creator. Rafter also wanted to laugh at himself. Why had he hesitated for so long? He should have dedicated this treasure to the creator long ago. Those beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts were too low level for the creator and of little use. As long as he served the creator well, the creator would very likely reward him with those sealed artifacts and beyonder characteristics belonging to the Pound family. While Rafter was thinking of laughing, Hobert used the star representing Rafter to project his image into the underground ruins. Rafter felt a surge of power descending. In midair, a throne that looked like it was cast from sharp swords appeared, and a tall black figure sat on the throne. The figure's face could not be seen clearly, but it looked very solid, emitting a black and holy light. Even in the dark ruins, the black halo could still be seen. It was more like a powdery solid than a light. Hobert realized that he had not descended power through the stars for some time. Now, in addition to being able to descend more power, his image seemed to be much more solid than before. This should be due to his advancement. The evil spirit of the ruins was also deterred by Hobert and paused for a few seconds inside the stone gate before coming out. It looked like a black and solid wraith, and the area around the wraith was particularly cold. The wraith bowed to the creator, and then Rafter heard a sinister voice say, "I told you, he is not Solomon." Then another voice said, "Shut up. Idiot. Now we have to show enough respect, otherwise we are likely to die, including you." The sinister voice just now said, "You're the idiot. Have you forgotten? We're already dead." Rafter felt the coldness brought by the wraith and was surprised that this wraith could make two seemingly contradictory voices. He quickly took a few steps back. He knew very well that he was just a foil next. The creator laughed twice in a booming voice, "Your spiritual residue has actually merged with someone else." He was pretending not to know. After all, few people knew that Medici and the three of them had died together. At this time, a third voice appeared in the wraith, "You should know us." The creator paused deliberately for 2 seconds, Einhorn and Sauron. Medici and the three were stunned. It was Einhorn who spoke just now. His words were like a statement, but in fact, it was a test. Medici was also a big figure in the fourth epoch. The fact that this mysterious being only knew him did not mean anything. The fact that this mysterious being also knew the other two was enough to show that the other party was in existence with a long life, and whose strength was very powerful and knowledgeable long ago. If the strength is not strong, you can't live to the present. If you are not knowledgeable, you can't guess who the other two are. But the three of them used their brains and couldn't guess who this terrifyingly powerful being in front of them was. Even if the Red Priest is good at discovering weaknesses, with the obstruction of the nation of disorder, they can't completely see through the reality of the Creator. They will not doubt the power of the Creator because of this, because this is enough to show the power of the Creator. Medici asked in a very polite tone, "May I ask who you are?" "You don't need to know." Even Einhorn and Sauron, who liked to sing the opposite tune, did not laugh at Medici. Being confronted by a godlike existence, what's the big deal? Some people want to be confronted like this but don't have the chance. Einhorn also asked in a very polite tone, "What should we call you?" Rafter immediately cleared his throat. "This is the great Creator." Creator? Medici and the three were silent. They had never heard of it. But they could guess that it was this Creator who had eliminated their avatars before. It was also reasonable for the Creator to protect this Tudor descendant who looked like an idiot. After all, they could feel that the Creator should be the Black Emperor or Apprentice pathway. But they only knew a few angels of the Black Emperor and Apprentice pathways, and even knew an outer god, but none of them could be associated with the Creator in front of them. At this time, they all thought of an existence they knew from Rafter. Sauron tried to ask, "Are you Emperor Roselle?" The Creator snorted coldly, and suddenly a surge of distortion power descended, and actually twisted this evil spirit into three smaller evil spirits. Of course, there were shadows connecting them, but they did feel that they had been truly separated for the first time in over 1,000 years. The Creator asked, "Who asked the question just now?" Two evil spirits answered in unison, "Sauron." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 394, Chapter 394 Red Priest Card, 2-in-1, Bonus 6. Chapter 394 Red Priest Card, 2-in-1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. T/N, this 2-in-1 is 2,400 words, but the later chapters range from 3 to 6K. Sauron. Immediately afterward, their surging power of disorder descended. Ugh, a dash. As an evil spirit, Sauron, who had long lost the sensation of pain, let out a miserable scream. Medici and Einhorn could also feel Sauron's pain and fear from their connection. Indeed, it was a force that could extinguish them at any moment. They had thought that their evil spirit life of over 1,000 years had made them forget fear, but now they knew that they had not forgotten. It was just that there had been nothing to scare them for over 1,000 years. Now they really wanted to congratulate each other on rediscovering the feeling of being flesh and blood. If it were other demigod-level beyonders, Hobert could defeat them with the high sequence of Nation of Disorder, but it wouldn't be so easy to form such an obvious phenomenon of the upper level suppressing the lower level. The reason for the current phenomenon is that Medici's power as an evil spirit is actually greater than their power as beyonders. They have extremely high sequence, and today they are still the Angel of War. Similar to Hobert's situation, although their strength does not reach the demigod level, their sequence makes up for the lack of strength, which allows them to remain fearless in the face of opponents at the demigod level who have undergone qualitative changes. However, this also has a huge drawback. As long as they encounter an opponent who has a greater advantage in sequence, all their advantages will be lost. Therefore, Hobert can even use the already abstract distortion to completely flatten them like kneading plasticine, without any resistance. 3 or 4 seconds later, the pain that Sauron felt finally disappeared, but it still took him more than 10 seconds to recover a little. Thank you for your mercy. The three smaller evil spirits involuntarily bowed slightly to the Creator, which reminded them of the feeling of facing Solomon, and a sentence appeared in their minds at the same time. You must not test God. Even the former king of angels and angels cannot violate such admonitions. That's right, following Einhorn's test, Sauron's question just now was actually another test. If the Creator admitted that he was Emperor Roselle, then they would understand the identity of the person in front of them. If the Creator said another name, regardless of whether they had heard the name or not, it would indicate that the Creator was guilty. Only guilt would lead to self-reporting. That would mean that the Creator might be bound or sealed by various shackles, just like them. If either of these two situations occurred, they would have contemptuous thoughts. And the Creator's reaction was the reaction that a deity should have, capricious. Medici asked respectfully, Honorable Creator, can you completely separate us? Yes, but that would make you disappear completely. In fact, Hobert wasn't sure if he could do this. Medici asked again, can you let us leave here? We are willing to offer sacrifices that you might be interested in. As he said this, they each stretched out a hand. Their will on this matter was surprisingly consistent, so no quarrel occurred with this action. A card appeared in the palms of the three people. Of course, Hobert knew that it was a blasphemy card, and he also knew that it was the Red Priest card. Your fate has already been written, Hobert said. However, I can distort the Quill of Alzahad to bring someone you can easily possess as soon as possible. If Medici had a face, it would definitely be full of shock at this time. The creator knows Adam's plan. How? How does he know? Einhorn, the creator, can distort Alzahad's quill. That's right, his distortion has become abstract, and he can twist everything. If these three small ghosts had eyes, they would definitely look at each other and see disbelief in each other's eyes. In fact, Medici's request was a test he was conducting. How could the dignified king of angels and angels give up testing because of pain? The sudden appearance of the creator made the three mortal enemies work together to deal with an enemy for the first time. It's just that Medici's test was more skillful, more like making a request than testing. At this time, the three ghosts were completely convinced and dared not have any more testing thoughts. The fact that the creator could say this meant that he agreed to help. They tactfully handed the blasphemy card in their hands to Rafter. It's just that if they knew that even if they didn't do anything, Alzahad's quill would still send that one-eyed dragon over, they would definitely have the urge to chop off their hands. Einhorn asked, "Great Creator, what is our future fate?" Adam couldn't possibly run over and tell them how he would write their fate. They could only sense through their high sequence that their fate seemed to have entered Adam's story, but they didn't know what story had been arranged for them, whether it was a tragedy or a comedy. The creator paused for a few seconds, as if he was looking down on their fate. In fact, the great creator was recalling their later situation. A few seconds later, the creator said in a solemn voice, "Discover humanity, Amon, sequence 1. Then the creator smiled and said, "In view of Medici's loyalty to the ancient sun god, Adam, you can now think of it as Adam will not treat you badly." The creator's words made Medici and the others even more complimentary, and they didn't even think about why a deity of the Black Emperor pathway would have authority over fate. Because the information given by the creator was shocking enough to them, finding humanity was easy to understand. After being evil spirits for so long, they had long psychologically stopped thinking of themselves as individuals or beyonders. Being able to regain humanity meant that they had a chance to change their current state. Amon was the first point that surprised them. Why would their future fate be related to this troublesome god of mischief? This was clearly the beginning of a tragedy. They didn't know what the sequence 1 referred to yet, but it should also be a key node. What surprised Medici even more was, how could the creator be so clear about his experience? Had he always been loyal to the omnipotent and omniscient god? After the fall of this ancient sun god, Medici still chose to continue to be loyal to the true creator, and was a rare loyalist. But then he thought again, this didn't seem too shocking. As long as the other party had a long enough lifespan, as long as the other party knew the object he had always been loyal to, it wouldn't be difficult to guess his experience. Adam was the son of the ancient sun god, and he would give his father's subordinates a chance, which they could understand. But why did the creator say, "You can now think of it as Adam"? There was obviously a huge amount of information in this sentence, but they didn't quite understand it yet. Even Klein, who already had rich experience in pretending to be an evil god, would find it difficult to fool these three troublesome guys. But Hobert was different. He knew enough. Even the angel of war, with extraordinary intelligence and a love for planning conspiracies, was completely deceived. The creator said again in a solemn voice, "All right, your matter has been resolved, just wait patiently." Without waiting for Medici and the others to thank him, the creator said to Rafter again, "Go and take back your family's things." Although Medici and the other three had a bloody feud with the Tudor family, they showed enough restraint at this time. After all, they had killed many descendants of the Tudor family, Pound family, more than 30 years ago. Rafter quickly put away the card with a bone-chilling coldness and entered the double stone door that had been pushed open a long time ago. The ground and walls of the stone chamber were covered with fresh blood, which seemed to have just been poured on, as if it could flow down from the walls and drip from the roof at any time. In the depths of the stone chamber were 3 black stone chairs with their backs to each other. Each stone chair was occupied by a skeleton, and one of the skeletons had long red hair on its head. Even though the skeletons were sitting there motionless, even though they had long lost their vitality, the skeletons still made Rafter feel a strong aggressiveness, as if they could stand up at any time and eliminate the intruders who entered the stone chamber. Rafter quickly shifted his gaze to look at the skeletons lying scattered on the ground. Those skeletons were the real skeletons, scattered all over the stone chamber, and had long lost any aggressiveness. Next to the skeletons were some Beyonder characteristics with magical colors, as well as many seemingly unusual accessories on the skeletons, which were sealed items or extraordinary items. Rafter took out the cloth bag he had prepared long ago, which contained small compartments. He carefully and meticulously picked up the Beyonder characteristics one by one. At this time, he had the feeling of picking up gold bricks. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Wait, how did a few more come out? Never mind, I'll pick them up first. Next were sealed items and magical items, a total of 5 items, and the cloth bags he prepared were full. Finally, he searched around the stone chamber and did not find the treasure he had imagined. Rafter was a little nervous, wondering if the creator would blame him. After all, he had said that there was a big treasure inside in order to impress the creator. This wasn't Rafter lying, but the notes given to him by his grandfather, the clan leader, had such speculation. But there really wasn't any treasure here. Could it be that he had to carry the skeletons on the stone chairs out and tell the creator that that was the treasure? Rafter seemed to see the scene of himself being pinched into 3 pieces and dying miserably in the ruins. Let's be honest, Rafter sighed, he could only hope for the creator's mercy. After taking all the Beyonder characteristics away, Rafter bowed slightly to the evil spirits outside the stone door that had been reunited, which was politeness. Then he straightened his chest and left, which was the pride of having a backer like the creator. After Rafter left, the ruins fell into darkness again, and Sauron asked, what to do? Einhorn coldly asked back, what to do? Sauron rarely didn't sarcastically say, we just gave away the only thing we could offer. Idiot. Medici sneered, you should be glad that we can still question each other here and have received the revelation of fate. Our contribution also expressed goodwill to the creator. Isn't that enough? Sauron also coldly said, hey, are you going to recognize a new master again? The argument that lasted for several hours began from this. Nation of Disorder, on the Iron Throne, Hobert watched Rafter leave the ruins and waited for the other party's sacrifice. During this period, he projected the mosaic-covered image of himself praying to himself onto Elliot's stars. Hobert had just seen that Rafter had picked up 3 Beyonder characteristics of the Baron of Corruption in the stone chamber. It would be enough to give one of them to Rafter, and he could continue to sell the Beyonder characteristics he had originally prepared to sell to Elliot. Hobert first received Elliot's reply, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Great Creator, please tell that blessed one that I am willing to buy that Beyonder characteristic and can accept the price offered by the other party, and I can sacrifice gold to you tomorrow. It was only a premium of a few £100. For Elliot, this was simply too cheap. Even with £5,000, he might not be able to collect the Baron of Corruption potion in the southern continent. In the extraordinary world, extraordinary materials of sequence 6 become scarce, and the premium also increases. By 9:30 in the evening, he finally waited for Rafter's somewhat worried and fearful prayer, Great Creator, it's entirely because our family's information misled me, and made me think that there was a treasure in the ruins. It's not that I deliberately deceived you. Your servant, with the most pious attitude, begs for your forgiveness. Hobert on the Iron Throne was stunned, he's actually worried about this. The card you put on the altar is the biggest treasure. When Hobert's gaze swept across the altar, he saw that there seemed to be a black line wrapped around those Beyonder characteristics. This black line was not in the ruins, and he had not heard Rafter's relevant report, indicating that only through true vision could these black lines be seen. After a little thought, Hobert understood that this was a curse from a high-level evil spirit. It had not been shown in the ruins, and the curse appeared after leaving the ruins. The reason why Medici didn't make a reminder was because, in their view, the creator should be able to easily notice this and solve this level of curse. These curses were indeed not difficult to solve for Hobert. As for Rafter's worries, Hobert pondered for a while and suddenly thought of another place where this trump card could be used. I really didn't plan to use you as a pawn, but you forced me to. So he responded in a supreme voice, do something for me to atone for your sins. Sacrifice all the gains to me, and prepare for the granting ceremony tomorrow morning. Then Hobert projected the image of the Beyonder characteristics with black lines onto Rafter's stars, letting him experience it himself. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 395, Chapter 395 The First Grade 1 Sealed Artifact. Chapter 395 The First Grade 1 Sealed Artifact. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, 29 Savelas Street, Empress Borough. Rafter, filled with trepidation, finally received a response from the Creator, atone for me. Consecrate all your gains to me, and prepare a bestowal ritual by tomorrow morning. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, praise the Creator. Your mercy is brighter than the crimson moon. Rafter understood that his punishment might include sacrificing all his gains, but what he couldn't understand was why he needed to prepare a bestowal ritual by tomorrow morning. Just then, a scene suddenly appeared in Rafter's mind. It was the altar he had set up, with black lines wrapped around each Beyonder characteristic. Rafter looked at the altar in surprise, unconsciously taking 2 steps back, and did not see anything wrong with the Beyonder characteristics. Then he understood, the Creator had discovered that these Beyonder characteristics were not right, and asked me to sacrifice them to remove those black lines. As for asking me to prepare a bestowal ritual, it was to give me those 2 Beyonder characteristics. Thinking of this, Rafter was first overjoyed, then praised the Creator again, and quickly performed the sacrifice ritual, dedicating all his gains tonight to the Creator. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert looked at the dazzling array of gains in front of him, feeling somewhat emotional. It turns out that fraud can really make people rich quickly. Look at today's gains, they are more than what he earned by risking his life to find the Tamara family in Baklan some time ago. The level of the spoils is even higher. Hobert first used the power of order to cleanse all the Beyonder characteristics, and the curses quickly disappeared without a trace. He couldn't wait to check these most pleasing Beyonder characteristics, and there were actually 4 Sequence 5 level characteristics, namely 2 Mentor of Disorder and 2 Reaper Beyonder characteristics. Hobert immediately used the power of the Nation of Disorder to crush one of the Mentor of Disorder Beyonder characteristics, and then used the loophole in Beyonder characteristic aggregation to divide them into 5 parts with the power of order. At the latest by the second half of the night, they will be aggregated into 5 Beyonder characteristics from Lawyer to Mentor of Disorder. As for the 2 Beyonder characteristics bestowed to Rafter, just directly use the Baron of Corruption and Mentor of Disorder Beyonder characteristics, and the rest is Hobert's gain from this operation. This once again made Hobert sigh. Fraud is really a lucrative industry. If he does a few more of these, he will have to worry about his money getting moldy, and he will have to take it out to the yard to dry it often. Of course, Hobert wanted to use the other Mentor of Disorder Beyonder characteristic himself, which is why he risked going to commit fraud, to deceive Medici and the others. Although the previous action in Baklan caught the Tamara family off guard, it did not achieve Hobert's ultimate goal, to obtain the Mentor of Disorder Beyonder characteristic. Since becoming an Beyonder, Hobert has not worried about the Beyonder characteristics used for promotion. And now, the digestion speed of the Baron of Corruption potion is far beyond Hobert's expectations, and it has digested nearly 2/3. Regarding this point, Hobert has to thank King Phaenopater for selecting his fiefdom for him. If it were an ordinary or prosperous baronial fiefdom, his potion would never have digested so quickly. Establishing a relationship of rule and gradually becoming the ruler of a region is the shortcut to digesting potions. Now it's good, he has the Beyonder characteristics used for promotion, so he can continue to digest the potion with peace of mind, and he doesn't have to find a way to find the main material for the Sequence 5 potion. As for the 2 Reaper Beyonder characteristics, it is estimated that they were attracted by Medici and the others, just like the corpse of the ancient death god discovered before, which also attracted many Beyonders, as well as a blasphemy card. In addition to the Sequence 5 level Beyonder characteristics, there are also 6 Sequence 6 level Beyonder characteristics, namely 3 Baron of Corruption and 3 Conspirer. In addition, there are 2 Briber Beyonder characteristics, which should come from Rafter's family members. After putting away the Beyonder characteristics, Hobert turned his attention to the blasphemy card. With a wave of his hand, the blasphemy card came to Hobert's hand. He first saw Roselle wearing a red classical priest's robe inside his armor. This blasphemy card has been opened, but it is not known whether it was opened by Medici and the others, or whether it was opened before it fell into Medici's hands. Like other blasphemy cards, Roselle's image is more three-dimensional. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, as if he is arrogant and unreasonable. He does not have the expression a priest should have. Instead, he looks a bit like a dictator who holds military power and may launch a war at any time. Because this was a sacrifice to the creator, Rafter did not dare to study it carefully, so he did not understand the mystery of this thing that looked like a card. Hobert glanced at it briefly and felt that it was like a manual for the Beyonder characteristics of the Red Priest pathway that he had just obtained. With this blasphemy card, I believe these Beyonder characteristics can play a greater role. Finally, Hobert's gaze stopped on the last page of the blasphemy card. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Main materials, 3 Beyonder characteristics of Conqueror. Ritual, launch a war that sweeps the continent and achieve enough victories. Hobert smiled, he had another complete pathway of potion formulas. The richness of this potion formula is almost catching up with the Orthodox God churches. He put the Red Priest card next to the Black Emperor card. From now on, the creator has another image to use to pretend to be cool. Finally, Hobert's gaze fell on the 5 sealed items and magical items. The first thing that caught Hobert's attention was a black iron scepter. This scepter looks very simple, and there are no gems or other decorations on it, but Hobert used the position of the Nation of Disorder to know that this is actually a Sequence 4 level sealed item. Its abilities are, it can amplify the holder's own abilities, it can amplify the influence of certain rules, it can use some seemingly ordinary rules to obtain unexpected results in battle, it can make some existing rules chaotic, and make order become disorder. Hobert guessed that this sealed item should come from a Earl of the Fallen. He remembered that amplify and use seemed to be the signature skills of the Earl of the Fallen. But the negative effects of the scepter are also not small, the holder's thinking is easily distorted, and the intention to attack will turn into defense, the holder will become extremely greedy, and any wealth can attract his attention, the holder will become fond of laughing, and sometimes the laughter will interrupt the use of his own Beyonder abilities. Hobert smiled, this scepter not only attacks others, but also attacks the holder. He was about to try to reseal the scepter, but his spirituality told him that he could not do it now. Hobert realized something, he might have to wait until Sequence 5 to carry out effective sealing. After taking another look at the other sealed items, Hobert decided to leave the Nation of Disorder temporarily. He had stayed in the nation of disorder for too long this time, and he was a little worried. This time Hobert's spiritual perception was very accurate. A few minutes after he returned to the real world, he heard the sound of gongs and drums by the lake, and the shouts of the town residents. The monster in the lake is ashore. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, The Second Attack of the Mercenaries. Chapter 396, The Second Attack of the Mercenaries. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The monster in the lake is ashore. Looking down from the mountain, the lights in the lakeside town gradually lit up, as if the town was slowly awakening. The monster in the lake often comes ashore to forage for food. The residents of the town wouldn't say they are terrified, but they are always worried and fearful each time. Before, although there were Great Lord and Second Lord in this territory, they only knew how to collect taxes and did not care about the lives of the residents in the town. On the contrary, they would take pleasure in the residents of the town being chased and eaten on the mountains where the monsters would not go. And if they were not driven away by force, the monsters would continue to wander around the town. Therefore, the residents of the town could only ask the knight for help. Only after scraping together enough wealth would the knight bring his retinue to help drive away the monsters. But now it's different. As soon as Hobert heard the sound of the gong, he immediately called Philip, Conrad, and Seal to the study. Seal, immediately get the residents of the town to evacuate to the vicinity of the Lord's mansion. Philip, lead the male servants to be responsible for receiving and preparing the evacuation space. Conrad, lead your subordinates to maintain order. After the elderly, children, and women have all retreated to the mountain, organize the young and strong to try to surround and kill the monster. While Hobert was giving out tasks, Furs was also awakened and came to the study. Seeing Hobert putting on his cloak while speaking, she stepped forward to help Hobert tidy his cloak. Be careful. Hobert nodded and said to Philip and the others, go quickly. Philip was still a little worried. Lord Seal, who had witnessed Hobert's power, laughed and said, don't worry, even if the monster bites us all to death, the Lord will be fine. Hobert smiled at Furs, raised his two-handed sword, and quickly went out. He had seen a monster when he first arrived in the territory. Although it was quite strong, it didn't seem very intelligent. This kind of monster is easy to kill. Hobert glanced at the sky. The clouds covered the moon, the cold wind howled, and it was pitch black outside. Hobert didn't feel cold at all, but rather felt a little excited. As soon as he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he heard several people shouting outside, by order of the Lord, evacuate to the Lord's mansion. It was Seal and the others. They shouted as they walked down the mountain. Hobert smiled slightly. Seal's cleverness was finally being used in the right place. Suddenly, Hobert seemed to have thought of something. He raised the long sword in his hand, and a light suddenly emitted from the tip of the sword. This was the utilization of the light ring ability, but as Hobert injected more and more spirituality into the ring, his long sword became brighter and brighter, until it illuminated Hobert and the entire Lord's mansion. Especially in the dark night, this light was enough for the people of the entire town to see. And the first batch of town residents who came to evacuate saw Lord Hobert, who was surrounded by holy light. This scene was imprinted in their minds, making it unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The Lord is truly a favorite of the gods. He is just like the story about the favorite in the Holy Bible of life, bright, sacred, and wise. In fact, Hobert did this only in the hope that he could become a lighthouse, guiding the people who were evacuating, and incidentally strengthening the directionality as the Lord, run towards the light emitted by the Lord, and you will reach the place of refuge. Hobert also didn't expect that so many people would kneel down to him, and even more people were stunned in place, seemingly murmuring something, not knowing what they were saying. When Hobert saw that the lights and torches in the town were all approaching him, the light on the tip of his sword gradually extinguished. Everyone around was dazed by the light just now, and it seemed that the lights and torches were not very useful anymore. When everyone adapted to the dark environment, they realized that the Lord had long since disappeared. At this time, Hobert was strolling on the streets of the town. The land around the town was very fertile, so even though monsters often attacked, there were still many residents in the town. It's just that many residents have been killed by monsters in the past few years, so there are many ownerless houses in the town. Now those ownerless houses belong to the Lord's mansion, or to be more specific, they all belong to Hobert. Help! Hobert immediately followed the sound and rushed into a courtyard. A young couple was blocked at the door of their house by a monster. The wife was holding a child, looking at the monster in front of her with a look of horror. The husband was holding an axe, trying to appear calm as he confronted the monster. And that monster was a bit like a fish in Hobert's memory, the kind of fish that first evolved limbs in the ocean. Its head had most of the characteristics of a fish, its body was covered with scales, it had short but powerful limbs, and a thick tail with fins. The way the monster exerted force was very similar to a crocodile. After its limbs gathered strength, it found the right time and pounced on the young man holding the axe. The young man was so frightened that he dodged and swung his axe wildly, but he didn't hit anything after hacking for a long time. Looking towards the door again, the monster's tail was stepped on by a person wearing a cloak. The monster, which was more than 3 meters long, was like a fish that had just been caught. No matter how it jumped, how it twisted, it couldn't escape. Only then did the monster remember to turn its head back to bite, but a black shadow flashed past, and the monster was already separated from its body. At this time, the young man recognized him, Lord. Hobert grabbed the young man who was about to kneel down to thank him. Go to the Lord's mansion. Yes, yes, yes. The family had been sleeping too soundly just now and didn't hear the sound of the gong. Seal and the others shouting woke them up, but it was already too late at this time. Watching them leave the town in a hurry, Hobert jumped onto the town's somewhat dilapidated bell tower. This was the tallest building in the town. Hobert could use his spirit vision to roughly see the situation in the entire town. Everyone should have evacuated, and the monsters had begun their attack. Hobert quietly stared at them and soon discovered that these monsters were clearly organized, divided into 3 groups and rushing into the town from 3 different directions. The poultry and livestock that had not been taken away, as well as the watchdogs left in the yards, all suffered. And Hobert was thinking in his heart that if he had 100 soldiers with advanced rifles in his hand, he could easily stop the monster's charge. Unfortunately, he didn't have them and could only lead the charge himself as the Lord. Aiming at the place where the monsters were attacking most fiercely, Hobert flew over with the ability of the ocean pendant, corrosion. Without even needing to charge up, the corrosion ability immediately corroded the monsters' minds. The dozen or so monsters at the front immediately began to tear each other apart. Hobert summoned wind blades again, and 3 monsters were instantly cut with extremely deep wounds by the sharp wind blades, and blood splattered far away. There was no one else here. Hobert began to use the 30 or 40 monsters with the most intense momentum as targets, trying to familiarize himself with the abilities of the ocean pendant as much as possible. Under the lightning strike, one monster was bound to be burned into charcoal, and the surrounding monsters were paralyzed by the electricity, making it difficult to move for a while. The wind blade's attack area was larger, but the monsters were thick-skinned. Although the wind blade could make them bleed profusely, it was difficult to inflict fatal wounds. Just as Hobert was pondering the use of the ocean pendant, his spirituality suddenly sensed a sense of crisis. Hobert quickly left the monsters and took off his cloak, which was already covered in blood. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "The use of sealed items and magical items is prohibited here." It was the voice of the disciplinary knight, who had fled from here a few days ago. Hobert sneered. They really knew how to pick their time. Or was this monster attack related to them? But now was not the time to ponder this. The enemy's attack came as soon as it was said. The Baron of Corruption and the Pyromaniac, who had recovered their states, charged towards Hobert from both sides. The Baron of Corruption kicked over a monster's severed limb, completing the bribe process, weaken. Hobert once again used the Order Crystal's shield ability to block the opponent's weakening. The disciplinary knight immediately felt the enhancement of his own power. He sneered in his heart, "This kid is so powerful because he's piled up magical items." The prohibition at the disciplinary knight level does not mean that Hobert can't use magical items after prohibiting the use of magical items. Hobert can still use them, but every time he uses one, the disciplinary knight's power will increase by 1 point, and when the disciplinary knight punishes Hobert for violating the prohibition, Hobert usually finds it difficult to avoid and is in a state of being weakened by the opponent. This is the so-called punishment. The Pyromaniac, rushing in front, used the wall of fire to trap Hobert, creating an opportunity for the disciplinary knight's next punishment. The Baron of Corruption then distanced himself, ready to block Hobert at any time. This was a tactic they had discussed long ago. If it were any other Beyonder, with the Cold Knight squad having an absolute first-mover advantage, they might die here tonight. But Hobert was of course different. He still had many strengths that had not been exposed. The disciplinary knight was about to start the punishment according to the tactic. He felt his power increase again, and he sneered, "Die." Suddenly, 2 bronze doors with complex mythological patterns appeared beside the disciplinary knight. Countless indescribable eyes looked out from the doors. The members of the Cold Knight squad suddenly felt as if they were being targeted by some terrifying thing. Those monsters who were about to pounce on Hobert also scattered immediately out of fear, as if making way for everyone on the battlefield. Death, demise. The disciplinary knight used his Beyonder power, but he was grabbed by pale hands reach out from the bronze door. He had no choice but to use death on these arms. But the effect was not great. After all, the owners of those arms were already dead. Miserable screams came from inside the bronze door. The sense of fear in the hearts of the disciplinary knight and others was detonated, making it difficult to concentrate for a while. Hobert's counterattack began. He once again entered a low-flying state, like a swooping eagle, rushing towards the pyromaniac, who was trying to condense flames and prepare to burn the underworld gate. At the same time, he used lightning strike to attack the Baron of Corruption. Although the disciplinary knight's strength continued to increase, he still found it difficult to break free from the underworld gate within a few seconds. The Baron of Corruption was also trying his best to dodge the lightning strike, but this skill had a certain tracking effect. Unless he used other abilities of the same level to resist, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being struck. Hobert had experience in previous adventures. Even if he distorted the landing point of the lightning strike, even if he was not directly struck by the lightning strike, he would be affected by the accompanying paralysis effect, and his movements would be slow for 2 or 3 seconds. So Hobert created an excellent opportunity for himself to attack the pyromaniac. During the flight, a disorder stone had already been thrown over disorder. The pyromaniac's eyes narrowed. Having had previous experience, he of course knew the power of the disorder stone, so he quickly raised his pistol and accurately hit the disorder stone in the night again, and quickly dodged. For Hobert, it didn't matter if the disorder stone didn't achieve the desired effect. Anyway, he completed the bribe process along the way, weaken. The pyromaniac felt that his agility and strength were weakened, and he could only barely dodge the long sword in Hobert's hand, and was quickly cut with a wound by the long sword. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, and the pyromaniac didn't take it too seriously. Exile. Hobert felt a huge thrust that pushed him more than 10 meters away. It turned out that the disciplinary knight had broken free. A pile of lava appeared in front of the underworld gate, burning off many of the pale arms. This made Hobert immediately end the summoning of the netherworld gate, which consumed a huge amount of spirituality, and the 2 bronze doors then disappeared. Hobert didn't know what ability the disciplinary knight used to break free so quickly. The disciplinary knight and the other 2 hardly stopped at all. After Hobert was pushed away, they chose to retreat again. This time Hobert did not pursue, because he had already decided to launch a surprise attack on the other party as well. As for how to find the other party, Hobert glanced at the 2-handed sword in his hand and showed a faint smile. He had just noticed that the Baron of Corruption already had severe dark circles under his eyes. Although there was no problem with fighting now, his combat effectiveness would definitely be affected after tonight. The reason why they launched the second attack so eagerly should have a lot to do with the Baron of Corruption being unable to help but fall asleep. And the pyromaniac was cut, he. Hobert suddenly discovered that he had quite a few dirty tricks. The Cold Knight Squad's surprise attack did not bring any psychological pressure to Hobert. On the contrary, it gave the Cold Knight Squad a huge pressure. At this time, a mindless monster rushed out of the street. Hobert straightened his long sword and entered a new battle. Soon Hobert discovered that these monsters seemed to be probing him in an organized manner, and their attacks actually had certain tactics. This made Hobert leave the battle and return to the top of the clock tower again, quietly observing these monsters. Soon he discovered that the monsters were communicating in harsh voices, and he found a human figure among the monsters. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, Lord Hobert, a man of martial virtue. Chapter 397, Lord Hobert, a man of martial virtue. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. More than an hour later, Seal and Philip led over 100 young adults, armed with spears and hunting rifles, to provide support. Before Hobert arrived, the residents of the town had little cohesion, so each time they drove away monsters, they could only ask the knights, who had a certain degree of organization, to take action. Now it was different, thanks to Hobert's previous actions, as well as the beam of light tonight, and the couple who finally retreated to the Lord's mansion, vividly recounting the events. Under the call of Seal and Philip, as long as they were young adults who were not injured during the retreat, they were willing to support the Lord. Soon they saw the streets still flowing with blood, and some monsters that only had their last breath left. Seal led the people at the front, using spears to stab the 2 monsters that were not completely dead, and at the same time, everyone was surprised by the number of monsters killed. Generally speaking, if 4 or 5 monsters were killed, the monsters would retreat back to Full Moon Lake. But according to the corpses they saw, more than a dozen monsters had died at the hands of the Lord. At this time, someone found a cloak on the ground. This is the Lord's cloak, could it be that he? Every time the monsters attacked, someone was swallowed by the monsters, and the bodies could not be found, only some of their bloody clothes could be found. Don't talk nonsense. Seal said, maybe the blood on the cloak made the Lord take it off. I remember when we were in the church on the top of the mountain, the Lord also threw away the bloody cloak. Although he said so, he was actually not sure in his heart. These monsters are different from the bandits on the top of the mountain. If you get bitten, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Even the knights have to use traps and the monster's most hated flames to drive them away. If they fight head-on, the knights can only deal with one monster alone. There are more monster corpses there. After someone discovered a new corpse, Seal and Philip breathed a sigh of relief, followed the corpse and chased out of the town. The number of monster corpses surprised everyone again, and someone kept counting, 38. The Lord has killed 38 monsters. This was too incredible. Everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle tonight, and everyone would eventually overcome the monsters' offensive under the Lord's wise command. But now the most dangerous thing everyone is doing is to be careful to avoid being splashed by the blood spurting out during the finishing touches. The remaining thing is to count the corpses. Following the corpses left on the ground, everyone chased to the reed marshes that they usually tried to avoid. This used to be fertile land, but after there were monsters in the lake, people did not dare to cultivate by the lake, and gradually the good fields became reed marshes. This time, relying on the large number of people, everyone dared to chase into the reed marshes. In the reed marshes, another battlefield where fierce battles had taken place was found. A dozen monster corpses were found around it, as well as the Lord's coat that had been soaked in blood. And a huge hole was seen in the coat. People who had seen people bitten by monsters immediately recognized that it was a trace bitten by a monster. Seal and Philip looked at each other. If they were right, the monster ambushed the Lord here, and a monster bit the Lord between the chest and abdomen. The two felt heavy in their hearts. Could it be that the Lord was really bitten to death by the monster and eaten? Fortunately, more monster corpses were found ahead. However, the monster corpses in the reed marshes were not as dense as the monster corpses outside the town. There was a corpse every other distance, and without exception, they were all killed from behind. Hula hula. Seal led the people at the front to separate the reeds, while closely watching the surroundings, for fear of a monster suddenly rushing out. It was not until they walked to the lake that they saw a figure sitting on the stone by the water. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the bright moonlight returned to the earth. Everyone quickly recognized that it was the Lord. The Lord carried a long sword on his shoulder, his upper body clothes were torn open, revealing his chest, and he was staring at the lake in a daze. Not far from the stone, there was also a smaller monster. The monster's hind limbs were very long. If it didn't have a long tail, it would look more like a person with scales and nothing on. "You are here," Hobert said. "This reed marsh should also be drawn into the Lord's mansion. This will be the Lord's reserved land, and I will hire people to plant some things I need." Everyone recovered from the shock, not surprised that the Lord included the reed marsh into the Lord's mansion, but surprised that there were no wounds in the Lord's torn clothes. Seeing Hobert safe and sound, Seal was completely relieved. He had just tasted the taste of power, but he didn't want to lose it so quickly. Only Seal and Philip knew some of the Lord's temperament, and the others stood aside very surprised, not even daring to breathe. Seal curiously pointed to the corpse next to the stone and asked, "Lord, is this also a monster?" "This is the leader of the monsters," Hobert said. "The monsters that attacked the town this time all listened to his command. His wisdom is quite high. He even designed an ambush and arranged a daredevil to bite me to death. Of course, it may also be that other monsters can execute his orders without discount. He is more difficult to kill. In fact, his combat power is average." Hobert glanced at Full Moon Lake again. There seemed to be one or two more monsters with more human-like appearances in the lake, but it was too dark just now and I didn't chase after them. After explaining a few words, Hobert said in a commanding tone, "Gather all the monster corpses together, and don't burn them for the time being. I have some other uses for them." Beyonder materials had condensed on the monster leader's body. Hobert believed that ordinary monster corpses might also have extraordinary effects in some parts, so he asked them to keep the corpses. While talking, Hobert jumped off the stone, carried his sword and walked back. "You can go home. In the past 1 or 2 months, the monsters in the lake will not dare to attack the town again." After entering the reed marsh, Hobert saw that everyone was still in shock and did not immediately follow. So he simply used travel to return to the Lord's mansion, his own yard. Furs was still waiting in the study. Seeing Hobert return safely, she went back to rest with peace of mind. But before leaving, she glanced at Hobert's chest and left with a slightly red face. Hobert returned to his room, changed his clothes, took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, Hobert suddenly opened his eyes. He planned to raid the Cold Night Squad tonight. This was a decision he made when he saw the disciplinary night and others leave. Hobert didn't know if this was considered an overnight feud. They fought last night, and now it is early the next morning. In any case, Hobert felt that doing so was quite exciting. As for how to find the Cold Night Squad, Hobert had already thought about it. He held his two-handed sword and then used the ability of the Faceless Necklace, the current whereabouts of the person who was cut by it. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, Cold Night Team is wiped out. Chapter 398, Cold Night Team is wiped out. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Through the divination ability of the faceless necklace, Hobert saw several people lying or standing in a dilapidated house. Hobert saw that the knife wound on the pyromaniac had begun to flare up. His face was pale, and he was curled up under the blanket, shivering. The Baron of Corruption, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, obviously so sleepy that he couldn't keep his eyes open, but he didn't dare to fall asleep. A young man with all his hair burned off was changing the towel for the pyromaniac and washing the Baron of Corruption's face with cold water. This should be the young man who was hit by the holy light in the previous battle and was rescued. As for the captain of the Cold Knight squad, the disciplinary knight was standing with his arms folded, frowning as if he was thinking of a solution. The divination image ended here, and Hobert withdrew from the dream divination. He sighed again. The ability of divination is really useful. This made him a little envious of Klein's pathway again. However, he was just thinking about it. Overall, he still preferred to charge into battle and didn't like putting all his skill points on intelligence. Hobert unhurriedly put on his clothes, but he only brought 2 cloaks, and there were no new cloaks to wear. Over this period of time, Hobert had gradually come to like the Phaenopotter-style cloak, which looked really more mighty. He planned to have the tailor in town make him a few when it dawned, just to stimulate domestic demand. Then Hobert took off the oil painting from the wall, held the faceless necklace in his other hand to locate, and at the same time, he injected his spirituality into the traveler's knife and used the travel ability. The space in front of Hobert suddenly became illusory. He stepped into the spirit world, and under the guidance of the faceless man necklace, he quickly came out of the spirit world again and arrived in front of a somewhat dilapidated house. Hobert didn't give the people inside a chance to react. He held the oil painting in front of him and used blink to suddenly appear in the house. The positions of the 4 people were similar to those in the divination image, except that the spirituality of the disciplinary knight and the Baron of Corruption had realized the danger, and they had already made defensive postures. But all this was too late. As Hobert had designed, the disciplinary knight happened to see the oil painting that Hobert was holding in front of him. He said with a reluctant expression, even a bit distorted, "What a wonderful landscape." Although the function of the oil painting was very simple, its level was not low. At least the Sequence 5 disciplinary knight could hardly avoid its influence. Seeing this oil painting again, the Baron of Corruption showed a terrified expression, obviously having been tortured badly in the past few days. The monster with eyes growing on its chest appeared again and sent curses to the 4 members of the Cold Knight squad. Distort. Baron of Corruption distorted the target of the curse again. Exile. The disciplinary knight exiled Hobert. In his opinion, that monster posed no threat to them at all. A huge force pushed Hobert out of the house. During the process of being exiled, Hobert threw the oil painting into the yard. After the exile process ended, he also came to the yard and immediately opened his arms to embrace the sun, holy light. A huge pillar of light pierced through the roof, filling the entire room with holy light. After the holy light ended, Hobert saw in the devastated room that the monster had already been purified by the holy light. The Sequence 8, after being hit by the holy light again, was kneeling on the ground, burning all over, praise the sun. The pyromaniac was convulsing all over, looking like he was not far from death. If it were some rituals of the sun pathway, it could heal the knife wound on his body, but holy light was an attack type beyond her power. Although the knife wound was reduced, the pyromaniac's life was also coming to an end. The Baron of Corruption seemed to have avoided most of the holy light attack, but he hadn't dared to fall asleep in the past few days, and his condition was already very poor. After being attacked by the holy light in his spirit, he directly began to lose control. And the disciplinary knight had already escaped. He really didn't have the energy or the way to take care of his teammates now. Hobert didn't chase, but killed the delirious Baron of Corruption and the pyromaniac, who only had 1 breath left. The Sequence 8 had already been burned to death. Even after being burned to death, he still maintained the posture of praising the sun. Using the spirit wine glass to accelerate the extraction of Beyonder characteristics, after collecting the Beyonder characteristics, the surrounding villagers were awakened by the sound just now and were rushing over to check. Before they arrived, Hobert picked up the oil painting and manipulated the corpses of the Baron of Corruption and the pyromaniac to carry away the charred corpse. He kept manipulating them into the river not far away before Hobert used a low-flying form to observe the surroundings by the light of dawn. Not far away was Full Moon Lake, which was not far from Hobert's territory. After identifying the direction, Hobert used travel again to return to the Lord's mansion. Back in his bedroom, Hobert looked at his pocket watch. The entire operation only took less than 8 minutes, most of which was spent manipulating the corpses into the river. The time used for the battle was only less than 20 seconds. This was the power of a surprise attack. The Baron of Corruption and pyromaniac, who were not in good condition, could hardly play a role in such a battle. Hobert smiled. This is called using one's own methods to treat one's own person. Since the Cold Knight squad liked sneak attacks so much, Hobert would sneak attack back, and not just once. Hobert sacrificed the 3 Beyonder characteristics to the Nation of Disorder. After returning to the real world, he immediately lay down and used meditation to fall asleep as soon as possible. When it was more than 6 o'clock in the morning, after dawn, Hobert woke up again. He took off the oil painting and performed divination again, the current location of the disciplinary night marked by the oil painting this morning. The current location of the disciplinary night marked by the oil painting this morning. The reason why Hobert said the divination words so detailed was because he was afraid that the oil painting had marked other punishment nights before. But the two-handed sword was different. Hobert had only used it to chop people before, and those people were dead, so it couldn't be called a cut, so the divination words could be simpler. After reciting the divination words 7 times, Hobert used meditation to enter a half-sleeping and half-awake state again. He saw the disciplinary knight sitting in a clump of dry grass, closing his eyes to rest. Hobert expected correctly. This moment was the most tired time for a person, especially for someone who had been running around all night and had hardly closed his eyes. Even an Beyonder would not be able to resist finding a place to rest. But the disciplinary knight, having learned the lesson from the Baron of Corruption before, didn't dare to sleep. Southwest He could only close his eyes to rest. Although the result of the divination may not be immediate, Hobert also added the word now in the divination words, which meant that it should be something that had just happened. Even if there were changes, it shouldn't be too big. Hobert pondered for a while, and then used the method of bestowal to take out the revolver that he had put in the Nation of Disorder before. Among the spoils of the Cold Knight squad, there were some pistol bullets. Hobert immediately loaded the bullets into the cylinder and opened the safety. Then he held the gun in one hand, hung the faceless necklace on his wrist, held the dream-stealing pocket watch in his hand, and used travel again to step into the spirit world. Under the guidance of the faceless necklace, Hobert quickly left the spirit world again. When the colors in front of him became colorful, Hobert was ready for battle. As soon as he left the spirit world, Hobert saw that there was still obvious fatigue on the disciplinary knight's face, but the reminder of spirituality. He had already stood up, but he hadn't had time to put on a fighting stance. Obviously, the disciplinary knight didn't expect that Hobert could still chase after him. Hobert first reached out and grabbed to steal the disciplinary knight's thoughts for the next second, and then he immediately fired, firing continuously, firing all 6 bullets. The disciplinary knight immediately dodged after regaining consciousness, but he was still hit by 4 bullets one after another. The bullets themselves would certainly not cause much serious damage to the disciplinary knight, but the effects of murmurs and pain attached to the bullets made the disciplinary knight's expression distorted, making it difficult to carry out effective counterattacks for a while. Hobert first summoned Lightning Strike. Although the disciplinary knight tried his best to dodge, he was still struck by Lightning Strike, and his whole body became charred. Immediately afterwards, Hobert opened Holy Light on both arms. A huge pillar of light fell, and the disciplinary knight was completely swallowed by the pillar of light. After the pillar of light, Hobert saw that the disciplinary knight had a scroll burning in his hand. Obviously he had used some ability to avoid most of the Holy Light's attack just now. Even so, the disciplinary knight was already very embarrassed now. His clothes and hair were burned a lot, and the paralyzing effect of Lightning Strike obviously hadn't completely passed. Seeing that this didn't seriously injure the disciplinary knight, Hobert quickly poured spirituality into the spirit wine glass, underworld gate. The simple and terrifying gaze of the disciplinary knight last night reappeared, and he was immediately grabbed by strips of pale arms, and his ears were filled with chilling screams. The disciplinary knight was immediately impressed by these negative effects. He looked very weak, breathing heavily, and trying to reach into his pocket, as if to take out some magical item. Taking advantage of the opponent's weakness, Hobert drew his knife and stabbed it into the disciplinary knight's chest and abdomen. The disciplinary knight immediately showed a surprised expression, obviously unable to defend against Hobert's attack. But when Hobert walked up to him, the disciplinary knight's outstretched hand seemed to suddenly become strong, and he took out another scroll from his pocket and threw it at Hobert, blazing white spear. The scroll suddenly ignited a huge flame, forming the appearance of a spear. The disciplinary knight sent it forward and stabbed it into Hobert's chest. Pfft. All that was left in front of the disciplinary knight was a paper doll. Who? The paper doll was immediately burned by the blazing white spear. Hobert appeared a few meters away. He saw the smile on the disciplinary knight's face and knew that he had been tricked just now. A Sequence 5 with rich combat experience was still not too weak after being hit by consecutive Sequence 5 level abilities. Not only that, but he still had the mind to plot against Hobert. Immediately afterwards, the disciplinary knight threw the blazing white spear in his hand towards Hobert, and he could easily hit the target without aiming. Hobert quickly used consecutive blinks to avoid the blazing white spear. At this time, the disciplinary knight took out another scroll, and countless magma spewed out from the scroll, melting and burning the pale arms again. After escaping, the disciplinary knight immediately fled. Hobert chased after him in a low-flying manner. Flying is prohibited here. Hobert fell from the low altitude. If he were to compete in speed alone, he would not be able to catch up with the disciplinary knight at all. However, Hobert didn't intend to chase after him relentlessly. At the same time as the disciplinary knight escaped, his advantage of surprise attack was also lost, and he might fall into a hard battle next. So after trying to chase without success, Hobert used travel again to return to his room. He found the last bottle of potion he bought from Viscount Glarant that could speed up the recovery of spirituality and drank it in one gulp. From last night to now, he had used Underworld Gate twice, Holy Light twice, and Lightning Strike several times. These abilities with great attack power consumed a lot of his spirituality. At this time, Hobert felt that his spirituality was only 1/3 left, making it difficult to carry out a third surprise attack. But the time for the third surprise attack couldn't be too far apart. If he gave the disciplinary knight time to set up traps or find reinforcements, then this war of attrition might continue. After drinking the potion, Hobert also asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast for him in advance. While waiting for breakfast, he used the method of meditation to sleep again, which helped to restore spirituality. After sleeping for only more than 30 minutes, Hobert was awakened by Roy and went to the restaurant to have breakfast. After eating unhurriedly and drinking a sip of tea, Hobert felt that his spirituality had recovered most of it. He looked at the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock, and only 50 minutes had passed since the last surprise attack. But if he were to compare the state, he thought his state was much better than the disciplinary knight's. So Hobert divined the location of the disciplinary knight again. He was still running, his face was full of fatigue, and even simple running could make a sequence 5 sweat profusely. And the direction the other party was running was the village where Hobert first attacked them. Hobert seemed to understand something. After checking his magical items, he used travel again to appear in front of the disciplinary knight. The disciplinary knight showed a terrified expression at this time. Of course, he could see that Hobert's state had recovered a lot. He gasped for breath, EXI. Before exile could be shouted out, Hobert had already reached out and grabbed to steal his thoughts. Immediately afterwards, Hobert's image suddenly became tall, death. He punched out, hitting the target when the disciplinary knight had just regained his senses, knocking the opponent away. Following Hobert with a blink, he stabbed the tang knife into the disciplinary knight's heart. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, The Tragic News of the Group's Annihilation Spreads Back to Backlund. Chapter 399, The Tragic News of the Group's Annihilation Spreads Back to Backlund. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert laughed loudly twice. He had finally killed a Sequence 5. But now was not the time to be happy. He saw some villagers in the village coming towards him. In fact, when Hobert learned that the disciplinary knight was running back, he had already guessed that there should be at least one mercenary squad in this village. The first surprise attack, the disciplinary knight would choose to flee immediately because he did not feel a life-threatening threat. And he was also a Sequence 5. Looking at the entire northern continent, there are definitely no more than 20 mercenary squads with Sequence 5 as their captain. Hobert guessed that it was his self-esteem that prevented him from asking his peers for help. Hobert's second sneak attack injured the disciplinary knight, making him realize that he might die in Feinapotter. So he rushed back, first to save his life, and second to design a trap with his peers to hunt down Hobert, who might launch a third surprise attack. The disciplinary knight is a hunter, and at the same time he is also prey. Hunters and prey always switch positions inadvertently. Hobert had already guessed that he might set up a trap, so after his condition recovered slightly, he immediately launched a third attack, and finally succeeded at the last moment. Hobert used the ability of the Spirit Wine Glass to accelerate the analysis of Beyonder characteristics. After obtaining the Beyonder characteristics of the disciplinary knight, Hobert noticed that the other party's bracelet was a bit special. When he took it in his hand, he felt that it should be a magical item. Just after getting the spoils, the villagers were only a few dozen meters away from Hobert. Hobert smiled and waved to them, disappearing into the void. The villagers first looked around in surprise for a while. Seeing that Hobert had completely left, they came to the battlefield. One of them said, "It's Elvin. He's dead." The speaker was Terence, the vice-captain of the Blizzard Squad. Their captain, Victor, looked at Elvin's body for a second or two and said, "Leave here immediately." Hobert killed Elvin just now, and Hobert also attacked the Cold Night Squad in the early morning. Our information is wrong. Hobert is more powerful than we thought. Hobert returned to the Lord's mansion, ordered Philip to find a tailor to make him a few cloaks, and then went back to catch up on sleep. He had originally planned to explore Full Moon Lake today. But plans can't keep up with changes. He plans to have a good rest today and talk about it tomorrow. Around the Lord's mansion, there are still a large number of residents of the town. When the strong young men of the town returned with excitement and told their families everything they saw last night, the residents did not believe it. According to past experience, they had to stay halfway up the mountain for several days until the Lord drove the monsters away with flames and traps before they could return home. But the people who went out to support the Lord yesterday told them that the monsters in the town were all killed. The Lord even killed a monster leader. This is unbelievable. But when they saw the monster corpses placed outside the town like fish caught, they had to believe what the young and middle-aged men said. At this time, some people remembered the Lord who was bathed in the holy light yesterday. Many people knelt and bowed in front of the Lord's mansion before going down the mountain and returning to the town. At noon, Hobert finally slept enough. He got up refreshed and found that his potion was almost completely digested. Obviously, yesterday he became a lighthouse and killed so many monsters, once again making the residents of the town recognize his identity as the Lord and support him even more. Leaving his bedroom, Hobert knocked on Furz's door, but there was no response. He originally thought that Furz had returned to Backlund, but he learned at lunch that she had not. Furz had gone to the town to see the monsters. Just after taking a few bites, Furz also came back. It turned out that she had gone to draw the shapes of the monsters, preparing to use them as illustrations for a new book in the future. Hobert glanced at Furz's paintings, which were quite vivid. Then Hobert remembered who to ask about what these monsters were. Are there any spiritual materials on them? Soon he thought of two people, one was Christian, and the other was Emlyn, the vampire from Backlund. The former has the corresponding knowledge, while the latter is very familiar with drugs and should have a lot of knowledge about spiritual drugs and spiritual materials. After thinking about it again, Hobert thought of a third person, Bishop Simpson. In the end, Hobert decided to write a letter to Bishop Simpson. Although he had only met him once, he could use him to accumulate relationships and connections with the Church of the Earth Mother and the Kingdom of Feynapotter. Since they are not familiar, then contact them more often and they will become familiar. Backlund, Empress Borough. Harvey Hayden followed in the footsteps of the crowd to the underground theater to attend the party held here. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the party officially began. As usual, the first part is the team formation session. A middle-aged woman in the front row stood up and said, "The captain of the Blizzard Squad sent a telegram this morning, saying that the Cold Night Squad was destroyed by Hobert. He wants." Buzz. The sound of discussion in the theater immediately drowned out the voice of the middle-aged woman. But soon, everyone was shocked by a huge pressure, and no one dared to continue speaking. The source of the pressure was the old man sitting on the stage wearing a golden mask. After order was restored, the pressure gradually disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After another 10 seconds of silence, someone asked, "Is Elvin also dead?" "Yes," the middle-aged woman said. Harvey Hayden finally recovered from the shock, and then asked, "Was he killed by Hobert? Or was he killed by his father?" "Hobert," the middle-aged woman said in an affirmative tone. "Victor saw Hobert kill Elvin with his own eyes. Our information is wrong. Hobert is much more powerful than the information we have, so Victor hopes that I can help him find the contact information of the Prairie Wolf Squad. Victor plans to divide the bounty with Stephen, the captain of the Prairie Wolf Squad." A few chuckles immediately appeared in the theater. In the mercenary world, there is a clear hierarchy for the level of tasks. For tasks like the 10,000-pound level, only powerful mercenary squads like the Cold Night Squad are qualified to take them. Because Hobert's bounty was too high and his strength was too weak, he was targeted by 3 very strong mercenary squads at the same time. Before they set off, they discussed in this theater which squad would launch the first round of attack. The Cold Night Squad fought for a long time, and Elvin did not hesitate to use some favors to get the opportunity to launch the first round of attack. In everyone's opinion, whoever gets the opportunity to launch the first round of attack is equivalent to getting the 10,000-pound reward. Unexpectedly, it was wiped out like this. While everyone was surprised, they also found it a little funny, so some people laughed. Harvey Hayden finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I was worried for nothing. After all, he is the son of Sir Christian, and maybe he also inherited the genes to create miracles." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 400, Create Your Own Beyonder Force and Military Strength. Chapter 400, Create Your Own Beyonder Force and Military Strength. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. After finishing lunch, Hobert went to the Nation of Disorder, first completing the transaction with Elliot, and then trading for a large amount of gold. Then, he gave the beyonder characteristics of the already aggregated, baron of corruption, and mentor of disorder, to Rafter in the form of bestowal, and asked him not to leave Backlund for the time being, and be ready to be summoned at any time. The original scheduled time for the transaction and bestowal was in the morning, but Hobert slept too soundly in the morning, making Rafter and the others wait for a long time. This is actually nothing, after all, he is a god, it is impossible to go to work on time. After finishing all this, Hobert called Furs again to the main hall of the Lord's mansion. The servants and guards of the Lord's mansion had already noticed that when Hobert and Furs appeared in the main hall again, it meant that the Lord was going to deal with official business again. Hobert called Philip, Conrad, and Seal. Everyone performed very well yesterday. This week, you will receive 3 times your salary, and those who participated in guiding and maintaining order yesterday will receive double their salary. The 3 thanked the Lord for the reward. Except for Philip, who was more calm, the other 2 were very happy. Hobert said to Conrad, "From your subordinates, transfer 3 patient and eloquent subordinates to Philip." He said to Philip again, "Yesterday I noticed that there are not many poultry and livestock in the town residents' homes. The town residents are still like this, the villagers must have even less, but the Lord's mansion has too many poultry and livestock." Philip said, "This is because in the previous 6 years, all the livestock and poultry in the entire territory were used to offset taxes and were taken away by bandits. In addition, a large number of poultry and livestock are eaten every time monsters attack the town." Hobert smiled. "No matter what the reason, the fact is so. So I plan to establish a poultry and livestock management office. This department will use Conrad's 3 subordinates as the main members and will be temporarily managed by Philip. The department has 3 responsibilities. First, provide the people in the territory with experience and methods for raising poultry and livestock for free. You can find a few serfs who understand this technology and let them work in this department. The manpower provided by Conrad is only responsible for clerical work. Second, if the people in the territory have the intention to raise poultry and livestock, they can come to the Lord's mansion to receive 1 male and 1 female or 1 male and 1 female, and no fees will be charged within 3 years, but the serfs must compensate for poultry and livestock that die accidentally during this period. A certain interest will be charged every year after 3 years, such as 2 chicks, or 1/2 of a lamb. The specific interest to be charged will be finalized after the people who understand breeding are in place. The third responsibility is to sell poultry and livestock, or the cubs of poultry and livestock. The price must be fair, and there must be no forced buying or selling. Philip and Conrad were both surprised by the Lord's idea. Although they didn't know how he came up with such a good method, they could foresee that after the establishment of this management office, many people would come to receive poultry and livestock. At most 3 years, a large number of poultry and livestock cubs will be born next year, and the number of poultry and livestock in the territory will definitely increase several times or even more than 10 times at the latest the year after next. Because the Lord's ideas were too novel for them, Philip now habitually takes a notebook and takes notes while listening. When they understood their tasks, Hobert asked them to prepare quickly. It would be best to build this management office in the next few days, clarify the rules and regulations, and start operating normally next week. Hobert asked Philip again, "Is the Lord's mansion about to be repaired?" "The repair will be completed tomorrow." Hobert nodded. "Settle their wages, give them a day off, but don't let them idle. Go near the big pier and renovate a medium-sized hotel and a restaurant. Conrad, prepare 20 or 30 people to be ready to repair the big pier at any time. Decades ago, when shipping was prosperous here, there used to be a large pier that could dock large ships. Since the shipping was interrupted, the big pier has gradually been abandoned, and only the small pier where small boats can dock is still in use." After the next construction task was explained, Philip and Conrad left. Hobert left Seal behind. "You have performed very well recently, but as my captain of the guard, your strength is still too weak. Now I will give you a chance. Do you want to have the strength of the 2 knights in the territory?" The 2 knights in the territory were both native nobles. Hobert had observed before that one was a sequence 9 and the other should have a level 3 sealed artifact. And Viscount Wright was once a sequence 8. Although the low sequence seems to have power far beyond ordinary people, they are also afraid of group fights. Viscount Wright was killed by a sequence 9 with his subordinates. "Of course I want to." Seal was excited at first, but soon his eyes dimmed. "But I heard that the knights are born so strong, I may not be able to in this lifetime." "You can also have corresponding strength through acquired efforts, and even stronger strength than that," Hobert said with a smile. Seal was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down on one knee and swore allegiance to Hobert again. After Seal swore and got up, Hobert said, "I have 2 pathways of potions suitable for you. One pathway can give you good fighting skills and increase your own charm. What you say will be easier to convince people. The second pathway is that you will have agile skills, your intelligence will also be improved, and you will have the ability to control flames in the future. I personally suggest that you choose the second pathway, so that you can go further in the future, and you can continue to leverage the advantages of your cleverness." Hobert had just obtained the Red Priest card. If Seal chooses the Hunter pathway, his future will be bright. The reason why he didn't mention the Black Emperor pathway potion is because there is no opportunity to digest the potion in the territory at all, and Seal's promotion will be very slow at that time. Seal quickly said, "I believe in your choice." Hobert smiled, "Rest well tonight, calm down tomorrow morning, and come to the Lord's mansion to take the potion." Although Seal didn't understand what a potion was, he guessed that it should be something that could give him beyonder abilities. Hobert added, "Prepare yourself and recruit 50 young people in the town and villages to prepare for military training. Note that don't just look for young people in the town, but recruit more people from the villages according to the population ratio. After a while, I will buy a batch of rifles and invite a few instructors to train the recruited young people." Seal was stunned at first, but soon he became excited. The Lord was going to build his own army. He didn't expect that this matter would be handled by himself. He felt that when the army was built, he should also be a figure like a knight. Finally, Hobert instructed, "Go and collect some animal offal and blood, I need it tomorrow." If the weather is good tomorrow, he also plans to make a preliminary exploration of Full Moon Lake. Before that, it is best to hunt a batch of monsters to avoid encountering their attacks underwater. After Seal also left with excitement, Furs asked, "I have always been curious, why are there so many monsters in Full Moon Lake?" Logically speaking, Full Moon Lake is not too big a lake. It is difficult for Furs to imagine how there is space in the lake to hide so many monsters. Hobert explained simply, "I suspect that there is a sealed artifact of a not low level in the lake, which has polluted the fish in the lake, so ordinary fish have become monsters. If there is a chance tomorrow, I will explore the lake to see if there is a way to reseal the sealed artifact." Furs nodded, "Then be careful." Then she smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I am going to witness the creation of an army. I must follow Seal to witness the whole process. This is something that I can never see or even think of in Backlund. I can even imagine the amazed expressions of the readers when they see this plot." Hobert said, "You should be more amazed by Seal becoming an Beyonder." Furs was stunned, "Isn't that your reward to your subordinates?" "It counts," Hobert said, "but have you ever thought about when and on what basis the official Beyonder of the Lone Kingdom was established?" Furs stood up suddenly, "Oh my god, this is actually the prototype of the official Beyonder. I, a wild Beyonder, am witnessing the prototype of an official Beyonder organization. Hobert, this is simply subverting my cognition." Hobert pursed his lips and smiled, "There will only be more things that subvert your cognition in the future. After we come here, this territory will have countless possibilities. If the problem of Full Moon Lake is solved, this place will definitely develop rapidly." In just a few words, Furs's passion was also aroused. She decided to start writing the beginning of a new book the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow. "We must complete this work as soon as possible to promote Jeffrey territory." After dealing with official business, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson in the study. His messenger was a spiritual world creature that looked like a big dog. After delivering the letter, it didn't leave. It stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail, sitting there watching Hobert. Hobert was slightly stunned. What is the reward for delivering the letter? It stretched out its tongue again and wagged its tail. There was no way to communicate effectively, so Hobert opened the letter. He believed that Bishop Simpson should mention it in the letter. "Respected Baron Hobert, I am very happy to receive your letter. First of all, congratulations on your victory last night. Jeffrey territory is very lucky to have a lord like you." Hobert skipped the continuous paragraphs of pleasantries and jumped directly to the useful content behind. "According to the monster image you sent, I think it is a fish-headed crocodile beast. Its pancreas is rich in spirituality and is the main material for treating heart and blood vessel disease potions. Its pancreas is very rare. We can only use other spiritual materials to replace it now. I didn't expect that there would be a group of fish-headed crocodile beasts in Jeffrey territory. Its intestines are an excellent material for making strong, sleeping pills. The meat on its back can enhance physical strength and strength after eating, and is the best tonic for weak patients. If you have no other use for these materials, I am willing to purchase the pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the fish-headed crocodile beast. The purchase prices are 30 gold lire, 8 gold lire, and 6 silver lire respectively. In addition, according to the information I have read, there must be 2 to 3 mutated fish-headed crocodile beasts in such a group. Its pancreas is one of the main materials of the potion professor. Its heart can make berserk potion, its lungs can make diving potion, its eyes can treat myopia, and its blood is an auxiliary material for transformation potion. If you get the above materials, I am also willing to purchase them. The prices are, pancreas 1500 gold lire, heart 50 gold lire, lungs 50 gold lire, eyes 10 gold lire, blood 3 gold lire per niga. As for the plan to explore Full Moon Lake that you mentioned in the letter, please be sure to be careful and do not take risks. If you need anything, you can write to me. Finally, my messenger likes to eat meat very much. You can give it a piece of raw meat of 5 niga or more, otherwise it will stay with you for several days and may even rob your food. The letter was signed with Bishop Simpson's fire lacquer seal. Hobert sighed in his heart, as expected of the Earth Mother Church, whether it is an beyonder creature or a spiritually rich creature, they are all arranged clearly. And he didn't expect that hunting monsters would be a very profitable business. Then Hobert glanced at the big dog in front of him and asked Roy outside the door to bring a piece of raw meat from the kitchen. The messenger picked up the raw meat and returned to the spiritual world happily. Hobert said to Roy outside the door again, "I'll give you an errand." Roy immediately said, "Yes, sir." Seal, who was also a servant of the Lord, is now the captain of the guard. He knows that the Lord has a lot to do now, and he has many opportunities. Hobert said, "Go and organize some manpower to cut off the pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the monster and store them separately. Then collect the heart, lungs, and eyes of the monster leader. After collecting what I want, send them all to my study." "Yes." Roy immediately went to organize manpower. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert felt that his spirituality had basically recovered, so he sacrificed the beyonder characteristics of the disciplinary knight and the bracelet to the nation of disorder. Sitting on the iron throne, Hobert picked up the bracelet and used the authority of the nation of disorder to quickly learn the ability of the bracelet. You can use spiritual materials to create scrolls with freezing, paralysis, and other effects. There is a 10% probability of creating scrolls with beyonder abilities through corresponding materials. The wearer's spirituality will be greatly increased. The negative effects are not significant. You will be very eager to obtain knowledge of mysticism. Unless the wearer prays for power from the hidden sage, all ritual magic will end in failure. Hobert was slightly stunned. He suspected that the beyonder characteristics that provided power for this bracelet were marked by the hidden sage. Or was the owner of this beyonder characteristic killed when the hidden sage instilled knowledge in him? However, this bracelet is quite suitable for beyonder of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways. After all, they rarely use ritual magic. Hobert looked at the other 4 magical items sacrificed by Rafter yesterday. 1 was a magical item of the Hunter pathway, 2 were extraordinary items of the Black Emperor pathway, and the other was an beyonder item of the Warrior pathway. Corresponding to the sequence 5 to sequence 7 levels, Hobert doesn't need it now, so he simply put it in the nation of disorder. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert suddenly remembered that he hadn't observed the owners of the 2 newly appeared stars for so long. He happened to have time today, and it wasn't night, so he could observe them. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 401, Chapter 401 Hobert's Charisma. Chapter 401 Hobert's Charisma. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert first extended his spirituality to the star of that lone royal family member named Alice. She was chatting with a handsome young man named Edisac, who called Alice his sister. Hobert initially found the young man somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, he realized that his appearance was very similar to the figures printed on the 10-pound and 5-pound banknotes. Then he found the name somewhat familiar as well. After pondering again, Hobert recalled that this was the prince who had fallen in love with Trissy. He only heard Edisac say, "I really feel the taste of love and I am even willing to give her everything I have." Alice, with a somewhat doting expression and gaze, said, "Bring your sweetheart to see me another day. I hope you are not being bewitched by her sweet words." "How is that possible?" Edisac smiled slightly. "She has always been very considerate of me and has never even made many requests. I really hope she likes things like manners and stocks. That way, at least I know a way to make her happy." Hobert on the Iron Throne covered his face. "It's over, this guy is beyond saving." Alice frowned. "Then I need to see her even more." "Edisac, I must remind you that you are a noble prince, do not do things that do not match your identity." Edisac seemed to listen to his sister very much. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After listening for a while, Hobert could tell that the relationship between the siblings was very good. The content of their conversation was all private topics, and they even talked about Hobert. However, it was just a mention. Alice said, "Hobert's treason is shameful, but he finally did one right thing, and that is killing that annoying Kenan." In the following chat between the siblings, Hobert learned that the mother of Earl Kenan, who was killed by Christian, Princess Blanche, was the daughter of a merchant. Although she was very rich, she always did things that Alice and Edisac despised, and she was not liked by other princes and Empress Burrow either. Seeing that they were talking about trivial matters of the lone royal family, which were meaningless, Hobert spread his spirituality to the star of the female vice admiral named Ethel. Hobert saw Ethel wearing casual clothes, walking in the mountains with several subordinates. They seemed to be on a mission, without any idle chat, and were hurrying on their way. After watching for a long time, Hobert only heard one instruction from Ethel: rest in place. It seemed that Ethel's subordinates were all elites in the army, well trained, and did not say a word of nonsense when performing tasks, and they all seemed to be beyonders. Hobert was a little puzzled. What kind of task would require a rear admiral to personally take action? Since observing Ethel was not interesting, and it was almost dinner time, Hobert withdrew his spirituality from the stars and left the Nation of Disorder. He is no longer as novel as he was when he first mastered the Nation of Disorder. If 2 new stars had appeared at that time, he would have gone to the Nation of Disorder to observe them every day. However, since it is in the Phaenopotter Kingdom, Hobert still plans to observe Ethel frequently to learn about some news from the high-level officials of the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and it is likely that he will find some opportunities from it. During dinner, Hobert remembered to entrust Furs to return to Backlund to purchase auxiliary materials for the Hunter potion, and to order another batch of potions to restore spirituality from Viscount Glaint. At the same time, Hobert also planned to ask Bishop Simpson for some potions to restore spirituality and restore strength when replying to his letter, believing that the Church of the Earth Mother would not lack such potions. After a good night's rest, Hobert had breakfast early on Monday morning and first concocted a Hunter potion in front of Seal. After confirming that Seal's current psychological state was still good, under the witness of Hobert and Furs, Seal took the potion and quickly ended the adaptation phase of the potion. Hobert first taught him meditation, and after restraining his spirituality, he let him try the newly acquired power. Seal was surprised to find that his speed and strength had obviously increased. He had never practiced fighting, but now he was proficient in fighting skills. In addition, he had a lot of knowledge about plants and animals in his mind, as well as knowledge of setting traps, and his senses had also been significantly enhanced. He then realized, this is the power of the Knights. Without the help of the Lord, my physique would never have reached this level in my life. At the same time, he realized, so what I lack between me and the Knights is not strength, but knowledge. Then, Hobert told Seal some common-sense knowledge of the extraordinary world, such as the dangers of losing control, and some precautions for beyonder abilities, and so on. Seal wrote them all down carefully. After letting Seal rest for more than 20 minutes, Hobert set off with his guards to the shore of Full Moon Lake. Furs hesitated for a while, and finally overcame her attachment to the warm indoors, and asked the maid to bring her easel and drawing paper to keep up with Hobert and his party. In the town, many residents had heard that the Lord was going to take the initiative to lure out some monsters. At this time, the streets on both sides of the town were already full of people. Some of them were holding sticks, some were holding spears and shotguns. After respectfully greeting the Lord, they joined Seal's team and followed Hobert through the streets, through the farmland, and through the reeds that they were still trying to avoid getting close to yesterday. This team became larger and larger, and finally there were more than 100 people. Furs, who was following behind, felt an invisible force, organizing the residents of the town to follow, and constantly giving them courage. This should be the leadership charisma mentioned in the book. Furs exclaimed in her heart, and at the same time, she enjoyed the emotional resonance in the crowd, which made her inspiration explode, and she couldn't wait to write this scene on paper immediately. There was also a section of land similar to a river beach between the lake and the reeds. Hobert asked people to stop on the river beach, and everyone consciously lined up. Without Hobert's order, Seal had already ordered his subordinates to pour the collected animal entrails and blood into the lake. The bloody smell quickly attracted several fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts. The residents of the town were still a little frightened and disturbed when they saw these monsters. However, Hobert's back gave them strength again, and none of them ran away. Hobert began to hunt the monsters, throwing one to the shore after killing one. Seal quickly ordered the followers to carry the corpses to the place where the monster corpses had been placed before. After carrying away 3 or 4 corpses, everyone praised the Lord's bravery and was no longer afraid of the monsters in front of them. When Hobert threw another corpse, they all scrambled to carry it. After killing 8 monsters intermittently, Hobert waited for more than half an hour, but no other monster fish were attracted. So Hobert put away his knife and stepped into the lake step by step. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 402, Chapter 402, The First Exploration of Full Moon Lake. Chapter 402, The First Exploration of Full Moon Lake. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the hillside opposite Jeffrey Town, there was also a Lord's Manor. That was the residence of Viscount Teuton. At this moment, Teuton was standing in the warm pavilion outside the manor, looking at the lakeside opposite with a telescope. He had heard yesterday that Baron Hobert on the opposite side had killed many fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts. Teuton never expected that the Baron on the opposite side would be actively luring and killing those monsters today. Most importantly, Teuton also saw Helen in the crowd. He had met Helen before and knew that she was a member of the Theosophy Order. Judging from Helen's appearance, she didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Could it be that she had already slept with that young Baron? Is she Hobert's fiancée? No, people clearly respected another woman on the beach more. Judging from her appearance and temperament, she must be Hobert's fiancée. Teuton looked back and forth between the two women and couldn't help but sigh, this kid is really blessed. Wait, is that Hobert who went into the water? This is too rash. Even if he is a beyonder, he will definitely be contaminated. Hee, this is going to be a good show. With the beyonder power provided by the ocean pendant, Hobert couldn't feel the coldness of the lake water at all, and instead felt a sense of intimacy with the lake water. If there weren't so many people watching on the beach, Hobert would have simply used the flight ability to fly to the center of the lake. Gradually, the lake water passed over Hobert's head. Although the people on the shore were a little worried, the bravery shown by the Lord just now had exceeded everyone's imagination, so they also felt that perhaps the Lord could really solve the problem of Full Moon Lake. In that case, the waterway would gradually prosper again. They didn't really know the specific problem. In the minds of many people, there should be a huge monster in the lake that would attack passing ships, which is why the waterway was interrupted. Only Furs and Helen knew that there was unknown contamination in the lake. However, Furs knew Hobert better and knew that he would not take action without being sure. Helen, on the other hand, positioned herself as just an audience member, curious about how the situation would develop, but not so concerned about Hobert's safety. Suddenly, everyone saw that the lake's surface seemed to light up. Many people thought that the battle had begun, so they came to the lake and stretched their heads to look into the lake, but they couldn't see anything clearly. In fact, this was just because Hobert felt that it was too dark around him, so he lit up his cane. As Hobert moved forward along the bottom of the lake, the seaweed gradually increased. It was full of fish, river shrimp, and river mussels, the big ones being the length of a forearm, and the small ones being only the size of a finger. Hobert had eaten most of the fish and river delicacies, seen them, but some of the fish looked very strange. Some looked like baby fish, some had several sharp thorns on their foreheads, and some looked very much like the Anomalocaris in Hobert's memory. Anomalocaris was once the overlord of the ancient ocean. Hobert had only seen pictures of it, but he didn't expect to encounter a similar creature here. Going further, Hobert saw a forest composed of huge underwater plants. He never expected that there would be such tall aquatic plants at the bottom of the deep lake. They were not like seaweed, which only looked tall in the water, and would shrink significantly after being taken out. These plants were like coral, hard, but at the same time, they were full of vitality, like aquatic plants, and like trees with large leaves that had just been submerged by floods. There were many creatures of considerable size in this forest. Hobert only recognized the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts swimming towards him. The other creatures were not very aggressive. They all hid when they saw Hobert and did not actively swim out to explore. After Hobert easily killed the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast, the other fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts also realized the danger of the person in front of them and hid one after another, only occasionally poking their heads out to observe Hobert's movements. Because this underwater forest exuded a strange aura, Hobert did not enter to explore, but continued to explore forward from the top of the underwater forest. Hobert made the light of his cane brighter. This underwater forest was boundless, and he didn't know if it would continue to grow to the shallow water area, or simply grow to the shore. At this time, Hobert felt the twisting of the water flow, as if the light on his hand had attracted something huge. But Hobert did not weaken the light on his cane, but instead made the light even bigger, and carefully observed all the changes in the forest. Large leaves in the underwater forest swayed. In the dim underwater world, the visual impact brought by large creatures was particularly able to arouse fear in people's hearts. Hobert floated upwards again, but suddenly found that his feet were entangled by the vegetation of the underwater forest at some point. This surprised Hobert, because he was at least a few meters away from the underwater forest. Looking down, he didn't know when several big trees in the underwater forest had suddenly grown wildly, and had actually grown to Hobert's feet, and their branches and leaves were rapidly entwining Hobert's legs. Hobert quickly used Blink to dodge to a higher water level. As soon as he left, a bloody mouth stretched out from the underwater forest and bit down hard, stirring up the lake water. Under the light of the cane, Hobert saw a giant mouth that was 3 meters long, followed by a head and a body like a giant lizard. Hobert noticed that the other party's eyes were staring at him, and it was a cold stare with emotions. This made Hobert realize that this behemoth had high intelligence. Coupled with the rapid growth of the underwater plants just now, Hobert believed that it also had certain beyonder abilities. The giant beast failed to strike and immediately returned to the underwater forest, quickly disappearing without a trace. This once again proved that it was intelligent. Hobert estimated that, like the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts, this should also be an extraordinary creature attracted by the sealed artifact, and its level was not low. The exploration that followed was indeed very monotonous, with an endless underwater forest in front of him, but Hobert was much more careful, constantly paying attention to the changes in the underwater forest. After being careful for more than half an hour, the underwater forest in front of him suddenly stopped abruptly, and a very regular circle appeared. In this circular space, there was no vegetation, no creatures, only clear lake water. Hobert turned up his cane again. In the middle of the circular area, he saw a bubble-like structure. There seemed to be a crystal-clear gemstone in the bubble, flashing strange colors under the illumination of the light. Suddenly, Hobert's head throbbed. He seemed to see a desolate land with the image of a woman wandering. He couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, but he knew that she must be a woman. Beneath her feet, either vegetation sprouted rapidly and withered just as quickly, or the existing plants mutated, becoming lively, with noses and eyes. Hobert quickly averted his gaze, but the throbbing in his head intensified, as if many new things had appeared in his mind. He hurried towards the surface, and at that moment, Hobert felt himself surrounded by a strange power. His entire body rapidly turned black, and it felt like countless tiny snakes were swimming in his blood vessels, wriggling under his skin. Hobert often used the disorder stone, so he naturally knew he was showing signs of losing control. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. He raised it to look and was shocked to see a new finger slowly growing. This prompted him to quickly use the Order Crystal to borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder to suppress his loss of control and accelerate his ascent. The water surged again, and the underwater behemoth, hidden in the shadows, launched another swift attack. Hobert used Blink 3 times in a row before finally escaping the monster's jaws. The closer this beast got, the more severe Hobert felt his loss of control and mutation becoming. Fortunately, he had more than one Order Crystal, making it difficult for him to lose control, and the signs of mutation were somewhat restrained. Fortunately, he had the Ocean Pendant and the Traveler's Knife, making him as agile as a swimming fish, and combined with constant Blink usage, he managed to escape the monster's jaws. If it were an ordinary Beyonder, they would have already become food for that beast. Whoosh! Hobert shot out of the water like a leaping fish, the beast's gaping maw close behind, less than a meter away. Hobert immediately used the Ocean Pendant to fly low in the air. The beast didn't give up, leaping out of the water more than 10 meters to snap at Hobert, its long tail rising completely out of the water. This was far beyond common sense. Ordinary beasts would only extend their jaws out of the water, at most half their body. No one had ever seen an entire body leap out of the water. If it were a palm-sized fish, it wouldn't be so strange, but it was nearly 10 meters long, with a powerful mouth resembling a crocodile's, a body somewhat like a dolphin's, and 4 powerful fins on its belly, like a turtle's limbs. Although its leap out of the water was terrifying, its enormous body ultimately fell back into the water under the force of gravity, creating layers of giant waves. The people on the shore were already dumbfounded. It turned out there really was a giant beast at the bottom of the lake. It wasn't until the giant waves crashed, wetting their clothes, that they came back to their senses. Looking again at the center of the lake, the giant beast had disappeared, leaving only the Baron flying back in midair. At this point, Hobert's ability to fly wasn't so hard for everyone to accept. Hobert endured the discomfort in his body and landed by the lake. The monster in the lake is unusually ferocious. Hobert said, "I need to prepare thoroughly before I can find a way to kill it." These words immediately elicited cheers from the crowd. The Lord was confident in solving the monster in the lake, and they finally had a chance to establish close ties with the outside world. Hobert waved to everyone in acknowledgement and instructed Seal to prevent everyone from staying by the lake for too long. Then, he quickly left. Furs noticed that Hobert's expression was a little off. She followed closely, and after entering the reeds, taking advantage of the fact that no one was following behind, Hobert suddenly reached out his hand to Furs. Furs was slightly stunned, realizing that Hobert's expression was even worse. She quickly stepped forward and took his hand. Hobert used travel, and the two of them appeared together in the Lord's Manor, in the courtyard where their bedroom was located. Hobert tightly gripped Furs's hand. "Don't let anyone in." After speaking, he immediately entered the study. Furs also realized the seriousness of the problem and stood guard at the door with a worried heart. Inside the study, Hobert locked the door and immediately entered the Nation of Disorder. As soon as he entered, the bell of order rang again, and Hobert immediately felt his body and mind cleansed. This indicated that although the previous exploration had caused some corruption, the degree of corruption was not high, at least not enough to immediately cause loss of control and mutation. Then, the signs of loss of control and mutation that Hobert had just experienced must have been the ability of that giant beast. Immediately afterward, Hobert understood the reason for the throbbing in his head. It turned out that many pieces of knowledge had appeared in his mind. This knowledge was all the knowledge itself that had inadvertently entered his mind when he had previously glimpsed the knowledge more. At the time, Hobert didn't know what kind of knowledge it was, and he hadn't used it since. It wasn't until he saw the giant gem in the central area of the underwater forest that those knowledge itself became information that Hobert could understand. Because this process consumed a lot of mental energy, he felt a throbbing in his head. According to that knowledge, Hobert learned that the giant gem in the center of the lake was an attempt by an outer god to project power into the atmosphere. That's right, Hobert had encountered a very familiar term, but one he had never heard of in this era, the atmosphere. It was an attempt by the outer god to project its power into the atmosphere, using meteorites falling through the atmosphere and weak points in the atmosphere. Similar events had occurred more than a dozen times in the past 1,000 years. Near the meteorites' impact sites, crystal formations similar to gems would form. They often brought about significant corruption related to their respective pathways, causing corresponding changes in the surrounding areas. There were precedents for turning them into sealed artifacts, but that required at least a balancer to use the power of order to seal the corruption. Hobert could even understand that he would need to reach at least the level of a demigod to have the power to create a corresponding seal. This was the benefit of knowledge itself. Once understood, it could immediately become Hobert's knowledge and experience, even like innate common sense. If there was no balancer to help, it was still possible to perform an effective seal and significantly reduce its corruption and impact. The method was to use the blood of beyonder beings from the corresponding pathway, no lower than sequence 7, to write a sealing formation. The sealing formation was also very clearly imprinted in Hobert's mind. In addition, a high-level sealed artifact or mystical item with the power of order had to be placed in the center of the sealing formation. Hobert smiled slightly. The second method could be done now. Both the order wood and the order crystal symbolized order and were mystical items of extremely high level. As for the blood of beyonder beings from the corresponding pathway, that would be even easier to handle. He could write a letter asking for help from Bishop Simpson. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, The Donut Messenger. Chapter 403, The Donut Messenger. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After getting a closer look, Hobert was certain that the gem in the center of the lake was an attempt to project power by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast, which could serve as the main material for the apothecary pathway, Sequence 6, Potions Professor. And the giant beast Hobert encountered today had the ability to make plants grow rapidly, cause biological mutations, and make beyonders more prone to losing control. This was clearly a more advanced ability of the planter pathway. The corresponding pathways of the Mother Goddess of Depravity were these two pathways above. It was estimated that everyone contaminated in Full Moon Lake would begin to believe in the Mother Goddess of Depravity, without exception. Since the Earth Mother Church had the habit of raising, developing vampires as believers, if they needed the blood of beyonders in the middle sequence of these two pathways, they could completely ask Bishop Simpson for help. With this thought in mind, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and returned to the real world. He found that his left hand had become a six-finger. The signs of loss of control and mutation on the spiritual body could be cured by entering the Nation of Disorder, but the physical mutation was still there. Hobert pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, pulled out his knife and cut off the extra finger, and used a healing spell on himself. After the wound healed quickly, his left hand completely returned to normal. Furs walked out of the study and visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's good." Furs looked around to make sure no one was there, and then said, "I'm going back to Backlund this afternoon." She was going back to attend the tarot gathering. After saying hello to Furs, Hobert asked the kitchen to make donuts, and he returned to the study to write a letter to Bishop Simpson. Just as he started writing, Roy came to the yard with a few people, carrying several wooden boxes. "Your Excellency, the monster's internal organs you wanted have all been divided." "That's good," Hobert said, "bring them in." Roy had people bring the wooden boxes in. The pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast were placed in different boxes. Opening the wooden boxes, there were also small square wooden boxes for holding internal organs separately, and rectangular wooden boxes for holding back meat. The heart, lungs, and eyes of the mutated fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast were stored in more exquisite wooden boxes, while the blood was stored in a glass jar and had already been weighed. Hobert smiled, very satisfied with Roy's work. He first praised him verbally for a few words, and then called Philip over. "Your son's ability is not bad, let him preside over the decoration of the hotel and the tour, and find me another male servant." Philip suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency. I will find you a competent male servant by tomorrow at the latest." After Philip left, Hobert locked the door and continued writing the letter. He first briefly mentioned his exploration process and gains this morning, and then said that he had seen a sealing method to deal with this situation in a family's ancient book. And after consulting his father, Earl Christian, he was very confident in sealing the elements that caused the mutation and loss of control at the bottom of the lake, but he needed the blood of biologist and potion professor as a medium. He needed to ask Bishop Simpson to provide 3 internal organs of blood from each, which can come from different beyonders, and it doesn't matter if they are mixed together. Then Hobert proposed to buy potions to restore spirituality and strength. Finally, he wrote, "I have divided the relevant materials of the mutated fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast and the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast. I will list a list of materials. Pancreas 63 of the fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast, intestines 63, back meat 63. Pancreas 1 of the mutated fish-headed crocodile-bodied beast, heart 1, lungs 1, a pair of eyeballs, blood 8 internal organs. According to the price you quoted before, The total value of these materials is 4,065.8 gold lire. After you verify the quantity, you can complete this transaction. After stamping the sealing wax at the end, he waited for a while, and the chef brought the donuts. Hobert then summoned the messenger, gave the letter and 3 donuts to the other party, and then pointed to the 3 large wooden boxes. These are the things that need to be sent together. The coffin hesitated obviously. How do you think I should take them away? Hobert looked at the bare coffin lid, which he hadn't thought of before. Put it in the coffin. Or have someone smash a few big iron nails and hang it up. Hobert was afraid of being beaten, so these 2 ideas were just ideas, and he didn't dare to say them. He asked, then what should I do? The coffin said, add 3 donuts, at least 2. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, meaning, you have to add money. He handed all the remaining 5 donuts to the coffin. They just came out of the oven. I'll give them all to you, so you don't have to worry about them going bad for a few days. The coffin reached out and took the 5 donuts into the coffin. Then the coffin suddenly jumped, and the 3 large wooden boxes and several boxes jumped with it, and were arranged in a regular manner. The space in front of the coffin became illusory. The messenger first stepped into the spirit world, and the wooden boxes, like coffin cubs following behind, also entered the spirit world one after another. Hobert scratched his head. It didn't seem that difficult. She just wanted to get a few more donuts. Fortunately, a few donuts are nothing compared to the role of the messenger, and Hobert didn't take it too seriously. Hobert also used travel to go to Fainapotter City, found Mr. Dofus, and asked him to tell Christian that he was going to carry out the relevant seal. Of course, the main thing was to tell Christian that his sealing method came from the saint he met in Backlund before, and it was not suitable to be announced to the Earth Mother Church, so he lied that he had obtained the method from the family's ancient books and asked Christian to verify it, so that Christian would not leak it. In addition, Hobert asked Mr. Dofus to help him buy 300 new rifles and 20 officer pistols. This was not difficult for Christian. After all, his current and previous job was to manage logistics, and he had recently been promoting relevant reforms. There were many arms dealers willing to take this business. At the same time, Dofus told Hobert that the railway and house design team had already set off a few days ago and were expected to arrive in 2 or 3 days. After exchanging information, Hobert saw that Christian would not come back in the middle of the journey today, so he used travel to return to his fiefdom. After lunch, Furs returned to Backlund. And Hobert returned to the study, thinking about how to kill the giant beast in the lake. With that giant beast there, it would add many variables to the sealing process, and it would even be difficult to complete the sealing at all. Hobert planned to get rid of the giant beast first, and then carry out the sealing. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Hobert told Roy not to disturb him, and he pretended to go back to his bedroom for a nap. At 3:00, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog, and he appeared again in the giant hall. What was more magical was that in the position roughly opposite him was Miss Magician Furs. With Justice Audrey's unwavering greeting, this week's tarot gathering officially began. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 404, Chapter 404 It's time for the Tarot Club again, Bonus 1. Chapter 404 It's time for the Tarot Club again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Welcome Prod. Flake as to the Church of Raven, +1 bonus. Audrey obtained 3 Roselle's diaries from the Psychology Alchemists this week. She is now a formal member of the Psychological Alchemists and has gained a stable source of diaries. At the same time, she also learned that the Psychological Alchemists had a mutated pituitary gland of a faceless hunter, but the premium was a bit high, and she didn't know if Mr. World could accept it. After Audrey sacrificed the diary, it was naturally Mr. Fool's reading time. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the Fool, Klein, said, "You can begin." Audrey first said, "Mr. World, I have found you the mutated pituitary gland of a faceless hunter, for 2,000 pounds. Klein's first reaction was, why don't the Psychology Alchemists just rob someone? A main material of the same level, Emperor, only sold it to me for 1,200 pounds. But he quickly calmed down. The main materials for Sequence 6 were originally sold at a high premium, and there were not many opportunities to sell at the base price like Emperor. This was just as the Emperor said. The Beyonder characteristics and main materials he sold at the Tarot Gathering were indeed only at cost price. Okay. Klein thought for a while before manipulating World to say, although the premium is a bit high, I am willing to buy it. His savings were still enough to support this expense, and his potion had been basically digested. As long as there were relevant materials, he would buy them immediately, and he could be promoted immediately after his condition met the requirements. After completing this transaction, World asked Hobert again, how much do you know about the uniqueness of the moon pathway? In the Roselle's diary he had just seen, it mentioned the primordial moon and the uniqueness of the moon pathway. However, Roselle didn't quite understand the relationship between the two. Although Klein had some guesses, he was not sure whether his guesses were correct or not. Because Klein had a special feeling for the Church of the Evernight Goddess, he was very interested in the primordial moon and the uniqueness of the moon pathway, so he asked. Moreover, he asked in front of everyone. Of course, he knew that such a question would arouse everyone's curiosity. If Emperor's intelligence needed to be paid for, other members could also share it with him. Hobert asked back, can you first talk about how much you know, and then I can quote a price to help you complete it. The other members all looked at Emperor and World. Involving uniqueness meant involving the issue of true gods, and they would certainly be interested. World, I know that the primordial moon can still respond occasionally, but I don't know whether the primordial moon can be equated with the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Audrey curiously joined the topic, isn't the goddess, Lady of Crimson? Why didn't you consider the goddess? After she finished speaking, she exclaimed, oh my god, I'm actually speculating about the goddess. It's all Hobert's fault, he made me lose respect for the gods. Furs tried her best to adapt to the environment here as soon as possible. Discussing true gods is a routine operation of the Tarot Club. Normal heart, don't have any psychological burden. Okay, I can't do this. Don't you know? You will be punished by the gods for discussing the gods like this. Why are your tones and expressions so calm? World explained, because the goddess is not the true god of the moon pathway, nor is it the adjacent pathway of moon. I don't know why there is Lady of Crimson in her honorific name. But in terms of pathways, the primordial moon seems to be closer to the uniqueness of the moon pathway than the goddess. World shook his head, it is precisely because all of this is more chaotic that I have to ask Mr. Emperor for advice. Audrey nodded slightly. She had always felt that the goddess represented the scarlet moon and the stars, after all, both are in the night sky, but now that she thought about it, the symbols symbolizing the goddess in the church only had stars, and she had never seen the goddess symbols in any church with the moon. It didn't matter when she didn't notice this before, but now that she thought of this, she also felt a little strange. World added, I have several guesses about this. The primordial moon may be disguised as a god, such as the Earth Mother or the Evernight Goddess. He was just about to say a god's vest, but in this era, the word was just a noun. Audrey asked again, why consider the Earth Mother? Hangman Alger replied, because that is the adjacent pathway of moon. Audrey nodded, I see. With Hobert's lead, Alger is now willing to share some information that is not very valuable. If it were before, this question would definitely be charged. World continued, the second guess is that the uniqueness of the moon pathway or a sequence 1 is automatically responding to prayers. First blurted out, the uniqueness and sequence 1 can automatically respond to prayers. Oh my god, this is incredible. Klein thought to himself, Roselle guessed that the hidden sage was an evil god formed after the activation of the corresponding uniqueness. Although there is no way to verify it, this guess seems to make sense. After all, at the high level of the extraordinary world, everything is possible. Hobert replied, many people have guessed this. It is difficult for us to verify the specific situation, but as far as I know, uniqueness does have a certain amount of activity. Then he said, £800. I mean information about the moon uniqueness. The reason it's worth this price is because some information cannot be disclosed temporarily, and your guesses about the uniqueness of the moon pathway are already very close to the truth. Of course, the most important thing is that I happen to be able to give a clear answer. He still remembered the battle of the gods that took place in the fifth epoch. World looked at the other members, and Audrey was the first to say, I also want to join the transaction. Mr. World's guess had completely aroused her curiosity. The key was that she was financially tight this last month. In another 2 weeks, she would be financially free again, so she didn't care about such expenses at all. Me too. Furs also said immediately. With the previous transaction experience at the Tarot Club, she was very interested in the information from the Emperor. The key was that she had just received a reward of £1,000 from Hobert, which made her unprecedentedly wealthy. Alger also said, count me in. He had just eliminated a pirate group, and after the spoils were cashed out, he received a profit of £332. Little Son raised his hand and smiled embarrassedly, I can only borrow money again, but the monitoring of me is not so strict now. I think I can pay off all the debts in another week or two. He has been participating in patrols normally recently, and the accumulated merits have long been enough to repay Mr. Emperor's debts. If he continues to patrol like this, in a week or two, he may be able to exchange a main material for Solar High Priest. Hobert nodded, the reward is a main material at the Sequence 8 level. No problem. Derek said immediately, a total of 5 Beyonder characteristics are still owed to you, and they will be repaid together in a while. Hobert said to everyone, you need to pay £200 each. £200 is nothing to the current Tarot Club members. Seeing that everyone had no objection to the price, Hobert said, then let's start. First of all, I want to tell everyone that no matter what happens, don't pray for power from the primordial moon. That is indeed a god disguised, but it is not the Earth Mother or the Evernight Goddess, but a god you cannot know now. If you want to know, please let Miss Justice advance to psychiatrist as soon as possible. Of course, that's another price. Klein realized something, that is a god disguised in the astral world. Sure enough, it is very dangerous, so aren't those who believe in the primordial moon very dangerous? Alger nodded. Just as I guessed before, there seem to be many gods in the astral world, and they all seem to be malicious. Could it be that they are the evil gods that the church has been fighting against? Derek also realized, there is so much intelligence and knowledge in the mysterious world that cannot be known without protection. Furs smiled helplessly. Okay, I regret it a little bit. Why did you let me know this? I'm only a sequence 8. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, according to you, the primordial moon does not represent the uniqueness of the moon pathway, so why does her name also have the word moon? Isn't uniqueness unique? Why can other gods share this authority? Hobert said, I can't give you an accurate answer on this point. However, in my opinion, moon represents all feminine power. I think as long as it is a pathway related to femininity, it should be able to use the moon as a medium to complete some mystical operations. So many pathways of gods seem to be able to get involved with the moon. In addition, the moon is not only a pathway, but also represents the scarlet moon we see in the night sky, which is a physical entity. The uniqueness of this pathway has the relevant authority of the moon, but the uniqueness cannot represent the entire moon. Just like the uniqueness of the storm pathway, it can have the authority of lightning and storms in a certain area, but this does not mean that the Lord of Storms represents all the lightning and storms in the world. You can regard the former as beyonder power, and the latter as natural power. After having the corresponding status, you can also control the natural power in a certain area. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, for reference only, and is not included in the fee for this question. Audrey, edition. She felt that Hobert's thinking was profound and reasonable. Klein and Alger were both lost in thought. They also felt that the Emperor's thinking was more valuable than the information on the primordial moon. This is definitely independent thinking formed after having rich mystical knowledge. Although the Emperor said, for reference only, they all felt that this should be the answer, even if it is not, it should be very close. Furs and Derek did not really realize this because of the lack of relevant experience and knowledge. Hobert added, let us continue the previous question. As far as I know, the uniqueness of the moon pathway is with the Evernight Goddess, so her honorific name has the description of Lady of Crimson. Klein was surprised, with the goddess. He manipulated world to ask, why is it with the goddess? Logically speaking, the goddess and moon are not adjacent pathways. What does she want the uniqueness of the moon pathway for? Or can uniqueness be used as a sealed artifact? Isn't that something that is abstracted and conceptualized by the relevant authority? I probably know the answer to this question. Hobert smiled, but the value of this question is very high and involves too much. If you want to explain it clearly, you need to meet two conditions. First, Miss Justice can provide hypnosis services, and second, the value is about £5,000. Klein's eyes narrowed, the value is so high. That means there is a huge secret involved. Audrey then asked, Mr. Emperor, what is the use of the uniqueness of the moon pathway for the goddess? According to your previous explanation of uniqueness, can the goddess also control the authority of another pathway? Hobert did not answer directly, but said, if we inject spirituality into the beyonder characteristics of other pathways, we can also use the abilities of those items, which is equivalent to a sealed artifact with not low negative effects. Alger on the side nodded slowly, which was similar to his idea. As long as he has the corresponding uniqueness, he can exert a certain amount of authority. Klein, sure enough, uniqueness can be used as a sealed artifact to a certain extent. Furs was surprised, the gods also use sealed artifacts. Well, they were also likely to be beyonders before. This idea is really blasphemous. Everyone calmed down and learned another secret about the gods. For the current members of the Tarot Club, this information is not needed yet, but this does not prevent them from feeling excited. While everyone was calming down, Hobert said, I need 10 milliliters of sap from the crown tree, 1 black giant golden bizarre flower, and 10 grams of bark from the dragon pattern tree. The other members were all stunned. Is this the main material used for sequence 5? But it doesn't sound like it. Alger said, I know where to sell crown tree sap. 10 milliliters will cost about £800. I also know where to sell black giant golden bizarre flowers, £300 each. Of course he knew that this was an auxiliary material for sequence 5. Hobert nodded, I want them all. After you buy them, we will complete the transaction. He asked again, then only the bark of the dragon pattern tree is left. Alger said, I will pay attention to it for you. Audrey followed suit, I will also pay attention to it for you. Derek said a little embarrassedly, I have heard of the dragon pattern tree. I can't get in touch with monsters of such a high level for the time being. Hobert smiled, it's okay. Furs also decided to write a letter to ask her teacher if there were any corresponding materials after the gathering ended. Last week, she also decided to ask her teacher if there was a mutated pituitary gland of a faceless hunter that world needed, but this letter only wrote to the stage of taking out the letter paper. After this transaction ended, World asked Hobert again, how much do you know about the angel families? Hobert was stunned for a moment before saying, I don't know much, I only know almost all of the angel families. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 405, Chapter 405 Angel Family. Chapter 405 Angel Family. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Angel Family. Alger shifted his posture. The name itself makes one want to explore it. Audrey simply asked, Mr. World, what is an angel family? Then she thought to herself, World has been trading very frequently these past 2 weeks. Not at all as aloof as before. It seems he has integrated into the Tarot Club family. However, what Audrey didn't know was that World had so many questions only because Mr. Fool had some doubts after seeing Roselle's diary. And coincidentally, Mr. Fool's financial situation was good, and he was willing to spend hundreds of pounds to answer his questions. He didn't expect Emperor to know almost all of the angel families. He first answered Miss Justice's question. The so-called angel family refers to beyonder families where angels have appeared. Audrey was slightly stunned. There are such powerful families. Alger, it's about what I guessed. Furs, God, angels, I can accept talking about gods. Is there some psychological barrier to talking about angels? Okay, don't lie to yourself. Beyonder families have had angels appear before. Like those angels with many pairs of wings. Angels who serve gods. Heavens, aren't they creatures that only exist in the kingdom of gods? World then said to Emperor, I also know some information about angel families, but I don't know if it's comprehensive. Hobert smiled and said, we can use the Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, and Trunsoist Empire of the Fourth Epoch as coordinates to sort out those angel families. Do you know which empire those families were loyal to? World replied, the angel families loyal to the Tudor Empire and Trunsoist Empire are relatively clear, but the angel families loyal to the Solomon Empire seem to be more chaotic. Hobert nodded, I understand. If I'm just helping you sort out these angel families, it only costs £300. If you want to know the approximate experiences and current situation of these families, it will cost £5,000. World almost didn't even think, I only need 300, no, I mean, you only need to help me sort them out. Hobert nodded, and then saw that the others were also very interested. If you also want to join the transaction, then this question is worth £1,000, because the full picture of this question is completely worth this price. However, Mr. World knows more than you, so he will pay less. Audrey and Alger said almost in unison, I'll join. Furs hesitated for a moment and raised her hand, I'll join too. Derek heard that this was a question about the Fourth Epoch, so he wasn't very interested and didn't intend to join the transaction. Hobert said, then how about Mr. World paying £100, and the other 3 members paying £300? Everyone had no objection, so Hobert asked Mr. Fool to block Little Son's sight and hearing. The transaction began, and Hobert said, the history of these families can basically be traced back to the Third Epoch, but what really made these families well known was the Fourth Epoch. Although this is not an official title, what angel family represents is basically the top nobles of the northern continent during the Fourth Epoch. Everyone then realized that this was a title from the Fourth Epoch, so this question must be a piece of history from the Fourth Epoch. Audrey and Alger immediately felt that they had made a profit, only Furs was not very interested in this. Let me give an example first, Hobert said. For example, the angel families loyal to the Trunsoist Empire include the Augustus family. Isn't that? Furs said in surprise, isn't that the lone royal family? Isn't it said that it's a family from the Fourth Epoch? How can there be a family from the lone royal family? Could it be that those families have been passed down to modern times? That's right, Hobert smiled and said, there are also the Castilla family, the Sauron family, and the Einhorn family. Furs took a deep breath, okay, I shouldn't doubt Emperor's information has never been so simple. The 4 angel families used in the examples are actually the royal family, or former royal family of the northern continent. Alger pinched his chin, so there are angels in these families. No wonder their ruling position is so stable. In the Fifth Epoch, an angel walking on the ground has enough deterrent power. Audrey didn't expect that these families had all been loyal to the Trunsoist Empire. Why did such a powerful empire decline? Hobert then said, let's sort out the relatively clear Tudor Empire. The families loyal to this empire include the Abraham family, the Antigonus family, the Ammon family, the Tamara family, and the Jacob family. We talked about the Abraham family in more detail at the last gathering. The Antigonus family and the Ammon family have also been mentioned before. The strength of the Tamara family and the Jacob family is slightly inferior to the previous three families. Alger asked, I've heard of the Tamara family, but why have I never heard of the Jacob family? Hobert smiled and said, this is because after the Blood Emperor fell, the Jacob family was hunted down by the 6 gods. What's even more terrifying is that they were also hunted down by Ammon. Actually, this belongs to the experience of the angel family in the modern situation. Okay, I'll give you an answer as a gift. The angel of the Jacob family was killed by Ammon, and the Beyonder characteristics were taken by Ammon. For a long time, Ammon was Jacob. Alger was stunned for a moment before he understood, you mean, Ammon stole the fate of Jacob. Klein was as surprised as Alger, in other words, Jacob and Ammon are angels of the same pathway. Ammon can even steal the fate of an angel. No wonder Emperor said that the strength of the Jacob family is slightly inferior to that of the Ammon family. Audrey, I really want to know the experiences and current situation of these families, but I don't have enough money. I also want to know the information that Hobert mentioned, which is worth £20,000, and those pieces of information worth £5,000. Alas, I don't have enough money. Furs, so scary, I hope I never meet Ammon in my life. Otherwise, Zio and Hobert will treat Ammon as me. Heavens, it's terrifying to even think about it. Hobert said, let's continue. What's more chaotic is the angel families loyal to the Solomon Empire. Here, I need to sort out the approximate history of the 4th epoch for everyone first. Initially, there was only the Solomon Empire in the northern continent. After Solomon fell, the Trunsoist Empire, the Tudor Empire, and the Second Solomon Empire were established one after another. So many families that were originally loyal to Solomon later turned to be loyal to the other 2 empires. The nobles belonging to the Solomon Empire, or rather, the First Solomon Empire, include Adam, the Ammon family, the Antigonus family, the Medici family, the Zoroast family, the Zeradal family, the Sauron family, the Einhorn family, the Castilla family, and the Augustus family. In addition, the Tudor family and the Trunsoist family also once served the First Solomon Empire. Audrey said in surprise, almost all the angel families we know once served the Solomon Empire. Why did such a powerful empire perish? Klein and Alger also had similar questions, while Furs had the urge to scratch her head, why haven't I heard of most of these families? How many powerhouses are hidden in history? Hobert smiled, the main reason is historical factors. Many nobles didn't serve the Solomon Empire because of Solomon, but because of the fallen creator. Another reason is the formation of the 6 gods alliance, which led to the fall of Solomon. We've talked about this before, so I won't repeat it. Klein then manipulated world to say, Adam. Only the name, Emperor, did not add the word family. Hobert smiled, this is because I don't know whether to call it the Adam family or Adam. I can't tell you these details now. He seemed to remember that Adam didn't have a strict gender distinction, and Hobert was skeptical about whether Adam could leave descendants. The other members already had a consensus that when Emperor said, can't reveal it now, or, we'll talk about it after Miss Justice is promoted to a psychiatrist, it meant a huge risk. So Klein didn't continue to ask. Hobert continued, during the Second Solomon Empire, I only know that the Zoroaster family and the Zeradal family supported this empire. There may be other families that I don't know, but the angels who supported the First Solomon Empire before have either fallen or gone to support other empires. Only the Zoroaster family and the Zeradal family have not changed to support other empires. Klein nodded, no wonder the Second Solomon Empire was the first to perish. It turns out that the high-end combat power of this empire was the weakest. Furs also sighed, the emperors of the Second Solomon Empire were really miserable. Audrey then asked curiously, what is the internal connection between the Solomon Empire and the Second Solomon Empire? Hobert smiled, this answer can also be considered a gift, the 2 empires have the same emperor. Klein behind the grey fog changed his posture, the same emperor. The same emperor? Alger almost stood up, didn't Solomon fall? Audrey almost didn't maintain her spectator state, Mr. Emperor, is there any secret here? The most surprised was Furs, what does the same emperor mean? Could it be that the Solomon Empire and the Second Solomon Empire only had one emperor? Black Emperor is not a common code name for emperors, but a unique title for Solomon. Heavens, how could this be? Hobert smiled, Miss Justice's and Hanged Man's questions are not in the answer to the angel family question. Let me think, the answer to this question may be worth. Okay, I'm not very willing to reveal the answer to this question. Because he is a Beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, of course he doesn't want more people to know the secrets of the Black Emperor. Audrey puffed out her cheeks, bad guy. Hobert is a big bad guy. Alger also had a somewhat unfinished feeling. It was the first time he had heard Emperor unwilling to reveal information, which aggravated his curiosity. Klein already understood, Emperor knows the ultimate secret of the Black Emperor, or rather, the secret about the true god of this pathway, but because this pathway involves himself, he doesn't intend to answer. Furs didn't notice this question at all. Her mind was still full of, so the Blood Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and the Night Emperor. The War of the Four Emperors is actually a battle of four people, no, four true gods. If I tell these to the historians, they will definitely burn me as a witch. Finally, Hobert said, other angel families include the Night Emperor's queen, beauty goddess, who can be regarded as the leader of the vampire family at that time. In addition, there are also three demon families, the Nos family, the Andariel family, and the Beria family. However, the actions of these three families are very secretive and rarely known. The Eggers family in the southern continent has now also fallen into the ranks of angel families. I only know so much about the angel families. If you hear of new angel families, you are welcome to add to it. Alger sighed, I didn't expect there to be so many powerhouses in the fourth epoch. Klein, the strength of the First Solomon Empire exceeded my expectations. It's hard to imagine that such a behemoth still existed in the fourth epoch. The four angel families among them are actually all the rulers of the northern continent now. Audrey smiled. Was Hobert's last sentence a sign of pride? That's right, knowing so much knowledge is enough to make him proud. Furs, one emperor, heavens, two empires, one emperor, how did he do it? After this round of transactions, everyone calmed down for a few seconds before starting a new transaction. Audrey, I'm looking for 3 materials, a pair of mirror dragon's eyes, 50 milliliters of its blood, and the fruit of the elder tree. She has already obtained the potion formula for psychiatrist from the psychology alchemists. Everyone said they would help Miss Justice pay attention. Derek said, I know where there are mirror dragons. It's easier to hunt them with help, but I have to wait another week or 2. I plan to participate in the exploration mission assigned by the chief before offering sacrifices to Mr. Fool. He said, thank you for your help. The chief has basically ruled out my suspicion and arranged for me to explore the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator. I think this should be my final test. Hobert nodded. Little son has improved a lot. The political commissar, Alger asked, is the shepherd elder still in the dungeon? Yes, this exploration is led by the chief. Derek did not hide anything. In this way, the degree of danger is much lower than last time, Alger concluded. Derek humbly asked for advice. What should I pay attention to during the exploration? Fool at the top of the bronze long table opened his mouth and said, flesh, whispers. Klein only gave 2 words, and let the Tarot Club members understand the rest themselves. This is the demeanor of a big shot. Hobert, to be honest, the seer is really annoying. But in terms of pretending to be an evil god, I still have a lot of room for improvement. At least there is still some gap compared to Klein. Alger pondered for a second or 2, and as expected, he had already comprehended some information on his own. He said to the son, who had thanked the fool, specifically, it means don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to, don't eat what you shouldn't eat, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Hobert nodded. He who knows the fool is the hanged man. Derek added, I need the Solar High Priest potion formula. The reward will be paid with the main ingredients of the potion. I have relevant channels to obtain the formula, Alger said. But I don't know what main ingredients you have there. You need to know that not all main ingredients are so popular. I have a list of the main ingredients and a list of nearby monsters here. Derek said immediately. Klein resisted the urge to shake his head. Little son is still too naive. However, he did not offer any reminders, because he also wanted to see. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, The Parties of the Tarot Club. Chapter 406, The Parties of the Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The little son's list was prepared for Mr. Emperor. He was afraid that some of the materials he paid for would be difficult for Mr. Emperor to convert into cash, so he prepared this list, ready for Mr. Emperor to check at any time. However, Hobert didn't make such a request, but instead benefited the fool and the hanged man first. Hobert sighed, it can't be blamed on Alger for being too cunning, it's just that little son's posture is too correct, everyone wants to take advantage of him. Alger didn't rip off Derek too much, he chose 3 materials that were about the same value as the Sun High Priest's potion formula, and that he was confident he could sell quickly. With this transaction concluded, the tarot gathering entered its final stage, the exchange of information. Audrey said, another major event has occurred in Backlund, Duke Negan has been assassinated. Alger paid more attention. Although he had heard about the assassination from the church, he didn't know the specific details. Furs was slightly stunned. She hadn't been in Backlund recently, and didn't expect such a thing to happen. Derek still had an impression of Duke Negan. He remembered that it was mentioned at a previous gathering that someone wanted to assassinate the Duke but failed. However, he wasn't very interested in Duke Negan's affairs. Audrey continued, the Apostle of Desire used a special setting to complete the assassination of Duke Negan, and broke through with serious injuries at the cost of severe injuries. By the time that Nighthawks caught up with him, he was already dead. It is said that the trace of that Death Messenger appeared at the scene again, but the Death Messenger was not there to silence anyone. His target was the organization that commissioned the Apostle of Desire. Furs couldn't help but sigh for the umpteenth time. The Tarot Gathering commits crimes quite frequently. Alger was stunned. Death Messenger? Is this another action related to Mr. Fool? Which organization is that? Just as Alger was wondering, the fool Klein took the opportunity to remind him casually, don't mention the name of that organization outside, and don't write it down. Why? Audrey blurted out. Klein leaned back in his chair and replied in a calm tone, what is said will surely be known. Audrey, Alger, and Derek all thought of 0-08. Alger, could that secret organization be formed by high-level spectator beyonders? Is it a powerful organization that I don't know about at all? Is Mr. Fool sending his followers to find them? The high-level situation in this world is indeed more complicated than I imagined. Audrey, what an extremely secretive and dignified organization. In some ways, it's even more terrifying than the churches of the Seven Gods, and Mr. Fool, and our Tarot Gathering, are looking for their traces. Furs, Mr. Fool means that, as long as it's not in his kingdom of God, not talking to him, mentioning or writing down the name of that organization will be sensed by them using some method or item. How terrible. It's better for me not to know. Hobert, unexpectedly, you showed off again, but it's good to tell them, lest Audrey be targeted by the Twilight Hermit Club. After a few seconds of silence, Furs said again, Moon Lake in South Colson is being developed, and it will definitely become a famous scenic spot in the future. If you have relevant channels, you can help promote it. Everyone was stunned. This information seemed a bit abrupt, and everyone didn't quite understand what was going on. Only Hobert wanted to thank Furs for thinking about promoting his territory at the Tarot Gathering. Furs cleared her throat with a slightly flushed face and said, everyone will know about it in the near future. Everyone nodded and said nothing more. Because Klein was attending the gathering in the lavatory, staying any longer would definitely arouse suspicion, so after everyone's exchange came to an end, he announced the end of this Tarot Gathering. Backlund, Earl Hall's villa. After returning to the real world, Audrey didn't rush to get up. She first quietly sorted out what she needed to do next. There's a psychology class tomorrow afternoon. I can tell Miss Island that the person I met at the Beyonder gathering who was looking to buy the mutated pituitary gland of the Faceless Hunter has agreed to the deal, and she can send the Beyonder material over soon. Facilitating this transaction will of course reward me with more Russell diaries, while accumulating the hypnotist potion formula. Well, I have to collect the materials for psychiatrist as soon as possible. Audrey, you can't be lazy. Susie is already sequence 8, you can't let it catch up. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furs paced back and forth in the room, finally made up her mind, pulled out a chair, found stationery and a pen, brewed for nearly a minute, and began to write a letter to Dorian Gray. Just as she wrote the beginning, Zio happened to come back from outside. Your letter. Furs took it over and saw that it was actually a letter from Dorian. She quickly opened it and browsed through it, gradually revealing a wry smile. Zio, Teacher Dorian said he's coming to Backlund tomorrow, and he also brought the Trickmaster potion. When she communicated with Dorian before, she revealed that Mrs. Anissa had left her Beyonder characteristics to her. Of course, she didn't say it explicitly, only that Mrs. Anissa had allowed her to inherit some Beyonder abilities. Dorian was more relieved, at least Furs's character had another layer of guarantee from Anissa. Furs said, what should I do? Do I have to take the Trickmaster potion again? She still vividly remembered the experience of taking the potion last time. Now that the previous Trickmaster potion hasn't been digested yet, she has to take a new one. Zio scratched her messy hair and said, tell your teacher the truth and ask for his forgiveness. Furs sighed. If she severed contact with Dorian because of this, it would be too much of a pity. Well, I'll ask Hobert again if there's a better way. This time she didn't hesitate and immediately took action, using the traveler's door to come to Jeffrey Town, but Hobert wasn't in the study. Asking the maid, she learned that Hobert had just gone to the town, so Furs simply went to the town to find Hobert. In the town near Moon Lake, Furs saw Hobert, who was watching Roy lead people to clean up the 2 adjacent houses. Hobert also saw Furs. He pointed to the 2 houses. Look, this is a 2-story building with a small yard and spacious rooms, which can be converted into a hotel. That side doesn't have a yard, the entrance is the living room, you can open up the rooms and turn them into the restaurant's lobby, and the second floor is private rooms. Furs nodded. Of course, she knew about Hobert's renovation plan. Before she could say anything about her own affairs, she heard Hobert say again, I plan to give you all the income from the hotel and restaurant to you. Furs, I have, Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Bold Demon King's First Appearance. Chapter 407, Bold Demon King's First Appearance. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Before Furs could react, Hobert continued, I took a look earlier, and the original decorations of the house are still there. It just needs some renovation, which won't take too long. Once the railway and villa design teams arrive, they can move in first. Their meals and accommodations will be paid for by the Lord's mansion. I'll also have Roy help you find shop assistants and a manager, so you can start making money as soon as you take over. Once the large dock is back in operation, with this location, the restaurant and hotel should easily bring in tens of gold lire per week. Wait. Furs said, I can't accept it. We're a contractual couple, have you forgotten? If you give me property, how will it be divided after the contractual couple agreement ends? Hobert had already thought of a reason. I've thought about it. As the lady of the manor, you naturally need some pocket money. These tens of gold lire may not be much, but it should be enough for your spending money. If you don't find gold lire convenient, you can exchange them for gold pounds at my place, according to the current exchange rate between the two countries. Furs, but. Just accept it, Hobert said. I can't let you spend your own money while you're in Jeffreytown. It's just a few tens of gold lire, not a lot of money. It's too formal to keep refusing. Furs suddenly didn't know how to refuse, and before she could continue to refuse, Hobert had already called Roy over to implement the matter, entrusting the accounts of the hotel and restaurant to the lady of the manor. Furs felt like she had inexplicably gained two properties, and if she could earn tens of gold lire per week, these two properties would definitely be very good. If this income were converted into gold pounds, Furs would definitely be a wealthy member of the upper middle class, but still far from being a millionaire. Hobert was about to inspect other places when Furs came back to her senses. Hobert, I came to ask for your opinion on something. Hobert stopped. What is it? Do you remember the Abraham family we talked about a long time ago? Hobert nodded. It was when he had just become a lawyer, during a conversation with Furs, that he had mentioned this family. At that time, the two of them weren't very familiar. Some time ago, I met a member of the Abraham family. Furs briefly described her experience of becoming Dorian's student, and mentioned that she had only revealed to Dorian that she was an apprentice at the time, and now Dorian was bringing the Trickmaster potion to find her. Hobert said, I have two suggestions for you. The first suggestion is to just act like you're an apprentice and take another Trickmaster potion. At the low sequence, as long as your condition is good, repeatedly taking potions won't be too dangerous. The second suggestion is to tell the truth. Of course, you have to be careful about how you tell the truth. Just say that your fiancé is a Beyonder, and he found that Trickmaster potion for you. Before that, your fiancé didn't trust Dorian very much, so he repeatedly advised you not to reveal that you were a Trickmaster. But now you feel that you must be honest with your teacher, so you're telling him the truth. In short, push everything onto your fiancé. Dorian probably won't blame you, and may even be touched by your sincerity. Furs opened her mouth. Is that even possible? Then she hesitated. So, I still have to lie. Hobert smiled and asked, Am I a Beyonder? Of course. Did I sell you the Trickmaster potion? That's right. Hobert finally asked, Where are you lying? You're just telling the truth in a different way. Furs suddenly thought of Mr. Hangman at the tarot gathering. That's probably how he taught Little Son to deal with the chief of City of Silver. Leaving Furs to ponder in place, Hobert continued to inspect the town. Amidst everyone's flattering greetings, he began to plan his next steps in his heart. After dinner, Hobert pondered in his study how to deal with the giant beast in the lake. At this moment, he suddenly heard a prayer from the Nation of Disorder. Locking the door and entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert found an unfamiliar star expanding. Hobert was slightly taken aback, and then realized it should be Lawrence Burke, the patriarch of the Balk family. Spreading his spirituality over, he saw Lawrence, who was over 1.9 meters tall, with a few strands of white hair, broad back, and thick shoulders. He said in a pious tone, Great Creator, we are about to have another conflict with the Rose School. As the Balk family, who is willing to be loyal to you, we lack the power of the angel level. When the conflict occurs, we pray that you can lend a hand and stop the opponent's angel. After this battle, we will dedicate all the spoils to you, and every member of our family will faithfully believe in you and serve you. Hobert nodded. His attitude was acceptable, and the conditions offered were good. However, he didn't intend to respond to the other party immediately. How could a big shot like the Creator be waiting in the kingdom of God at all times, replying to some unfamiliar prayers? While waiting, he decided to browse the stars of Alice and Ethel. Alice was attending a ball. In the magnificent ballroom, she was toasting and chatting happily with the nobles. The conversations between these nobles were really uninteresting. Hobert jumped to Ethel's star. She was running, her subordinates were nowhere to be seen, and there was blood on her clothes. Or rather, she was running for her life, traversing through the forest, using vegetation to block her tracks. Hobert was stunned. Did the mission fail? He turned up the true vision and found that there were indeed pursuers behind him, at least a demigod was chasing after him. Hobert pondered for a moment. He could test the combat power of the Bull Demon King, and save the owner of this star at the same time. Since he had high-end combat power such as the Bull Demon King and the Holy Infant King, he hadn't used them in actual combat even once. In a few days, he would have to stop the Angel of the Rose School as soon as he came up, which made Hobert feel a little unsure. First, he would test the effect of the Bull Demon King in actual combat, so that he wouldn't be caught off guard when using higher-level combat power. In the mountains of northwestern Feynapotter. Run with all your might. Ethel tried to adjust her breathing. She didn't expect that the Intis Republic would have detected this rendezvous operation. More than 10 years ago, the Kingdom of Feynapotter developed a rear admiral into a spy in the southern war zone of the Intis Republic. For more than 10 years, this spy provided a lot of valuable information. He had always been very careful, and this source of information had been very stable and safe. The Feynapotter royal family and the military had secretly commended him more than once. Each time, they sent high-ranking military officers or members of the royal family to commend him at the appropriate time, to show the royal family and the military's importance to him. Not long ago, that spy provided another key piece of information, enough for the royal family to commend him again. Ethel was not only a member of the royal family, but also a high-ranking officer in the northern war zone, so Ferdinand too sent her to commend that spy. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any problems with this commendation, but when Ethel arrived at the rendezvous point, she was ambushed. The demigod responsible for protecting her was given priority, controlled, and then eliminated. The other subordinates were either killed or lost their combat power in the process of covering Ethel's escape. Only Ethel escaped, and she was also injured. As she ran, she pondered, there must be a traitor on Feynapotter's side, otherwise the opponent's manpower wouldn't be so targeted. Just as she thought of this, clusters of flames flew from behind Ethel, passed over her head, and finally the flames reunited in front of her, solidifying into a middle-aged man with a full beard. Okay, the cat-and-mouse game is over. Either you surrender immediately, or we knock you out and take you back. Ethel looked coldly at the men in front of her. As a princess most valued by King Fernando II, she couldn't be taken back alive. Even if they took her body back, it was estimated that the Intis Republic would make a big fuss about it. What to do? How to commit suicide? How to destroy her body? Thinking of this, Ethel felt a burst of sorrow. She still had a bright future. Her father had promised her that as long as she trained in the northern war zone for a few years and accumulated some military achievements, when she returned to Feynapotter City, she would be a duchess. Moreover, in her work, she had also met a handsome and dashing lieutenant colonel, and she was planning to promote him to rear admiral and wait for him to propose to her. But all of this was just a bubble. Ethel smiled sadly. What if I choose neither? As she spoke, she picked up her gun and was about to shoot herself in the temple. The man with a full beard was an iron-blooded knight. He smiled contemptuously and casually kicked a stone on the ground. The stone flew up and knocked her pistol away before Ethel could fire. As a sequence 5, Ethel didn't even have the ability to commit suicide in front of a demigod. At this time, the other 7 or 8 pursuers also caught up and surrounded Ethel. Ethel said with a wry smile, Earth Mother, in the name of being your devout believer, please kill me. The iron-blooded knight crossed his arms and smiled, admiring Ethel's desperate expression. In her prayer just now, Ethel suddenly found inspiration. No matter which evil god, as long as you hear my prayer, I am willing to offer my soul and body. Although she didn't say the specific honored name, the iron-blooded knight knew that it was not appropriate to let Ethel talk nonsense any further. He was about to step forward to knock Ethel unconscious when suddenly, he felt a surge of power descending. Under the enormous pressure, even the iron-blooded knight didn't dare to look up. Then, several sequence 6 who followed had the urge to kneel. Silently, between Ethel and the iron-blooded knight, there appeared a black monster emitting a sacred black light, with a bull's head but a pair of golden deer antlers. Everyone was stunned. How free must an evil god be to accept such a broad prayer? This bull-headed, deer-antlered monster was, of course, the Bull Demon King, projected by Hobert. The order Hobert gave it was, kill everyone except Ethel. That's right, kill them. Since he was going to take action, he had to kill everyone around him to show the power of the Creator's servants. Hobert's style was different from Klein's, or rather, the abilities that the Nation of Disorder and the Sefirah Castle were good at were different, which led to Hobert and Klein having different styles when pretending to be evil gods. Although the Holy Infant King and the Centipede Demon Lord had the rank of angels, they couldn't use the power of the Nation of Disorder to create the image of angels. But the Sefirah castle could more easily create the image of angels, giving people a great visual impact. Of course, the power of the Nation of Disorder just couldn't create two impressive images. The Holy Infant King and the Centipede Demon Lord were both very good fighters. Because in addition to the extraordinary power of high rank, they also had terrifying physical attacks. Although the Bull Demon King was a level lower than them, it was also a terrifying existence for demigods. Everyone else present, including Ethel, was still confused by the appearance of the Bull Demon King, but the Iron-Blooded Knight had already reacted. Fatal attack. He sensed the power of the Bull Demon King, so he decided to seize the opportunity. The Iron-Blooded Knight threw a punch, guided by his spirituality, towards the golden horns on the Bull Demon King's head. The Bull Demon King calmly opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. Woo-ah! It let out a roar that struck the depths of people's hearts. The Iron-Blooded Knight immediately felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy object, and he took a step back with some stuffiness. His fatal attack was thus interrupted. Immediately afterward, mental shocks, like a tide, swept over, causing the Iron-Blooded Knight's hands to tremble. This was the Bull Demon King's mental attack. Demigods were still like this, and the other Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 who came with him all let out painful wails. Especially the Sequence 6, kneeling on the ground in pain, blood flowing from their ears, corners of their eyes, nostrils, and corners of their mouths, especially their eyes, which were severely congested, as if they could burst open at any time. The Bull Demon King then opened its mouth again and uttered a solemn word, chaos. Puff puff puff. The heads of 3 Sequence 6 were directly crushed by the surging power of disorder. Only 3 headless corpses were left on the scene, with blood spurting from their cavities. Several Sequence 5 had also basically lost their combat power after 2 rounds of attacks. The Bull Demon King's eyes, burning with black flames, looked at the Iron-Blooded Knight. The Iron-Blooded Knight knew that he was no match and immediately turned into scattered flames to escape. But the Bull Demon King reached out and hit one of the flames. The Iron-Blooded Knight rolled out of the flames, standing somewhat awkwardly. Filth. The Bull Demon King spat out another word, and many viscous liquids immediately appeared on the surrounding ground. The surfaces of the plants contaminated by these liquids were covered with a layer of iron-black spots. These spots quickly expanded, eventually connecting into one piece, and finally completely turning iron-black. Those Sequence 5 were also quickly covered by the mucus, and no matter how they struggled, iron-black spots appeared on their bodies. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 408, Chapter 408 The Fourth Believer. Chapter 408 The Fourth Believer. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Dragon243 for becoming a believer of the Church of Miss Raven, +1. Only the Iron-Blooded Knight was surrounded by a huge flame, isolating these mucus from the flames. 2 flame spears appeared in his left and right hands, and he threw them at the Bull Demon King, one after another. Since he couldn't leave, he had to fight desperately. Then the Iron-Blooded Knight clenched his fists, and within a few tens of meters around him, a raging fire ignited. He held a huge orange fireball in both hands and pressed it towards the Bull Demon King. The 2 flame spears hit the Bull Demon King's chest one after another, but a black mist quickly enveloped them and quickly devoured them. The fireball in the Iron-Blooded Knight's hand was the size of a steam car, and the surrounding trees were instantly withered by the heat. Order. 2 black light clusters appeared on the Bull Demon King's hands. He steadily held the huge fireball from this side and eroded it little by little. The flames near the Bull Demon King turned black, and the black flames became more and more. The Iron-Blooded Knight simply let go of the huge fireball with both hands. He knelt down on one knee, pressed one hand on the ground, and a white-hot wall of fire appeared, burning directly towards the Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King, distortion. The fire wall made a bend and turned back to burn the Iron-Blooded Knight. At the same time, the Bull Demon King threw the black fireball in his hand on the ground, and the black flames spread rapidly. The Iron-Blooded Knight immediately felt that the surrounding order had become very unfriendly to the flames, and he couldn't control the surrounding flames at all. Fatal strike. The Iron-Blooded Knight had to choose close combat. He had a strong physique, extremely strong vitality and defense. In fact, close combat was his forte. Who would have thought that the Bull Demon King easily grabbed the left fist that the Iron-Blooded Knight used to launch a fatal strike, and it stretched out its other hand forward. Puff. He took out a thumping heart. The Iron-Blooded Knight stared blankly at the heart in front of him. It took a full second before he seemed to understand that it was his own heart. He broke free from the Bull Demon King's restraint, staggering step by step, trying to leave here, and gradually walking faster and faster. The Iron-Blooded Knight's vitality was indeed very tenacious. He actually ran without a heart. Distortion. The Bull Demon King used distortion again, and the Iron-Blooded Knights escape turned into a charge, and finally fell to the ground when he rushed to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King threw the heart in his hand on the ground and went to solve the remaining sequence 5s who were still struggling one by one. Ethel felt as if she was in a dream, especially the Iron-Blooded Knight, who was so easily had his heart dug out by the monster in front of her. After the black monster had dealt with all the enemies, Ethel felt its eyes burning with black flames looking at her. Ethel immediately knelt down on one knee. Great God, thank you for your salvation. As I said before, I am willing to dedicate everything I have. With her rich knowledge of mysticism, she of course knew that reneging on the dead in this situation was the most stupid choice. But then Ethel discovered that the monster with golden horns in front of her suddenly knelt down in one direction. Ethel looked in that direction in surprise and saw the solid and mysterious figure in midair. He sat upright on the throne among the swords, emitting a sacred black light. Even in the dark night, these lights were still as obvious as dust under the lights. The huge pressure made Ethel lower her head immediately. She changed the object of her worship. Great God, thank you for your salvation. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to you. Hobert said in a faint tone, I am not interested in the flesh and soul of mortals. Ethel immediately asked respectfully, then what can I do for you? The great voice asked instead, are you a descendant of Castilla? Ethel's eyes narrowed. Castilla was the founder of the Fenapata royal family. Does this mysterious existence know my ancestors? She said, yes, I am Ethel, the daughter of Ferdinand II, a descendant of Castilla. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, was slightly stunned. She is actually a genuine princess. No wonder I can hear your prayers, Hobert said, you can call me the Creator. Ethel was stunned. Great Creator, do you really not need me to offer anything? The Creator smiled and asked, do you have anything that can interest me? Ethel was stunned again. She didn't seem to have anything that could interest a god. The Creator continued, be ready to be dispatched at any time. Without my permission, you must not reveal my name to others. After speaking, the great figure in midair disappeared, and the monster with the bull's head and deer antlers also disappeared. Ethel stood there for a few seconds under the night sky. I didn't make any promises, aren't you afraid that I won't admit it in the future? But soon she took advantage of the moonlight to see clearly the pursuers whose heads were crushed, the pursuers whose bodies were covered with rust-like spots, and the Iron-Blooded Knight with a hole in his heart. She smiled, if I dare to deny it, maybe my end will be worse than these people. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and thought, being ready to be dispatched at any time is better than really sacrificing flesh and blood. Also, why did the Creator say, no wonder I can hear your prayers, after knowing that I am a descendant of the great Castilla? Ethel shook her head and did not continue to think about this question. Anyway, I survived, I still want to become a duchess, and I still have Colonel Baird. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly narrowed and gradually became cold. After waiting for the beyonder characteristics of the Iron-Blooded Knight and others to be extracted, Ethel took the beyonder characteristics and quickly left here. At this time, Hobert on the Iron Throne secretly said it was a pity that in order to maintain the image of the Creator, he did not let the other party sacrifice those pleasing beyonder characteristics and magical items to the nation of disorder. Then, Hobert reflected on the process of communicating with Ethel just now, and felt that when he communicated with the other party, he was still a little unnatural compared to Klein's treatment of the Tarot Club members. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that Klein's believers all came to him on their own, while his Creator's believers have to actively contact him. But it is much better now than when he first contacted Elliot. In the face of absolute strength, Ethel will not notice the Creator's unnaturalness. A princess of the Fenapata kingdom. Hobert sighed. If he could develop her into a believer, it would save a lot of trouble in the development of Jeffrey Town. Then, Hobert responded to Lawrence, who was waiting aside, okay. Recite my name before the battle begins. After testing, he has enough confidence to resist an angel. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 409, Chapter 409 Killing the Giant Beast at the Bottom of the Lake. Chapter 409 Killing the Giant Beast at the Bottom of the Lake. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Eric Friesen for becoming a believer of the Church of Miss Raven, +1. The next day, which was Tuesday morning, the residents of Jeffrey Town heard that the Lord was going to challenge the giant beast at the bottom of the lake again. Those who had seen the giant beast yesterday followed again, and those who had not seen the giant beast yesterday also followed because they wanted to see it. In a short time, almost all the people in Jeffrey Town appeared by the lake, and some even ran to the neighboring villages to call some villagers to see the giant beast. A large area of the reeds by the lake had been flattened. Now, no one was afraid of the monsters that often came ashore from the lake. Even the giant beast in the lake had become a topic of conversation for everyone. While discussing the giant beast, everyone stared at the Lord pacing by the lake. they speculated, the Lord seemed to be thinking about how to eliminate the giant beast. In fact, Hobert was considering how to end the situation with so many spectators today. After the verification last night, the best way to defeat the giant beast was actually to pray to himself and let the Bull Demon King deal with the giant beast again. But now that so many people had come, it was different. It was best for the Lord to defeat the giant beast himself, so that everyone would be impressed by the Lord's martial virtue and form a new, strong sense of identity. This would greatly help with the digestion of the potion, and there was even a high probability of completely digesting the potion. Since there was such a purpose, he had no choice but to use the tactics he had thought of yesterday to challenge the giant beast at the bottom of the lake, instead of finding a helper. So, in full view of everyone, Hobert once again stepped into Full Moon Lake. This caused everyone to exclaim. People who had never seen this scene did not expect the Lord to enter the lake bottom in this way. The Lord's breath was long enough. It was estimated that the distance from the lake shore to the deep water area was quite far. On the opposite mountain, Viscount Teuton, of course, had already prepared his telescope and began to spy on the situation by the lake again. Because of his previous exploration experience, Hobert simply swam quickly to the top of the underwater forest, using himself as bait to attract the giant beast. Soon, the lake water stirred again. Hobert immediately felt that his body was showing signs of abnormality and loss of control. Sure enough, the giant beast had such abilities. Hobert immediately injected spirituality into the order crystal. A black shield-like barrier appeared around him, effectively blocking the process of abnormality and loss of control. Suddenly, Hobert felt ropes binding him. He looked down and saw that at some point, a piece of seaweed had floated not far from him. It grew rapidly, like a green tentacle, wrapping around Hobert's body. Hobert struggled a bit, and it was more resilient than expected. So he quickly used Blink to leave the position he was in. As Hobert had expected, in the next second, the giant beast's giant mouth appeared again, and it almost bit Hobert. After breaking free from the seaweed, Hobert used another Blink to come behind the giant beast, attempting to approach the giant beast's back. Although the giant beast was huge, it moved nimbly in the water. It immediately turned its body and bit at Hobert again. Hobert waited for the giant beast to approach, watching the bloody mouth getting bigger and bigger. Just as he felt the huge suction, Hobert used Blink again, coming above the bloody mouth and touching the giant beast's head with his hand. However, the suction generated by the giant beast's bloody mouth was greater than Hobert had expected. He was immediately sucked into the giant beast's mouth. The giant beast did not expect that Hobert would take the initiative to come to its door. It immediately closed its giant mouth and swallowed downwards. Hobert felt as if he was in a torrent. He quickly pulled out his knife with the help of the ocean pendant, and stabbed it into the giant beast's throat to temporarily stabilize his body. Hobert quickly placed his hand on the giant beast's throat again. The giant beast and the lake water in front of Hobert suddenly became illusory. Hobert took the giant beast into the spirit world. What was more magical was that even in the giant beast's throat, Hobert could clearly see the scene in the spirit world. Taking advantage of the giant beast's obvious daze, Hobert fiercely cut open the giant beast's flesh, opening a hole in its throat that was big enough for one person to crawl out of. Soon, the giant beast and Hobert left the spirit world and came to a valley full of gravel and only a few plants. This was the tactic Hobert had considered yesterday. He knew that he had no chance of killing the giant beast underwater, because that was the giant beast's home field, and because several powerful abilities could not be used underwater. For example, lightning strike. Even if lightning struck the giant beast, water conducts electricity, and Hobert felt that he would definitely be electrocuted. And holy light, the huge heat, it is estimated that the surrounding lake water could be burned into boiling water. The giant beast would be uncomfortable, and Hobert would be even more uncomfortable. This rocky valley was not far south of Jeffrey Town. If you were going to Sapphire Manor for a vacation, this was the only way to go. Hobert had passed by here when he left Sapphire Manor before. The entire valley was full of rocks, and there was no place for vegetation to grow. Moreover, there was no one living nearby. When Hobert was considering tactics yesterday, he felt that this place was suitable as a battlefield. So he came to explore again yesterday and finally decided to send the giant beast here and solve it here. As long as he risked bringing the giant beast here, his tactics would be half successful, because in terms of the environment, this place was unfavorable to the giant beast that lived underwater. However, the degree of risk in approaching the giant beast still exceeded Hobert's imagination. If he did not have the ocean pendant to control the water flow, he would have been sucked into the giant beast's stomach. Although he didn't know what the situation was inside, the giant beast had been trying to swallow Hobert, which meant that its stomach had a way to subdue Hobert. As soon as he appeared in the real world, Hobert immediately crawled out of the cut-open hole. He was surprised to find that if he was any later, the huge hole would have healed. The giant beast quickly recovered. It shook its head violently, throwing Hobert, who was on its neck, out. In midair, Hobert threw the order wood in his hand into the crack in the stone. Order. By the time Hobert landed, the order wood, which was more than 10 meters high and tens of meters wide, had already taken shape. The giant beast roared and rammed its huge body into the order wood, but only shook the order wood slightly. Here, the giant beast completely lost the environment that was beneficial to it. Without the help of the lake water, its limbs made its movements very slow. Because of the sparse vegetation around it, and Hobert's use of the order crystal to resist loss of control and abnormality, the power of its beyonder abilities was greatly reduced. The giant beast now only had brute strength left, which made it angrily raise its neck and roar, "Woo!" At this time, Hobert would certainly not approach the other party. He threw out a disorder stone, disorder. Under the order wood, circles of invisible black ripples rippled out, but the giant beast only glared at Hobert and did not have any effect at all. Obviously, the giant beast used its ability to neutralize the power of the disorder stone. But it didn't matter. Hobert completed the process of bribery in the process, weakness. The giant beast's level was obviously higher than sequence 5, but it had not reached the level of sequence 4. Hobert's weakening had a limited impact on it. Lightning strike. Hobert used the speed advantage of being able to fly low to unscrupulously attack the giant beast that could only crawl slowly. Lightning strike hit the giant beast's back, scorching a large area. Hobert did not give the other party any chance to breathe. Holy light. The huge light fell, almost submerging the entire giant beast. When the light dissipated, the giant beast's skin became dry, cracked and black. The light just now made it close its eyes. At this time, it suddenly opened its eyes and roared again. Holy light made it temporarily lose its mind. It instinctively used its beyonder power to make the surrounding vegetation more lush, no longer stingy with its beyonder power and spirituality. The weeds and small shrubs that grew out of the cracks in the rocks immediately grew wildly. The rocky valley, which had been desolate for who knows how many years, was actually half covered in green. As the giant beast regained its sanity, it immediately stopped the consumption of spirituality that was causing the vegetation to grow wildly. Then the giant beast twisted its body, and the dark skin and flesh fell off. The places on its back that were scorched by lightning strike and holy light healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hobert, who was in the low air not far away, pondered for a while and immediately summoned the wind blade. However, the giant beast's skin's defensive power was also quite strong. Only a few wind blades cut open its skin, but it healed quickly. Hobert frowned. This self-healing ability was also strong. Taking advantage of the gap in Hobert's attack, the giant beast chose to escape out of the valley, which forced Hobert to keep attacking. He first stole the giant beast's idea of leaving, and then immediately used madness when the other party had just regained its thinking. Then it was lightning strike, and then it was holy light. Hobert sadly discovered that even on land, he did not have many abilities that could harm the giant beast. After the second holy light, the temperature in the valley continued to rise, and it had basically reached the level of summer. Hobert was not discouraged and used wind blade, lightning strike and holy light again. After the third round of attacks, the giant beast's self-healing ability obviously slowed down, and it was panting heavily, and breathing seemed very difficult. Hobert pursed his lips and smiled. Under the blessing of the order wood, he kept distorting the surrounding environment. Now those twists have finally accumulated and are taking effect. The entire valley had become extremely dry and oxygen deficient. For this kind of amphibian-like giant beast, dryness would make it very weak. And oxygen deficiency was a fatal blow. This kind of huge creature needed a lot of oxygen. Once the oxygen content was reduced, it would be difficult for it to survive for too long. At this time, Hobert was already a little uncomfortable with the oxygen content, let alone the giant beast in front of him. Soon, the giant beast no longer had the strength to escape, but Hobert's attack continued. Wind blade. Lightning strike. Holy light. Hobert took a deep breath. He had consumed too much spirituality, and he had to rest a little. At this time, the giant beast no longer had the strength to shake off the scorched wounds and flesh on its back from lightning strike and holy light like before. Hobert flew to the outside of the canopy of the order wood and gasped for a few breaths. He was still constantly twisting the environment under the canopy, just quietly watching the giant beast become weaker and weaker, and fall to the ground and groan in pain. Now the order wood could last for 15 minutes. Hobert waited patiently for 11 or 12 minutes. The giant beast seemed to have fainted from lack of oxygen. Only then did Hobert carefully approach the giant beast with a knife. The giant beast felt Hobert's malice. It wanted to bite Hobert again, but it just opened its mouth and could not move its head at all. Hobert was wary of any accidents and quickly blinked to the giant beast's head, looking at the giant beast's unwilling eyes, looking at the skin that had become very dry due to the dry environment, and fiercely stabbed the tang knife into its head. The giant beast used its last strength to twist its body, but it still could not stand up. Hobert slashed hard, and the sharp tang knife cut open the giant beast's skull, leaving a deep scar in its brain. The last trace of the giant beast's spirituality dissipated, causing the valley, which had previously turned green, to bloom with beautiful flowers. At this time, the order wood also quickly withered and turned into an ordinary wooden stick. Hobert looked at the flowers. At least you left a trace in this world. Then he smiled. I heard that dinosaurs died from food shortages and lack of oxygen. Huge things have the advantage of being huge, but once you leave the environment that makes you comfortable, you will immediately lose your advantages. He sat next to the giant beast for a while, recovered the order wood and the disorder stone, and then used travel again to return to the bottom of Full Moon Lake. The rocky valley where they had fought later became Hundred Flowers Valley, covered with flowers and green, and became an attraction of Sapphire Manor. Hobert, who returned to Full Moon Lake, was preparing to drag the giant beast's body to the surface immediately, but then he thought that if he went back like this, it would not be in line with the storyline of having gone through a fierce battle. So he began to use the ocean pendant to manipulate the water flow of Full Moon Lake, sometimes spraying up like a fountain, and sometimes spinning like a whirlpool. The people on the shore saw these visions, and sure enough pointed and discussed how fierce the battle was at the bottom of the lake. After tossing for a few minutes, Hobert felt that his spirituality was about to dry up, and then he finally floated to the surface, fine two thick ropes. Furs and Seal, who had been sweating for Hobert on the lake shore, quickly found ropes and threw them into Full Moon Lake. The Lord's subjects also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lord had won. Hobert wrapped the ropes around the giant beast's upper and lower jaws respectively, and floated to the surface again. Pull. At this time, there were hundreds of people on the shore, and the young adults among them pulled the ropes under Seal's organization. The two ropes immediately tightened. At first, when it was at the edge of the deep water area, it was not very heavy. As the giant beast's body entered the shallow water area, it gradually became heavier. When pulling it to the shore, everyone was not only surprised by the giant beast's size, but also had to use all their strength to continue pulling the giant beast up. The Lord has defeated the giant beast. Long live the Lord. When the giant beast's body was completely exposed to the water, everyone cheered and spread the news. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 410, Chapter 410 The Baron's Potion is completely digested. Chapter 410 The Baron's Potion is completely digested. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert sat on the chair that Seal had brought over and rested for a while before saying, Seal, you come and cut open the giant beast's abdomen. As he spoke, he stretched out the tang sword in his hand and stuck it into the ground. Seal accepted the order, held the knife with both hands, and stabbed into the giant beast's abdomen. The sharpness of the tang sword exceeded Seal's imagination. He felt as if he hadn't used much force at all, and he had completely cut open the abdomen. As the giant beast's abdomen was cut open, a large number of internal organs flowed out, among which there were several crystals shimmering with brilliant colors around its liver. The clever Seal immediately understood that this was what the Baron was looking for. Before everyone could react, he quickly cut off a piece of clothing and wrapped the crystals. Hobert nodded with satisfaction, gave Seal a wink, and told him to keep the crystals safe and give them to him later. He then said to Roy, find someone to collect all the internal organs of the giant beast. Hobert estimated that the Church of the Earth Mother would not waste any spiritual materials. The giant beast's corpse will be placed by the lake. Let more people come and see and feel the Lord's martial virtue. He got up and said to the surrounding residents, you may have heard the old people say how prosperous the waterway here used to be, but you have never seen it, and you can't even imagine what a prosperous waterway looks like. Now the problem of Full Moon Lake blocking the waterway has been solved. Next, I will devote myself to dredging the tidy river waterway. In the near future, Jeffreytown will be prosperous again. Get ready to welcome a better new life. In fact, the situation of the waterway being cut off has not been completely resolved, but there is no need to announce the sealing of the center of Full Moon Lake in public. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding people, Hobert put on his new cloak and left with Furs and his guards, including Seal. Just after leaving the crowd, Hobert felt the long-lost cracking sound in his spirituality. The Baron of Corruption potion was completely digested. After the potion is digested, Hobert's continued role-playing as the Lord, and the people's continued recognition of his Lord's status, will make his spirituality and potion more compatible. Back at the Lord's mansion, Furs whispered to Hobert that she wanted to go back to Backlund. After Hobert successfully killed the giant beast of Full Moon Lake, she could safely meet with her teacher Dorian. Hobert took the cloth bag from Seal, returned to the study alone, and reviewed the Sequence 5 promotion ceremony. He had already considered the Sequence 5 promotion ceremony and thought of ways to facilitate the ceremony. In order to make the ceremony a success in one go, Hobert had reviewed it many times. While he was considering this matter, Bishop Simpson's messenger, the big dog, appeared in the study again. This time, it was holding a cloth bag in its mouth. After putting the cloth bag on the desk, it stuck out its tongue and looked at Hobert expectantly. Hobert smiled helplessly and said to the outside, Roy, that who, that Alan. Alan was a male servant who had just started working today. Go to the kitchen and get more than 5 neg of raw meat. Alan, who had just started working on his first day, had witnessed the Lord killing the giant beast. At this time, his mood was still difficult to suppress. After hearing the order, he immediately trotted to the kitchen. Hobert opened the cloth bag. Inside were 3 wooden boxes and a letter. One wooden box was full of gold Salas banknotes, one wooden box contained 2 tubes of yellow and 2 tubes of orange medicine, and one wooden box contained 2 jars of blood. Alan had already brought the raw meat and presented it to the Baron respectfully. Put it on the ground. Hobert picked up the letter and opened it. Yes. Alan retreated to the door again. The big dog picked up the meat, wagged its tail at Hobert, and disappeared into the spirit world. Hobert smiled. I wonder if I will develop feelings after feeding it a few more times. He looked at the letter. Respected Baron Hobert. I didn't expect there to be so many spiritual materials. This transaction needs to be approved by the Archbishop, which adds an extra step to the process, so the speed is much slower. Please understand. The box contains 4,100 gold Salas, and the extra money is our first transaction, the sincerity I express. Seeing this, Hobert thought, is the sincerity of an archbishop worth more than 30 gold Salas? He continued to read, I was very surprised to see your plan to seal Full Moon Lake. After reporting it to the archbishop said that he would fully support your sealing operation. The 2 jars of blood in the wooden box were collected from the church's dungeon, fresh blood from the biologist and potions professor. If you have any other needs, please contact me. In the other wooden box, the yellow one is a potion that can restore your own spirituality in 10 minutes, and the orange one is a potion that can restore your strength in 8 minutes. You should know that these 4 tubes of potion are very valuable, but this time we provide them to you for free as support for your sealing operation. The signature is Bishop Simpson's fire lacquer seal. Hobert folded the letter again, put it in the drawer, then counted the gold Salas to confirm that it was correct, and put a tube of yellow and a tube of orange potion on his body. The gold Salas was sacrificed to the Nation of Disorder, and the other 2 wooden boxes were placed on the bookshelf. Backlund, Port District. First came to the hotel that Dorian mentioned in the letter, came to the door of room 208, knocked 3 times first, then knocked twice, and finally knocked 5 times. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Furs saw Dorian, who was of medium build, with his hair neatly combed and wearing a black suit. Furs immediately smiled and said, Teacher Dorian. Dorian let Furs in, closed the door, and said, Your talent has exceeded my imagination. You have actually understood the acting method from the words I mentioned in the letter. This compliment made Furs a little blush. You flatter me. Dorian said again, this time I brought the Trickmaster potion. Furs mustered up the courage, I was just about to tell you about this. Teacher, I'm sorry, I have concealed something in this matter. My fiancé is also in Beyonder. He just helped me find the Trickmaster formula and potion more than 2 months ago. I'm sorry, I'm already a Trickmaster. After saying this, Furs felt relaxed all over. The reason why I concealed it from you before was because my fiancé told me that the Beyonder world is full of darkness and trickery. I couldn't completely trust you at the beginning. But after several meetings and contact through letters, I felt your noble character. I am very ashamed and guilty for concealing it from you before. Dorian was stunned for a few seconds before saying, I am the one who should be ashamed, Miss Furs. The reason why I provided you with the potion formula and main materials actually has my purpose. Your sincerity makes me ashamed. My divination is correct. You are the one who can save my family. Your sincerity is the most powerful evidence. Furs breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best result. If you have time, maybe I should meet your fiancé. I believe he is also a gentleman of noble character, Dorian said with a smile. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 411, The Noble's Little Trouble. Chapter 411, The Noble's Little Trouble. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Furs chose to face Dorian with the utmost sincerity. Not only was she not blamed by her teacher, but Dorian was also touched by her sincerity and became even more trusting of this student. Furs recounted her extraordinary experiences. Before meeting her fiancé, she was somewhat ignorant of the mystical world. Through her interactions with her fiancé, she learned much about the mystical world, but it was incomplete. It was not until she met teacher Dorian that she had a place to answer her questions and gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of the mystical world. Dorian also spoke of his family's curse and the currently fragmented Abraham family. Both teacher and student showed great sincerity, making the atmosphere of communication very harmonious. At the end of the conversation, Dorian left behind the astrologer potion formula. Furs glanced at it, Sequence 7, Astrologer. Main materials, meteorite crystal, Lavos squid blood crystal. Supplementary materials, Thank you for your help, Teacher Dorian, this is exactly what I need. Firs was telling the truth. Although she could get potion formulas at a lower cost than the market price from Hobert, even so, the astrologer formula would still cost at least 700 or 800 pounds. Dorian smiled slightly, finding the main materials for the astrologer potion is a test for you. As long as you can find one of them, I will provide you with the other main material. Firs had a more real understanding of the angel family. Even after more than 1,000 years, they still had a huge foundation. After thanking Dorian again, Firs said, Teacher, I saw someone at a Beyonder gathering buying dragon-patterned tree bark. I wonder if you have any there. Dorian smiled slightly, this is a coincidence of fate. In addition to the main material for Trickmaster, I also brought a few mystical ingredients, one of which is more than 10 grams of dragon-patterned tree bark. I usually wouldn't carry such materials with me, but I happened to bring them this time. Feynapotter, Jeffrey Town. Hobert was planning to call Philip and others to deploy the matters of the Mentor of Disorder ritual and the subsequent construction work in Jeffrey Town. Seal suddenly came to report, Lord, Knight Lewis and Knight Duke request to see you. Hobert was stunned for a moment, pondered for a while, and then said, let them wait for me in the main hall. A few minutes later, Hobert came to the main hall of the Lord's mansion. Albert Lewis and Grove Duke immediately knelt on one knee, Lord. Hobert was not surprised by the two people's sudden enthusiasm. These two people can be regarded as the most knowledgeable people in Hobert's territory. Through Hobert's series of policies and the giant beast's corpse on the shore of Full Moon Lake, they certainly understood that this was a lord who had both the means and the martial prowess. Of course, they came at this time to express their loyalty. After Hobert sat down, he looked at the two people and then said, in my territory, every inch of land and every subject must be under my rule. You can now move to Jeffrey Town, one to serve as Judicial Knight and the other to serve as Taxation Knight. These are two lucrative positions. Albert and Grove opened their mouths wide together. They never expected that the cost of allegiance would be so high, giving up the territory inherited from their ancestors. They quietly looked at the unsmiling Hobert, and determined that he was not joking, nor was he like other nobles who were asking for the sky-high price, waiting for them to bargain. They realized at the same time that if they didn't do this, they would face more serious consequences. Times have changed. Hobert spread his hands, if local nobles don't want to be eliminated in this torrent, they can only lean towards the center, and the center in the territory is me. Now I can give you generous conditions and solve this problem peacefully. If I take the initiative to find you after a while, you will not be able to keep anything. The two knights fell into contemplation together. In the past when the waterway was prosperous, the local nobles of Southern Kerr were suppressed by the king in Feynapotter City to the point where they only had honorary titles left. When the waterway was interrupted and this place was isolated from the world, the system immediately regressed and returned to the land aristocratic era of 200 or 300 years ago. In Southern Kerr, formal barons and viscounts had to bow their heads to some terrifying forces. Even the lords enfeoffed by the king could not manage this closed area. Nobles with titles had to make huge compromises, even close to being puppets. However, the most basic knight class was greatly preserved. Their fiefdoms were generally based on villages. In order to maintain the stability of the grassroots, the interests of most knights were protected, and their power was even consolidated. At this time, the powerful lord in front of them suddenly wanted to take back the ruling power of the territory, and the two knights were of course difficult to choose. Hobert was not in a hurry and waited for them to consider clearly. In fact, there was nothing to consider. As long as they dared to say no, Hobert planned to kill one on the spot to establish his prestige. He estimated that the other would immediately yield. However, Hobert underestimated the two knights' endurance. After considering for more than 20 minutes, the two almost simultaneously expressed their willingness to accept the lord's arrangement. A smile finally appeared on Hobert's face. Albert Lewis, right? Albert immediately bowed and said, yes. You have a sealed artifact, but you are not in Beyonder. Albert was slightly stunned. Lord, you have a unique vision. In order to express my loyalty to you, I will offer the ancestral. I am not interested in your sealed artifact. Hobert smiled. If you do your job well and are loyal enough, I will give you a choice in 3 months. You can choose to become an arbiter or a lawyer. The carrot and stick, a set of combined punches, will never be out of date. Albert immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly, I choose arbiter. Becoming an arbitrator was the dream of their 3 generations, but the Feynapotter kingdom was similar to the Lone Kingdom, and had very strict control over the Beyonder characteristics of the justiciar pathway. They had never had the opportunity to become an arbiter. After Albert expressed his determination to be loyal, Hobert looked at Grove again. Grove Duke. Which pathway are you in Beyonder of? Grove immediately bowed and said, Lord, I am a lawyer. Hobert smiled slightly. Similarly, if you perform well enough in these 3 months, I will give you the potion formula for barbarian. He once again received Grove's allegiance. It's almost New Year's Day. the Lord's Mansion will hold a New Year's celebration. You can stay in the Lord's Mansion for the time being to facilitate participation in this event. Hobert said. Let your servants move your homes to Jeffreytown, and then go home to appease your families. Before completely taking over the territories of the two knights, Hobert would of course not let them go back. After coming out of the main hall of the Lord's Mansion, the two knights looked at each other and felt that the current situation was somewhat unreal. They were originally under the great pressure of the new lord to express their obedience and allegiance, but now their territories were gone and they had become direct subordinates of the Lord's Mansion. At the same time, they seemed to have a better future. As long as they served the new lord with their hearts for 3 months, they would be able to obtain the potions and potion formulas they had dreamed of before. Then the two exchanged a few polite words and, under the supervision of the Lord's guards, went to order their servants to move their homes. In the main hall of the Lord's Mansion, as soon as the two knights left, a majestic figure sitting on a high-backed chair and surrounded by grey fog suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. It was the Fool. Then the picture changed and a female voice of prayer appeared. Respected Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. Emperor that I have found the dragon-pattern tree bark, and 10 grams will cost 500 pounds. The picture ended, and Hobert was a little dumbfounded. Judging from the dress, it should be furs. He returned to the study, locked the door, and prayed to the Fool who does not belong to this era. Respected Mr. Fool, I am willing to accept this transaction. The 500 pounds can be deducted from my income at the tarot gathering. At the end of yesterday's gathering, Hobert asked Mr. Fool to temporarily keep the rewards sacrificed by Alger and others, and after completing the transaction with the hanged man, he would bestow the traded materials and the remaining rewards to himself. He didn't expect that the transaction with the hanged man had not yet been completed, and Furs had found the dragon-pattern tree bark in advance. This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh. The resources of the tarot gathering are becoming wider and wider. Audrey represents the resources of the lone nobles and the psychology alchemists, Alger represents the maritime resources, and Little Sun represents the City of Silver. Now, Furs represents the resources of the Abraham family. Hobert completed the prayer, thinking that he would be able to complete the transaction immediately, but who knew that after waiting for a while, Furs came over. Hobert, I have good news. She had just returned from Dorian's place, so of course she couldn't go back immediately to get the dragon-pattern tree bark, so she prepared to trade it at night. Furs said to Seal, you go out first. Seal glanced at the Lord, and after seeing Hobert nod slightly, he bowed slightly to the two of them, came outside the study, and closed the door. Teacher Dorian didn't blame me. Furs smiled. I told you, your sincerity will definitely move him. Hobert knew Dorian's importance to Furs, and also knew Furs's role to Dorian. He had long foreseen this result. The two had just chatted a few words when Seal outside said, Lord, Albert hopes to talk to you alone. Seal was very respectful to these two Night Lords, but after seeing their humble appearance in front of the Lord, he felt that these knights were just like that. So the original Knight Lewis has now become Albert. Hobert was stunned. Didn't he say that he didn't want his sealed artifact? Several grade 2 sealed artifacts are still lying in the Nation of Disorder. He really doesn't like grade 3 now, let him in. Albert entered the study, Lord. Then he looked at Furs on the side. Hobert said, this is my fiancée. Just say whatever you have to say. There is no need for her to avoid it. He had already prepared to refuse the other party's offer of the sealed artifact, but who knew that Albert said, Lord, I am here to tell you a shocking secret. Your intention, Speak. Albert lowered his voice and said, Grove has already pledged allegiance to Viscount Teuton. Hobert was immediately stunned, not surprised by the secret Albert said, but realized that these two bottom-level nobles immediately showed their noble colors after deciding to pledge allegiance to the Lord, attacking each other. But Hobert had to deal with these broken things at this time, are you sure? Absolutely true. Albert said, my squire has seen Grove send envoys to Viscount Teuton more than once. Hobert nodded, was about to speak, but suddenly thought of another thing. The study immediately fell into silence, and the invisible pressure made Albert breathless. After a full half a minute, Hobert suddenly smiled, very good, the information you told me is very useful. You go back first, I will properly solve this matter. Albert breathed a sigh of relief, yes. Hobert deliberately said to Seal in front of Albert, call Grove here. Albert showed a happy expression, feeling that he had already occupied a favorable position in this matter. After Albert left, Furs on the side whispered, I think he should also have contact with Viscount Teuton. Double-dealing is the nature of nobles. Hobert smiled, these two knights are afraid that the other will expose their old secrets first, so of course they have to rush to inform. According to common sense, this matter can only be resolved through several arguments, and ultimately it will be unresolved due to insufficient evidence, but this has removed a piece of Albert's heart disease. Even if someone mentions this matter again in the future, the Lord will not punish them for this matter. Furs shook her head, I am indeed not suitable for politics. However, I don't plan to deal with it according to the usual practice among nobles. Firs was stunned. Do you want to punish them now? Punishing them for insufficient evidence will put them on the moral high ground. Hobert smiled. Moreover, Grove is more useful to me now. Watch the show quietly for a while, and don't make a sound. Firs nodded. Seal soon brought Grove over. After learning that Albert had come in advance, he secretly said something bad. He had to prepare to bite Albert back and then enter the stage of arguing as soon as possible. Who knew that as soon as Grove arrived at the Lord's study, he heard the Lord ask, "Does Viscount Teuton trust you very much?" Grove quickly knelt on the ground. "Lord, in the past few years, this territory had no owner, You only need to answer me, to what extent does Viscount Teuton trust you?" Hobert said, "I have a task for you to do. After it is done, you will be given a huge reward. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, A Leisurely Move Amidst the Busy Schedule. Chapter 412, A Leisurely Move Amidst the Busy Schedule. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Grove was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the Lord. It didn't sound like sarcasm. I suppose he trusts me. What have you done for him? Tell me the truth. I can sense if you're lying. Grove was stunned again. I haven't done much. Just frequently reported on Viscount Teuton's situation, and later, frequently reported on the movements of those bandits living in the mountains. And I've offered him some wealth and 2 young women. Grove said 7 or 8 things in a row, his voice getting softer and softer. At this point, he realized that he was more like a knight loyal to Viscount Teuton. Hobert nodded with satisfaction. Good. Grove immediately retorted, that bastard Albert wasn't any better. Hobert waved his hand. I'm giving you a task that's very suitable for you. Just give the order. Tomorrow, defect from the Lord's manor and join Viscount Teuton, and completely gain his trust, gradually becoming an indispensable figure in his eyes. Of course, I will provide assistance in this process. Grove didn't react for a moment. After 2 or 3 seconds, he understood, the Lord was targeting Viscount Teuton. Hobert picked up the piece of paper beside him. This is the potion formula for a barbarian. If you agree, it's yours. If you can successfully complete the task in the future, I will also give you the subsequent potion formula for briber and the main ingredients. Hobert smiled. I am a beyonder of the lawyer pathway. How far I can go, you can go just as far. Grove only learned today that the potion after barbarian is briber. After thinking for a long time, he asked, what if I fail? Then I will also give you the main ingredient for a barbarian. You and your son will both have a good job. The conditions Hobert offered were tempting enough. Grove no longer hesitated. I am willing to serve you. Hobert poured spirituality into the psychological spoon. If you talk about this matter with anyone outside of this room, you will immediately commit suicide. Grove immediately said, I will definitely keep this a secret. Hobert said, I just gave your subconscious an order. Regardless of whether you guarantee it or not, when you leak the secret, you will immediately commit suicide. Grove opened his mouth wide. This was a beyonder world that he felt relatively unfamiliar with, but he knew that the Lord was not scaring him. He added, I have something that can make Viscount Teuton tempted. Hobert pondered for a moment. I'll send it to you at the latest tonight. As he spoke, he pushed the note in front of him towards Grove. Grove respectfully took it. In this life, I will only be loyal to Lord Hobert. Firs looked at Hobert sitting there with a smile on his face, and he didn't look like a gentleman of high moral character at all. However, Firs was not afraid of such Hobert. She knew that Hobert had a heart that yearned for justice, but his means of achieving his goals were easily misunderstood. Hobert said to Shira outside, call Philip, Conrad, and Roy here. Soon, the 3 people came to the study. Hobert said to Philip and Conrad, send out all the manpower to issue a notice, saying that the Lord will publicly announce how to pay taxes next year tomorrow, and let everyone in the town and all the villages come. After the announcement, the Lord will also hold a banquet to celebrate the new year in advance. He said to Roy, while ensuring the repair of the hotels and restaurants, after tomorrow's banquet, organize 300 people to cut all the reeds by the lake and repair the large wharf as quickly as possible. After the 3 subordinates left one after another, Firs suddenly said, I feel like something big is going to happen. Hobert smiled. That's right, something big will indeed happen tomorrow. He glanced at the tightly closed door of the study. Help me buy a loudspeaker in Backlund, and buy more batteries. After I announce how to pay taxes next year tomorrow, you have to help me explain it to everyone. Firs was slightly stunned before nodding. After only Hobert was left alone in the study, he asked Alan to order the kitchen to make donuts and wrote a letter to Jessica. How is Carrie's progress? I have a way to go to Backlund tonight. If the progress is smooth, the transaction can be completed tonight. The kitchen knew that the Lord liked to eat donuts, so they had already prepared the corresponding ingredients, and soon more than a dozen donuts were baked. Hobert summoned the messenger. Is this okay? You take 6 donuts, and then wait there for a reply. The messenger stretched out her hand. Yes, but waiting for more than 10 minutes will cost 3 more donuts. Hobert counted out 6 donuts. No problem. More than 10 minutes later, the messenger brought Jessica's reply, and Hobert paid her 3 more donuts as before. Jessica's reply was also simple. Carrie has done a lot of research in advance. For Beyonder materials have produced 2 Beyonder weapons, and the success rate exceeds expectations. If you can come to Backlund, please come to 56 Empress Borough after 8 p.m. and meet in the large warehouse in the backyard. Hobert smiled slightly. A Beyonder weapon is enough to tempt Viscount Teuton. Even in Fainapotter City, Beyonder weapons are very rare Beyonder items, let alone in South Colson, a mountainous area that has been isolated from the world for more than half a century. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert received a reminder from Klein. Hanged men had just traded the juice of the crown tree and the black giant gold monster flower from other pirates, and the transaction could be completed. In the evening, Hobert received a reminder from the Fool. The transaction with Miss Magician was completed. Hobert then performed the granting ceremony and obtained 3 sequence 5 auxiliary materials and a small stack of gold pounds. At the previous tarot meeting, Hobert received a total of 1,800 pounds and a reward of 1 Beyonder material. 3 auxiliary materials, crown tree sap 800 pounds, dragon pattern tree bark 500 pounds, and black giant gold monster flower worth 300 pounds. After completing these transactions, Hobert can still get 200 pounds in cash. Seeing that small stack of cash, Hobert smiled. It wasn't a waste of time. After dinner, Hobert locked himself in the study again, first changed into the lone-style clothes he bought in Backlund last time, then changed his appearance and used travel to come to Backlund. In Minsk Street, which Hobert was familiar with, he took a carriage to the backyard of 56 Empress Borough. Jessica was already waiting at the entrance of the backyard. After Hobert got off the carriage, he changed back to his original appearance in front of Jessica. "Oh my God!" Jessica exclaimed, "I was worried that you would be recognized." She smiled and pointed behind her. "This is a property of Princess Alice. The people from MI9 don't dare to break in and arrest us." Hobert was stunned. The name of this princess sounds a bit familiar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 413, Chapter 413, Promoted to Mentor of Disorder, 4K words. Chapter 413, Promoted to Mentor of Disorder, 4K words. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. This is where chapters are beginning to reach 3K words, sometimes 6K. Hobert finally understood why Jessica had been so fearless before, unafraid of exposing her residence whether facing MI9 or the Judgment Group. It turned out that the owner of the residence was willing and capable of providing them with a certain degree of security. Hobert wasn't quite sure about Alice's position in the royal family, but her status as a princess was there, and in many cases, she represented the majesty of the royal family, enough to make the people of MI9 dare not offend her. Jessica whispered, "You should still change your appearance. Although Princess Alice promised not to interfere in our private affairs, there are other servants here, and it wouldn't be good if they saw you." After all, Hobert had killed a prince not long ago, who was Alice's younger brother. Hobert changed back to the appearance he had when he was riding in the carriage before, and then followed Jessica into the courtyard. While walking inside, Hobert asked, "How is the barbarian potion being digested?" "Digested? That's a very appropriate word." Jessica smiled and said, "During the legislative process of the labor law, I felt that the potion was being digested very well, and my condition has been very good." Hobert nodded. What Jessica was doing was also equivalent to challenging the existing order in Backlund, so the potion was being digested to a certain extent. When you feel that you have completely mastered the barbarian potion, write to me. I have the potion formula and main materials for Briber there. Jessica smiled and agreed, opened the small door of the large warehouse in front of her, and invited Hobert in. This not small warehouse is still divided into 2 parts. As soon as you enter, you can see the entire warehouse. It is much larger than Carrie's studio before, but it is still packed full by her. On one side of the warehouse entrance, there is a small room, seemingly designed to record the entry and exit of warehouse property, but now it has been cleaned up by Jessica for receiving customers. Carrie was already waiting inside, wiping a light red sword. Hobert noticed that there were many mysterious symbols engraved on the sword. After learning that the unfamiliar-looking man in front of her was Hobert, Carrie smiled and said, "I can only say that we are very lucky to have created 2 mystical weapons in one go." She raised the sword in her hand, as long as you inject a weak amount of spirituality into it, it will become hotter and hotter until it turns red, and the sword will ignite flames. Each strike can sprinkle some sparks, which has the effect of interfering with the opponent's vision and increasing one's own power. In addition, there is about a 5% chance that it can help the holder find the enemy's weakness. Hobert took the sword and played with it for a while. The ability of this sword was already very good. How long does the effect last? The effect produced by beyonder materials is not like spiritual materials that lose so quickly. Carrie said, however, it must be repaired by me or other craftsmen every year and a half. If it is repaired on time, there will be no problem using it for more than 10 years. As she spoke, she opened another wooden box on the table, which contained a crimson war hammer, also engraved with many occult symbols. Carrie continued, the materials you gave me are one of the main materials of Provoker. I tried to use related spiritual materials to make these weapons have corresponding pathway abilities, not limited to the abilities of Provoker. Like this warhammer, there is a certain probability that it will strike out flames that cover the opponent. The higher the probability of striking out flames, the darker the place. I tried it at night, and the probability can be as high as 10%. It also has an ability to provoke with a certain probability, causing the surrounding enemies to change their attack targets and attack the holder together. If the holder's defensive ability is strong enough, this is a very good ability in team battles, but if the holder is an beyonder who is inclined to intelligence, this skill is tantamount to suicide. Hobert nodded, very suitable for use in the Forsaken Land. First of all, it is dark enough there, and secondly, the defensive abilities of the beyonders there are generally very high. Hobert asked, how much does the material and labor cost in total? Not much material was used. Jessica said from the side, however, it took Carrie a lot of time. Please pay another £200 for labor. Hobert nodded and took out the £200 that he hadn't warmed up yet. I brought you 3 more of the same main materials this time. Carrie was slightly stunned. I must remind you again that you didn't lose money on these 2 mystical weapons, but that doesn't mean we'll have such good luck next time. Theoretically speaking, there would be no problem selling these 2 weapons for £2,000. But the cost is very high. Provoker is a relatively popular beyonder pathway, and 4 main materials of this level are worth between £1,200 and £1,500. Adding the £200 for labor, Carrie and Jessica thought that the cost was between £1,600 and £1,700. But the 2 weapons can only be sold for £2,000 in the end, which is too little profit for them. Hobert smiled and said, I have relevant channels to obtain relatively preferential beyonder materials. Just let go and do it. Even if you don't succeed once, I will still pay you the labor cost. Carrie smiled, okay, but if there are 3 of the same main materials, I am confident that I can at least make 1 beyonder weapon. Let me take a look. This seems to be the main material of Beast Tamer. I have to check the information again to be sure. Hee, I'm looking forward to what kind of beyonder weapon I can create. Hobert suddenly thought of a new question, if it fails, will these main materials be wasted? This doesn't make sense, after all, that is a beyonder material, and the beyonder characteristics should not disappear. Those materials will be combined with the weapon but will not give the weapon any ability. Carrie spread her hands, such materials are equivalent to being scrapped. They cannot be used to prepare potions, nor can they be used in the production of other weapons. Hobert seemed to understand something. If I'm not mistaken, a beyonder weapon can be used for more than 10 years, not because its extraordinary effect is gone, but because the metal material of the weapon can only support it for more than 10 years. Carrie nodded, that's the truth. If you encounter this kind of weapon, you can help me buy it at a low price. In my eyes, they still have residual value. Hobert said, also, I will also recycle weapons that have failed to be made. This is part of our transaction. Carrie wondered, what do you want these things for? Of course, it is to take them to the Nation of Disorder, to crush them and obtain the beyonder characteristics of the beyonder materials for recycling and utilization. Hobert smiled, of course I have my uses. Carrie nodded and didn't continue to ask. After talking about business, Jessica poured 3 glasses of wine, and the 3 of them sat on the sofa to chat. While chatting, Carrie talked about Hobert's messenger, saying that the messenger's level must be very high. Jessica also sighed, and it can emit huge mental pressure. Today, when she was waiting for a reply, she made me feel huge pressure. This made me have to write faster, and I finished the reply in 2 or 3 minutes. Hobert smiled, according to my observation, her level is indeed not low. Wait, it only took 2 or 3 minutes to finish writing, why did it take more than 10 minutes to give me the reply? Okay, the level is not low, but she likes to cheat summoners out of donuts. Hobert took a sip of wine to hide his unnaturalness, and he suddenly thought, is this wine aged? Jessica smiled, Princess Alice also gave us the wine cellar here and told us that we can drink freely. I looked at it before, and there are quite a few aged wines. Hobert said, is there 3-year-old white wine? Yes. Then please get me a bottle, I just need it. Originally, Hobert was going to find a winery to buy a bottle later, which saved him an extra trip. No problem. Jessica quickly brought the wine. Hobert was about to give money, but when he thought about it, it would be too distant if he gave money, so the action of giving money was changed to thanking her. After chatting for more than 20 minutes, around 9 o'clock, Hobert left with 2 wooden boxes on his back and the wine in his hand. He still didn't use traveling in the Empress Borough. This is a gathering place for nobles. The royal family, the military, and the church protect this place relatively strictly. It is still safer to leave here honestly and then use traveling. Back in his fief, Hobert first put the white wine on the desk, then opened the 2 wooden boxes and named the 2 weapons Crimson Sword and Provocation Warhammer respectively. After playing with them for a while, Hobert closed the wooden boxes and quietly asked Seal to send the Crimson Sword to Grove. After dedicating the Provocation Warhammer to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert returned to his room and used meditation to fall asleep as soon as possible. He wanted to maintain an excellent state to deal with tomorrow's promotion. Before dawn, the villagers and residents of the town made an appointment to go to the Lord's mansion. Under the rule of the previous group of bandits, they had to pay taxes once a month. If the leaders of those bandits had not been killed by the Lord, it would have been time for them to pay taxes again. So recently everyone has been a little uneasy. The Lord's mansion has not sent anyone to urge them to pay taxes, and they don't know how the new Lord plans to collect taxes. When everyone learned that the Lord was going to announce how to collect taxes, it immediately attracted widespread attention. Almost everyone in the family came out, wanting to hear how to pay taxes next year, otherwise this new year would definitely not be good. Hobert also got up very early today. Philip came to report early in the morning that almost all the residents of the entire territory had come. The front of the Lord's mansion was already full of people, and even the roads up and down the mountain were crowded with people. But the outside was not noisy, and even the sound of loud talking could not be heard. Obviously, compared to doing household registration statistics, the people respected Hobert's authority more. They were very conscious of not making noise in front of the Lord's mansion. Hobert ate a simple breakfast and returned to his study, placing all the extraordinary materials on the desk. He had already prepared tools such as measuring cylinders, balances, and beakers. After all the materials were ready, he began to prepare the potion. First, 80 milliliters of 3-year-old white wine, which is normal wine, nothing to say. Then add the juice of the crown tree. The golden juice quickly merges with the wine, turning into a warm light yellow. Then there is the black giant gold monster flower and the bark of the dragon pattern tree. The giant gold monster flower is a flower with gold and black colors, about the size of a palm, but very light. The bark of the dragon pattern tree is a piece of bark that seems to be mixed with black stars and golden patterns, and even seems to be able to see a little starlight and weak golden light. After the giant gold monster flower and the dragon pattern tree bark were added to the beaker, they were quickly melted and underwent a chemical reaction-like change. The liquid in the entire beaker seemed to be tumbling. Finally, Hobert added the Mentor of Disorder Beyonder characteristic that had been divided and recondensed. Its shape is like a tightly clenched translucent black fist. This fist intuitively gives a sense of strength and evil. The patterns and light spots on it seem to follow normal rules, but they are full of disharmony, and seem to contain a lot of madness and chaos. Just looking at it makes people feel uneasy, as if a serious obsessive-compulsive disorder patient saw an extremely messy room and wanted to roll up his sleeves and tidy up the room. The Beyonder characteristic also quickly melted, but there was no violent reaction in the beaker, but Hobert seemed to hear some mind-numbing whispers from the beaker. But if the line of sight leaves the beaker, the whispers disappear. Hobert took out the glass medicine bottle that he had prepared, and not a drop of the potion in the beaker was left, all poured into the medicine bottle. Hobert put on the stopper and put it in his pocket. Opening the door of the study, Furs was already waiting outside. She had gone to a high place to look outside just now. Even Furs, who lived in a big city, rarely saw a scene of thousands of people gathered together. These are all the people of this territory, and they are all loyal to Hobert. Thinking of this, Furs was excited for Hobert. Hobert stretched out his hand, and Furs naturally took his arm. Accompanied by the guards and supported by the respectful servants, the two came to the front of the Lord's mansion. Lord. Madam. The loud greetings from outside made Furs slightly stunned. She was not as shy as when she first entered the Lord's mansion, but greeted everyone generously. Philip had prepared a small high platform in advance, the horn was tied to the tree, and the microphone was placed on the table on the small high platform. Hobert and Furs came to the high platform hand in hand, and the people behind also saw them. For a time, the sound of Lord was endless, and the scene was very enthusiastic. Hobert smiled and waved to them. The greeting process lasted for more than a minute, and the scene gradually calmed down. This scene made Seal straighten his chest, while Philip's eyes were filled with tears. Under Furz's guidance, Hobert turned on the microphone switch. As I said yesterday, I called you here to announce how Geoffrey will collect taxes in the future. The people who had never seen a horn were wondering how the Lord's voice was so loud when the Lord spoke. But Hobert came up and said to the point, which made everyone quiet down immediately. I hereby announce, Hobert smiled, Geoffrey will be exempt from all agricultural taxes from today on. This news shocked Grove, Albert, and the others. Of course, they understood the significance of the agricultural tax to the landed gentry. Without the agricultural tax, the lord would lose more than 80% of their income. How would they support the expenses of the lord's mansion? Firs also showed a surprised expression. She realized yesterday that Hobert would greatly reduce the taxes on the people in the territory, but she never expected that Hobert would simply waive all the taxes. However, most people were a little confused. Many people didn't understand what agricultural tax was, and of course, they didn't know which part of the tax the lord was reducing. Hobert continued to explain, you don't have to pay taxes on what you get from farming, from orchards, or from vegetable gardens. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone couldn't believe it. Until someone in front of the stage mustered up the courage to ask, Lord, that is to say, no matter what I plant, no matter how the harvest is, I don't have to pay taxes, right? Yes. After a few seconds of silence, someone shouted, Long live the Lord. Then everyone followed and shouted, Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The shouts were earth-shattering, and many people were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Taking advantage of the extremely enthusiastic scene, Hobert quickly handed the microphone to Firs, and then, surrounded by Seal and others, came to a small room at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Hobert said to Seal when he entered the door, Guard here and don't let anyone in. Yes. Hobert locked the door tightly, and recalled the ritual of advancing to Mentor of Disorder again, taking the magic potion in his own territory, amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the people. Now that both requirements had been met, taking advantage of the cheers outside still deafening, Hobert opened the bottle and drank the magic potion in one gulp. The moment the magic potion entered his mouth, Hobert felt his consciousness explode. For a moment, his consciousness was in chaos, and he instantly lost control of his consciousness and body. Hobert became muddle-headed. His spiritual body broke through the roof and came into the air. At this time, the sun rose, and the sunlight shone on Full Moon Lake, making the lake water look soft and warm. The sunlight shone on the vibrant vegetation, making this land look full of life. What a beautiful lake, what a beautiful rural scene, and there are so many people outside. Long live the Lord. Long live Geoffrey territory. Hobert heard shouts, and a burst of passionate emotions repeatedly washed over the completely emptied Hobert, allowing him to regain emotional fluctuations. Lord. Baron Hobert, I am Baron Hobert. Yes, they are grateful to me for exempting them from agricultural taxes, and they are cheering for me. This place with beautiful scenery is my territory. Suddenly, Hobert regained his consciousness, and then he heard confusing whispers in his ears, making Hobert's head ache. Hobert was about to resist the whispers through meditation, but the cheers outside gradually drowned out the whispers, until only the cheers remained in Hobert's ears. He breathed a sigh of relief and regained control of himself. Perhaps the magic potion was digesting well, or perhaps the ritual was very effective. The process of advancing to Mentor of Disorder was smoother than Hobert expected. He lowered his head and clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had increased again, and his physique was stronger. Although he didn't dare to compare with the Guardian, he was close to the physique of a Dawn Paladin. At the same time, he felt that his speed had also improved significantly. He possessed various fighting skills. Even if he had not learned fighting, he would be a fighting master in battle. The blessing on fighting skills, the Justiciar pathway started from Arbiter, and by the time it reached the Sheriff level, it was already a fighting master. However, the Black Emperor pathway only completed it all at once at the Mentor of Disorder level. Hobert stroked the fighting ring on his hand. This magical item, which he had worn for the longest time, could finally retire. Then Hobert let his spirituality spread and felt his new abilities. The first is Disorder, which is the signature ability of Mentor of Disorder. It can cause the locked target to fall into chaos, making it difficult for attacks to land on oneself, and making it easy for the enemy to make wrong choices. At the same time, it can cause a certain amount of chaos in an area of about 5 meters, such as the temperature in this area suddenly rising, the road surface in this area suddenly becoming uneven, etc. This state can be superimposed. In addition, the ability of Distortion has been greatly improved. In addition to strengthening the ability to distort the target's language, actions, and intentions, it can also distort the concepts of oneself and the target, so that both parties bear half of the damage, curses, diseases, etc. Hobert unconsciously touched his healing fork. The Sequence 5 level Distortion plus Healing is a perfect match. Corrosion has also been strengthened, which can corrode the minds of people within 20 meters, and Hobert can already control whether to make the enemy greedy or gloomy. In any case, it is easier to make the other party make irrational choices. The strengthening of abilities such as Weakening is the greatest. You don't have to use Bribe to use the 4 skills of Weakening, Charm, Arrogance, and Connection. Especially arrogance and connection, which were somewhat useless skills before, have become surprisingly useful abilities. Arrogance can make the target become proud, arrogant, and reduce their mental state, leading to misjudgment. Connection can quickly create a link between the two parties, causing the target's hostility to temporarily disappear. And charm now has two modes. The first mode is to make it difficult for the enemy to generate the desire to attack, and even lose the desire to fight for a short time. The second mode is more like charm plus distortion, allowing the enemy's attack to fall on their companions, and quickly generate goodwill towards oneself, believing that their companions have betrayed them, thereby becoming one's own helpers in a short period of time. If this ability is used well, it is a very explosive skill in team battles. Finally, there are the changes in Hobert's temperament and spirituality brought about by the magic potion. He can act like an ordinary person, or he can make himself extremely majestic, causing the surrounding creatures to unconsciously lower their posture and want to submit. The change in spirituality is that the storage of spirituality has become huge. Now when Hobert uses Holy Light or Underworld Gate again, there will not be too much burden. Hobert took a deep breath. Sequence 5 was indeed a level stronger than Sequence 6. At this time, the atmosphere outside was still very enthusiastic. Hobert adjusted his state, and after going to the Nation of Disorder to reseal the figure in the pool, he came out of the room. Seal immediately felt that the Lord was different from when he went in. His back seemed to have become taller, and he seemed to be more majestic than before. Hobert returned to the small high platform outside and took the microphone from Furs. Furs had been asked so much that she was overwhelmed. She didn't know whether raising livestock and poultry was within the scope of agricultural tax, and she didn't know whether taxes should be paid if the vegetables grown were used for trading. Hobert returned to the high platform and answered everyone's questions one by one. Fainapotter Kingdom, northern city of Tiburia. Lieutenant Colonel Bird was frantically packing his bags. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Bird cocked his pistol. Who is it? It's me. It was Ethel's voice. Bird was first surprised, then desperate, and finally tried to calm himself, put the gun back in its holster and opened the door. Ethel stood at the door and smiled at the room. You seem to be packing your luggage. Honey, I was just about to find you. Bird said happily. You don't know, after hearing the news of your attack, I couldn't stay for a moment and wanted to rush over to protect you. Mother above, let you return safely. Ethel smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern. As she spoke, she suddenly kicked Bird away. Take him away. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 414, Chapter 414, Sealing the Full Moon Lake. Chapter 414, Sealing the Full Moon Lake. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Outside the city of Tibulia, in the dungeon of the military camp, the screams of Lieutenant Colonel Bayard echoed. In the interrogation room, Bayard had been tortured beyond recognition, his spirit on the verge of collapse. Ethel sat opposite him, smiling. Darling, seeing you beaten like this breaks my heart. You should just tell the truth quickly. The matter isn't as complicated as you think. Only you had the chance to see the letter my father wrote to me, and the orders sent through top-secret channels. And I simply don't believe you're a spy for those Intis bastards. Otherwise, I would have noticed something was wrong with you long ago. Here, you can speak freely. Do you see the chandelier hanging from the ceiling? It's a sealed artifact from the 4th epoch. It can interfere with hypnosis and psychological suggestion, and effectively resist secrecy abilities. Here, you have no secrets to hide. Bayard wept bitterly, his handsome face bearing many scars. Ethel, please, believe me. I really am just an ordinary spy. That's a disappointing answer. Ethel waved her hand at the interrogator. The interrogator, wearing gloves, carefully brought over a set of shackles. No. Bayard, of course, recognized the sealed artifact, but no matter how he resisted, the interrogator carefully placed the shackles on his feet. The moment the shackles closed completely, Bayard's roar became muffled, and he trembled all over in pain. Then a stench emanated from his body. The ever-dapper and handsome Lieutenant Colonel lost control of his bowels. After about 20 seconds, the interrogator quickly removed the shackles. Bayard immediately slumped, as if all his strength had been drained. Ethel stood up with her hands behind her back, as if strolling through her own garden. Prisoners have described the pain caused by this sealed artifact, like every bone in your body being broken inch by inch. She looked at Bayard. Tell the truth. For the sake of our past relationship, I can spare your life. Bayard weakly said, It was the second prince. Ethel smiled. I know my royal brothers better than you do. If you said it was the ambitious bishop, 3rd prince, I might believe you, but Blaise, 2nd prince, doesn't have the guts or the means. She said to the interrogator, 15 more seconds, but don't let him die of pain. I'll talk. Bayard quickly said, "It was the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince ordered me to monitor your every move. Otherwise, my parents, my brothers and sisters would all die." As he spoke, Bayard wept bitterly. "Please, let me go. I'll never participate in the royal families." Ethel took out a gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet blew a large hole in the back of Bayard's head, and his plea for mercy came to an abrupt end. Ethel wiped the corner of her slightly moist eyes with her finger. "I lied to you. The moment I came back alive, you were doomed. You betrayed me, and I lied to you once. Okay, we're even." She stared at the corpse in front of her for a while before glancing at the interrogator out of the corner of her eye. The interrogator immediately said, "General, the members of my family have poor hearing. From my grandfather to my son, they all have hearing problems." Ethel smiled. Smart people always live long. She walked out of the dungeon step by step, seeing the clear blue sky outside. It's time to return to Fainapotter City. South Colson, west bank of Full Moon Lake. Recently, Viscount Teuton had been holding his ancestral telescope, looking at the opposite bank. Isn't it not New Year's yet? What are they cheering about over there? Why are they slaughtering sheep and pigs? What are they celebrating? Viscount Teuton asked the butler impatiently. "Where are the scouts I sent out? Haven't they returned yet?" The butler quickly replied, "News came last night that Knight Lewis and Knight Duke were placed under house arrest by Baron Hobert. The original helpers in the town are also unwilling to help us anymore, so it's difficult for the scouts to get information now." "It hasn't even been a month," Viscount Teuton exclaimed. He was referring to the fact that Hobert had only been here for less than a month. "My lord, I'm back." At this time, the scout who had been sent out finally returned. He knelt on the ground. Hobert has exempted all agricultural taxes in Geoffrey's territory." "What?" Viscount Teuton almost jumped up. "Has he gone mad?" After thinking for a moment, Viscount Teuton immediately said, "Block this news. We must block this news. If this news spread throughout the territory, his subjects would definitely run away." The scout added, "My lord, I also brought back Knight Duke, who escaped from Hobert's mansion." Viscount Teuton was stunned. "Quick, let him in." Grove Duke knelt on the ground, carrying a wooden box. "My lord, you must help us take back our fief. Hobert actually took our fief and plans to put us under house arrest in the Lord's Manor. I took advantage of the fact that the Lord's Manor was holding a celebration today and was short of manpower to escape. My lord, for the sake of my service to you in the past, please help us take back our fief." Viscount Teuton was somewhat hesitant and would not immediately agree. You get up first." "That's right." Grove presented the wooden box to Teuton. "Anyway, I'm going to fight Hobert to the death, so I simply stole Hobert's weapon when I left. Now I offer the weapon to you, my lord. Please, you must help me." Viscount Teuton opened the wooden box and knew at a glance that this sword was no ordinary item. He held it in his hand and immediately realized that it was a Beyonder weapon. He had only heard of this kind of weapon and had never seen it before. Viscount Teuton played with it lovingly for a while before closing the wooden box and reaching out to help Grove up. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you take back your territory. But we must wait for the opportunity. You will live in my lord's manor for now. Here, you will still enjoy the treatment of a knight. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I will kill them." Grove was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Hobert killed a total of 3 pigs and 4 sheep. The pig bones and offal were not wasted. Under Hobert's guidance, a simplified version of chow tea on pot was made. With the addition of chili peppers and spices, the aroma immediately attracted everyone. As soon as it was cooked, Hobert only ate a few bites before it was eaten clean by the residents of the territory. The joy of the people had not diminished. Although there were many freshly slaughtered pigs and sheep, it was not enough for 3,000 people to eat. The residents of the town and several surrounding villages voluntarily brought bread and vegetables, so that everyone could eat their fill at noon, and even the mutton soup and pork soup were drunk clean. Since they could remember, they had to pay taxes, and taxes were the burden of everyone here. But now it was different. This burden was suddenly gone, and they felt that their backs were a little straighter. In the afternoon, many people were still chatting excitedly in front of the Lord's Manor and voluntarily helping the servants wash pots and dishes. Hobert ordered that no one should be driven away. They could chat for as long as they wanted. At the same time, Hobert also asked Philip to send someone to Viscount Teuton's mansion on the opposite side of Full Moon Lake to demand Grove. When night fell, Furs smiled at the table. "Today I realized that happiness is really contagious. The matter of tax exemption clearly wouldn't make me that happy, but seeing their smiling faces, I still feel happy for them." Hobert smiled. "Yes, it makes me feel much better too." Helen on the side asked, "If you don't collect taxes, what will so many people in the Lord's Manor eat?" "Of course, we'll buy food from the people." Hobert smiled. "After the tax exemption, there will definitely be more food in the territory, and the price of food will definitely be lower. Before the interests of the people are harmed, the Lord's manor will have to buy a large amount of food. If there is less food on the market, the price will naturally stabilize. The food in the hands of the people will be turned into money, which can further prosper the economy of the territory, killing many birds with one stone. Helen opened her mouth. She wanted to ask, "Did you have a plan for this long ago?" But she felt that she should rather ask, "Why do you know so much?" But in the end, she didn't ask anything. After dinner, when he returned to the courtyard with Furs, Hobert said, "Come to the study at 9 o'clock. I have something I need your help with." Furs was stunned and nodded. Arriving at the study, Hobert locked the door and entered the nation of disorder. He checked the seal on the figure again. The figure was now clearer, a handsome young man, about 20 years old, and now he could see that he had copper-colored hair. Hobert pondered for a moment. There was still no better way to send him out of the nation of disorder, so he could only wait. Then Hobert felt the changes brought about by the advancement. First of all, he could control more territory in the nation of disorder. His consciousness could cover the largest pool at the foot of the mountain. Inside, there were many, many stars. The function of these stars was still unknown. In addition, his strength in all aspects of the nation of disorder had been greatly strengthened, and the magical items in the nation of disorder had also been greatly improved. In particular, he could mobilize more power from the nation of disorder in the real world, and he had the ability to hide the aura of the nation of disorder, so there would be no more incidents like suddenly encountering Philip I or George III. Moreover, Hobert gained a new ability in the nation of disorder, prohibition. This was a very high-ranking prohibition. Hobert's spirituality guided him to look at the two new stars in the pool in front of him. Combined with the newly acquired prohibition ability, Hobert seemed to understand, if I hadn't encountered the brass book in advance, then these two new stars would have appeared after advancing to Mentor of Disorder. He suddenly realized that the meeting with Castilla, that is, Philip I, had inadvertently saved Ethel, a descendant of Philip I. Hobert smiled and shook his head. Fate is really wonderful. After patrolling the nation of disorder again, Hobert broke off a piece of orderwood and left the nation of disorder. Hobert took out the 2 jars of blood sent by Bishop Simpson and found a thick enough pen. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Furs came to the study, and Hobert explained, "I got a way to seal the corruption of Full Moon Lake from my father. I plan to seal the source of the corruption tonight. But I need you to do me a favor. How about we take a walk to Full Moon Lake together?" Hobert stretched out his arm, and Furs smiled and took it, no problem. She was curious about how Hobert would seal it. The space in front of the two became illusory. After entering the spirit world, they arrived at the bank of Full Moon Lake in the blink of an eye. Not far away was the corpse of the giant beast that looked like a large ship. On the other side of the corpse was a bonfire, and 2 guards were guarding the corpse. The moonlight was good tonight. Hobert and Furs came to the lake by the moonlight. "I need you to use ice magic to create a layer of ice in the lake that is about the size of a bed." Hobert followed up with an explanation, "I need to draw a seal formation on it. I considered using paper, but after it gets wet, the formation on the paper will definitely become blurred immediately, so drawing the formation on the ice is the most suitable." Furs smiled, "Then you'll have to wait a while." She released an ice magic towards the water surface, but only a palm-sized piece of ice appeared on the water surface, and it was very thin. Hobert found a stone and sat down. "It doesn't matter. You can just practice your Beyonder abilities, and I can also practice my Beyonder abilities." "What are you practicing?" "Try using ice magic again." Furs used ice magic towards the lake again, and this time the ice that appeared was as big as the surface of a square stool. She said in surprise, "Oh my God, how did you do it?" Hobert smiled, "I tried to lower the temperature of that area." This was the ability of disorder, which could make the lake surface within a 5-meter radius freeze more easily, and the longer it was used, the faster it would freeze. Furs began to use ice magic continuously, and took a short rest after using it 7 or 8 times. The spirituality of Sequence 8 was too weak, and even this simple spell was a bit difficult to use continuously. While Furs was resting, Hobert suddenly asked towards the reeds, "Helen." The reeds parted, and Helen was still able to walk out with a graceful posture on the rocky river beach. "Your spirituality seems to be stronger." Hobert asked, "What are you doing here?" Helen smiled, "Can't I come for a walk?" In fact, she was here to meet with the person that the Theosophy Order had developed on the West Bank, but she didn't expect to meet Hobert and Furs. Hobert smiled and said nothing. When Furs had rested enough, they continued to make ice. Suddenly, an ice spear like a crystal pierced into the water, and a large area of water around the ice spear showed a hard ice layer. Helen smiled, "Although I don't know what you're doing, I can help." As she spoke, she threw 2 more ice spears into the water, and soon the area of the ice layer reached Hobert's needs. Furs was a little unhappy. "Look at the ice surface you made, it's uneven." Helen snapped her fingers, and the ice surface immediately became smooth. Furs said to Hobert in a huff, "I feel like I'm in very good condition." I'm going to prepare for advancement tomorrow. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 415, Chapter 415 Report to the King. Chapter 415 Report to the King. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert quickly smiled and soothed, all right, don't get so worked up with the guest. The main ingredient for the potion is with me. You can advance whenever you want. Firs felt a little better in her heart. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a guest. I'm the mistress of Full Moon Lake. Ah, the mistress of the east bank of Full Moon Lake. Seeing that the ice layer was large enough, Hobert injected spirituality into the ocean pendant, controlling the water flow to make the ice layer float towards the center of Full Moon Lake. Hobert then dived into the water, following closely behind. The fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts underwater were so frightened by Hobert that they dared not show their faces again. There was only one giant beast, and it was no longer a threat in the water. He smoothly arrived at approximately the center of Full Moon Lake. Hobert used the ability of flight, leaned over on the ice surface, and began to write the sealing magic circle. This is the benefit of knowledge itself. All the mystical symbols of the magic circle are in Hobert's memory. He can write them with a wave of his hand when needed. Only half of the blood sent by Bishop Simpson was used, and the magic circle was already written. To prevent the ice from melting, Hobert quickly inserted the previously folded order wood into the center of the magic circle. The magic symbols on the magic circle suddenly emitted a faint light, as if they had life, piercing through the ice layer and turning into a black glass cover with inscriptions. This glass cover radiated a thin black mist around it, isolating the surrounding lake water. The symbols entering the water did not touch the lake water, nor were they diluted by the lake water. Hobert dived into the water again, guiding the glass cover to gradually fall onto the bubble structure he had seen before. The gem inside the bubble still emitted a dazzling color under the light of Hobert's staff. Until the magic circle like a glass cover was completely placed on the bubble, Hobert injected spirituality into the order wood in the center of the magic circle. The magic circle seemed to become elastic, slowly stretching and completely covering the entire bubble. Then, 3 small branches suddenly grew out of the order wood underwater. The branches grew rapidly, and the leaves quickly spread out. As a faint black light rippled out, the light of the gem inside the bubble was completely obscured by a thin layer of black mist. The trees in the underwater forest not far away immediately swayed. The creatures inside seemed to sense the change in the environment and became agitated. Hobert tried to approach the sealing magic circle. When he was 5 or 6 meters away from the magic circle, he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and could no longer get closer. This is the protective mechanism of the magic circle itself. Only by using the order crystal as a medium and using the power of the nation of disorder can the operation of the sealing magic circle be terminated. Otherwise, it would have to be forcibly broken, but the creatures underwater do not currently have such ability. Hobert waited for a while. Seeing that the creatures in the underwater forest were agitated, but did not actively come to destroy the magic circle, he floated to the surface. During the ascent, Hobert could feel that the influence of the underwater corruption source was now only at the bottom of the lake. If he hadn't dived down, he wouldn't have been affected by the corruption source. Back on the shore, Firs, who was waiting there, smiled and said, "It's a success." As a beyonder, her spirituality sensed that some changes had occurred in Full Moon Lake. Hobert smiled and said, "It's a success. From now on, this waterway will become smooth again." Helen, who was on the side, asked, "The corruption source in the lake has been sealed like this. This is too simple, isn't it?" She remembered that the high-level members of the Theosophy Order had come to study the corruption source in Full Moon Lake, and the final result was, it cannot be sealed. As long as you find the right method, things will be simple. Hobert smiled and said to Helen, "Thank you for your help today. I won't disturb your walk." He stretched his arms, and first stepped forward and took his arm. The two left, talking and laughing. Helen rolled her eyes, watching the loving couple walk away. She gradually realized that this was a big deal. The problem of Full Moon Lake has been solved, and perhaps the extraordinary power of the Earth Mother Church and the royal family will return to this area. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this matter was more important than contacting the informant on the West Bank. So she simply gave up this contact and hurried to report to Ms. Monica. More than 20 minutes later, a small boat docked, and a young man quietly came to the river beach. He was shivering from the cold winter wind, and his lips were purple, but when he thought of Miss Helen's smile, he immediately felt that everything he had done was worth it. But he looked around in the reeds. Strange, where did Miss Helen go? After waiting for more than an hour, Helen still did not appear. Just as the young man was about to go to other places in the reeds to look for her, an exaggerated giant sword composed of scarlet magma and blue flames pierced in from behind the young man. The young man looked incredulously at the tip of the sword protruding from his chest. He wanted to shout, but his throat had been burned to ashes, and he could only fall to the ground in pain. The giant sword that pierced the young man's body turned into a blue fireball, setting the young man's body on fire, even burning his bones. In the darkness of the reeds, there was a voice like a self-questioning, "Strange, how did the contact person find me?" Thursday morning, Potter City, Life Cathedral. Simpson came to his office as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he found the letter on the table. Bishop Simpson guessed that it should be a letter from Hobert. Recently, he only communicated with Hobert through the messenger of the spirit world. Honestly, Simpson did not have much hope for Hobert's plan to seal Full Moon Lake. He had consulted relevant files. The church had indeed sent an angel before, hoping to solve the problem of Full Moon Lake. The angel had made many attempts, but all ended in failure. Hobert mentioned in the letter that using a magic circle to seal, but it was difficult for Bishop Simpson to believe. The power of the magic circle was too weak. Without a high-level sealed object to continuously provide power to the magic circle, the power of the magic circle could not seal the corruption source at all. And if there was a high-level sealed object, who would waste it on sealing a corruption source? Bishop Simpson opened the letter while pondering. Inside the envelope were 2 pages of letter paper and a simple line drawing. After reading a few lines, Simpson stood up unconsciously. He succeeded. Continuing to read, Simpson was more and more surprised. He quickly took the letter to find the Archbishop. When he arrived at the door, he tried hard to take a deep breath, carefully folded the letter, and calmed his emotions. As soon as he opened the door, he became the smiling, knowledgeable, patient, and calm bishop again. Arriving at the Archbishop's office, Simpson appropriately showed his surprise. "Your Excellency, Hobert actually succeeded. He said in the letter that we can send someone to Full Moon Lake to check the seal." At the same time, he also said that as soon as he arrived in the territory, he was repairing the church that we had abandoned before. Now the church can be reused. He is willing to provide some food, poultry, and necessary daily necessities for the bishop we send. Archbishop Gabriel also couldn't believe it. He took the letter from Simpson and glanced at it, immediately sent someone to contact Hobert and investigate the specific sealing process. If South Colson can be brought under the control of the church, this will be a great achievement. At the level of the Archbishop, there are not many achievements that can interest them. Spreading the glory of the Mother Goddess to an unfamiliar area is within the scope of their interest. Simpson took the painting in the envelope and showed it to the Archbishop. "This is a giant beast captured by Hobert in the lake. It looks like an ancient azure dragon beast." Gabriel glanced at it and nodded. "It is an ancient azure dragon beast. The church thought it was extinct." He looked at Simpson. "Be sure to let Hobert sell us the liver crystal of the ancient azure dragon beast. Don't be stingy with gold, Salas. The liver crystal of the ancient azure dragon beast can replace one of the main materials of Sequence 4, Classical Alchemist. To be precise, in ancient times, the liver crystal of the ancient azure dragon beast was one of the main materials of Classical Alchemist. Later, because the ancient azure dragon beast was almost extinct, it was replaced with other materials." Simpson said, "Hobert said in the letter that he is only willing to sell the crystal to the bishop who comes to Jeffrey territory." Gabriel smiled and said, "This is a very good opportunity. You can go to South Colson to gain experience. As long as you re-establish the parish there, you can apply for another main material of Ancient Alchemist. Bishop Simpson was moved. How could he not be moved? In the church, if you want to advance to a demigod, you also need great achievements. Most people wait a lifetime and cannot wait for such an opportunity. But Simpson's reason ultimately defeated his desire for merit. "Your Excellency, according to the information we have obtained, there is more than one demigod of the heretics in South Colson. It is best to send a demigod. Does the church have any extra demigods?" Simpson smiled bitterly. "No. At the level of demigod, they are the quasi-high-level members of the church. They generally hold several positions and cannot get away at all. You can continue to establish a good cooperative relationship with Hobert." Gabriel smiled and said, "Based on Hobert's performance, the Jeffrey family from Lone must have a family as support. We can use their power, and they must also need our power. When necessary, we can make some compromises and concessions." The Archbishop said, "Of course, this is a matter for the future. Put down your work and immediately organize a survey team composed of pastors and bishops who have not taken potions. After the survey team confirms that there is no corruption, you can go there yourself." Jeffrey territory. Wayne, who was driving a small steamship fully loaded from Buga City, almost didn't recognize Full Moon Lake. Especially the corpse of the ancient azure dragon beast, almost scared Wayne to turn around and run away. Fortunately, he finally chose to believe in the new Lord, believe in his nephew Seal, and continue to the pier with a straight face. Under Roy's organization, dozens of people were cutting reeds, and the main pier was also bustling with people. When people saw Wayne coming back, they greeted him to dock quickly. The main pier was in need of the cement and steel bars on his ship. Wayne chatted with several reed-cutting workers for a while and learned that the monster in the lake had been killed by the Lord and dared not come ashore. The giant beast corpse on the river beach was hunted by the Lord. Finally, there was a bombshell: the Lord exempted all the serfs from agricultural tax. Whether it was Wayne who ran the boat or the merchants who opened shops in the town, they all had land at home. Their main business had always been farming, and running boats and opening shops could only be regarded as side businesses. Wayne greeted the workers to help unload the goods, but he was already very surprised. He had only been away for a few days. Was this still the former Jeffrey town? He asked the assistant assigned by the Lord's mansion to stare at the workers unloading the goods, and he went to the Lord's mansion to report back with the clerk sent by the Lord's mansion. At this time, Hobert had just received a letter from Bishop Simpson. He immediately called Alan over. "You go find some helpers and collect the eyes, blood, brain, tongue, teeth, skin, a dozen scales on the abdomen of the front limbs, bones, and meat on the 2 hind limbs of the giant beast corpse by the lake. If you have any questions, ask Roy." Hobert had only collected the internal organs and some blood of the ancient azure dragon beast before. He didn't expect that there were so many rare spiritual materials on its body. Bishop Simpson said in the letter that the blood of the ancient azure dragon beast will not coagulate, and you can squeeze its muscles to continue collecting. As soon as Alan left, Seal reported that Wayne was back. Hobert received Wayne and Clifford, the clerk sent by the Lord's mansion, in the main hall. First, Clifford reported the financial income and expenditure this time. They first sold the dried fruits provided by the Lord's mansion, and the income plus 22 gold salas. They bought a lot of building materials. Hobert asked about the unit price of several dried fruits, and also asked about the unit price of building materials, and found that the price of building materials was much higher than he expected. But he quickly understood that he came from a country known as infrastructure maniac. Not all countries can do this, and there are also limitations of the times. Then Wayne briefly reported the process of this voyage. Buga City and the small ports along the way are still the same. Jeffreytown is about to undergo a huge change. Hobert smiled and said, "In this regard, as the initiators of the huge change, we must seize the opportunity." He paused and said, "Now that the waterway has reopened, your small boat is not enough to support the consumption of Jeffreytown. In the future, when the territory has more projects, it will need more building materials. I have talked to Seal. You not only understand the driving of small steamships, but also understand large steamships. I will give you the official position of ship knight. You go buy a large cargo steamship, and 3 medium and small passenger ships. As soon as the ships are bought, immediately open cargo and passenger flights from Jeffrey territory to Buga City." Wayne didn't expect that he could become a knight in his life, thanks to my nephew. "No, letting my nephew be a servant to the Lord is the wisest choice I have ever made. Look, this kid is looking smug with his sword on his waist." Hobert said to Clifford again, "You will be Wayne's deputy, and you will still be in charge of the financial affairs of the ship, and report to Philip on time." He also said, "The shipping of small steamships should not be stopped, and you should set off immediately to purchase more building materials." Wayne took the order and prepared to go home, and then set sail again. At this moment, he didn't feel tired at all. The position of ship knight gave him tremendous motivation. Now he only wanted to know where to buy ships to handle affairs well for the Lord. The thought that after these ships were bought, they would all be under his command, made the fatigue of more than a week disappear without a trace. After meeting Wayne and others, Hobert returned to his study and gave all the 4,600 gold lire he had to Philip. This money was definitely not enough to buy ships. He came to Fainapotter again, first inquiring about the approximate prices of cargo ships and passenger ships used for river transportation. At this time, ordinary freighters or cruise ships sailing on the ocean were worth about 24,000 gold lire. Currently, the world's largest cruise ship, the Umbria, is in service in Luen. It is said that this cruise ship cost £78,000, which is 93,600 gold lire. The reason it cost so much is that many structures of this cruise ship were experimental in nature. At this time, most of the structure of cruise ships was still wood, while the main body of the Umbria was steel. The Etruria, which came after the Umbria, had similar performance and structure to the former, but the cost was reduced to £56,000, which is equivalent to nearly a third cheaper. The ships on the inland river are much cheaper because there is no need to consider the wind and waves at sea. About 4,000 gold lire can buy a freight steamship that Hobert likes. With a displacement of up to 800 tons, which is high for this era, it is a behemoth on the river. The passenger steamships that Hobert needed cost about 1,500 gold lire each. The reason they are so expensive is mainly due to the decoration and supporting facilities. That is to say, buying ships would cost at least 8,500 gold lire, plus hiring sailors and captains. At least 10,000 gold lire should be prepared. This investment may not be recouped in the next few years, but Hobert still felt that he should spend the money when he needed to. In a place like Jeffrey territory that relies on shipping for food, he should of course have a few ships in his hands. Hobert exchanged the £7,140 he had for gold lire, and after deducting the handling fee, he received a total of 8,559.2 gold lire. The construction of railways and other projects will cost more money in the future. Hobert plans to sell the gold in his hand when he needs money again. Those gold are worth about 7,200 gold lire, and even if the purity does not meet the requirements of the bank, selling it for 6,500 gold lire should not be a problem. Hobert then realized that he was so rich that he could basically complete the early investment of a territory. After exchanging the currency, Hobert came to Earl Christian's mansion again. He planned to leave 1,000 gold lire for Dofus and ask him to hire some reporters. But Dofus didn't want it. The 1,000 pounds you left before have not been spent yet. I exchanged 1,200 gold lire, and hiring a design team only cost 800 gold reals. 400 gold lire is enough to hire some major newspaper reporters. Hobert smiled helplessly. Actually, that's my reward for you. After all, he is Christian's butler, not his own. Dofus said seriously, I get paid by the Earl's mansion every week. Okay. Hobert took back the 1,000 gold. He planned to help Dofus inquire about the clues of the Skeleton Lord when he had time. According to the information he had obtained before, a Skeleton Lord should be in a certain location in South Colson. Dofus added, Mrs. Mona arrived in Fainapotter a few days ago. Yesterday, she hired a boat and took Donna to Jeffrey territory. Hobert was stunned. Then I'll send someone to pick them up as soon as I get back. South Colson is very chaotic now. You don't have to worry about their safety. Dofus said, your father sent people to protect them. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But he still planned to send Seal to meet them. After saying goodbye to Dofus, Hobert used travel to return to his study. He first called Seal and asked him to take a few people to Bugas City to rent a small steamship, and then wait for the Christian Earl's mansion ship at the port of Bugas. Hobert said bluntly, Mrs. Mona on the ship is my mother, and Miss Donna is my sister. Be sure to be respectful and polite. Also, go to Bugas City to buy some new clothes and dress neatly. Seal was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Lord's father to be an earl. After watching Seal leave, Hobert asked the male servant outside to call Albert Lewis. The people sent to demand Grove yesterday also returned, naturally without success. Albert already knew about Grove's defection, which completely exceeded his expectations, so he had been frightened all the way to the main hall today. Hobert asked with a smile, Grove has defected, and you have a choice. Do you want to be a judicial knight or a tax knight? Albert heard that the Lord didn't seem unhappy, so he quickly said, judicial knight. The agricultural tax has been completely exempted, and the tax knight is obviously a pit. Hobert took out a piece of parchment and a copy of the Fainapotter Constitution. I have summarized 12 simple and easy to understand regulations from this constitution. The specific content is on the paper. After a while, you will take people to explain these 12 laws to the villagers in each village. At the same time, you have to find the corresponding detailed rules from the constitution so that you have a basis when you judge cases. At this time, Albert, who was in his 40s, lamented that he was already this old, and he still had to study. Hobert added, but I have another errand for you now. In the afternoon, you will leave with Wayne's ship, take a few followers, go to Fainapotter City, and report the news that shipping has been reopened to His Majesty the King. Take it, this is the official document. Such a big thing happened in South Colson. As a baron conferred by Fernando II, of course, he had to report to the king. The key is that after Fernando II receives the report, there will definitely be some policies to restore the Taz River shipping, and Jeffrey territory can also benefit from it. Of course, you can't put all your hopes on Ferdinand II, after all, this involves the interests of another waterway. Albert took the document with both hands, and was suddenly a little dazed. Why would the Lord send me to do such a face-showing thing? Hobert added, remember, after arriving in Fainapotter City, first let the butler of the Baron's mansion take you to see Earl Christian. That's my father, you can just explain your intentions to him and then follow his orders. Albert's hand holding the document trembled slightly. You didn't say it earlier. If I knew you were the Earl's son, I would have greeted you and pledged my allegiance to you as soon as you came to the territory. On the surface, he was relatively calm and respectfully said, yes. After watching Albert leave, Hobert gave the pattern he had drawn to the male servant and asked him to find someone to make a flag. Hobert was going to take action himself to solicit business for the newly opened Taz River. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 416, Chapter 416 today is different from the past. Chapter 416 today is different from the past. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. The main body of Hobert's design had two structures. On the left was a crescent moon, symbolizing that his territory had half of Full Moon Lake. On the right side of the crescent moon was a standing lion, symbolizing Hobert's rule over the mountains on the east side of Full Moon Lake. Combined, it was the territorial emblem of Jeffrey territory. Hobert intended to use it as the symbol of Geoffrey territory and Baron Hobert. While the valet went to make the flag, Hobert came to his study to consider how to play the role of Mentor of Disorder. After a little thought, he felt that Mentor of Disorder was similar to Baron of Corruption, and the focus should be on disorder, while Mentor was just a title. So, was it to create disorder? Or to be in the midst of disorder? If creating disorder, what kind of disorder should be created? Creating disorder in the territory? Creating disorder in the Feyenopotter kingdom? If being in the midst of disorder, what kind of disorder should one be in? Hobert pondered for a long time, and he believed that creating disorder seemed to fit the core of Mentor of Disorder better. Regarding how to create disorder, he gradually had some ideas. First of all, the reopening of shipping would inherently cause disorder among the residents of the old and new waterways. And that land revolution that Hobert was going to promote in the territory would definitely make the territory chaotic for a period of time. He could wait for these two things to end, first see if the potion showed any signs of loosening or digesting, and then make a summary. And he couldn't do nothing in terms of Mentor. Recently, Selina may have been afraid of her family being implicated and had not written to him. Hobert planned to write a letter to Selina in the next 2 days and tell her how to summon his messenger. To see if there could be a breakthrough in the Mentor aspect. After having a direction to try, Hobert took out the map and checked the ports along the Taz River. Finally, he set his target on Granada port outside of South Coulson. Generally, cargo ships or passenger ships departing from Seville, the largest coastal port in the Feyenopotter kingdom, would head west at Granada port and enter the Ur River. Then they would have to pass through the central and western parts of Feyenopotter before finally reaching the capital. After the servants made the flag and sent it over, Hobert looked at the pattern, which was similar to what he had designed. He changed his appearance, rolled up the flag, carried it on his shoulder, and used the ability of travel to enter the spirit world. A few minutes later, Hobert appeared in the suburbs of Granada port and took a carriage to the dock. The dock here was very large, with ships coming in and out all the time, making the whole city full of vitality. This was what a busy waterway should look like, with people busy, smiling, and full of hope. Before asking Dofus to invite reporters, Hobert had a feasible plan to promote the reopening of the Taz River waterway. Coming to Granada port was the first step of the plan. Next, he first inquired about the cargo ships in the port with serious delays. With the help of Beyonder abilities, he quickly found a suitable target, the Nohar. That was a large inland river cargo ship, which had been delayed due to previous repairs and could no longer reach Feyenopotter city as scheduled. If the delay was too long, the company to which the Nohar belonged might have to pay a large sum of money, which met the requirement of taking risks. Hobert came to the berthing position of the Nohar. It was a steamship with a thick and tall chimney in the center of the ship, but it still retained the structure of sails. It was an old-fashioned steamship. Stevedores and crew members were working hard to save as much loading time as possible. Hobert injected spirituality into the psychological spoon, and said to a crew member directing on the dock, "Take me to see your captain." The crew member's originally anxious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Okay, sir." As a Sequence 5, Hobert would certainly not solicit business like an ordinary salesman. Problems that could be solved with Beyonder ability should definitely be solved with Beyonder abilities. After Hobert met the bewildered captain, he continued to use the ability of the psychological spoon, "Call all the crew members here." Captain Dean immediately smiled and said, "Okay, sir." With the captain's shout, the crew members came to the deck one after another. Hobert smiled and said to everyone, "Your voyage has been delayed. Fortunately, you heard at the dock that the Taz River waterway has reopened, so you plan to take the risk and take the tidy waterway, which can save half the time. This way, you will not only not be overdue, but also arrive early. At this time, you just happened to meet me, the envoy of Baron Hobert. I promise you that as long as you hang the flag representing Geoffrey territory on the bow of your ship, if you encounter danger in South Coulson, you can immediately ask for help by launching flares. Baron Hobert's guards will arrive immediately to help you solve the difficulties you encounter." The crew members were sometimes dazed and sometimes incredulous, but they were all hypnotized by Hobert one after another, believing that what the man in front of them said was a very correct decision. They had never heard such convincing things since they were young. Hobert handed the flag in his hand to the captain. "Okay, you can set sail after loading the goods. You will only remember that you asked me to help you solve the problem, and you will forget the specific process of my boarding." After Hobert left, the captain and crew seemed to wake up from a dream together. Captain Dean clenched the flag in his hand. "What are you bastards standing on the deck for? Hurry up and load the goods. And store enough vegetables and food. No one has traveled the Taz River for so many years. There must be no ports to supply." Hobert returned to his study. The primary task now was to wait for the arrival of the Nohar and ensure that they safely reached the capital. Then, cooperate with the invited reporters to publicize this matter widely. In the future, more and more ships will take this route. Hobert was about to ask the valet to call Philip when Philip came himself. "Your lordship, a group of people have come to the port, saying that they are the designers and engineers you invited. That's right, that's right. Hobert smiled and said, arrange them in the newly renovated hotel, and the meals will be solved in the restaurant next door. All food and accommodation expenses will be borne by the Lord's mansion. And let 2 designers or responsible persons from the design team come to see me. Yes. Philip left and came back more than an hour later, bringing back a bald middle-aged man and a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Hobert received them in the main hall of the Lord's mansion. Philip introduced them. The bald middle-aged man was a railway designer named Scola, and the middle-aged man wearing glasses was Walker, an architectural designer and planner. Hobert had asked the servants to hang up the simple map of his territory that he had drawn in advance. I believe you should know the purpose of your trip. Scola smiled and said, yes, your lordship. Steward Dofus explained it very clearly. I will help you design a small railway, and the engineer will supervise the entire construction process. Philip on the side looked surprised. He didn't expect that the Lord was going to lay railways in the territory. He had only heard people talk about trains and railways, and he had also seen photos of them at Viscount Wright's place, but he had never seen the real thing. I will help you design a resort, and the engineer I brought will supervise the entire construction process. Walker smiled. Hobert said to Walker, you have a new task now, to help me plan Jeffrey Town. If your plan satisfies me, I will also pay you a satisfactory reward. Walker often dealt with nobles, and he bowed slightly, happy to serve. If it were an ordinary noble in a remote and poor place, these 2 people would certainly not travel all the way here, and even if they came, they would not be so complimentary. But Hobert had the endorsement of Earl Christian, and there were rumors that the father and son had brought a huge amount of wealth from loan, and the conditions in Jeffrey Town were much better than they had imagined, and the scene of dismembering large aquatic beasts by the lake impressed them deeply. So from the moment they settled down, they knew how to face Baron Hobert. Hobert pointed to the map he drew. I hope that the railway starts from the dock, goes up the mountain along this gentle slope, goes around the mountain, comes down, and returns to the dock along the lake again. Scola considered for a while with his chin pinched before saying, Your lordship, I have observed the mountains in your territory. Although they are not very steep, they certainly cannot run trains with too much load. Of course, you don't need such a large train. My suggestion is that when you buy buy a locomotive with no less than 1,800 horsepower, so that you can at least transport 50 tons of goods or passengers up the mountain at one time. Hobert nodded, that was enough. The train he designed was mainly for pulling people, not for pulling goods. He said to Walker again, I want to build a resort on the south side of the mountain, that is, in these difficult-to-cultivate places on the mountainside, and I want to build a wide road from the dock to the resort, and also build a large activity center. The road must cross the mountain peak. On the north side of the mountain, I want to build a casino, a reception center, an auction house, an entertainment center. After going down from the north side, there is a wasteland full of rocks here, which can be built into a golf course. Walker quickly wrote down Hobert's requirements in his notebook. I need to go to the field to survey. No problem, Philip, you arrange for someone to take them around. After Scola and Walker learned about their specific tasks, they bowed slightly and said goodbye. Hobert waited for more than 10 minutes before calling Philip back again. Open a small market on the open space next to the big dock, where you can sell vegetables and other things. Send someone to maintain law and order, and send someone to set up a fair scale, but don't collect taxes for the time being. Philip, yes. Hobert stretched. There were no important things to do today, so he could rest for a while. But as soon as he returned to his study, he heard prayers from the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that the stars representing Lawrence were expanding. He spread his spirituality over and heard Lawrence's prayer, Great Creator, I report to you the progress of our preparations. Our combatants are basically in place, and we plan to launch an attack on the Rose School on Sunday afternoon in 3 days. Sunday afternoon. Hobert muttered to himself, but he did not immediately reply to Lawrence, but planned to wait a while before speaking. During the waiting period, Hobert looked at the other stars. Elliot was riding in a carriage with others, as if on the road. From their conversation, Hobert learned that Elliot had also been transferred to participate in the attack on the Rose School. Upton was selling a set of small steam cranes to customers. He looked much more stable and looked like a successful businessman. Rafter was looking at maps and geographical magazines, seemingly considering where to go after leaving Backlund. Alice was giggling with a group of noble ladies again. It seemed that there was endless gossip among the nobles. Of course, in the intervals of discussing gossip, they would also appreciate the recent dramas, operas, and poems. Finally, there was Ethel, who was sitting at her desk handling official business, looking unsmiling and authoritative. After looking around, Hobert focused his attention on Rafter's star. It was time to go to the relics of the Trunsoist nobility again. Since Rex's charlatan friend said that Hobert would loot the secret room, he certainly had to help the charlatan complete the prophecy. Previously, Hobert was afraid that he would not be able to capture the corpse of the ancient death into the nation of disorder and lose face in front of his believers. However, after being promoted to Sequence 5, Hobert's spirituality told him that with the power he could mobilize in the nation of disorder, now, he could do it. As for the fact that Mr. Azek wanted to go and see the corpse of the ancient death in the future, but couldn't find it, he could only blame Mr. Azek for going too late. He. Hobert smiled, as if he saw Mr. Azek's figure searching for the corpse of the ancient death god underground, so he planned to write a letter to Mr. Azek after he moved the place away to explain the situation to him. Hobert also thought that before carrying out this action, he had to find some blood from mid-sequence death or door pathway beyonders. He remembered that Mr. Azek said that the easiest way to find the door that kept changing position was to paint the blood of beyonders from the mid-sequence of these two pathways on the wall. Hobert thought about it. It seemed that he could only find blood from relevant pathways from Mr. Dofus. Furs was still a trickmaster now, and her blood could not attract that door. But he planned to talk about it tomorrow. After replying okay to Lawrence, Hobert returned to the real world to drink tea, doing nothing and letting his mind go blank. Chat with Furs at dinner, look at the moon together, and enjoy life. Furs had been in Backlund all day today. She seemed to have been stimulated last night and had found a circus to perform magic tricks in order to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hobert encouraged Furs a few words, and then proposed to take a look at the manuscript of her new book. As a result, Furs hesitated and talked about other topics. Hobert immediately understood that she might not have written an introduction yet. So Hobert began to talk about the importance of this book to Jeffrey territory, the importance to the entire waterway, and the importance to the residents of the territory. Furs became more and more ashamed as he listened. That night, the light in Furs's room stayed on until late into the night, only turning off to rest after 1 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Furs lay down, someone quietly sneaked into the yard. Hobert, whose spirituality had greatly increased, immediately woke up. Taking advantage of the time it took for the other party to sneak into the yard, he quickly wrapped himself in his pajamas. To prevent emergencies, Hobert would hang his mystical items on the cloth buttons reserved on his pajamas before going to bed, so that his skin could touch those mystical items as long as he wrapped his pajamas tightly. This would not affect the use of these mystical items in combat in the event of an emergency. Hobert grabbed the cane by the bed, took 2 disorder stones from the bedside table, and finally stood quietly under the oil painting, ready to meet the enemy. The other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack, but after preparing, someone chanted a spell in Hermes' speech. Damn. It's a spell. Hobert took off the oil painting with his other hand, held it in front of him, and immediately crashed open the door to go out. At the same time, a black spell broke the window glass and was thrown into the room, immediately emitting an ear-piercing babble. Hobert, who had reached the door, felt a surge in his head. Although Hobert left the room earlier than the few people outside had expected, a series of abilities still slammed at him after Hobert went out: arrogance, imprisonment, whip, fireball, wind blade. The oil painting helped Hobert block most of the attacks. At the same time, Hobert injected spirituality into the crystal of order on the hilt of the knife, forming a thick black shield to block the other attacks. But it seems that no one saw the content of the oil painting because no one exclaimed, "What a beautiful scenery." It seems that the previous Cold Knight squad had informed other mercenary squads of the ability of this sealed item, so the mercenary squad that attacked this time was prepared. Although no one exclaimed, their movements obviously had a brief pause. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert glanced at the yard. There were a total of 6 figures, which should be another mercenary squad. After blocking the opponent's first round of attacks, he immediately used Blink to come outside the yard, and then used the ability of Flight to escape towards the lake. His series of operations completely stunned his opponents, and Hobert actually escaped. In order to avoid the newly renovated Lord's mansion from being destroyed again, he prepared to fight by the spacious lake. But Hobert had not flown far when a pale wall made of bones suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed extremely tough and insurmountable. Hobert immediately realized that this was a special undead creature. He glanced behind him, and the 6 pursuers had already caught up, so Hobert simply pulled out his knife and stuck his cane on the ground. Order. In an instant, a towering tree rose from the ground, its canopy covering an area of nearly 100 meters, encompassing part of the Lord's mansion. The pursuers were all stunned. They obviously did not expect that Hobert would have such a visually impactful mystical item. Not to mention them, even Hobert didn't expect it. Before this, he estimated that after his promotion, the coverage of the order could increase to 60 or 70 meters, but it actually reached 100 meters. Such a behemoth was extremely shocking, blocking the night sky. Weaken. Hobert was slightly stunned. This skill was not used by him, but came from a pursuer. Before he could inject spirituality into the crystal of order again, he felt that his strength, spirituality, speed, and other aspects had been weakened. But immediately afterwards, under his distortion, the negative impression of weaken was minimized, and his state recovered somewhat. At the end of the second round, Hobert determined that there must be a mentor of disorder among the enemies because they could use weaken and arrogance without bribery. This mentor of disorder should be the captain. And the special undead creature that appeared in front of him just now made Hobert guess that there should be an beyonder of the death pathway among the pursuers, most likely a spirit guide. A spirit medium cannot summon such a powerful undead creature. In addition, based on the attacks he received as soon as he went out, there should also be a wind blessed among the enemies. The other 3 enemies should have 2 arbiter pathway and 1 hunter pathway. The specific strength is temporarily unknown. At the same time, Hobert felt a substantial enhancement in the ability of the Order Wood. As the owner of the Order Wood, Hobert only needed to stand under the canopy of the tree, and the surrounding order and rules would become beneficial to him. Just like just now, he found that he could even distort his negative state under the canopy of the tree. He tried it, and his weakened state immediately improved. At the beginning of the battle, Hobert was still worried about whether he could drive away the members of this mercenary squad. After fighting and understanding his own strength and the opponent's strength, Hobert felt that he could arrogantly think, none of these 6 enemies can leave. Taking advantage of the visual impact of the Order Wood, which made the 6 enemies a little hesitant, Hobert seized the opportunity in the 3rd round, corrosion. From the moment he went out, he had been using corrosion silently, and now it finally broke out. The corrosion after the promotion has also been greatly enhanced. The movements of the Sequence 6 members were once again paused. In the next few seconds, they had to work hard to fight against the darkness and greed in their hearts. One of the Sequence 7 members was completely hit. He felt that the Order Wood was a rare mystical item, so he abandoned Hobert, the enemy, and turned to hug the Order Wood, wanting to take it for himself. Only the mentor of disorder was not greatly affected. Disorder. Hobert, who was very familiar with this ability, knew that disorder was like the death of the disciplinary knight. As long as the target was determined, it could not be avoided at all. So Hobert simply distort. He distorted the concept between himself and the enemy. For the next 2 seconds, he and the mentor of disorder fell into a state of disorder at the same time. When Hobert regained his senses, 2 Sequence 6 members who had recovered from corrosion had already rushed in front of him. The spirit guide, holding a steel sword with beyonder abilities, pierced Hobert's heart. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 417, Chapter 417, The Power of Sequence 5, Bonus 1. Chapter 417, The Power of Sequence. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. 100 Power Stone. The enemies were all experienced beyonders, skilled at seizing opportunities. Taking advantage of Hobert's confusion, they immediately closed in for a fatal strike. Hobert didn't even have the chance to raise the oil painting in defense. The spirit guide's sword was definitely a magical item, capable of piercing Hobert's chest. He had the zombie spoon's blessing, and ordinary swords couldn't even penetrate his skin. For the first time, Hobert felt the sensation of a cold, sharp weapon piercing his chest. Blood splattered, and even his heart was pierced, as if a hole had been punched through his chest. Fortunately, Hobert's physique had been greatly enhanced. He smashed the oil painting at the mercenary attacking from the other side and kicked the spirit guide away. Distortion. He once again distorted the concept between himself and the opponent. The spirit guide, flying in midair, felt a pain in his chest and bled, bearing half of Hobert's injury. Hobert quickly used healing on himself, repairing the ruptured heart and starting it beating powerfully again. However, the other mercenary, who had dodged the oil painting, now held a white-hot spear and thrust it into Hobert's chest. The attack was so fast that Hobert didn't even have time to use blink, so he had to resort to the faster paper figure substitute. Poof. The white-hot spear incinerated the paper doll, and Hobert appeared several meters away. As soon as he appeared, the mentor of disorder launched a new attack, arrogance. Hobert immediately used Underworld Gate. A bronze gate with intricate patterns appeared beside the mentor of disorder, and countless indescribable eyes within emitted a terrifying gaze. The mentor of disorder was immediately grabbed by pale arms, and chilling screams echoed in his ears. Meanwhile, Hobert bent down to help up the crops that had been trampled in the earlier battle. These scumbags are no match for me. I don't even need to attack, they'll be scared away. I should focus on what a lord should do. Watching the crops grow is truly gratifying. After the effects of arrogance wore off, Hobert discovered that 2 blazing white spears were already embedded in his body, and he heard another enemy say, "The use of magical items is prohibited here." Even the wounded spirit guide rushed over, clutching his wound, ready to strike again. Only the mentor of disorder was temporarily controlled by the underworld gate, unable to move. Through this intense exchange, Hobert finally figured out the enemy's strengths. The mentor of disorder was undoubtedly the leader, and the other members included a spirit guide, a conspirer, and a judge. There was also the wind blessed, whose heart was probably incredibly dark or greedy, as it took him about 10 seconds to recover from the corrosion state, and the interrogator, who still clung to the order wood. Their coordination was excellent. If Hobert were still a Sequence 6, he would have already died twice, even with so many magical items. The information provided by Harvey Hayden didn't mention such a strong mercenary squad. It seemed more like a joint raid by the main forces of the Prairie Wolf Squad and the Blizzard Squad. Hobert endured the pain in his chest and took 2 steps back, dodging the spirit guide's thrust. At the same time, he recited an incantation in Ancient Hermes, Summon. A space beneath the canopy immediately became illusory, and a knight in full armor, with an eyeball hanging on his face and a gleaming longsword in his hand, appeared. It was Hant, who had signed a contract with Hobert. Hobert said, "Help me kill that Wind-Blessed." Hant received the order and charged towards the Wind-Blessed. Hobert used Blink to dodge the Conspirers and Spirit Guide's new round of attacks. At this moment, the blazing white spears on his body had dissipated, but he didn't immediately heal himself. Instead, he used Distortion. 2 small bloody holes appeared on the Conspirer's body, bearing half of Hobert's injuries. Only then did Hobert use Healing to heal himself. At the same time, he observed the battlefield situation. The Mentor of Disorder was about to break free, and the Spirit Guide and Conspirer were both injured. He immediately made a choice and used Disorder on the Spirit Guide. Hobert wasn't confident in quickly resolving the Mentor of Disorder, but was confident in quickly resolving either the Spirit Guide or the Conspirer. The Spirit Guide fell into a state of disorder. Hobert used Blink to appear in front of him, but before his knife could strike, the Spirit Guide was pulled away by the judge behind him, Death. Since he issued the prohibition, Hobert had used magical items multiple times, greatly increasing his power. When Hobert used Disorder on the Spirit Guide, the judge determined that Hobert's target was the Spirit Guide. At this point, Hobert guessed that the Spirit Guide, Conspirer, and Judge came from the same team, and their coordination was even better. It wasn't that the judge was unwilling to join the attack earlier, but 2 attackers were perfect, 3 would be a bit chaotic. However, the judge followed behind, ready to step in and support a teammate in danger. Since that was the case, Hobert simply abandoned the Spirit Guide and used Death on the judge. Both were unavoidable, and both struck each other's chest. Hobert took 2 steps back and coughed twice. The judge was sent flying, breaking 2 ribs. Hobert sneered inwardly. The death of the judge was not in the same league as the death of the disciplinary knight. At this moment, a wall of fire surrounded Hobert, igniting his pajamas and burning off a strand of his hair. Hobert, Charm. The target of Charm was not the Conspirer who cast the wall of fire but the Mentor of Disorder, who had just broken free from the Underworld Gate. The Mentor of Disorder, whose mind had just been impacted by the Underworld, was immediately hit, and for the next 3 seconds, he would have no desire to attack Hobert. Hobert didn't attack the Conspirer either. Instead, he kicked the Spirit Guide, who had just recovered from the chaos state and was still a bit dazed, sending him flying into the Order Wood. With Hobert's current strength, he could kill some low-sequence Beyonders with a kick. The Spirit Guide was immediately knocked unconscious. Then, Hobert used Blink to appear in front of the Conspirer, grabbed one of his arms, and stabbed him in the chest. It wasn't that the Conspirer didn't want to dodge, but Hobert's strength was too great to avoid. At this point in the battle, Hobert seized the opportunity and reversed the situation in an instant. Retreat. The Mentor of Disorder said without thinking. The judge, clutching his chest, dragged the briber, who had finally recovered from the corrosion state, away with him. The remaining 3 teammates couldn't escape. They didn't dawdle, they left immediately. Hobert used Arrogance on the judge. Distortion. The Mentor of Disorder distorted the target of Arrogance. Then, stars suddenly appeared between Hobert and them. The area under the Order Wood was filled with tranquility and peace, causing Hobert to abandon the desire to pursue. When the stars disappeared, Hobert came back to his senses, and the opponents were already far away. Hobert didn't pursue. Instead, he turned around and dealt with the Spirit Guide, who was still unconscious, and the seriously injured Conspirer. On Hant's side, he had just sliced off half of the Wind-Blessed's head. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. Hobert accelerated the extraction of the Beyonder characteristics. He placed the 3 Beyonder characteristics and the Spirit Guide's sword together. You choose first. Hant chose the Spirit Guide's Beyonder characteristic, then bowed slightly to Hobert and disappeared into the void. Hobert collected the Beyonder characteristics and the sword and touched the Order Wood, which immediately transformed back into its scabbard form. He looked around and suddenly had the illusion of being in a dream. He felt like he hadn't fully woken up before experiencing an intense battle that required his full effort. Suddenly, Hobert came to his senses and went to the study to get a small vial, collecting some of the Spirit Guide's blood so he wouldn't have to trouble Mr. Dofus. Then, he used the spirit wine glass to communicate with the wind blessed. First, he asked about their origins. As expected, it was a joint operation by the Blizzard Squad and the Prairie Wolf Squad. Hobert then asked about their base, which was also in an old house, probably not far from Full Moon Lake. Just as he was about to end the communication, Hobert had an idea and asked for the potion formulas for Sailor and Sefirah. Christian had previously given him the potion formulas for Folk of Rage and Wind Blessed. Now, Hobert had a complete series of potion formulas from Sequence 9 Sailor to Sequence 6 Wind Blessed. For Hobert, these formulas were useless, but Hobert liked to collect them, just in case they might be useful in the future. After doing all this, Hobert stood in the center of the battlefield, reflecting on the intense battle. He sighed in his heart, distortion and healing are so useful together. Then, he sighed again, this is Sequence 5. Although it hasn't undergone the qualitative change of a demigod, its own power is already very strong. In this battle, Hobert basically used his own abilities because his own Beyonder abilities were strong enough, and he didn't need to use the abilities of magical items as the main means of attack anymore. Hobert put away the oil painting, wrapped himself in his somewhat tattered pajamas, and checked to make sure he hadn't left any magical items behind before returning to the yard. He woke the male servant Alan and asked Alan to have people bury the bodies outside and clean up the blood on the ground. Hobert wiped his face, changed into the clothes he wore during the day, and quickly put himself into a state of sleep through meditation. Although he had used Underworld Gate once earlier, after Sequence 5, his spirituality had greatly improved, and these spiritual expenditures could be recovered in a short period of time. 3 hours later, during the most exhausting time before dawn, Hobert took out the faceless necklace and held the dream-stealing pocket watch in his other hand, the current location of the Mentor of Disorder marked by the oil painting this morning. Although he didn't know what means they used to make him ignore the existence of the oil painting had been left on the battlefield and had already marked their spirituality. After reciting it 7 times, Hobert saw the Mentor of Disorder sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, resting, and the judge holding his bandaged chest, looking somewhat painful, and the briber on guard, half asleep and half awake. As expected, the 3 people who had been running around all night always needed to rest at this time. And the captain of the Cold Night Squad didn't have time to tell the other mercenary squads that Hobert had the abilities of divination and travel. The captain of the Blizzard Squad had seen Hobert's disappearance, but he didn't know that Hobert had just appeared not long ago at that time, and he didn't know that Hobert could accurately locate the enemy's position. Based on the situation at the time, they thought that Hobert had followed the clues and launched a surprise attack, and then he had been chasing the captain of the Cold Night Squad. After the divination, Hobert held a knife in one hand and the dream-stealing pocket watch in the other. Then, the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and he appeared in front of the Mentor of Disorder under the guidance of the faceless necklace. Because of the increase in strength, this time Hobert was close enough to the enemy. He first stole the opponent's consciousness for the next 1 or 2 seconds, and then stabbed out with a knife, piercing the Mentor of Disorder's abdomen. Hobert then raised the knife horizontally and slashed upward with force. Unfortunately, he only slashed 30 centimeters before the Mentor of Disorder, who had regained his senses, pressed down hard with both hands. While retracting the knife, Hobert used Disorder. The Mentor of Disorder, who had been ambushed and in a passive state, immediately fell into a state of disorder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert pulled out the knife and chopped off the opponent's head with one strike. The exile of the judge and the weakening of the bribed only hit Hobert at this time. Hobert was pushed out by a great force, and his abilities in all aspects were also weakened. But it was all too late. With the death of the Mentor of Disorder, the remaining 2 had only escape on their minds. The briber turned and ran. The judge laughed loudly, "What's the point of running? Is it even useful anymore?" Then he said to Hobert, "The bounty on your head is really too low. With your strength, you're worth at least 30,000 pounds. Ha ha ha, if I had known you were worth that much, I would never have come to Fainapotter, ha ha ha." Hobert struck out with the knife again, and the opponent's laughter came to an abrupt halt. As for the briber who had escaped, Hobert kicked up a fist-sized stone, knocked the opponent unconscious, and then went up and killed him with a knife. Hobert used the spirit wine glass to communicate with the Mentor of Disorder, confirming their base and that there were only 6 Sequence 8s and 2 Sequence 9s in the base now. After collecting the Beyonder characteristics and magical items, Hobert was about to use travel to wipe out the opponent when he suddenly had an idea and used travel to come to the hippopotamus. The hippopotamus was very crowded, the cabins were full of makeshift beds on the floor, and snores rose and fell. Seal's status was different now, and he slept alone in the previous cabin. Hobert appeared in front of him and shook him awake. "Call Albert to the deck, I'll take you to see the world. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 418, Chapter 418 Even the door was removed, Bonus 2. Chapter 418 Even the door was removed. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Zubastay for becoming a free member. Seal looked at the Lord disappearing in front of him, stunned for a full 3 or 4 seconds before quickly putting on his shoes and going to Albert's room inside the cabin. Albert opened the door, yawning. It's not even dawn yet. The Lord wants us on deck. Albert stared blankly at Seal. Are you sleepwalking? Suit yourself. Watching Seal leave the cabin, Albert hesitated and followed him out. If Seal was really sleepwalking, it would just be a few extra steps. But if what he said was true, the loss would be too great if he didn't go. Arriving on deck, Albert really saw the Lord standing at the bow with his hands behind his back. He looked again at the still-moving hippo and the river water on both sides of the hippo. He was still on the ship. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he immediately respectfully called out, Lord Hobert. Hobert glanced at the swords in their hands, then asked Albert, do you have the sealed artifact with you? Albert nodded, yes. The ancestral treasure, of course, had to be carried with him. Tonight, an enemy force is invading Jeffrey territory. I have already killed their leaders. Now they have 8 soldiers left, just right for you to practice with. Seal immediately became excited. Since gaining Beyonder abilities, he had not had a chance to use them and had long wanted to fight. Albert was pondering that the Lord might need help, which is why he needed their assistance. I'll have Wayne stop the ship. No need. Hobert held their shoulders. I'm going to take you through the spirit world. Lower your heads and don't make eye contact with the creatures of the spirit world. Before Seal could ask what the spirit world was, the space in front of them became illusory, and they arrived in the spirit world, where there was no distinction between front, back, left, and right. Their eyes couldn't take it all in at once, and they found everything strange. They were stunned for a few seconds after leaving the spirit world, as if savoring the wonderful journey just now. Hobert pointed to the farmhouse on the hillside in front of them. The 8 soldiers are inside. I will directly rush in, and you will intercept the 2 enemies who escape. Those 2 enemies are evenly matched with you. Do your best to defeat them. After speaking, Hobert ignored their reactions and strode toward the farmhouse. The mercenary on guard outside noticed Hobert and immediately blew his whistle to warn, but after only one blow, a black light flashed, and a knife was already stuck in his forehead. Hobert quickly stepped forward, sheathed the knife with one hand, and kicked out with the other, directly knocking down a wall. Ignoring the enemies crushed by the wall, Hobert quickly stepped forward and killed an enemy trying to escape through the window with a single slash. He then kicked an enemy who overestimated himself and attacked Hobert, causing his chest to collapse. Albert outside was already dumbfounded. Now he understood that the Lord was really letting himself and Seal practice. This made Albert feel flattered. After all, Seal was the Lord's confidant, and he also had the opportunity to participate in this experience, which showed that the Lord valued him. In fact, it was just because Hobert knew in his heart that nobles like Albert would be loyal once they knew that the new Lord had a Lord for a father. So, while Hobert was training Seal, he brought him along. The battle there had already ended, and 2 enemies covered in dust and with terrified faces ran out. These were the 2 Sequence 9s. Hobert followed closely behind. Without the Lord giving any further orders, Seal and Albert drew their swords and rushed up to intercept the 2 fleeing enemies. Hobert stood behind and instructed, Seal, besides stabbing, a sword can also slash and pick. Albert, pay attention to the timing of using the sealed artifact. Don't let it conflict with your attacks. Seal, pay attention to your steps. Follow the feeling of your spirituality. Albert, ordinary people have extremely limited spirituality. Don't use the sealed artifact too frequently. Seal. Under Hobert's guidance, Seal finally killed his opponent in 7 or 8 minutes, while Albert took 2 minutes longer. Both of them sat on the ground, panting heavily. This was thanks to Hobert's presence, otherwise these 2 would not have been able to defeat the mercenaries with rich combat experience. After the 2 of them had caught their breath, Hobert asked Seal, how do you feel? Seal immediately stood up and said, even with Beyonder abilities, I must practice every day and not slack off. Next time I encounter such an opponent, I will definitely not be so strenuous. Hobert nodded with satisfaction and looked at Albert. Albert was somewhat envious of Seal, who had gained Beyonder power after following the Lord for such a short time. Feeling the Lord's gaze, he immediately stood up and said, although I have practiced swordsmanship since I was a child, I am still too weak for a Beyonder. Hobert commented, your strength and agility are not much different from your opponent, but you lack experience fighting Beyonders. Of course, this is only for some Sequence 9s. Many Sequence 9s are stronger than you just by taking the potion. If you have fought Sequence 8s, you will truly feel your own weakness. Hobert deliberately raised his hand noticeably, and the 8 corpses immediately stood up. Soon, the Beyonder characteristics in their bodies were extracted, and the corpses handed over their Beyonder characteristics to Hobert one by one. Seal and Albert stood there stiffly, not even daring to breathe loudly. If they hadn't seen the Lord raise his hand just now and knew that these corpses stood up because of the Lord's abilities, they would have turned around and run away long ago. Especially Albert, whether it was traversing the spirit world or manipulating corpses, he felt that he had only seen the true face of the Beyonder world today. At the same time, he was glad that in middle age, he had finally met someone who could give him the abilities he wanted and whom he could devote all his efforts to serving. He secretly laughed in his heart, Grove is such a fool to defect. He doesn't even know what opportunities he has missed. Back in the study, Hobert heard banging noises from next door. It turned out that Alan had woken up the carpenters early to repair the door and windows of Hobert's room. Hobert wasn't very sleepy either, so he locked the door of the study and sacrificed all the spoils of this battle to the Nation of Disorder. This raid was more clean and efficient than the last, completely eliminating 2 mercenary squads and harvesting 14 Beyonder characteristics and 2 mystical items. The threat from Lone might only be the people from MI9. However, after this battle, the people from MI9 probably wouldn't take action without a demigod leading the team. Hobert believed that, based on the strength he had shown in Backlund before, MI9 would not mobilize a demigod for him. As for mercenaries, Hobert remembered that the top mercenary teams in the entire northern continent, there were only a dozen or so, basically with official backgrounds, carrying out anti-enemy operations that were not suitable for officials to take action. Now that 3 of them had been wiped out in South Colson, it was estimated that the other mercenary squads also knew that Hobert's strength was completely inconsistent with the bounty. Not that the bounty was too high, but that the bounty was too low. It was estimated that the other top mercenary squads would not easily take action. Thinking of this, Hobert was a little disappointed. Without these transport teams, his income would definitely be affected. The next step was to build his own Beyonder market in the auction house. He planned to take out those Beyonder characteristics he had accumulated before to activate the market and alleviate the financial pressure on Jeffrey territory at the same time. Thinking of this, Hobert turned his attention to the Beyonder characteristics in front of him. Among them was a Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder, Beyonder characteristic, 3 Sequence 6 characteristics, 1 Wind Blessed, 1 Judge, and 1 Conspirer. 1 Sequence 7 Briber, Beyonder characteristic, 6 Sequence 8 characteristics, 3 Sheriff, 1 Barbarian, 1 Provoker, and 1 Pugilist, Beyonder characteristic. 2 Sequence 9 characteristics, 1 Arbiter, and 1 Warrior Pathway Beyonder characteristic. In addition, he also harvested 2 mystical items. One was a sealed artifact of the Darkness Pathway, which could make creatures in a certain area lose most of their active will. Although it was a sealed artifact with an area of effect attack, it did not distinguish between friend and foe. Hobert seemed to imagine such a scene, where 2 groups of people who were about to rush together to fight, under the effect of the sealed artifact, would stare blankly at each other, without the will to fight. Then this sealed artifact could be named Peace Envoy. And the sword that could pierce Hobert was a mystical item of the Hunter Pathway, with the ability of Fatal Strike, which could make the sword extremely sharp and almost indestructible. Every stab was a cull, even if the stab position was not the target's weakness, it could become a weakness. However, Hobert did not intend to replace the knife in his hand with it, because this sword also needed 3 strikes to break through the Guardian's Dawn barrier, while the Tang knife in Hobert's hand only needed 2 strikes, which showed how strong this knife's armor-breaking ability was. Hobert put these 2 mystical items in the Nation of Disorder, just as an accumulation of his own sealed artifacts. After he established his own Beyonder force in a while, he could give it to the official Beyonder in the territory to use. At that time, with sealed artifacts and official Beyonder, the official Beyonder system of this territory would be established. And the power of the Earth Mother Church and the Theosophy Order could gradually be marginalized, only responsible for religious cases. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert did not leave the Nation of Disorder immediately, but considered the issue of reducing the burden on himself. One problem he was facing now was that he had too many mystical items on him. Although the negative effects were not strong, he had to spend a lot of effort to avoid them every day. The key was that as Hobert's own abilities became stronger, some items could be placed in the Nation of Disorder on weekdays, and then taken out when needed. For example, the psychological spoon, this mystical item was rarely used now. Hobert preferred to kill the enemy and communicate with the spirit. And its ability to block attacks from the spirit world had also gradually become useless. Originally, the Black Emperor pathway had a passive skill to resist mental attacks. At the level of Mentor of Disorder, Hobert's mental power had become so strong that he could effectively resist mental attacks and mind attacks. The ability of Berserk had not been used for a long time. Now Hobert had the ability of Arrogance, which overlapped with Berserk. Now the biggest role of the psychological spoon was Hypnosis, which could be completely taken from the Nation of Disorder when needed. Another mystical item that was somewhat useless was the Light Ring. Its power was very strong, but in this battle, its ability was not used once. It was still because Hobert's own ability could completely replace the abilities of some mystical items. If it was some exploration action in the dark, or knowing that he was going to face enemies who were afraid of sunlight, it would not be too late to go to the Nation of Disorder to get it. The situation of the dream-stealing pocket watch was similar to that of the light ring, and there was no need to carry it on his body anymore. Originally, Hobert was also preparing to put the ocean pendant in the Nation of Disorder, but its flying ability was really useful, strengthening Hobert's mobility speed, and could be worn on his body temporarily. The situation of the faceless necklace was similar to that of the ocean pendant, and the ability of the paper figure substitute was very useful, and could be worn on his body temporarily. The fighting ring was useless and must be placed in the Nation of Disorder. As for the other mystical items, there were also the healing fork, traveler's knife, spirit wine glass, and zombie spoon. They all had irreplaceable roles, or new roles, and could be carried on his body temporarily. Hobert had 6 mystical items on him, which was a little easier. Then Hobert turned his attention to the scepter he got from Medici, which was a demigod-level sealed artifact, which could enhance his combat power. With a wave of his hand, he held the scepter in his hand and felt its negative effects again. The holder's thinking is easy to become distorted, originally intending to attack but will become defense. The holder will become abnormally greedy. Any property can attract a certain amount of attention. The holder will become fond of laughing. Sometimes laughter will interrupt the use of his own beyonder abilities. Hobert stretched out his hand again and summoned the power of order to try to seal it. But the sealing effect was not as good as imagined. None of the negative effects of the scepter were reduced, except that the negative effects could be greatly reduced in the first 10 minutes of use. However, a certain negative effect would briefly affect the holder, regardless of whether the holder continued to hold it. In other words, this scepter can only be used for 10 minutes at a time. Then it needs to rest for at least half an hour before it can avoid the negative effects again. Hobert pondered for a moment, took a crystal of order, deformed the crystal of order, and wrapped the scepter. This turned it into a scepter with a black crystal appearance. Hobert planned to pin it on his waist and use it as an ornament usually, and then remove its outer shell when using it. After doing these things, Hobert returned to the real world. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten, and there were crowing chickens everywhere. Hobert used travel to reach the highest point of the mountain, exhaling white mist, looking at the misty moon lake, and watching the rising wisps of smoke. Hobert had gradually poured his feelings into this territory, especially after seeing this vibrant scene. He hoped even more that it would become rich and prosperous. Then Hobert turned his gaze to the territory of Viscount Teuton across Moon Lake, and to the entire South Colson that was gradually awakening. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of grabbing and clenching his fist. Hobert smiled, not feeling that his actions were childish at all. The next second, he entered the spirit world again and returned to his study. Breakfast was ready, and Hobert's room was also repaired. After breakfast, Hobert took a nap, and around 10 o'clock, he started to get busy again. Backlund, 29 Civilhouse Street, Empress Borough. Rafter, who was studying a geography magazine, felt a movement in his heart and looked towards the door. Knock knock knock. After 3 knocks, he twisted the handle and opened the door. A man wearing a black crystal mask, a black windbreaker, and a black crystal scepter on his waist came in. Rafter immediately got up excitedly, the favored. And this favored was of course Hobert. The great creator wants you to go to the suburbs of Backlund. I have brought you 2 things. After speaking, Hobert took out a black mask made of crystal of order. Rafter had dedicated the mask Hobert gave him before back to him in a very knowing manner. There was also a small bottle of blood. Bring the map. Rafter quickly found a map of the extreme suburbs of Backlund. Hobert marked the location of the ruins. After arriving at the marked location, pray to the Creator, and he will send you to an underground ruin. In the ruins, there is a noble courtyard. After finding it, the Creator will unlock the seal there and send you to the underground part of the ruins. When you arrive at the underground part, you will see an underground corridor. First, set up an altar, and then smear this bottle of blood on the wall. Attention! Close your eyes immediately after smearing the blood. Otherwise, you will die. After feeling a great sense of fear, close your eyes and make a sacrifice to the Creator. When Rafter heard that he might die, his heart trembled slightly, but then he thought that with the gaze of the Creator, he would not be in much danger, and then he calmed down. Hobert pointed to the mask on the table. As long as you complete this task, this mask is yours. This is the symbol of the Creator's favored. You will be directly under my leadership. I will occasionally give you some tasks. As long as you complete the tasks, you will accumulate merit and I will give you some rewards. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, pray to the Creator if it is urgent, and write me a letter and summon my messenger if it is not urgent. The method of summoning the messenger is, the reward for each summoning is 3 donuts. Rafter wrote them down one by one, and suddenly felt a sense of excitement and peace of mind from finding an organization. What should I call you? Just call me the favored. Yes. Rafter watched the favored open the door and leave, and then his spirituality felt that the other party had disappeared outside the door. Rafter stared at the direction of the door for a while before he seemed to suddenly wake up, put away the mask and the potion, changed his clothes, disguised himself, and left the room through the window. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert used travel to return to his study. In the future, if anything happens, he plans to contact Rafter directly. This is the correct way to use a small account. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for the creator to come forward for every little thing. At the same time, when he plans to buy a train, he will tell Upton the way to summon his messenger to achieve a one-way connection with him. Tomorrow, Hobert also plans to take a long trip to the southern continent to meet with Elliot and establish a one-way connection with him. In this way, he will connect all the current resources together through the identity of the creator's favored. Hobert drank tea, waiting for Rafter to arrive at the designated location in the suburbs of Backlund. At this time, Alan brought the ancient Azure Dragon beast's blood, skin, and other spiritual materials, as well as the previously collected internal organs, to Hobert's study. Fortunately, it is winter now, and these things are all spiritual materials, so they have not deteriorated after being left for several days. Because the ancient Azure Dragon beast was huge, there were many spiritual materials, filling 7 large boxes. Hobert didn't know how to use these materials, so he simply sold them all to the Church of the Earth Mother. However, the liver crystal of the ancient Azure Dragon beast was of course not included in this sale. Hobert made a list, and then summoned the messenger, spending 10 donuts to ask the messenger to send the 7 large boxes to Feynapotter City. After finishing these, Hobert heard the prayer from the Nation of Disorder. Arriving at the Nation of Disorder, it turned out that Rafter had arrived. Hobert then used the teleportation statue again to send Rafter to the ruins. Suburbs of Backlund. Rafter held up the lamp and looked around, marveling at the size of the ruins, and then recalling what the favored had said, he went to the tallest and largest building in the ruins. After arriving at the noble courtyard, Rafter's eyes became magical again. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a long underground passage. Rafter sighed, I didn't expect that there are so many ruins in Backlund. Knowing that the creator was watching him, he didn't dare to delay. After a simple sigh, he quickly followed the instructions of the favored, set up the altar, and then smeared the blood. Soon he saw a strange and bizarre stone door shape appearing where the blood was smeared. At this time, he suddenly remembered the favored's instructions and quickly closed his eyes. Having lost his sight in the unknown ruins, Rafter immediately became a little nervous and cramped. Especially after a feeling of fear that made his whole body tremble appeared a few seconds later, Rafter wanted to open his eyes several times, but he endured it. He finally understood why the favored wanted him to set up the altar in advance. In this state, let alone setting up the altar, it would be difficult to even light a candle. Amidst the occasional trembling sound of teeth colliding, Rafter completed the sacrifice process. A surge of power appeared in the underground ruins, neutralizing the feeling of fear to the depths of the soul. Soon, the feeling of fear completely disappeared. The creator's voice appeared in Rafter's ears, you can open your eyes now. Rafter opened his eyes and saw an ordinary stone room in front of him. He didn't know what made him so afraid. He only knew that the level of that thing must be very high, otherwise the creator would not be interested. In addition, he found that the strange and bizarre door had disappeared. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 419, Chapter 419, Agreement with Vice Admiral Iceberg, Bonus 3. Chapter 419, Agreement with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Congratulations to 1000 words for advancing to Sequence 9, reader, +5 bonus. That door was, of course, taken away by Hobert. Since he was looting the place clean, he couldn't possibly leave behind the traveler's door. Hobert had previously learned the magic circle for arranging the traveler's knife from Christian. If needed, this traveler's door could be put to use immediately. Moreover, this door could change its appearance, it wasn't necessarily limited to being a stone door. A regular wooden door would also work. Next, Hobert turned his gaze to the corpse of the ancient death god in front of the Iron Throne. Even in the Nation of Disorder, the corpse of the death god, with its enormous divine bird form, still emanated the scent of death. When light was 1 or 2 meters away from it, it would turn pale, as if all color had withered away. Hobert prepared a separate room for it outside the main hall. His spirituality told him that if he injected the power of the Nation of Disorder into the corpse of the ancient death god, it wouldn't revive, but something very terrifying would definitely happen. Hobert decided not to tempt fate. As for that black hound spirit beast, Hobert currently had no way to manipulate it. However, he could do the same thing as with Bull Demon King, injecting the power of the Nation of Disorder into the black hound spirit beast's body, making it temporarily obey Hobert's commands. It could use the powers of the Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway, and also use the abilities of Disorder, Order, Distortion, and Prohibition. However, normally, Hobert couldn't command it. It could sense the location of the ancient death god's corpse and would spontaneously go to find it. If it encountered an insurmountable obstacle, it would face the direction of the death god's corpse and stop there, unmoving. Hobert sighed, feeling like he had encountered a stubborn and loyal child. So, he expanded the room holding the ancient death god's corpse and moved the black hound spirit beast inside as well. After that, Hobert felt a sense of relief. The treasures of Backlund that he knew of had finally been looted clean by him. Like Amon's mausoleum, although he knew about it, he wasn't familiar with it. The main thing was that he didn't want to get involved with Amon right now, so he never intended to plunder it. When he left Backlund before, Hobert still felt some regret, wondering how long it would take for Medici's Beyonder characteristics to be buried. He remembered that the church had directly collapsed that ruin. He also wondered whose hands the death god's corpse would ultimately fall into. Now, it had all fallen into his, Hobert's, hands, so he could rest assured. Looking at Rafferty in the underground ruin again, he had finally recovered from the extreme fear he had just experienced. Hobert then used the teleportation statue to send him back to the surface. Then he said to him, "You can leave Backlund now." Next, Hobert withdrew his spirituality and returned to the real world. Sitting behind his desk, Hobert had Ellen outside instruct the kitchen to make donuts. He spread out the stationery and wrote a letter to Azek. The content of the letter was roughly, "When I and the family members were exploring the room where the ancient death god's corpse was stored again, we found a way to seal the black hound spirit beast and took away the ancient death god's corpse. If Mr. Azek still wants to look at the corpse of the ancient death god, you can write me a letter in advance, and I will take you to see it." While waiting for the donuts, the messenger suddenly appeared in the study. She brought Jessica's package, which contained 2 failures in Carrie's eyes. Those were weapons that had not had any effect when combining Beyonder materials with weapons. In the eyes of the artisan, both of these weapons were failures. There was also a letter from Jessica, as well as a forwarded letter from Selena. Hobert was slightly stunned. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to write a letter to Selena. "Please wait a moment, I need to reply," Hobert said to the messenger. "Messenger, 10 minutes for 3 donuts. You still have the nerve to say that?" Hobert put his pocket watch on the table. "Start timing now." He first replied to Jessica, writing only a few sentences, stating that he had received the package she sent. Then he replied to Selena. In Selena's letter, she stated that after thinking for so long, she had finally decided to become an Beyonder in the future and asked Hobert to give her this opportunity. However, she hoped to spend a good year with her family and hoped to find Hobert again after graduation. Hobert's reply to her was also very simple, telling her that he would go to her after the new year to have a good talk, and told her the way to summon his messenger, as well as the reward for each letter. Hobert neatly sealed the 2 letters and stamped them with sealing wax. "It's not even 10 minutes yet, let's count it as 10 minutes. Messenger, aren't you going to check again?" "No need, I have confidence," Hobert said with a smile. At this time, the donuts had just come out of the oven. Hobert sent out a total of 3 letters this time. The messenger waited a few more minutes, and he paid her a total of 12 donuts. Fortunately, the kitchen made more than a dozen at a time. In addition to paying the messenger, Hobert also ate too. But Hobert was afraid that the news that he liked to eat donuts and could eat more than a dozen at a time would spread. The key was that this was the second time today that he had eaten more than 10 donuts. After finishing all this, Hobert had nothing important to do. He strolled around Jeffreytown and used travel to take a look at the Nohar ship that was going upstream. The appearance of this ship made people along the way stop to watch. It had been more than 50 years since a ship of this size had passed through this waterway. Children ran and played along the banks, while more people stopped their work and watched the ship go upstream along the river until the ship's shadow became smaller and smaller. There's no danger for the time being. Hobert returned to his study again, still idle. So, Hobert thought, should he go explore the road first? He had never been to the southern continent. What if it was difficult to cross the Berserk Sea from the spirit world? Then he thought of the island that had just been discovered at sea, which was said to have 4th epic ruins and many extraordinary creatures. Some newly discovered islands basically have some extraordinary creatures, but they will soon be hunted down by the pirates who come. Hobert wasn't interested in those extraordinary creatures, but he was very interested in the 4th epic ruins. Because he knew the exact location from Alger, he could reach the island by using the faceless necklace for divination. The more Hobert thought about it, the more tempted he became, so he changed into a lone-style outfit. Like the last time he went on a long trip, he used travel to first come to Conant City on the southern coast of the northern continent. Then he transferred through Byam, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, and finally came to that nameless island. This was already the southwestern section of the Berserk Sea, very close to the southern continent. Hobert appeared on an uninhabited beach. In the entire northern continent, it was winter at this time, but in the southern continent it was summer. The power of nature is still amazing even in this extraordinary world. At the same time, Hobert found that he was wearing too much. It was perfect to wear summer clothes or spring clothes here, but Hobert's windbreaker had thick sweaters and leather vests inside. However, he didn't intend to find a deserted place to discard a few pieces of clothing. For the mentor of disorder, the weather would no longer make him feel uncomfortable. If he didn't want to sweat, he wouldn't sweat a drop, and he wouldn't feel hot. The location of the beach was relatively low. Hobert used the ability of flying to fly up, and his eyes passed through the dense trees to see a small mountain range on the island. Hobert returned to the ground and waited for a while before he could use the travel ability again. This time he used travel to come to the highest peak on the island. From here, the entire island could be seen at a glance. This island was divided by a small mountain range running north-south. There was a plain on the east side, all dense forest. The west side was narrower, but there was a place very suitable for a port. There were ruins there, and the fourth epic ruins should be there. Hobert also saw several ships and several camps, which should be pirate ships and pirate camps. So far, no official force has announced that it owns the sovereignty of this island, so naturally no navy or official beyonders will come here. Hobert used travel again to come to the west coast of the island, not far from the ruins. While walking towards the ruins, Hobert also encountered two pirates walking together. After they saw Hobert, they watched from afar for a while, and one of the pirates said, "Hey! You fool wearing thick clothes." Hobert ignored them, but they chased after him, and one of the pirates said, "This is the territory of the Skull Pirate Group. Did you pay taxes for passing through here?" Hobert glanced at them. "What is your captain's bounty?" Another pirate puffed out his chest, as high as 1,500 pounds. "How about it? Are you scared? Get out of here, my bounty is 30,000 pounds. The two pirates laughed. "Sure enough, he's a fool. He doesn't even know how to brag. Are you a pirate general?" Another pirate simply took out his gun. "Pay the tax first. Your windbreaker is also good." Hobert stuck his cane in the sand, broke the other party's gun with his left hand, and twisted the other party's arm with his right hand, adding a joint to the other party's arm. Amid the pirate's screams, he looked aside and kicked the other pirate's calf, breaking it. "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the tax I paid? Do you want some more?" The two pirates endured the pain and quickly begged Hobert for mercy. Hobert smiled, picked up his cane, and continued to the ruins. As Hobert approached the ruins, he realized just how massive the original structure had been. Judging by its remains, the building had been constructed against the mountain, stretching at least 1,000 meters in length and 300 to 400 meters in width. Even by modern standards, it would have been a colossal edifice. Judging from the collapsed walls, it must have been quite tall. Hobert even suspected that some beyonder power had been used in the construction of this behemoth. Otherwise, only a steel-reinforced structure could have supported such a building, yet there was little metal to be found in the ruins. Ahead, he saw a section of wall that hadn't completely collapsed, and standing in front of it were several people. A young woman was sketching and writing in front of the wall, while several men coldly surveyed the surroundings, acting as her sentries. They noticed Hobert as well, and several pairs of eyes fixed on him with a chilling gaze. From a distance, Hobert called out, "I'm a scholar interested in fourth epic relics. I mean no harm, I just want to examine the walls for any clues." The men adopted defensive postures, but the woman seemed to say something quietly, and one of the men finally said, "Come on over." Hobert approached at a leisurely pace. Up close, he saw that she was a beautiful woman with an oval face, a high, straight nose, thin lips, and a pair of clear, light blue eyes like a spring of water. The men, led by a blonde individual, kept a close watch on Hobert. "Good afternoon, madam." "Good afternoon, everyone." Hobert greeted politely. The woman gave a slight nod in response, but the other men completely ignored him. Hobert didn't press the conversation, but instead turned his attention to the relatively well-preserved wall before him. The wall's surface was clean, which was what struck Hobert as odd. He reached out and poked the wall. After more than 1,000 years, exposed to wind and rain, the wall showed surprisingly little sign of decay. Walking further, Hobert spotted a faded emblem high up on the wall. After a long look, he finally recognized it, a massive crest carved into the wall, depicting a crown. "Trunsiost." Hobert blurted out. The black crown was the emblem of the Trunsiost family. The woman beside him asked, "You recognize the Trunsiost family crest?" "I know it all too well," Hobert thought with a smile. "I happened to see it in a book." "But, why would the Trunsiost family crest be here?" The Trunsiost Empire's territory was on the northern continent, and the sea area was already quite close to the southern continent. Could it be that the Night Emperor's power had once reached the southern continent? "That's what I'm trying to figure out," the woman said. "Do you have any ideas?" Hobert pondered for a moment. Could this have been a secret base built by the Trunsiost Empire to launch a surprise attack on the southern continent? "It seems you know a lot about the history of the fourth epic." The woman extended a hand in self-introduction. "Edwina." Hobert politely shook her soft hand. "Geoffrey." Hobert had changed his appearance before setting out, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Besides, no one on the high seas would care about a traitor from the Lone Kingdom, even if they knew. After all, there were too many vicious criminals on these seas, and Hobert's little escapade was insignificant in comparison. After introducing himself, Hobert noticed the expectant looks on the faces of the men around him. He realized he had missed something earlier. After a moment's thought, he finally grasped the key point: Vice Admiral Iceberg. These men just wanted to see Hobert's surprised expression. Edwina smiled. Indeed. You can let go of my hand now. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just too surprised, Hobert said with an embarrassed laugh. He hadn't expected Vice Admiral Iceberg to be so unicy. I was hoping someone could discuss this problem with me, Edwina said. As you said, it's very strange for Trunsoist relics to appear here. Hobert glanced at the men beside her. Can't they discuss it with you? However, he was met with angry glares. Hobert thought, all right, I get it. You want to, but you don't have enough knowledge. Just looking at your faces, I can tell you dropped out of school early. I'd be glad to help, Hobert said politely. I'm also looking forward to a clash of ideas. Edwina immediately asked, did you attend a grammar school? Otherwise, he wouldn't use such precise adjectives. I used to study at Backlund University, but unfortunately, I didn't graduate. That's excellent, Edwina said. My subordinates have also discovered another clue. Come this way. She led Hobert to a corner of the wall, where there was a structural diagram drawn with a sharp object, along with several words in ancient Fasak. Hobert read haltingly, length, sample box, guideline. Apart from length, Hobert didn't know the meaning of the other words. He looked at the simple structural diagram. This looks a bit like the structure of a fire door on a large ship. Just 2 days ago, he had learned about the prices of large cargo ships in Fainapotter City. The salesperson had explained in detail the advantages of their company's cargo ships, one of which was that their ships had advanced fire doors. Edwina nodded in satisfaction. It seems you're quite knowledgeable. That's right, this is a design drawing for a fire door. The words next to it are all technical terms used in shipbuilding. If I'm not mistaken, the Trunsoist people built a huge ship here. During the shipbuilding, 2 engineers discussed the design of the fire door in this corner. While discussing, they couldn't help but sketch a few lines and make a simple record in ancient Fasak. Hobert looked at the surrounding ruins in disbelief. So, this used to be a massive dockyard. I have the same guess, Edwina said, hands clasped behind her back. According to the size of this dockyard, the ship's length should be close to 2,000 meters, with a width of 300 meters. The height would be several tens of meters. Enough to accommodate the population of a small city. The Trunsoist Empire. Hobert felt a thunderclap in his mind, and many clues connected. Edwina's eyes flashed with brilliance. That's right, the treasure of the Trunsoist Empire really exists. Hobert, however, had already thought of something else. Do your subordinates include beyonders of the sailor pathway? Vice Admiral Iceberg was taken aback. Yes. I happen to know some secret information about the Trunsoist Empire, Hobert said. But I need to verify it first. Please have a sailor pathway friend dive deep from the harbor and search outwards along the seabed to see if they can find anything strange. At the captain's instruction, 2 sailors took off their hats and jumped into the sea. Hobert sat on a rock, waiting quietly. Edwina asked, you don't seem to be a local. Hobert smiled. There don't seem to be any locals on this island anymore. Of course, he knew that ordinary pirates couldn't glean much information from his clothing, but Vice Admiral Iceberg, the former erudite, should have understood many things. Hobert changed the subject. The material of these walls seems very special. It's said to be a construction method that existed in the 3rd and 4th epochs, Edwina said candidly, without reservation. It has now been lost. I've found some clues in books. In addition to mixing some spiritual materials into the ingredients, some magic arrays should have been incorporated during construction, while praying to the gods for power. With the blessing of the gods, the scale of the building could be larger than we can imagine, and it could stand for hundreds or thousands of years. Hobert nodded slightly. This construction method was no longer applicable. Praying to the gods for power or blessings, they might only respond after a long time, and the construction period could be greatly delayed. Things were different in the 3rd and 4th epochs. At that time, the gods were still in their kingdoms, and there were so many angels. There were plenty of objects to pray to. After waiting for half an hour, the 2 sailors emerged from the water one after another. After coming ashore, one of the sailors began to report the underwater situation. The water in the dockyard is very deep. We explored outwards along the seabed and encountered a cliff after about a few thousand meters. The other sailor reported, that cliff is very peculiar. The rock below is recessed, and looking at it, the base of this island seems to be getting thinner and thinner. We searched around the cliff, and the surrounding area is a similar structure. It's like, the top is a huge cake, and the bottom is just a goblet. That's right. Hobert clapped his hands. This island was originally on the coast of the northern continent and was moved here by the Underworld Emperor. Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinates were stunned, and then they all showed obvious expressions of disbelief. Hobert said to Edwina, "During my 2 explorations, I learned some more detailed information about the Trunsoist Empire. If you agree to 2 conditions, I'll tell you all the information." The first mate with the golden hair, Olfers, said, "Captain, don't agree to him. This is clearly a trap." The other sailors chimed in, "This kid doesn't look like a good person. Look, he's wearing so many layers on such a hot day. He must be a madman." Edwina waved her hand at her subordinates. "Tell me your conditions, and then I'll decide whether to agree." Olfers and the others were dejected. They knew that the captain couldn't resist the temptation of historical secrets. The first condition is goodwill from Iceberg Admiral and the forces behind her. We may have deeper cooperation in the future. Edwina nodded. "No problem." Hobert continued, "The second condition is to help me find the whereabouts of Admiral Dusk. After finding him, we can launch a hunt together, or you can simply provide information. As long as your information is accurate enough, and you can treat your ship as my forward base, and I hunt down Admiral Dusk, I will share a portion of the spoils with you." Edwina asked, "What is your strength?" Hobert was slightly stunned, then shamelessly said, "A bounty of 30,000 pounds. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 420, Chapter 420 Claiming Sovereignty over the Island, Bonus 4. Chapter 420 Claiming Sovereignty over the Island. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Of course, Hobert remembered Larada's request and the huge bounty for taking down Vice Admiral Dusk. Before, when Hobert was still Sequence 6, he knew he didn't have the strength to kill Vice Admiral Dusk, so he never considered it. Now it's different. Having advanced to Sequence 5, Hobert was eager to spar with a pirate rear admiral. If possible, he could directly eliminate the opponent and collect a large bounty. Edwina and several of her crew members re-evaluated Hobert. Logically, a 30,000-pound bounty should indicate a pirate admiral-level powerhouse, but why had they never heard of a pirate named Jeffrey? Nor had they heard of any pirate with a 30,000-pound bounty. Edwina didn't dwell on the issue. After considering it, she said, "I can help you find traces of Vice Admiral Dusk, but I won't provide further assistance." Hobert nodded, "That's fine." Of course, he knew that the relationship between the forces behind Iceberg Admiral and those behind Vice Admiral Dusk wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Rashly engaging in a violent conflict wouldn't be worthwhile for Iceberg Admiral. At the same time, she was willing to provide some information detrimental to Vice Admiral Dusk. Although there were no deep-seated grudges between pirate admirals, conflicts occasionally occurred. Edwina was happy to send another pirate admiral an enemy, making things difficult for a potential rival. This response was similar to Hobert's expectations. "However, this means I can't share the spoils with you." Edwina hummed in agreement. "How can I contact you?" Hobert took out the fountain pen from his pocket. "I'll give you the method to summon my messenger." Edwina handed over her notebook. After Hobert finished writing, she took it back and read the incantation and the reward for sending the message. "Your handwriting is good." Hobert capped the pen and smiled. "It's all right, I've practiced since I was young." He said, "Then let's begin. I discovered a notebook of Duke Southville of the Tudor dynasty in some ruins in the suburbs of Backlund. He once served as a guard to the Knight Emperor and was deeply trusted by him. During the Four Emperors era, he was assigned by the Knight Emperor to set a trap against the Underworld Emperor." Edwina asked, "A trap against the Underworld Emperor?" "Yes, but Southville didn't record the specifics of the trap in the notebook." Iceberg Admiral nodded slightly, gesturing to "Please continue." Hobert continued, "Later, when I was exploring a hidden island with a friend, we encountered a ghost ship at the intersection of the spirit world and the real world. Through communication with the ghosts on the ghost ship." "Please wait." Edwina interrupted Hobert again. "You said you communicated with the ghosts on the ghost ship. Also, under what circumstances would you encounter a place where the spirit world and the real world intersect?" Hobert said half-truthfully, "This was caused by the special environment of that island. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. To explain it clearly would require discussing the formation process of the Berserk Sea. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Vice Admiral Iceberg knew this information, but if she didn't, this information combined with the information about Vice Admiral Dusk's location would be unequal." To avoid trouble, Hobert simply used this ambiguous answer to brush it off. "As for communicating with ghosts, I don't think it's an incomprehensible thing." Hobert smiled slightly. "It's similar to the process of communicating with spirit world creatures or underworld creatures." "You were lucky." Edwina said, "As far as I know, ghosts on ghost ships generally carry strong malice." Hobert nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful when dealing with similar events in the future." He continued, according to the information obtained from the ghosts, the Underworld Emperor saw through the trap. He grabbed the island where the trap was created from the northern Berserk Sea and moved it to the south. And he gave the Tudor family members who created the trap a vicious curse. Those cursed members took the Tudor dynasty empire and fled, disappearing in a huge storm. Hobert spread his hands. The treasure information of the empire may be true, and there is indeed such a large ship. But there is probably no treasure on it. It's just a giant ship cursed by the Underworld Emperor. The purpose of building this ship was not for the Tudor family members to escape, but a trap set for the Underworld Emperor. Edwina was a little disappointed. What a pity. For her, who chased treasures, this result was indeed regrettable. After all, that was one of the 6 great treasures at sea. If the truth of its existence had never been verified, then this treasure would have always existed for them, but now that they learned the truth from Hobert, this treasure disappeared from their treasure-hunting goals. I don't think so. Hobert smiled slightly. The ship itself is a huge treasure, but it's hard to find it, and even if you find it, it's hard to utilize it. Edwina smiled slightly. You're right. Your erudition is impressive, and my conversation with you has been very rewarding. Hobert smiled slightly. I hope to have the opportunity to continue discussing issues in the future. Edwina also said, your adventure experience is enviable. I hope to have the opportunity to hear your adventure stories in the future. No problem. Hobert smiled slightly. Then, everyone, I'll take my leave first. Remember to write to me when you have news of Vice Admiral Dusk. The others couldn't wait for Hobert to leave and enthusiastically saw him off. After Hobert walked away, a sailor said, Captain, this guy is bragging, right? How could he have a 30,000-pound bounty? That's higher than your bounty. Iceberg Admiral's pirate group had always been keen on finding various treasures at sea, so although Edwina's strength had reached the level of Vice Admiral, her bounty was not high. Edwina looked at the sailor. If you wore such thick clothes in this weather, wouldn't you feel hot? Yes. So, he's either a madman or a fool. How many times have I told you, don't judge a person so arbitrarily? Edwina criticized like a strict teacher. You must observe carefully. The more bizarre a person's behavior seems, the more carefully you must observe. Didn't you notice that he didn't sweat a single drop? Orvis had noticed this a long time ago and knew what it meant, but at this time he still cooperated and said, in other words, his bounty really is 30,000 pounds. Edwina, adding the mystical items on him, almost. When he reached a deserted place, Hobert used traveling to leave. After several transfers, Hobert returned to his study. Sitting in the chair and taking a sip of tea, he sighed, I didn't expect that the island was where the Tudor dynasty empire was built. I believe Miss Iceberg will give up searching for this treasure after learning the details of the empire. He planned to go back to the ruins when he had time to see if he could find any clues about the empire. For others, that cursed ship may be difficult to find, and even if found, it would be difficult to utilize. And Hobert was a descendant of the Tudor dynasty. As long as he found the empire, he would have the opportunity to explore it. Maybe the ship could accept the descendants of the Tudor dynasty. Hobert re-examined the entire clue of the empire and made a similar judgment to before. This ship is in some corner of the Berserk Sea. The most likely place is where the spirit world and the real world intersect. Occasionally, it can also return to the real world, so people have been witnessing this ship. As for the specific situation of this ship now, Hobert estimated that it should be full of the smell of death, full of the atmosphere of withering. The Underworld Emperor's curse should still be all over the ship. I wonder if the spirits of the Tudor family members are still on the ship. It sounds scary, but if a way to utilize it is found, this must be a good passive skill. As for that nameless island, Hobert suddenly had some new ideas. Saturday morning, central West Balham, the suburbs of Crawley City. Dozens of elite family members secretly gathered together to listen to the task assignments made by the elders. The Blake family's operation in Crawley City had not been in vain. So far, the Rose School still had not discovered the gathering of the Blake family's extraordinary powers. Of course, it was also possible that the Rose School members in the city were just bait, and the Rose School was waiting for the Blake family to gather its forces and then eliminate them in one fell swoop. In short, this battle was full of uncertainty. Elliot was assigned to the ambush group, responsible for ambushing the enemy's reinforcements. Just as everyone was dispersing, they all looked towards the position at the door, where a man wearing a black crystal mask, a lone-style windbreaker, and a black crystal scepter on his waist appeared. Many people immediately put on a fighting stance. If there weren't too many family members participating in this operation, it would be necessary to gather together to emphasize discipline and reaffirm the confidence to win. Otherwise, they would never gather together on the eve of the raid, which would give the enemy the opportunity to destroy them all at once. The demigod Elder Chester, who was responsible for assigning tasks, asked, "Who are you looking for?" He didn't feel any malice from the other party. Hobert was prepared to meet Elliot's companions, but he didn't expect to come at such a good time, right when they were holding a general meeting. He said coldly, "Elliot. Chester winked at Elliot, signaling him to go over, and then signaled the others to leave quickly with his eyes. Elliot stepped forward and said, "I don't seem to know you." Hobert's tone was no longer so cold. "The Creator knows that there will be a fierce battle tomorrow, and asked me to bring you two things." The people who were leaving suddenly stopped again and turned to look at Elliot and the Windbreaker men. They had long heard the story between Elliot and the Creator. Today was the first time outside the story that they had met other people related to the Creator. Chester immediately realized that the Creator's believers had a loose organization, which was the Creator's power in the real world. Hearing Hobert say this, Elliot felt that the Windbreaker men in front of him looked familiar. Judging from his figure, he looked a lot like the person who sold him the Baron of Corruption. Beyond her characteristic, "Are you another believer of the Creator?" "I handle some mundane affairs for the great Creator." Hobert threw a black crystal mask to Elliot. On the forehead of the mask, there was a mystical symbol representing the Creator. He said, "This is the symbol of a believer. This mask has the ability to resist divination. Injecting spirituality can form a shield that lasts for 1 or 2 seconds, which can effectively block the attacks of Beyonder abilities. Most importantly, after wearing it, you will be less prone to losing control." The eyes of the people around him lit up. Even Chester was a little tempted. The Balk family members both hated and feared getting out of control. Elliot thanked him excitedly. "Thank you." Hobert raised his hand. "Thank the great Creator." He continued, "As long as you wear this mask, you will officially accept the identity of a believer. I will occasionally issue tasks to you. After completing them, I will give you some rewards, such as the main ingredients of the Mentor of Disorder potion or the main ingredients of other levels of that sequence." Elliot bowed. "Praise the Creator." Hobert gave him 2 more stones. Disorder stones can make enemies within 30 meters extremely prone to getting out of control. The activation incantation is Disorder. Pay attention to recycling them after the battle. In the future, you can use the used Disorder stones to exchange for unused Disorder stones here. If there are any losses, report to me as soon as possible. The eyes of the people around him became hot again. This was a good thing to deal with the Rose School. Many members of the Indulgence faction were already emotionally unstable. A little stimulation might cause them to get out of control. Even if they didn't completely get out of control, they would have to distract themselves to fight against getting out of control, greatly reducing their combat power. Elliot praised the Creator again. Hobert wrote the summoning method and reward for his messenger on a piece of paper in advance. "Write to me if you have any questions. You don't need to trouble the Creator with such trivial matters as buying Beyonder characteristics." "Yes." Elliot respectfully took the note. Hobert waved his hand and turned to leave. Chester immediately chased after him with a smile. "Envoy of God. Call me God's chosen." "Oh, God's chosen." Chester followed suit. "Does the great Creator have any instructions for the Balk family?" Hobert could hear that this was asking in a roundabout way. Didn't the Creator give the Balk family any mystical items? He said, "Your patriarch only asked the Creator to stop the Rose School's angels and did not ask for other help." The family members around him didn't know until now that the patriarch had asked for the Creator's help. Chester opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, and could only watch Hobert leave. He glanced at Elliot, who was wearing a mask for a while and playing with the Disorder Stone for a while, and could only sigh that his previous defensive psychology against the Creator was too strong, which led to the lack of certainty in this surprise attack. If he had devoutly believed in the Creator earlier and prayed for this great being to send his followers to help, the probability of success in this battle would have increased a lot. This idea was very beautiful, but Chester never imagined that even if the Creator's followers were all invited, the impact on the battle would not be very significant. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert returned to his study and changed back into the attire of a baron. Then he used the faceless necklace to guide him and found Seal again. At this time, the Hippo had already docked at the port of Buga City, and Seal and others had just checked into the hotel. Albert was also in Seal's room. He was going to rest and take the afternoon train to Cantor Town in the southern part of Feynapotter City. Seeing the suddenly appearing baron again, the two were a little surprised and a little excited. Hobert said, "Tell your subordinates that you are going out for a while. I want to take you to the Berserk Sea." The two were slightly stunned, not expecting to take a long trip suddenly. After saying hello to his subordinates outside, Hobert supported the shoulders of the two and used travel to return to the Lord's mansion. He then ordered, "You have 2 hours to gather some helpers, bring some food and water, and follow me to kill pirates." If someone else said this, Seal and Albert would definitely think it was a joke, but when the Baron said it, they had no doubts. About 2 hours later, Seal and Albert each gathered a dozen people and came to the Baron's yard to wait. Furs was still away during the day today, otherwise she would have come out to ask. Hobert carried 3 rolled-up flags and pushed the door open from the courtyard. Many people thought they were seeing things. It seemed that they saw a dense forest from the courtyard door. Hobert glanced at the loose formation and sighed in his heart, we must train a modern armed force as soon as possible. After the Baron appeared, everyone immediately quieted down and looked at their lord. What you experience today must be kept secret. Hobert gave the flag to Seal, I will cut off anyone's tongue who tells it. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Don't worry, Baron. We will definitely keep it secret. Hobert waved his hand, go, follow me to kill pirates. There is a reward of 5 gold salas for killing one, and there is a chance to share the spoils. If you cooperate to kill a pirate, you can divide the 5 gold salas together. Everyone was stunned, and before they could ask, they saw the Lord push open the courtyard door. At this time, they saw clearly that there was indeed a dense forest in the Baron's yard. Some people have already understood why the Baron wanted them to keep it secret. This is simply an encounter from a fairy tale. They just passed through a door and came to another place. Change clothes. Hobert said as he took off his winter clothes, and finally put on his outermost coat, wear long sleeves and trousers, the mosquitoes here are fierce. Everyone took off their thick clothes by the door. The pirates' camp is on the beach, follow me and rush in. Hobert drew out his knife and led everyone to the beach. The people behind picked up various weapons and followed closely behind. In the camp on the beach, there was a skull flag without a head. At this time, there were not many people in the camp. Most of them had entered the forest to find extraordinary creatures. The people in the camp noticed Hobert and others and immediately took out their guns to aim. At this time, the highest commander in the pirate camp was a bosun. He shouted, I will shoot if you move forward. After seeing the real guns, everyone was a little daunted, but fortunately, the Lord was there, so there was no rout. Hobert said to Seal, plant the flag. Seal planted the flag with the moon and lion painted on it on the beach. Hobert said in a solemn tone, in the name of Baron Hobert, appointed by King Ferdinand II, I declare sovereignty over this island. From this moment on, this island is part of Jeffrey territory. The Skull Pirate Group ignores the sovereignty of Jeffrey territory and brazenly establishes a camp here. Now, I, Baron Hobert, declare war on the Skull Pirate Group. Charge. As he spoke, he used corrosion on the pirates. A dozen pirates were about to rely on the camp to shoot at the enemy when suddenly they had serious infighting and began to kill each other. Therefore, before everyone rushed into the camp, they had already collapsed on their own. When Seal and others rushed into the camp, they probably recovered from the state of corrosion, but at this time their guns were of little use. Under Hobert's instructions, Seal and Albert besieged the bosun, and others, either 2 or 3 people, or 3 or 4 people, besieged an ordinary pirate. However, some people were confused after rushing into the camp and didn't know what to do, just running around with weapons. The battle lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and ended. Only 2 of Hobert's subordinates were injured, but none of the enemies escaped and were all killed. Next was to collect the spoils and board the ship. More than 30 people took away everything they could. When the people from the Skull Pirate Group came back, they saw their home was gone. The camp was in a mess, and even the tents, the fish that had just been caught in the morning, and the rum were all stolen by some unscrupulous person. At this time, the Jeffrey army, which had already sent a batch of spoils back, led by Hobert, rushed into another pirate group's camp. As before, Hobert declared sovereignty, now I, Baron Hobert, declare war on the Black Whale Pirate Group. Charge. You are mistaken. We are the Black Seagull Pirate Group. Hobert, then declare war on the Black Seagull, charge. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 421, Chapter 421 Baron Hobert's Promise of Protection, Bonus 5. Chapter 421 Baron Hobert's Promise of Protection. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The Black Seagull Pirate Group only had a Sequence 9 as their captain. After Hobert killed him, it was as good as wiping out the entire pirate group. While cleaning up the battlefield, Hobert saw Vice Admiral Iceberg leading a few subordinates out of the forest. Hobert was stunned. Why hadn't this woman left yet? Hobert Jeffrey. From afar, Edwina, who had seen Hobert's true face, said, I wondered why that name seemed so familiar when I heard it. So you're the traitor. When Hobert gave Edwina the method to summon his messenger yesterday, she inevitably learned his real name. Fortunately, Hobert was prepared and only told her his last name, instead of directly using a fake name. Hobert smiled and said, this island is now part of the Jeffrey territory, but we are allies, so you can land on the island freely. I just thought of a good name. How about naming this place Dock Island? Although the Baron doesn't legally have the power to expand territory, after declaring sovereignty over a nameless island and giving it a name, Hobert, according to colonist customs, now owns the island. Good name. Edwina said, all right, you can continue playing your lord game. We should go now. Take care, remember to write to me. After seeing off Vice Admiral Iceberg, Hobert became even more fearless on this island. He led his men to kill the captains of 3 small pirate groups one after another. He also plundered the camps of the Skull Pirate Group and the Black Whale Pirate Group, killing the first mate of the Black Whale Pirate Group and the bosun of the Skull Pirate Group. Most of the members of these pirate groups had gone into the forest to search for extraordinary creatures. Otherwise, under Hobert's leadership, they would definitely have wiped out whoever they encountered. It wasn't until dusk that everyone was too tired to walk. Hobert had seal plant all the flags on the beach before completely withdrawing. Hobert, who was walking at the end, simply dismantled the traveler's door. Anyway, he knew how to build the magic array for the traveler's door. He would just rebuild it when he brought people here next time. Otherwise, it would be easily discovered. If there were pirates who knew how to use the traveler's door, they might directly attack the Jeffrey territory tens of thousands of miles away. The spoils of war had already filled the front yard of the Lord's mansion. While everyone was carrying them back, Philip was making records. Hobert took the record sheet and glanced at it. Most of them were daily necessities such as tents, lanterns, and tables and chairs. The valuables were worth about £900. Pirates usually carry valuable belongings with them. This money was all searched from the bodies of the killed pirates. The harvest of extraordinary materials was not small. A total of 15 beyonder ingredients of 6 kinds were found. Hobert only recognized 3 of them. One of them was the blood crystal of the Lavos squid, which is one of the main materials for astrologers. Hobert planned to sell it to furs. At the same time, there were also a large number of spiritual materials. These were all beyonder materials and spiritual materials that the pirates had just hunted beyonder creatures and had not had time to sell. Now they were all cheap for Hobert. There were 4 beyonder characteristics, 3 at the sequence 9 level, which were a sailor, a bard, and a prisoner beyonder characteristic. 1 sequence 8 level, pugilist beyonder characteristic. Hobert gave the sailor beyonder characteristic to Seal, the bard beyonder characteristic to Albert, and each gave a sequence 9 main ingredient, which was considered their spoils of war. Then, according to the number of enemies killed, everyone was rewarded. Because the captured currency was all gold pounds, Hobert asked Philip to distribute the rewards in gold lire. The most received 23 gold lire, and the least only completed 2 assists and received only 2 gold lire. However, Hobert allowed them to choose 1 to 3 more spoils from the yard. Most people chose practical and easy-to-carry lanterns. So a large number of tents, daily necessities, meat, fish, and wine were left in the yard. Hobert had the kitchen prepare a big meal of fish and meat, and everyone had a feast. At the banquet, Hobert pointed to the young man next to Albert, "Is this your son?" Albert quickly knelt down to Hobert with the young man next to him. "Yes, my lord. His name is Corwin, and he is my eldest son." Hobert nodded. "He fought very bravely today. Let him be my guard tomorrow." Albert said happily, "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Hobert waved his hand and said to one of Seal's subordinates, "What's your name?" The subordinate immediately stood up and bowed. "My lord, my name is Jack." Hobert hummed and said, "You were also very brave today. Before Seal comes back, you are responsible for the security of the Lord's mansion. After Seal comes back, you will be the deputy captain of the guard." Jack also bowed like Albert. "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Hobert asked again, "Are you literate?" "I went to school for a few years." Jack was a little embarrassed, "But I've almost forgotten everything now." Everyone burst into laughter. Hobert also smiled. "Follow the teachers in the territory to relearn grammar and arithmetic. If there are any errands in the future, I will dare to arrange them for you." Jack bowed again. "Yes." Everyone looked envious. This was obviously a prelude to promotion. At this time, they regretted why they hadn't been more brave and desperate in the battle this afternoon. The banquet ended. Everyone who had drunk some wine respectfully bid farewell to the Lord after eating and drinking their fill, and then dragged their tired bodies away, talking and laughing, and even a little excited. As residents or retainers of a remote area, if Hobert hadn't led them today, they might never have left the land under their feet in their lives, and they might never have had such a crazy act. After everyone left, Hobert sent Seal and Albert back to Buga City. They had their own tasks. Back in his study, Hobert first saw 2 corpses lying on the floor of the study, the first mate of the Black Whale Pirate Group and the bosun of the Skull Pirate Group. These were specially sent by Seal after the battle. After locking the door of the study, Hobert prayed to the Fool, "Great Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. Hangman that I killed 2 pirates with bounties today. I hope to meet with him and ask him to help me collect the bounty." Although asking Alger to collect the bounty would cost him some handling fee, it would save a lot of trouble. The key is to get the bounty quickly. A few minutes later, the majestic image of the Fool appeared in Hobert's mind, and then the picture turned into Alger's prayer screen. He had just docked today and was now at the pier of a small island, indicating that he could meet with Emperor now. So Hobert changed his clothes, put on his mask, grabbed the two corpses with both hands, and after one transit, used travel to arrive at the meeting place. It wasn't the first time the two had met, so there was no need to be so cautious and polite. Hobert threw the corpses on the ground and introduced straightforwardly, one is the first mate of the Black Whale pirate group, with a bounty of 900 pounds, and the other is the bosun of the Skull pirate group. I don't know how much the bounty is. 300 pounds. Alger replied, the total bounty is 1,200 pounds. I need to use some relationships and do some lobbying to get the bounty quickly. Plus my own remuneration, I will charge you 15%, which is 180 pounds. No problem, when can I get the bounty? Next Monday. Hobert stretched out his hand, happy cooperation. Alger shook his hand, happy cooperation. After Hobert left with travel, Alger looked at the place where he left and whispered, he finally went to sea. But that's good, at least I have a helper at sea. Sunday morning, Jeffrey territory. Hobert was still in his sleep when he heard Alan knocking on the door, my lord. Signal flare. Hobert turned over and got out of bed, and only after yawning did he realize that Alan was talking about the distress signal of the Nohar. Since bluffing the Nohar into the Taz River channel, Hobert had asked Alan to find a few people to take turns staring at the south, and immediately notify him after discovering the signal flare. According to the speed of the cargo ship, the Nohar could reach Jeffreytown today. He didn't expect to encounter danger so early in the morning. Hobert estimated that the bandits on both sides of the river were still in a state of surprise the previous 2 days, and now they finally couldn't bear it and were going to rob a fortune. After putting on his clothes, Hobert looked south and saw that the light emitted by the signal flare in the air had begun to weaken, but it was still visible. Hobert looked at Corwin, who had come to work early, you come to the study with me. After arriving at the study, Hobert said, prepare for battle. With yesterday's experience, Corwin immediately realized that the Lord was going to take him to solve the problem that appeared on the side of the flare, my lord, I am ready. Hobert supported his shoulders and took him through the spirit world to the shore not far from Full Moon Lake. 2 small boats were approaching the Nohar on the water, and 2 groups of people on the shore were chasing the cargo ship. At this time, Dean, the captain of the Nohar, was staring at the 2 small boats with sweat on his forehead. Even if he ignored the bandits on the small boats, just colliding would likely cause the Nohar to leak. And on this long-abandoned waterway, it was impossible to find a dock that could repair large cargo ships. Dean looked anxiously at the shore. What about the protection promised by Baron Hobert's special envoy? Could he have been deceived? At this moment, Dean saw a boulder flying from the shore, hitting a small boat right on target. Amidst the wailing of the bandits on the small boat lost power and began to sink. Dean quickly looked at the shore with a telescope, but he did not find any weapons such as catapults on the shore, only a young man in noble attire. He saw him move his shoulders and easily lifted a stone weighing at least 200 jeans, and threw it into the river again. Next to the young man stood a young man dressed as a noble warrior, who looked surprised, obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. Another boulder flew and hit the other boat very accurately. Dean sighed, this is the first time I've seen such a strong man. He quickly continued to observe the direction of the young noble with the telescope. At this time, the noble and his guard had engaged in a battle with the 30 or 40 bandits who had chased after them on the shore. Dean once again sweated for them, the strength was too disparate. But for some reason, the bandits suddenly had infighting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 easily defeated the bandits like tigers entering a flock of sheep. The nobles and guards did not pursue, but shouted, see clearly, the bow of this ship is flying the flag of Jeffrey territory. Whoever dares to attack them will only have one ending, death. The voice was full of energy, and even the pursuers on the opposite bank heard it clearly, thus giving up the pursuit. Dean finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to the surrounding crew, our previous choice was correct. Baron Hobert's envoy is a man of his word. Corwin on the shore looked at Hobert with admiration. After the battle experience of the past 2 days, Corwin was already convinced of the Lord's martial virtue. At this time, Corwin saw the Lord turn his head and say to him, later you go to the ship and tell the captain and crew that we are the reinforcements sent by Baron Hobert. And tell them that Full Moon Lake is ahead, and the east side of Full Moon Lake is Baron Hobert's territory, and they can dock for repairs. When you come back, just jump directly from the ship, and I'll catch you. Remember. Corwin nodded, remember, but. Before he could say but, the Lord grabbed his collar and threw him into the river like he had just thrown the stone. Corwin's mind went blank, and he stood firmly on the deck of the Nohar with a look of horror. Looking at the surprised expressions on the faces of the surrounding crew, Corwin also reacted after 2 or 3 seconds. He cleared his throat and said arrogantly, we are the reinforcements sent by Baron Hobert. After repeating what Hobert had taught him, Captain Dean quickly came over to thank him. Corwin waved his hand and said it was nothing. When he went back, he completely trusted the Lord's arrangement. He took a step forward and jumped off the ship amidst the exclamations of the crew. Corwin pinched his nose and was ready to fall into the water. At this moment, a gust of wind blew across the river, and this gust of wind actually held Corwin up. The disbelief on Corwin's face immediately turned into a hearty shout, "Yahoo!" He felt like he could fly, spread his arms and laughed twice, flew close to the water and landed on the shore, standing firmly in front of the Lord. The crew on the Nohar had long been stunned. Hobert on the shore asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" "It's great, my lord. It's the first time I've felt that life can be so happy." Hobert sighed, "It's good to be young." Although he looked only 1 or 2 years older than Corwin on the surface, the experience of 2 lifetimes made his mental age at least 40 years old. He remembered that when he first used the ability of flight, he only thought that this ability would increase his mobility. But Corwin exclaimed, "So life can be this enjoyable." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 422, Chapter 422 Angel Level Combat Power, 100-Eyed Demon Lord, Bonus 6. Chapter 422 Angel Level Combat Power, 100-Eyed Demon Lord. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Back in the study, Hobert asked Corwin, "Have all your family moved to Jeffreytown?" "Yes, Lord." Hobert nodded, "Go and get Conrad." Soon after, Conrad arrived at the study. Hobert instructed, "Take some people to the former territories of Knight Lewis and Knight Duke to register the population, fields, and properties. Also, appoint village chiefs for them, or let them elect their own." He paused and added, "The first cargo ship to be repaired at Jeffreyport is about to arrive. Assign 3 people to set up a table and a few chairs in the room next to the hotel, and put up a sign that says, Port Registration and Taxation Office. This is a registration form, berthing fee standard, and tax standard that I got from another port. Use the form for reference, and collect taxes temporarily according to this standard. The staff in this office will be under your leadership for the time being. Issue receipts for the money collected and hand it over to Philip." Conrad recorded these requirements, said, "I'll do it immediately," and hurried away. Hobert then said to Corwin, "Take a few of your family's retainers to the port to maintain order, guide the Nohar to dock, and let the crew know where to stay, eat, and pay taxes." Corwin responded and trotted off with his men to the port. As soon as he left, Philip arrived at the study. It turned out that after several days of surveying, they had come up with a preliminary plan, and the 2 of them had collaborated on a Jeffrey Territory future plan to present to Hobert. They were both masters of drawing, and their map was much more detailed than the simple map of the territory that Hobert had drawn. This map basically met Hobert's requirements. Even the places that were not designed according to Hobert's requirements were due to Hobert's lack of geological knowledge when he made the requests. The 2 of them had provided solutions for these places, allowing Hobert to choose. On the map, the not-so-fertile hillsides were well utilized and would be filled with tall and spacious resort hotels in the future, and the railway also avoided the good fields as much as possible. Vaughn suggested that Jeffreytown should expand northward and towards the port, building squares, schools, hospitals, and other facilities in the north, and town governments, post offices, hotels, commercial streets, and so on in the direction of the port. This plan was very scientific, and Hobert was very satisfied. He directly asked Philip to give Scholar and Vaughn a total reward of 300 gold lire. At the same time, Hobert made a request, build a hotel on the hillside that ordinary people can afford, and also a hotel similar to a bachelor apartment, to provide for young people and travelers who like to travel. He had already thought of the name for this hotel, it would be called Youth Hostel. Vaughn added and modified these 2 buildings on the spot, and the plan was finalized. Then Hobert called Roy, who had just repaired the dock. "I discussed with Conrad before, and the total manpower that can be mobilized in the entire territory is about 1,500 people. Among them are 1,200 young adults aged 17 to 47, and 300 women responsible for logistics such as cooking. In the next week, all of this manpower must be mobilized and divided into 3 large construction sites, namely the construction and renovation of the town, the construction of the railway, and the construction of the resort area and hotels. These 3 construction sites must be carried out simultaneously. Communicate more with the 2 designers and the engineers they brought, and use manpower more scientifically." Roy quickly said, "I have communicated with several engineers several times in the past few days, and I have gained a lot." Hobert nodded in satisfaction. "I will purchase a large amount of medicine and hire several doctors. It is imperative to ensure that medical treatment is available immediately for illnesses and injuries. If there are 2 serious injuries, come to me immediately, I am also proficient in medicine." Everyone in the room was a little strange, not knowing what the Lord meant. Hobert was stunned when he saw everyone's expressions, and then he realized that there were always deaths in construction in this era. In their view, since those workers had accepted the job and arrived at the construction site, they had to be ready to fight death at any time. Especially when building railways, because there was no flexible large-scale equipment, all materials were transported manually, and the places where the railways passed were generally far from the city. Railway workers who were injured did not have time to be sent for medical treatment, and the mortality rate was particularly high. Hobert simply made it clear, doctors will follow the construction site, and we will strive to not have a single death. In addition, workers must be given sufficient remuneration, just like the previous renovation of the Lord's mansion and the repair of the dock. Although it is semi-mandatory to call them to work on the construction site, don't treat them unfairly. Philip reminded, if this is the case, our expenses will be very large. After reserving the money for buying ships and hiring crew members, Geoffrey territory had less than 3,000 gold lire in its account. The Lord rewarded 326 gold lire to those who had made meritorious service in killing the enemy yesterday, and another 300 gold lire were rewarded today, so Philip only had about 2,300 gold lire left. This amount of money, let alone starting 3 construction sites at the same time, cannot even support the workers' wages for long. I'll figure out a way to get the money, Hobert said, just start construction. He estimated that the money from selling the spiritual materials from the ancient azure dragon beast would be credited soon. Whether it was credited or not, he planned to exchange the gold in his hand for gold lire. In that case, even if the territory was fully operational, it could cope for a while. If it really didn't work, he planned to go to sea again to hunt some pirates. Those guys were all walking gold pounds. In addition, Hobert had so many beyonder characteristics in his hand, and he could also sell a batch to deal with emergencies. He was far from being in dire straits. Then Roy said, Lord, with our current level of freight, the building materials on the construction site will definitely not be able to keep up. Hobert pondered for a while, go and discuss with the engineers and make a list of the required building materials and the approximate amount, and I will find a way. Roy, yes. This simple construction meeting lasted until more than 10 o'clock in the morning. Hobert successively called Conrad and others to express his determination to mobilize the entire territory for large-scale construction, and roughly assign tasks for the next period of time. When the meeting ended, everyone heard the clamor from Full Moon Lake. Several people came out of the study together and looked into the courtyard. It turned out that the Nohar had docked, and almost half of the town's residents had come to the dock to watch the excitement. Most of them were seeing such a large cargo ship for the first time. Hobert smiled and said, see, the new era of Geoffrey territory has begun. As the future builders and rulers of this territory, you must prepare in advance. Philip and Conrad, who already had some political literacy, immediately understood that this was the Lord's political promise. Although the others did not fully understand, they also became excited after seeing the scene in front of them. After Philip and others left, Hobert heard the prayers from the nation of disorder. He thought that the battle in the southern continent had begun. He entered the nation of disorder and saw that Lawrence was reporting to him that they were ready for battle and praying for further assistance from the Creator. Hobert thought, you only burn incense when you need it, that's you. But he knew that this was a battle related to the survival of the Burke family, so he asked Lawrence to build an altar and rewarded him with 2 order wood. Southern Continent, Crawlier City. Lawrence's mind heard the voice of the Creator, the activation spell is, order. Lawrence lowered his head and saw the 2 pieces of wood that appeared on the altar, praise the Creator. Of course, he could feel the surging power of order contained in these 2 seemingly ordinary pieces of wood. At the same time, Lawrence had a further understanding of the strength of the Creator. Seemingly such a casual thing, it was a very high-level magical item. This proved that the Creator's power had reached the point of being able to do whatever he wanted. At least he had the relevant authority to give such a high level of power to an ordinary branch. Leaving the room of the altar, Lawrence handed one of the order wood to Chester, who was waiting outside. I can feel that this is a magical item that is of great help to our pathway. Use it at a critical moment. Chester nodded, somewhat worried, but even so, the enemy is still much stronger than us. Lawrence raised his hand. When we decided to cooperate with the Faceac people, we were already preparing for this day. If the family wants to have new development, it must leave no town and come into contact with new things. If we win this battle today, the family will have unlimited prospects. If we lose, we can just return to non-existent town to recuperate for 20 or 30 years. He smiled and said, besides, we didn't have faith before, but now we do. Go and believe in the Creator, he is the key to our victory. After speaking, Lawrence left quickly. The battle was about to begin, and he was going to the outside of the city to prepare to ambush the opponent's demigod. But as soon as he left the city, he saw a middle-aged man on the side of the road wearing a black clergy robe, with brownish skin and sunken eyes like a dried corpse. Although there were constant carriages and pedestrians coming and going on the road, Lawrence still saw this person at a glance. Lawrence stopped, Zatwin. This was a Sequence 3 disciple of science of the Rose School. Lawrence. Zatwin's tone was a little awkward, as if his throat didn't know how to pronounce because he hadn't spoken for a long time. I bring endless despair and the most vicious curse to the Balk family. He said coldly, "We have long discovered through sealed items that you are constantly gathering manpower in Crawlier City. The reason why we didn't actively attack you is because we are waiting for you. This time we will eliminate all of you. From the Patriarch to every member of the Balk family." As he spoke, two more people appeared behind Lawrence and on one side respectively. They were Mamosi, whose lips were sealed with metal nails with mysterious patterns, and Jax, whose skin was dark brown, his face was full of wrinkles, and his white hair was sparse. These two were also disciples of silence, and Mamosi was also a student of the Son of God, Sua. Lawrence felt that every pedestrian on the road, every carriage, every leaf on the side of the road, every blade of grass, and even every stone on the ground, every grain of sand, was full of malice towards him. He smiled slightly, took out a red crown from the cloth bag on his waist, which seemed to be stained with blood, and slowly put it on his head. "Fortunately, we have also made some preparations." Mamosi, sealed lips suddenly opened. Almost at the same time, Jax also opened his mouth, and the two of them issued a silent curse towards Lawrence. But Lawrence's figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by a towering tree. He distorted the position and concept between himself and this big tree. So the cursed target of the two disciples of silence changed from Lawrence to this big tree. The two disciples of silence, silent curses caused the big tree to split from the middle, and 3 branches grew out. One of the fleshy branches was covered with eyes without eyelids, and each eye was full of malice. On a green branch, there grew garlic, peppers, half a hen, a human hand, and other messy things. As for a black branch, it was covered with black long hair, and the hair fluttered in the wind, as if it had life. Ah! Screams continued on the road. All creatures within 20 meters of the big tree, such as pedestrians and horses, became grotesque monsters or were covered with lumps because of these two powerful curses. Further away, most of the ordinary people who saw this cursed big tree went crazy, and those who did not go crazy were also severely impacted mentally. Lawrence immediately said after dodging, "Cursing is prohibited here." The crown on his head was a sealed item from a balancer, a legacy of the Trunsoist family, which allowed Lawrence to briefly possess the position and ability of a balancer. But it can only be used for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the holder will either gradually be ordered, and the Beyonder characteristics in his body will still be there, but he will no longer be able to use Beyonder abilities. Or the holder will fall into fantasy, fantasizing that he is a certain king, and live in his fantasy world, and his mental body will never be able to return to the real world. Mamosi and others were surprised to find that this prohibition was very high, and they had no way to violate this law. Zatwin, who had not issued a curse just now, immediately became illusory after discovering Lawrence's conceptual change with the big tree. But when he approached Lawrence, he found that he could not enter Lawrence's body and could not complete the possession. This was Lawrence's other sealed item in action, which could effectively prevent possession by evil spirits and resentful souls. This was the heritage of the Trunsoist family. More than 1,000 years after the fall of the Night Emperor, Lawrence, as the Patriarch, could still arm himself with a Grade 0 and a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Moreover, these two sealed items were equivalent to disintegrating the Disciple of Silence's best curse and possession from the beginning. The other two Burke family's demigod elders also carried a level 1 sealed item each. This was Lawrence's greatest confidence in daring to launch this battle. Mamosi opened his mouth again, emitting a shriek that seemed to pierce the eardrums. This was not a curse, but a pure attack on the spirit body. Zatwin, closest to Lawrence, held a spear made of ice and thrust it at Lawrence. Jax rushed towards the rear of Lawrence at an extremely fast speed, preparing to completely surround Lawrence. Lawrence ignored the attack on his spirit body and the ice spear close at hand, and once again issued a decree: the battle here must be fair and just. Reaching the level of the Divine Balancer not only allows one to prohibit, but also to issue decrees that are beneficial to oneself. Zatwin's ice spear pierced Lawrence's chest, and the shriek attack followed, causing great damage to Lawrence's spirit body. However, when the three people launched another attack, as long as Zatwin attacked, Mamosi and Jax had no desire to attack. As long as Mamosi attacked, the other two had no desire to attack. Truly achieving fairness and justice. What? Lawrence is still wearing a level 0 sealed artifact on his head. He is now an enforcer. He is the judge of whether this battle is fair and just, and is not restricted by the decree. At this time, Lawrence dodged Zatwin's attack while saying, "Distort." He distorted the concept of himself and Zatwin, transferring most of the damage he received to Zatwin. Zatwin felt the severe damage he had received. He held his chest with one hand and took out a small straw doll that he had prepared in advance, transferring most of the damage that Lawrence had transferred to him onto the straw doll. Several hundred meters away, a fleeing pedestrian was suddenly frozen by a layer of ice. The plants and trees around him immediately withered, and at the same time, his spirit body was also dissipated. Although these damages had been transferred nearly twice, and both times were most of the damage, it was still fatal for ordinary people, even low-sequence Beyonders and most mid-sequence Beyonders. Seeing that he could not solve Lawrence for a while, Mamosi winked at Zatwin and Jax, telling them to entangle Lawrence. His expression became solemn, and he took out a jar of scarlet blood, preparing to pray to the angels of the Rose School. It's best not to do this. A leisurely voice came from the city wall. The Faceac Empire will definitely retaliate for the damage you caused to Crowlier City today. The speaker was Jonas, the demigod, iron-blooded knight, sent by the Faceac Empire. The metal nails on Mamosi's lips opened again, and he asked in somewhat broken Faceac language, "Is the Faceac Empire preparing to help the Balk family?" Jonas spread his hands. "If you fight in the forest where there are no people over there, I have no objection." Of course, the Faceac Empire would not participate in this conflict. Even if the Balk family was a partner, they were unwilling to provide too obvious assistance. The battlefield suddenly became heavy. Although Mamosi and the others did not want to have high-level conflicts with the Faceac Empire, was Lawrence willing to leave here? At this time, riots broke out in Crowlier City. The battle that was supposed to happen in the afternoon started early, and the Rose School was ambushing members of the Balk family everywhere. Although this was completely contrary to the Balk family's plan, they also had contingency plans, and immediately concentrated their forces and fled outside the city. The main force of the Balk family was ambushing there at this moment. As more than a dozen members of the Balk family left the city, Lawrence put away the crown on his head and used the method of distorting distance to leave here and go to the predetermined battlefield. Mamosi sealed his lips again, and followed closely with Jax and Zaunt. Arriving at the predetermined battlefield, Lawrence put his hands under his jaw and prayed with the most pious attitude in his life. Jax and Zaunt stared closely at Lawrence, without launching a new attack, while Mamosi knelt on one knee and also began the summoning ritual. The two sides did their own things, as if they had become harmonious for a while. Mamosi sprinkled half a jar of scarlet blood on the ground. "I, in the name of my teacher Sua, summon the King of Curses. The most evil monster in history. The spreader of resentment and despair. The embodiment of endless madness." The scarlet blood on the ground suddenly projected a clear light. The angel of the Rose School, thousands of miles away, felt Mamosi's summoning in the name of the leader. It immediately entered the spirit world and easily found the location of the scarlet blood. The light became brighter and brighter, outlining a shadow full of evil and madness. This was a summoning by a disciple of silence, so the ritual was very simple. If it was a low sequence beyond performing the summoning, in addition to obtaining the consent of the summoned person in advance, a very complex ritual was also required. Smiles appeared on the faces of Mamosi and the other two, and they looked at Lawrence together, but to their surprise, a surging power also descended around Lawrence. At the same time as the angel of the Rose School appeared, a huge eyeball appeared in front of Lawrence. There were small eyes on the white of this eyeball. This eyeball clearly exuded an aura of mutation, but it was surrounded by a holy light intertwined with clarity and darkness. Mutation and normality, evil and holiness. Mamosi and the others were a little surprised. The other party had also summoned an angel-level monster. A saint. In short, as soon as the eyeball appeared, they felt an unprecedented surging distortion power. The eyeball seemed to have the authority related to distortion, and it itself was in an extremely distorted state. This was the 100-eyed demon lord that Hobert created by injecting the power of the Nation of Disorder into the black eyeball with the meaning of the avatar of the knowledge more obtained from Old Neil's ritual. It has the position of an angel and can last for 7 minutes, but because it has a certain divinity, it is not controlled by Hobert. As soon as the 100-eyed demon lord appeared, it immediately reproduced two extremely distorted and powerful figures in midair. The two figures were tearing at each other and fighting each other. Mamosi and the other two immediately felt a huge impact, and their spirit bodies and bodies had suffered irreversible damage and mutation. Fortunately, Barranca, the angel of the Rose School, stood in front of them in time. "Leave here." Then Barranca opened his mouth slightly. Although he didn't say anything, it seemed to emit the most vicious curse in the world. The 100-eyed demon lord was hit by the curse and turned into an ordinary glass ball, and the phantom in midair gradually disappeared. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect the 100-eyed demon lord to reproduce the battle between God Almighty and Celestial Worthy as soon as he came up. It is estimated that the angel of the Rose School has also suffered a lot of damage because of this. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, The Battle of Angels becomes a battle of shaking people, Bonus 7. Chapter 423, The Battle of Angels becomes a battle of shaking people. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had already protected Lawrence on the battlefield with the power of order, otherwise this guy would definitely have been hurt by the phantoms in the air. Lawrence felt the protection of the Creator, praised the Creator, and left immediately without even daring to look at the battlefield. After leaving for a distance, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. That was the power of an angel. Although he was a sequence 3, and it seemed that he was only one level lower than sequence 2, Lawrence clearly felt the difference in level. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he ran into Mamosi and the other 3. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Mamosi almost didn't even think about it, and poured the other half of the scarlet blood on the ground. I, in the name of my teacher Sua, summon. The embodiment of evil. The follower of the chained god. The lingering malice. The master of the source of curses. At the same time as Mamosi began a new summoning, Lawrence was a little stunned, but he also immediately prayed to the Creator again with a worried mood. The reason for his apprehension was that Lawrence was afraid that there was only that one angel serving the Creator, and he would not be able to send out new power to fight against the other party's angel. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert was watching the battle between the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord and Baranka, the angel of the Rose School. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, who had turned into a glass ball, suddenly transformed into streams of virtualized knowledge. The forms of this knowledge included rolling numbers and words, as well as obscure and difficult-to-understand symbols, and books emitting a bright glow, etc. If it were an ordinary person, just one glance would cause their brain to explode from the knowledge gained. Streams of virtualized knowledge reintegrated, once again forming the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, in the shape of a giant eyeball. In this way, he cracked Baranka's deformation curse. Then 2 more illusory figures appeared on the battlefield. These 2 figures were much clearer. One emitted a scorching light, and the other stood on the waves, wearing lightning. This was the battle scene when the ancient sun god reclaimed his authority. The 2 figures who were originally fighting looked at Baranka together. The sky seemed to split in the middle, one side was scorching hot, as if to boil all the water on the earth, and the other side was covered with dark clouds and thunder. Baranka felt that his body was also divided by the scorching sun and the thunder. The left side of his body was hot and sweaty, and the right side of his body was a little numb from the thunder. You know, as an angel, he had forgotten the feeling of sweating, and ordinary lightning had no effect on him at all. The appearance of such a reaction was enough to show the high level of this reappearance. Baranka's body immediately became illusory and disappeared. Then, Baranka's figure was reflected on the huge pupils of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord and Baranka shared the damage of the mystical reenactment. Mystical reenactment is one of the most core abilities of the high-level mystery prior pathway. The forms are diverse and the functions are diverse. After being possessed, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord once again showed a scene, which was the image of a giant bird. She stood on a black pillar, her body covered with pale flames and feathers composed of mysterious patterns, as if everything around her would wither and lose its vitality. Her eyes seemed to be cast in bronze, and inside were hidden layers of illusory doors. This is the ancestor of the phoenix, Greg race. She raised her head as if making a silent cry. This cry made Baranka's figure in the pupils of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord stagnate, and suffered severe damage from the spirit body. However, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord does not have a solidified spirit body. All the reactions he makes are more like the reactions made by beyonder power and position. In Hobert's opinion, he is more like a high-level artificial intelligence. No emotions, no thoughts, just carrying out the attack that he considers the optimal solution. The reason why Hobert was staring at this battle was because he was afraid that the angel of the Rose School would abandon the opponent, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. At that time, if the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord stupidly didn't know to pursue the opponent, there would be no way to stop the opponent's angel. If this happened, Hobert would immediately prohibit changing opponents. What he didn't expect was that the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord had obvious advantages, and Baranka didn't dare to run away at all. Once he ran away, he might be completely in danger, so he could only bite the bullet and fight the opponent. Then Hobert understood that the black eyeball symbolized the knowledge more, and the power source of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord was the Nation of Disorder. The products of 2 Sefirah, although only with the position of an angel, can also suppress ordinary angels by half a head. In fact, Baranka was also a little confused at this time. Wasn't he supposed to come and harvest the demigods and saints of the Balk family? How could there be such a powerful and strangely state opponent? Just as Hobert was engrossed in watching this high-level fight, he heard the sound of prayer in his ear again. He glanced at the pool, it was Lawrence again. Hobert spread his spirituality to the star representing Lawrence. This old brother with nails on his mouth is going to summon an angel again. Fortunately, the Creator also has some inventory. On the walls of Crowlier, Jonas felt the arrival of the angel and saw the mystical reenactment of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord 3 times in succession. Even from such a distance, Jonas felt his spirit body being impacted. He murmured to himself, the Balk family can indeed get the help of an angel. He still remembered that the last time the Balk family ambushed the Rose School, an angel had once taken action to help them. Just as he thought of this, Jonas suddenly felt something and looked to the other side, 2 angels. The scarlet blood that Mamosi splashed out once again projected a bright glow. As the glow became brighter and brighter, it outlined a shadow full of evil and malice. In front of Lawrence, there also appeared a huge sphere, half of which was pink flesh, and half of which was a transparent film like a soap bubble. Inside the film was filled with light yellow liquid, and a jet-black baby was curled up in the center of the light yellow liquid. He looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the baby and the flesh. This was the Holy Infant King, created by Hobert using the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring, obtained in Tinjin City. He exuded the aura of order and depravity, and also had the level of an angel, which could last for 8 minutes. The surprise of Mamosi and the other three was beyond words. Why didn't they know that the Balk family had such strong strength before? They could even summon 2 angels to help them. Fortunately, on Mamosi's side, a figure of an old man holding a cane also appeared in the scarlet blood. Although he was old and decrepit, his eyes were full of malice, and he exuded an evil aura. The Holy Infant King, who appeared one step ahead, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs were also completely black. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with the power of depravity. On the surrounding plants and animals, a layer of thick, pitch-black mucus appeared. Under the action of this layer of mucus, life quickly degenerated into malice, and plants and animals died on a large scale. Mamosi and the other three uncontrollably scratched themselves. They felt that their bodies had degenerated, and their bodies wanted to grab their souls out so that they would no longer be controlled by the spirit body, so that the bodies could jump into the abyss of depravity. The three of them felt that their spirit bodies were also beginning to degenerate, as if a new personality was about to appear, a personality that hoped to enter the abyss of depravity with the body. The old man summoned by Mamosi, this angel named Clester, slammed his cane made of long bones on the ground. The head of the cane was a small skull, and a pale light suddenly lit up in the eye sockets of the skull. This light was like a ripple that kept expanding, and the pale halo neutralized the surrounding power of depravity. Clester said to Mamosi and others in a hoarse voice, "Leave here." The Holy Infant King opened his mouth slightly. Although there was light yellow liquid in a film, everyone present still clearly heard his tender and crisp voice, "Leave." Mamosi and the other three immediately felt that their connection with the real world was being broken little by little. They were also crying without tears. "The angel asked us to leave here, not to leave the world." Clester waved his hand at the three of them, re-establishing the connection between the three of them and the spirit world. Although their condition was still a bit strange, they were finally not leaving this world. The three people who fled in a hurry encountered Lawrence not far away. Lawrence was about to put on the crown again and fight the opponent to the death. The crown could still be used for 3.5 minutes. At this moment, they all looked at the sky, where an evil and terrifying force appeared. Mamosi was very familiar with this power, teacher. Then he felt that he was locked by his teacher, knowing that this was his teacher using himself as a coordinate to descend power. He smiled a little excitedly and a little crazily. Sua was about to descend on this land. People of the world, tremble. Prepare to welcome your pathetic fate. An arm flowing with strange liquid appeared in the air. Pale skull heads grew out of these liquids, eyeballs with obvious blood vessels grew out, tongues with sharp teeth grew out, and all kinds of strange things grew out, making the feeling of extreme evil and extreme madness spread rapidly around. Not only Lawrence and others looked at the sky, but the 100-eyed demon lord and Barranca who were fighting also looked at the sky. The evenly matched, Holy Infant King and Clester looked at the sky. On another battlefield, the demigods and, mid-sequence, individuals of both sides looked towards the sky. On the walls of Crowlier City, Jonas and Anthony looked towards the sky together. Jonas smiled wryly. The situation is beyond control. If the leader of the Rose School of Thought descends, then this battle will not be something that the Balk family and the senior members of the Rose School of Thought can control. The deterrent of the Fasak Empire will also cease to have any effect, and they can only watch helplessly as this place turns into a domain filled with strange creatures. Just then, another huge, solid figure appeared in the sky. He seemed to be sitting on a throne made of sharp swords, his whole body radiating a holy light that seemed to end all chaos, yet also seemed to bring complete disorder. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to involuntarily lower their heads, unconsciously wanting to submit. Jonas, who had been fortunate enough to witness a god's descent before, knelt down on one knee involuntarily, his eyes solemn. "Who is this?" On the saint's battlefield side, Lawrence smiled and said, "The Creator." "Praise the Creator." Mamosi, "The Creator." On the angel battlefield, not far away, Clester, the Black Emperor. Barranca, the Justiciar. On the mid-sequence battlefield, the people of the Rose School of Thought were dumbfounded, while the members of the Balk family shouted, "The Creator." "Praise the Creator." The Creator in the sky emitted an incomparably solemn voice, "Divine descent is forbidden here." At the same time, he used the power of order to sever the connection between Sua and Mamosi, causing Sua to lose his target. The arm flowing with eerie liquid gradually faded and eventually disappeared into the sky. Clester and Barranca couldn't help but frown. Lawrence smiled knowingly, "Praise the Creator." Mamosi and the other two were shocked. The leader's descent was forbidden. Lawrence stuck the order wood into the ground. Order. The canopy of the order wood covered an area of several hundred meters. Just as Mimosi and the other two regained their senses, Lawrence had already put on the red crown again. Curses are forbidden here. After saying that, he charged towards Jax, who was closest to him. Amplify. Jax was shocked. His current state was not good, and the power of Lawrence's charge, after being amplified, became extremely terrifying. Mimosi and Zatwin came together to help him resist Lawrence's impact. Arrogant. Lawrence, having gained the upper hand, launched a series of attacks. He was surprised to find that his extraordinary power, under the blessing of the order wood, had become exceptionally strong, even approaching the level of an angel. Mimosi and the other two had just been affected by the enemy's two angels, and their current state was not good. Lawrence became more and more courageous in battle, actually holding back the three saints on the other side with his own strength, and even possessing a slight advantage. Jonas on the city wall, I have to send a telegram to St. Milan, the capital of the Fasak Empire, immediately. A god has appeared in the southern continent, a god. No, I should just pray directly to the great conqueror Emperor Peter. General Anthony on the side stared blankly at everything. Only today did he realize what the top combat power of this extraordinary world was. At the same time, the majestic figure in the sky left an extremely deep impression on him. After Jonas left, he suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground. If he could have such a powerful backer, who would want to be a dog for the Fasak people? On the mid-sequence battlefield, the projections of Sua and the Creator disappeared one after another. The members of the Rose School of Thought were slightly dazed, but then they launched a fierce attack on the members of the Balk family. On the mid-sequence battlefield, Elliot initially used the Disorder Stone, causing several members to lose control on the spot, and plunging a large number of members of the Rose School of Thought into a state of near loss of control. The Balk family took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, and at one point gained a considerable advantage. However, the strength of the two sides was too disparate. This time, the Rose School of Thought not only dispatched 3 saints, but also dispatched 7 demigods, in order to completely cripple the Balk family. Even completely eliminate them. The 2 demigod elders of the Balk family both carried grade 1 sealed items, and Chester also had a order wood, but even so. The 2 demigod elders could only hold back 4 demigods from the other side. The Rose School of Thought still had the surplus of 3 demigod elders. Under the suppression of levels, the 3 demigods caused very terrifying casualties to the Balk family. Even if Elliot used the Disorder Stone again under the cover of his clansmen soon after, it did not change the battle situation. Elliot, who was knocked away by a sequence 5 of the opponent, wanted to stand up, but his brain was like it was lacking oxygen, and he was weak all over, unable to stand up no matter what. In his heavy breathing, everything in front of him was like a dream. But after seeing one companion after another fall, Elliot's eyes filled with tears. He prayed with unwillingness, "Great Creator, the Balk family has suffered too much hardship over the years, please be our patron saint and let us be freed from those hardships. Please protect my companions, please help us defeat the enemies in front of us." As he spoke, Elliot cried bitterly, while also waiting expectantly for the Creator's response. After about 1 or 2 seconds, suddenly a milky white light enveloped Elliot. Only then did Elliot realize that the reason he couldn't stand up just now was because he had suffered a very serious head injury, and now the wound was healing quickly. At this time, a sequence 5 wraith discovered Elliot kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly, as if he had completely lost his will to fight. The wraith revealed an evil smile. His nails quickly lengthened, preparing to rush over and shovel off Elliot's head. Elliot also sensed the malice of the wraith. Just as he was preparing to dodge, a tall and mighty black figure appeared in front of him. It had a black bull's head, but it had 2 golden deer antlers. This was the Bull Demon King, controlled by Hobert. Hobert's order to it was, to withstand the attacks of the demigods on the battlefield and eliminate as many prisoner pathway beyonders on the battlefield as possible. The Bull Demon King stretched out a hand and happened to insert it into the chest of the wraith, then he grabbed the wraith's shoulder with his other hand and pulled out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and long intestines. The Bull Demon King threw down the wraith, which was only left with an empty cavity, and rushed towards a Rose School of Thought demigod. The wraith's vitality was very tenacious. In a state where his internal organs had been hollowed out, he fell to the ground and still hadn't died immediately. He really couldn't understand what kind of opponent he had encountered. As the wraith was dying, he saw the Balk family member who had just been crying bitterly. At this time, his eyes were full of determination, and he mercilessly sent his knife into the head of the wraith, who no longer had the protection of the steel skin ability. Elliot shook off the blood and brain matter on the knife. That is the helper sent to us by the Creator. With the help of the Creator, we will definitely be able to win this battle. The morale of the Balk family members finally recovered somewhat. Under the organization of several sequence 5s and with the help of sealed items, they began to resist the attacks of the opponent's demigods. The Bull Demon King first rushed to the canopy of the order wood. Here, Elder Chester, with the help of the Orderwood and a sealed item on his body, was fighting 2 Rose School of Thought demigods alone. But that was all. It was basically impossible to defeat his opponents. The Bull Demon King rushed into it, distort. It distorted a Rose School of Thought demigod with the concept of a stone under its feet, and then it shattered the stone with 1 foot. This kick was like hitting the demigod, causing him to suffer huge damage. The demigod's figure immediately became illusory, minimizing the physical damage. Then he took this opportunity to possess the Bull Demon King. Who knew that the Bull Demon King would say loudly, "Order"? He actually directly locked this Rose School of Thought demigod in his own body. The Bull Demon King was an entity composed of solid power. It had no spiritual body at all, nor did it have the concept of a physical body. The Wraith Possession ability of the Rose School of Thought demigod had no effect on it at all. Instead, he had drilled into the cage composed of the power of order himself. Now, under the canopy, it had become a 2-on-1. Chester seized the opportunity and used arrogance. Another Rose School of Thought demigod immediately entered a state of arrogance. The Bull Demon King seized the opportunity and slapped his head off. This allowed the Rose School of Thought demigod to recover from the state of arrogance. His cavity was bleeding, and he bent down to pick up his head and ran. Chester took a step forward and stabbed out with the crimson sword in his hand. After being stabbed, the Rose School of Thought demigod immediately fell to the ground and was covered by orange-red flames. This sword came from a sealed item formed by a Sequence 3 War Bishop of the Hunter pathway who died tragically on the battlefield of the War of the Four Emperors. This level of cull was enough to completely kill this seriously injured Sequence 4 puppet. After the Bull Demon King joined the battle under the canopy, 2 demigods from the Rose School of Thought rushed over to support, but they were still 1 step too late. Thus, a new battle began, with Bull Demon King and Chester facing off against 2 demigods from the Rose School. These 2 demigods immediately realized they were outmatched, so the last demigod from the Rose School joined the fray. With all of the enemy's demigod-level combat power tied down, the effects of Elliot's 2 Disorder Stones from earlier immediately became apparent. Although the Rose School's demigods were not greatly affected, many Sequence 5, Sequence 6, and Sequence 7 members found themselves in dire straits. Without the demigods to help them charge forward, their decline was immediately exposed, and the Balk family regained control of the battlefield. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, seeing that the battle situation had turned around, turned his attention to the Angel battlefield. At this moment, Hobert heard Lawrence's plea again. On the Saint battlefield, Lawrence was once again in a precarious situation, praying for the Creator's help. Hobert smiled helplessly, not expecting that this battle would evolve into a battle of calling for reinforcements. He moved the black dog spirit beast from another room in front of him. The Creator has done his best. If you want to call for more reinforcements, I can only throw the corpse of the ancient death into the battlefield. However, in that case, the most likely outcome would be that General Anton's territory would completely disappear from the map for a very long time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 424, Chapter 424, The Family That Pledges Allegiance to the Creator. Chapter 424, The Family That Pledges Allegiance to the Creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As the duration of the Crown's use ended, the battle on Lawrence's side changed once again. The 3 saints of the Rose School also possessed Grade 1 sealed artifacts. For Beyonders at this level, sealed artifacts only serve as a surprise tactic. When facing enemies, they prefer to use their own abilities, as their abilities are already strong enough. However, today was different. The 3 individuals were not in good condition, and this poor condition was caused by the enemy's angels, making it difficult to recover in a short time. At this moment, the sealed artifacts on their bodies began to play a role. After Lawrence's crown's usage time ended, they utilized their own abilities and sealed artifacts to gradually regain the advantage. After all, they were 3 saints. Even if their condition was not good, they could not be suppressed by a single enemy saint all the time. Lawrence had no choice but to pray to the Creator for power once again. Upon hearing Lawrence's prayer, Mamosi immediately became vigilant. If the Creator were to send another angel to the battlefield, they would immediately use their own spirituality to their advantage and hide in the spirit world. Fortunately, only a black hound spirit beast appeared before them, which relieved them. They knew that the heart of the black hound spirit beast, which still roamed the southern continent, was the main material for Sequence 3 and was not too difficult to deal with. At this moment, their mood relaxed. It seemed that the Creator only had this much power, actually sending a black hound spirit beast to its death. Zatwin's figure became illusory, intending to possess the black hound spirit beast. Possession at the Disciple of Silence level could not be handled using the Bull Demon King's cage-like method. Because, wraith possession, at this level could possess objects, even the Black Hound spirit beast, whose body was based on pure power, could be affected by the Disciple of Silence. The Black Hound spirit beast's response exceeded everyone's expectations, and its ferocity far exceeded their imagination. The Black Hound spirit beast's hands turned pale white, and it stretched them forward together, penetrating the phantom like Zatwin. Then, the Black Hound spirit beast stretched its hands outward, tearing Zatwin in his wraith state in half. Although Zatwin's phantom reassembled, his spirit body had suffered severe damage. At this moment, the Black Hound spirit beast's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and a strong sense of fear permeated the area. Mamosi and the others did not dare to look directly at the Black Hound spirit beast. Otherwise, even Sequence 3, Disciples of Silence, could suffer great damage to their spiritual bodies. Charm. Lawrence seized the opportunity and launched another attack. The already very weak Zatwin was immediately hit, turning into Lawrence's helper and attacking Mamosi and Jax. The Black Hound spirit beast pushed its hands flatly. Centered on it, the surrounding area gradually lost its color. Flowers withered, leaves lost their life, as if vitality was leaving this land. Mamosi and Jax also felt their spirituality and vitality rapidly withering and dissipating. At this moment, they realized that the Black Hound spirit beast in front of them only had the appearance of a spirit beast. It was actually a creature with complete ferryman abilities. Although it was also a Sequence 3 level opponent, it had just joined the battle and was in good condition, and its Beyonder abilities were among the top of Sequence 3. However, the previous underestimation had already sown the seeds of bitter fruit. Mamosi and Jax gradually could not hold on. Mamosi, the commander-in-chief of this battle, finally made a decision. He raised his head and let out a sharp scream, and then a circle of blue flames appeared around him, and the surrounding space became illusory. Mamosi burned his own spirituality, creating an escape passage in the spirit world. The Black Hound spirit beast opened its mouth and made a hoarse sound. Entry into the spirit world is prohibited here. But this prohibition was too late. Mamosi and Jax had already entered the spirit world one after another. Only Zatwin, under the state of charm, was one step late, watching the passage to the spirit world disappear. How could Lawrence and the Black Hound spirit beast give up such a good opportunity? They immediately rushed up to launch a siege. Zatwin quickly couldn't hold on and burned his body with white spiritual flames. This was not him committing suicide, but him completely transforming into a wraith state, trying to escape from the spirit world. From then on, he would not have a physical body, and there would be no hope of promotion. His condition would not be too good, but it was better than dying here. But how could the Black Hound spirit beast let him escape from the spirit world? With a wave of its hand, an underworld gate with intricate patterns appeared. The underworld gate, at the ferryman level, was naturally not comparable to the underworld gate of the spirit wine glass. These two bronze gates were larger and more solid, and there were more pale arms stretched out. Moreover, even if these arms did not actually grab Zatwin, as long as they made a grasping motion, Zatwin in the wraith state could not move from the spot. Taking this opportunity, the Black Hound spirit beast chased up and pressed its hand against Zatwin's back. Zatwin immediately screamed, and the spirituality supporting his spiritual body quickly disappeared. His spiritual body was rapidly becoming withered and decayed, swallowed by the power of death. More than 10 seconds later, this Disciple of Silence, in the wraith state, was as thin as transparent, and finally only a Beyonder characteristic flickering with evil light remained. The Black Hound spirit beast pointed to that Beyonder characteristic, signaling Lawrence to pick it up. Then, one of them traversed the spirit world, and the other quickly distorted the distance, using their fastest speed to arrive at the mid-sequence battlefield. Mamosi's scream just now was the order to retreat. But how could the Balk family, which already had a certain advantage, let the people of the Rose School retreat so easily? As soon as the retreat began, a demigod of the Rose School was killed. Those members of the Rose School who were in poor condition immediately became targets for the Balk family members. When the Black Hound spirit beast and Lawrence joined the battlefield, this battle gradually evolved into a massacre. In the end, only 3 demigods of the Rose School escaped with their high spirituality, and only more than 30 Beyonders below the demigod level escaped. The failure of this battle dealt a heavy blow to the mid-sequence Beyonders of the Rose School. And of the 80+ elite members of the Balk family who participated in this battle, only less than 20 were not too seriously injured and could still move on their own. They were making the final touches on the battlefield. No less than 30 family members were killed in battle, and more than 30 were seriously injured, the kind of serious injury that even mid-sequence Beyonders could die from. If this battle had not been won, these 30+ seriously injured would have been finished off by the members of the Rose School and become killed in battle. Bull Demon King and the Black Hound spirit beast disappeared on the battlefield, and many Balk family members looked in the direction they left, praising the Creator. On the other side of the angel battlefield, the 100-eyed demon lord disappeared into the void, as if it had completed its mission and returned to the Creator's divine kingdom. In reality, its duration had ended, and the power of the nation of disorder was diluted by the real world. When Baranka saw that Mamosi and the others had all retreated, there was no point in him staying here, so he also disappeared into the void. At the same time, Hobert withdrew the Holy Infant King, who was evenly matched with Clester, creating the illusion that the creator's angel-level combat power had retreated. Clester left the battlefield with a gloomy face. The entire war ended here. Without anyone teaching him, Elliot seemed to have suddenly figured things out. Because his head was injured just now, he was covered in blood. Now the blood stains had dried up, becoming as strange as a totem, and with some sense of sacredness. Carry all the seriously injured people here. He knelt down in front of a seriously injured family member, holding the injured person's head, and prayed in the most pious posture, "Great Creator, please bring hope of life to this seriously injured family member. In the years to come, we will devoutly believe in you and offer you all our loyalty. Please save this humble life." Everyone was attracted by this solemn scene, and everyone quieted down, even the wounded no longer groaned. In midair, the image of the Creator sitting on a sharp sword appeared again, and beams of milky white light descended from midair, accurately hitting each seriously injured person. Without exception, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Balk family members spontaneously knelt down to the image of the Creator, many with tears in their eyes. If it weren't for the Creator's help in this battle, it would have been impossible to win with the Balk family's strength alone. And the consequence of failure would be the death of many people, and even everyone here would be spared. When the figure of the Creator disappeared, Lawrence got up and said, "From now on, the Balk family will be loyal to the Creator. Everyone must devoutly pray to the Creator and serve the Creator with the most serious attitude. Everyone together, praise the Creator." Then Lawrence said, "Cheer. The Balk family has won this war. We will return to the public eye and return to the Beyonder world." Before this, the Balk family had been dormant for too long, and their true strength was seriously disproportionate to the benefits they received. But they have been hesitant to fight this battle for survival because they lack the highest-end combat power, no angel protection. This war was also largely forced and had to be fought. If the Creator had not appeared, they would never have taken the risk and would have chosen to return to non-existent town to lie dormant. Fortunately, with the help of the Creator, they fought a resounding extraordinary battle. From now on, in the southern continent, whether it is the Rose School or the Pale Empress of the Numinous Episcopate, they must face the existence of the Balk family. With the protection of angels or gods, the Balk family can rest easy. Otherwise, if the Balk family only had one saint, even in the southern continent, it would only be a second-rate family. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert of the Nation of Disorder almost exhausted his spirituality after using the healing fork to heal so many wounded in a short period of time. He quickly left the Nation of Disorder and returned to the real world to take a nap. He got up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and ate lunch. While eating, Hobert sighed in his heart, "No matter where you are, the startup phase is always so hard." While eating, he habitually summarized. Overall, the strength shown by the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord and the Holy Infant King exceeded Hobert's expectations. Unfortunately, their usage times are limited. They can be used 1 and 3 more times respectively, and the Bull Demon King has also been used twice and can be used 8 more times. The Black Hound Spirit Beast, which has complete Beyonder characteristics, can theoretically be used countless times. After returning to the study and drinking a few sips of tea, he asked Alan to call Corwin to inquire about the situation of the Nohar. Dean, the captain of the Nohar, was somewhat incredulous. Since entering South Colson, he had seen violence and crime openly displayed in front of everyone, and he once thought that there was no order here. He didn't expect that in this mountainous area, there would be an orderly Jeffrey town. It doesn't look prosperous here. Most of the vendors in the small market next to the pier are selling vegetables, fruits, or dried fruits, and few people sell poultry and livestock. Dean sent people to inquire, and the prices were very fair, and the Baron had set up a fair scale here. If anyone has any objection to the seller's scale, they can immediately go to reweigh it, and each reweighing only costs 1 salas. Dean also saw the warrior who had boarded the ship before. He was maintaining order on the pier and politely told the crew where to eat and stay, as well as where to pay fees and taxes. The cost of berthing in the port is the same as in other ports. For a ship of the Nohar's tonnage, it costs 1 gold salas per hour of berthing. If you stay overnight in the port, as long as you leave before noon the next day, it only costs 6 gold salas. This is a common trick used by ports. As long as you stay overnight, you have to spend money, and as long as you spend money, you can promote the prosperity and development of the port, so there are generally considerable discounts for ships that stay overnight. In the afternoon, after the people watching the excitement had dispersed, the crew went ashore in groups of 3 or 5. Dean also went ashore to have a drink at the only restaurant in the town. He originally planned to replenish some vegetables and set sail immediately, but when he heard the hotel manager talking about the deeds of Sir Hobert, he was fascinated. When he came back to his senses, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so he simply decided to stay here for the night. The manager's story surprised Dean a bit. Are there still such capable nobles now? He destroyed the bandits' den with his own strength and carried out household registration and real estate registration. Knowledgeable Dean knew that household registration and real estate registration are the measures that best demonstrate the Baron's level of governance. As for the later battles with the monsters and behemoths in Full Moon Lake, Dean didn't quite believe it. He always felt that the manager must have exaggerated, but the fact is that under the leadership of this Baron, the Taz River Channel was dredged. Dean could also understand the move to exempt agricultural taxes some time ago. Since the channel has been dredged, the price of local agricultural products will quickly drop, and agricultural taxes will soon become worthless, and commercial taxes are the main tax support. Unknowingly, Dean had been drinking for 3 hours, and he had finished listening to Sir Hobert's stories. He admired and respected this capable Baron. At this time, more than a dozen out-of-towners came to the restaurant for dinner. During their chat, Dean learned about Sir Hobert's grand construction plan. This made Dean sigh. If every noble in Fanapotter was as capable as him, we would have been the strongest country in the world long ago. This sentence aroused widespread resonance. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, The Cyclic Exploration Encountered by Little Sun. Chapter 425, The Cyclic Exploration Encountered by Little Sun. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had just learned about the Nohar in his study when he heard prayers from the Nation of Disorder. He praised Corwin a few words and asked him to continue staring at the pier to avoid any mistakes. After Corwin left, Hobert locked the door. As expected, it was Lawrence who was presiding over the sacrifice. The altar was filled with offerings. Hobert took a quick look and found that there were actually 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The main ones were Grade 2 sealed artifacts, with as many as 13 pieces, and 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts. Through Lawrence's description in front of the altar, Hobert learned that one of the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts was formed by the demigod imprisoned by the Bull Demon King, losing control in the previous battle. The other 2 came from a dead saint of the Rose School and a demigod. The other offerings were Beyonder characteristics from the enemy, most of which were from the prisoner pathway, and some from the apothecary pathway. Hobert didn't stand on ceremony with them, and with a wave of his hand, he moved them all into the sacrificial gate. This was his due, because the Creator played a major role in this battle. Then Lawrence held a ceremony for the Balk family to pledge allegiance to the Creator. After Hobert responded briefly, he couldn't wait to turn his attention to the pile of spoils. First, he looked at the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. One of them, obtained from the saint, was actually a sealed artifact from the error pathway. The ability is, it can steal conceptual things, such as distance, location, etc. It can steal and keep an item, and present it at the right time. It can accurately steal the desired ability from the target. Hobert sighed. As expected of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, this ability is simply generations apart from the dream-stealing pocket watch. However, the negative effects cannot be ignored. It is easy to be forgetful and have a bad memory, sometimes even forgetting that you are in a battle. It is easy to lose things, especially important or valuable things. It is easy to encounter Beyonder beings of Sequence 2 or higher from the error pathway. Hobert suddenly recalled that he seemed to remember that a saint of the Rose School had encountered Amon and was stolen by Amon. Could it be the saint who was killed in this battle? Then this sealed artifact is good, but it cannot be taken to the real world for use for the time being. If Amon comes to collect the coins in the gas meter one day, there will be no place to cry. This time, Hobert didn't even try to seal this sealed artifact. He sensed through his spirituality that before he became a demigod, the Nation of Disorder had extremely limited sealing ability for Grade 1 sealed artifacts. And even if it could be effectively sealed, a maximum of 2 to 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts could be carried on the body. First of all, even if effective sealing is possible, the negative effects of Grade 1 sealed artifacts are very powerful. Often, the holder will encounter great danger because of the sealed artifact. For example, the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand, forgetting that he is in a battle, easily encountering powerful people of Sequence 2 or higher from the error pathway. Either way, it is fatal to Hobert now. Secondly, as one's own strength becomes stronger, sealed artifacts and mystical items will gradually become items that play a supporting role. If one relies too much on sealed artifacts, it will be putting the cart before the horse. Only in the Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 stage, when the Beyonder spirituality is relatively strong, and his own strength and Beyonder abilities are not enough to make up for his shortcomings, can he equip as many mystical items as possible, or some Grade 2 sealed artifacts with not very strong negative effects. By Sequence 5 or higher, the demand for mystical items or sealed artifacts is reduced, and the negative effects of Grade 1 sealed artifacts themselves make it difficult to wear multiple items at the same time. Therefore, Hobert plans to treat all the sealed artifacts he received today as an accumulation for the Beyonder organization he will establish in the future. Whenever he may need to use a sealed artifact, he can go to the Nation of Disorder to retrieve it. The other two Grade 1 sealed artifacts are both sealed artifacts of the prisoner pathway, mainly based on curses, possessing a strong physique, and the ability to give objects spirituality. Among the 13 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, 7 are also prisoner pathway sealed artifacts, 3 are corpse collector pathway sealed artifacts, 2 are apothecary pathway sealed artifacts, and 1 is lawyer pathway sealed artifact. The lawyer pathway sealed artifact came from a member of the Balk family who died in a previous battle. The other 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts are mainly based on various curses that can cause inexplicable harm to opponents. The stone platform that Hobert manifested before could no longer hold these sealed artifacts, so he simply manifested a larger stone platform to hold the gains of this battle. Then his eyes turned to those Beyonder characteristics. This time he received as many as 73 Beyonder characteristics, of which 66 were prisoner pathway Beyonder characteristics, ranging from sequence 7 to sequence 3. Hobert also obtained Beyonder characteristics of the demigod and saint levels for the first time, and he obtained 4 pieces at once. There are also 7 apothecary pathway Beyonder characteristics, ranging from sequence 7 to sequence 5, presumably because followers of the original moon participated in this battle. In addition to being happy, Hobert suddenly realized a problem. Most of these Beyonder items cannot be immediately realized, or he will not actively realize them. For example, he would never sell the 3 puppet Beyonder characteristics and 1 silent disciple Beyonder characteristic. Hobert would never allow such strategic materials to circulate into the hands of the Rose School again, unless they were sold to Temperance faction members like Miss Bodyguard. However, the only Temperance faction members Hobert knew were Sharon and Marek. At most, he could sell 2 Beyonder characteristics to them. There should be other Temperance faction members, right? Hobert didn't think about this question before, but now that he thinks about it, Hobert believes that the Temperance faction should be like some Beyonder families, choosing to disperse and hide in order to avoid being wiped out by the enemy. If the Temperance faction only has Sharon, Marek, and Miss Messenger, then they are embarrassed to be called the Temperance faction. This is clearly the Temperance squad, no, the Temperance trio. In addition, Hobert does not plan to realize Beyonder characteristics below the demigod level in large quantities before finding a suitable channel. After all, now that the Balk family has pledged allegiance to him, and they have just experienced huge battle losses, it would be meaningless to replenish the Rose School with ammunition at this time. Currently, only the 7 apothecary pathway Beyonder characteristics can be sold, but not all of them can be sold. Hobert plans to train a few apothecaries himself, and then let them sit in the town's hospital in the future. However, most of them can be realized, because Hobert does not plan to let these apothecaries advance too quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for them to continue to sit in the hospital with peace of mind. Hobert smacked his lips. He originally thought that this harvest was quite fruitful, but most of it cannot be realized. Thinking of this, Hobert slapped his head. Idiot, Beyonder characteristics are more value-preserving than gold, what's not to be satisfied with? Look at the poor god, cough cough, look at Klein, what kind of life did he live before going to sea? He basically achieved financial freedom after going to sea. Hobert's self-comfort made him feel a lot more balanced. Then he thought again, I can't become arrogant just because I have the combat power of an angel level. After all, they have a limit on the number of uses, and I must use them carefully before I become an angel. Following this line of thought, Hobert found that he didn't seem to have anything to be proud of. The combat power of the angel level is cool, but it can only be used on the prayers of the dependents. Because those 2 guys are indiscriminate attacks and don't give the creator any face. Hobert needs to constantly use the power of order in the Nation of Disorder to protect the prayers. If he uses the method of praying to himself to use the combat power of the angel level, then the most likely result is that his body will be destroyed, and Hobert will stay in the Nation of Disorder forever. Hobert smacked his lips again. He originally thought he was very powerful and very rich, but it was all his own illusion. It can't be said that way. Hobert refuted himself. After all, he can still use it to show off in front of the dependents, and he can use them to get benefits from the dependents. It's just that those dependents are all smart people, thinking that the creator would not like paper money or gold and other wealth, and generally only sacrifice some sealed artifacts that they think are more precious. Doesn't the creator know that he is a miser and is reluctant to realize sealed artifacts? In the end, Hobert put his eyes on those Beyonder characteristics again, and his mood gradually became beautiful again. South Continent, outside Crowley City. After the members of the Balk family buried the bodies of their companions, they said their final farewells together. Many members have begun to pray to the Creator for the dead. Elliot took this opportunity to announce the honorific name of the Creator to everyone. The members who prayed just now awkwardly discovered that the Creator did not have any business related to the dead. On the way back, Lawrence called Elliot over, write a letter to the favorite of God, as soon as possible. I want to talk to him about the future development direction of the Balk family for a period of time. Commonly known as reporting work. Elliot nodded. I'll write it right away. Also. Lawrence instructed again, I heard that the favorite of God has some lawyer pathway beyonder characteristics in his hand. Ask in the letter if we can buy some. Every additional lawyer beyonder characteristic means one less madman in the Balk family. Elliot nodded. I will mention this to the favorite of God. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert, who was lying on the bed reading a magazine he took from Furz's room and resting, received 2 letters from the messenger one after another. One was from Elliot and the other was from Rafter. After the messenger left, Hobert read Elliot's letter first. Of course, there was no problem in selling a batch of lawyer beyonder characteristics. He counted them in the Nation of Disorder just now. For so long, he had accumulated more than a dozen copies of lawyer, barbarian, and briber beyonder characteristics. It would be a waste to put so many beyonder characteristics there. Now is the time when Jeffrey Territory is short of money. Even if the other party doesn't say it, Hobert will find an opportunity to promote it. As for discussing the future development plan of the Balk family, he can talk about it in 2 days. He consumed too much spirituality today and really doesn't want to move anymore. So he asked Alan outside the door to ask the kitchen to make donuts, and then went to read Rafter's letter. It turned out that Rafter wanted to leave Backlund, but was afraid of being noticed by the royal family, so he hoped that the favorite of God could help. Hobert stretched and went to the study to write back to Elliot and Rafter. He made an appointment with Rafter to meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow and with Elliot to meet at 8 a.m. on Tuesday. When the donuts were ready, Hobert summoned the messenger. Just as Hobert was paying 6 donuts, he suddenly thought, I remember your surname is Tudor, right? That's right. Are you a member of the Tudor family? Yes. The messenger was a little strange. Why are you suddenly so polite and started using you? Hobert smiled. I just have a question to ask. You should have participated in the War of the Four Emperors, right? Ask a question, 3 donuts. No problem. Hobert looked at it. There were still 7 donuts on the plate, which was enough. I participated in the War of the Four Emperors. Messenger, 3 donuts. Does this count too? Yes. 6 donuts. Hobert made a stop gesture and said to the outside, ask the kitchen to bring 2 more donuts. He took a deep breath and asked, do you know the origin, function, and current situation of the Trunsoist Empire? I know. 9 donuts. Hobert stared at the coffin for 4 or 5 seconds. Maybe the messenger was a little embarrassed, so she added, I only know that. She said, I also know that the clues to the empire may be hidden in the city of Santiago de Rollo. That was once the capital of the First Solomon Empire, and now it has disappeared into the dust of history. Hobert was strange. Why are the clues to the Trunsoist Empire hidden in the capital of the First Solomon Empire? I remember that the city disappeared when Solomon first fell, right? And the empire was built hundreds of years later. The messenger replied, as far as I know, the capital of the First Solomon Empire was on the south bank of the Jan Sea, at the source of the Honokais Mountains, which was once the territory of the Trunsoist Empire. And the Night Emperor is the judge. He has a mystical connection to his own territory, and the manifestation of this is knowing some secrets about his territory, such as knowing where the disappeared capital of the First Solomon Empire is. The Night Emperor fell too fast, and the Trunsoist family was not prepared at all. When they were hunted down by the 6 gods, some of them fled to Desi County in present-day Lone, and it is said that this part later fled to the South Continent. Some fled to Mid-Seashore County in present-day Lone. It is said that they hid in the city of Santiago de Rollo and have never appeared in people's sight since. These 2 groups of members took away most of the wealth of the Trunsoist Empire, including the empire's knowledge, related technological achievements, etc. There is reliable intelligence to prove that the design drawings of the empire and many related intelligence and information were taken away by the group heading north. She paused and added, 12 donuts. Hobert nodded repeatedly, not to mention 12, he would agree to 120. As expected, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. At this time, Alan returned from the kitchen and said to Hobert, Your Excellency, the kitchen said that there are only 13 or 14 donuts in one batch, and they are all brought to you. Although he couldn't see the messenger's expression in the coffin, Hobert could clearly feel her frustration. Hobert quickly said, Here are 7 for you first, and I will make up the 5 you owe you when you send the letter next time. Well, I will add 3 interest to you, a total of 8. The messenger left contentedly. Alan outside asked again, Your Excellency, do you want me to make another batch for you? No need, Hobert said, I'm just asking, if there isn't any, then there isn't. He sat in the chair behind his desk, considering whether to take some time to go to the county to find the lost city. But this is not an urgent matter now. Hobert returned to his room and continued to read the magazine, but every few lines he read, he would think about the empire thing. The forsaken land of the gods, in the city that converted to the fallen creator. The City of Silver team set up camp in the leeward and rested in the camp for a while. When the frequency of lightning gradually stabilized, Colin, who was sitting cross-legged and leaning against the stone pillar, said, "Leave after 50 lightning strikes." The members immediately began to make the final preparations. During a cautious exploration, they arrived at the periphery of the abandoned temple. Inside the temple, they saw the idol of the fallen creator, and large areas of murals. On the murals that Derek saw, there were several figures painted, including a girl in a black classical long dress. Her face was blurred, and strange eyes loomed around her. There is also a young man wearing a pure white robe, his face painted pure gold. In the lower right corner is a beautiful lady, holding a baby with a rotten face in her arms, and at her feet are black ears of wheat, springs wriggling with flesh, and herbs flowing with pus. Derek looked all the way, a total of 6 images. The other 3 images are sea monsters, an old man with an evil smile holding a book, and a giant warrior wearing dilapidated armor. The general meaning of these murals is that when the great cataclysm came, 6 evil gods crawled out of the abyss. The fallen creator took on most of the sins and pains in order to save the world, and therefore there were situations symbolizing being eroded and changes in image. Continuing to look forward, Derek saw the relevant text expressing the Rose redemption, and a long line of people walking on the plain, their goal being the distant mountains and the cross at the top of the mountains. At the very front of the team is a tall and thin man with silver hair hanging down his back, with layers of light wings behind him. It's an angel. Derek recalled the information he got from Mr. Emperor. The Rose Redemption seems to be an organization loyal to the fallen creator. As for this long team, Derek thought sadly, they came from the southern and northern continents mentioned by Miss Justice and the others. Most of them died on the road or in the forsaken land of the gods. After passing through the hall with murals and the idol of the fallen creator, they came to the room behind the hall, which seemed to be an altar. Woo woo woo. There seems to be a cry behind the altar. The people who were not the first time to perform exploration tasks did not have much fear, but just stared at the dark space in front of them. Chief Colin calmly ordered, "Derek, Joshua, go around and take a look." Derek carried the animal skin lantern, carefully guarded, and slowly walked around to the back of the altar with Joshua. As the darkness was gradually dispelled by the light, they saw a black shadow curled up behind the altar. 2 steps forward, they finally saw the black shadow clearly. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child. He shouted excitedly, "Save me, save me." Colin, who was following behind, asked, "Who are you?" The child stopped asking for help, his expression suddenly became dazed. "My name is Jack. I'm so hungry." Derek was also in a daze for a while. When he came back to his senses, he saw their goal this time, the city that had converted to the fallen creator. The City of Silver team set up camp in the leeward and rested in the camp for a while. When the frequency of lightning gradually stabilized, Colin, who was sitting cross-legged and leaning against the stone pillar, said, "Leave after 50 lightning strikes." The members immediately began to make the final preparations. Fainaputter Kingdom, the baronial manor of Teuton. Viscount Teuton looked through the telescope for a long time, confirming that it was indeed a large cargo ship. Yesterday, his subordinates reported to him that this was a large cargo ship from downstream, and he didn't quite believe it, but as the scouts sent out yesterday returned, he had to believe it. The channel has really been cleared. Viscount Teuton asked Grove, who was beside him, "What do you think?" The first person to plant new varieties of crops always finds it difficult to get a good harvest. Grove smiled and said, "Let Hobert try his best to open the channel. We just need to keep an eye on what he does, and as long as it is successful, we will follow suit. Let Hobert help us try and make mistakes, and we will just seize the results." Viscount Teuton nodded in satisfaction. He recently discovered that Grove, who didn't seem to have any outstanding qualities in the past, was actually better than the knights and staff in the Teuton territory. The key point was that he was Hobert's mortal enemy. Now, Viscount Teuton will consult with him on everything. Sometimes a person's enlightenment is just a moment away. Hobert smiled and said to Corwin, "The easiest way for ordinary people to be enlightened is to put what they want most in front of them. He will try his best to own it and obtain it. Whether he succeeds or not, this process is a process of enlightenment. Of course, it can also be called getting the hang of it." Corwin nodded slowly, feeling that what the Duke said made sense. Hobert added, "For example, Captain Dean, who wants to invest in the Jeffrey territory, in the big cities of the kingdom such as Fainaputter City, the channels for creating wealth have been monopolized by a group of people. And everything in the Jeffrey territory has just begun, with infinite possibilities. This kind of opportunity is not common now." He paused and said, "How about this, let him wait for me in the main hall at 9 o'clock, and I will talk to him in person." Corwin, who was in charge of delivering the message, "Yes." Before that, Hobert had to go to Backlund. After locking the study door from the inside, he used travel to come to Rafter's residence. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 426 King of Angels, Ouroboros. Chapter 426 King of Angels, Ouroboros. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, Civilhouse Street. Rafter bowed slightly and greeted, blessed of God. Hobert asked, are you ready to leave? I am ready. Rafter picked up 2 small leather suitcases. Hobert nodded, where are you planning to go? I plan to go to the Rorstad archipelago first. Rafter said, although it is a colony of lone, the local official beyonders should not have the energy to capture a fugitive like me. Dealing with pirates alone is enough to keep them busy, unless the royal family clearly knows Rafter's location. Otherwise, with the cover of the Crystal Mask of Order, they won't know where Rafter has gone. Rafter continued, I plan to advance to Baron of Corruption there, and then develop in the southern continent. Hobert nodded slightly, if you encounter any difficulties there, you can write to me. After all, he had been used as cannon fodder several times, and it was not easy for Rafter to survive until now. As long as the request wasn't excessive, Hobert would help him. Perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities to use such an ace cannon fodder. Using travel to take Rafter through a transfer, they arrived in the suburbs of Balam. Then Hobert returned to his territory and, at 9 o'clock, received Dean, the captain of the Nohar, in the main hall of the Lord's mansion. After a brief exchange of greetings, Hobert asked, I heard from Corwin that you want to buy 2 shops in Jeffrey Town. Dean clutched his hat and said, yes, my honorable lord. I would actually prefer to invest in the construction projects of Jeffrey Town, but my savings are only enough to invest in shops. Hobert smiled and said, I can guide you to a way to make a fortune. For a period of time, building materials sold to Jeffrey territory will be tax-free. Dean's eyes lit up immediately. For a captain, the fees paid for a cargo ship to dock at a port are only a small part of the expenses. Paying taxes to the port is a huge cost. As long as a transaction occurs in the port, taxes must be paid. Although the tax rates for different goods are different, generally speaking, goods shipped from Granada port and traded in Fenapotter port, the sum of the taxes from the 2 ports will double the value of most goods. If the target port exempts a certain type of commodity from tax, it means that the port lacks such goods. As long as they are transported, they can be sold out, and basically 1/4 to 1/5 of the cost can be saved. Hobert added, you only have a few days. When your ship docks at Fenapotter port, I will announce this news. Dean nodded, that's enough, that's enough. Doing this kind of business once can multiply his wealth several times. Dean bid farewell to Hobert. He had to hurry back to the ship to send a telegram, asking his wife to mortgage the house and the stocks he had previously purchased, borrow some money from relatives, and add the family savings, which would be enough to order 2 ships of building materials from Granada port. Arriving at Jeffrey Town, he paid the management fee for the cargo ship to dock, and met Corwin at the pier. Corwin instructed, South Colson is still a bit unstable. Be sure to put the flag on the bow of the ship, and launch flares if you encounter danger. Yes, yes, yes. Dean quickly agreed, thanked him, and hurriedly sailed away. In the Lord's mansion, Hobert in the main hall was about to return to his study when Roy brought a list of required building materials. The project is divided into 5 stages, with slight differences in the materials required for each stage. Hobert estimated it and almost showed a surprised expression. The building materials required for the first stage alone amounted to 56,000 gold lire. The 5 stages will cost a total of 270,000 gold lire. This is just a preliminary estimate, of course, some surplus must be left, and 300,000 gold lire must be prepared. Hobert's hands almost trembled, no, I have to find investment. No matter which country it is, this is a lot of money, a sum that a mere baron, a mere evil god, cannot bear. This is just the cost of construction. The decoration of resort hotels and various entertainment venues is another large sum of money. It must be decorated decently, otherwise the main consumer group, the nobles, will not be willing to come again after one visit. Hobert suffered from the loss of never having done business. He originally thought that about 100,000 gold lire would be enough to complete the construction, but the total cost was several times higher than he had estimated. If only he hadn't generously rewarded Scholar and Vok so much money. Roy also reported, there are 2 new problems now. The first is that land acquisition is very troublesome, and the second is that the town's renovation project and construction project can start first, but we don't have enough building materials now. Hobert nodded, I will find a way, you still mobilize manpower first and do the preliminary preparations. After Roy left, Hobert paced back and forth with his arms folded. He considered issuing stocks while looking for large investments. These must be done in Fenapotter City. As for the problem of insufficient building materials, the just departed Dean's distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst, so he can only use Creator Express. Hobert, who had just made a simple plan, received a package from Bishop Simpson, a letter, and a small wooden box. This time, Hobert was not in the mood to tease the big dog. After having Alan bring raw meat from the kitchen, he quickly opened the letter. This letter made Hobert feel a little better. The ancient azure dragon beast 7 boxes of material sold for a total of 16,000 gold lire. It was more valuable than Hobert had expected. This money also slightly alleviated Hobert's anxious mood. After counting the money in the wooden box, Hobert closed the lid of the wooden box. Eat one bite at a time, do one thing at a time. Don't rush, don't rush. Just as he finished lunch, Philip presented Hobert with 2 banknotes, one for 5 gold lire and one for 1 gold lire. Lord, this is the port management fee paid by the Nohart. After investing so much in the territory, he finally saw some return money. But Hobert looked at these 6 gold lire and thought of the total cost of 300,000 gold lire, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Find a booklet to save these 2 banknotes, their commemorative value is greater than their actual value. Yes. At a little after 2 in the afternoon, Hobert, who had been thinking about where to raise money, adjusted his state and prepared to participate in the tarot gathering. Forsaken land of the gods. The City of Silver team established a camp in the leeward area. The chief ordered the team to rest in the camp until the frequency of lightning became stable before exploring the abandoned temple. In the open-air camp, where flames were burning and someone was always on duty, Derek leaned against a stone pillar, sleeping to recover his strength. As if in a dream, he saw the great and mysterious Fool sitting on the ancient high-backed chair, prepare for the gathering. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek responded silently, counting his heartbeats. His eyes never opened, as if everything that had just happened was just part of a dream. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derek waited a little longer before feeling himself entering the silent and peaceful giant temple. As soon as he opened his eyes, scenes suddenly flashed back in his mind, as if an external force had instantly poured all the lost memories back into his brain. Those scenes included the Temple of the Fallen Creator, murals detailing the scene of the coming of the apocalypse and the fallen creator resisting the 6 evil gods and protecting the surviving humans, murals of the pilgrims team, beautiful and dangerous mushrooms, Jack, a strangely eerie pale yellow-haired boy of unknown origin. Such scenes were repeated over and over again, a full 5 times. But each time there were some differences in the details. The first time, outside the Temple of the Fallen Creator, all the animal skin lanterns were extinguished, almost causing a terrible tragedy. The second time, someone couldn't control himself and almost swallowed the mushroom. Each time, it ended with the little boy Jack's mutation, or Chief Colin killing the little boy Jack, and began with arriving at that city and starting to build the camp. We have explored the temple 5 times, we have been living in this experience, and there is no way to truly end it. The more Derek understood the sudden increase in his memories, the more terrified he felt, the more his hair stood on end. Justice Audrey, who was sitting on the other side of the bronze long table, originally wanted to greet Mr. Fool and everyone with pleasure and ease as usual, but her eyes swept over and immediately noticed that the little son's emotions were not right, and immediately asked, "Mr. Son, what happened? Is the exploration of the fallen creator not going smoothly?" Derek grabbed at hope and quickly described the course of events in general, and finally said, "After that little boy mutated, or was cleaned up, we would be in a trance for a while, and when we came back to our senses, we would start building the camp and preparing to start a new exploration, with no previous memories. This process has been repeated 5 times, with only slight differences in the details. If it weren't for Mr. Fool's reminder, I wouldn't even know that I have been living a repeated life during this time." He naturally thought that the extra memories after coming to the grey fog originated from the Fool's reminder, so he stood up and solemnly saluted Fool Klein, who was sitting at the head of the bronze long table. Klein indicated, "I still listened to your description before I understood what happened. But the divine temperament that should be there still had to be there." He maintained his original posture, nodded slightly, in response. Hobert sighed inwardly, "It's so fast, little son has reached this point, then it's not far from Klein leaving Backlund. The Backlund smog. Should I participate in this event? Save. Hee, I think too highly of myself, I'm just a sequence 5 who is worried about money, what can I stop? It was like this last time, I went to Tingen City with blind confidence, but nothing changed. Forget it, let the smog be the smog, I'm not the ruler of the Lone Kingdom, why bother with these trivial matters? But, old Kohler, whom I have never met, the shrewish widow who lived by washing clothes and supported 2 daughters, whose names I have forgotten, why do these people linger in my head?" He remembered a sentence, "People like us are like straw in the field, we will fall when the wind blows, and even without the wind, we may fall by ourselves." "Mr. Emperor." Audrey said, "Mr. Emperor." Hobert came back to his senses. "Oh, sorry, I was distracted just now, what do you want from me?" It turned out that little son was asking everyone how to solve this problem. As a result, Audrey and Magician Furs had no clue, and Hangman, Alger and World did not speak easily. They all turned their attention to Emperor Hobert. As a result, Hobert was distracted just now, so Audrey reminded him. Hobert adjusted his emotions and asked Derek, "You just said that there were pilgrimage scenes in the murals you saw, right?" Little son quickly replied, "Yes. Mr. Fool, please help him manifest the angel that appeared in that scene. Klein nodded slightly, and with Derek's cooperation, manifested a scene from the mural. After seeing the mural, the other members were attracted by the holy wings of the figure walking at the front of the pilgrimage team. Hobert nodded pretentiously, tall and thin, silver white hair, beautiful face. It fits the description of Ouroboros the Tail Devourer very well. Hanged Man, Tail Devourer. Audrey, Ouroboros. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, unfamiliar names and nicknames. I must declare. Hobert said, the knowledge I am going to talk about next also has considerable value, but like last time, in order to help little son out of trouble, let's not talk about the price. Derek stood up immediately and bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. Hobert waved his hand. Ouroboros is the king of angels of the fate pathway. Audrey said excitedly, this is actually an king of angels. We know another king of angels. Like Audrey, the other members also recalled Mr. Dor and the Emperor's explanation of the king of angels at that time. No, Ouroboros is different from the Mr. Dor we mentioned before. Hobert quickly explained, this is the real king of angels, and the reason I called Mr. Dor king of angels before was just to indicate his level. Everyone looked at each other, not quite understanding the Emperor's meaning. Derek scratched his head. Sorry, Mr. Emperor, I don't quite understand what you mean. The eyes of the other members turned to Hobert. We don't quite understand either. Hobert smiled. Okay, let me remind you again, do you remember? I said that the concept of King of Angels seemed to be just a title at first, and later gradually evolved into a level between Sequence 1 and True God. My calling Mr. Dor King of Angels is to indicate that he has reached this level. Alger immediately understood, then Ouroboros, this King of Angels, is the source of this title, or one of the sources. Hobert nodded, that's right. Klein behind the grey fog, so that is to say, Ouroboros has a great background. Audrey, there seems to be a lot of fascinating ancient history here, or high-level beyonder history, but unfortunately Hobert's answer this time is of a semi-public welfare nature, and he is unwilling to say more. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 427, Chapter 427 Discussing the Creator at the Tarot Club, Bonus 1. Chapter 427 Discussing the Creator at the Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Congratulations to AK for advancing to Sequence 9, reader, +5 bonus. Hobert continued, from what I know, Ouroboros is an king of angels of the fate pathway. He can fix time and events within a certain range, causing them to repeat endlessly. Also, according to some vague records, Ouroboros seems to enjoy painting murals and likes to leave his abilities within them. All of this aligns with the son's description. Alger pinched his chin, so, at the level of King of Angels, one already possesses such miraculous and powerful abilities. Furs exclaimed, Fate Pathway. A pathway I've never heard of. This pathway's angel actually has such amazing abilities. This is simply like the power I imagined gods would have. Little son visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Emperor has found a clue so quickly, he will definitely be able to help me solve the problem. He asked, Mr. Emperor, how should I solve this problem? Since each exploration ends at the little boy's location, it proves he must be the key. Hobert said, try not to let him undergo any mutations or be killed, and perhaps you can find a way to break the cycle. When you return to the forsaken land of the gods and encounter the little boy again, try to communicate with him as much as possible to see if you can obtain more information and find an opportunity to break the situation. Seeing little son looking worried and nodding somewhat blankly, Hobert asked, you mentioned earlier, what is the little boy's name? Little son replied, it's Jack. Hobert asked Alger beside him, I remember you mentioned before that you pursued a listener from the Aurora Order who was taking a child out to sea. Was that child named Jack? Alger, of course, remembered that father and son. Although he had suspected it, he couldn't be sure. That's right, their purpose in going to sea was to find the true Creator's sanctuary. Derek was somewhat stunned, that Jack came from your world to the vicinity of City of Silver. After a brief surprise, he felt inexplicably delighted. Although he had heard Mr. Emperor mention that many believers of the true Creator had come to the forsaken land of the gods from the north and south continents, it was all a long time ago. Derek felt it was more like a story, without any real feeling. But that little boy, Jack, had indeed appeared before him, and these two feelings were completely different. This meant that the area where City of Silver was located had never been completely sealed off. Since a little boy could come to the forsaken land of the gods, they could certainly leave the forsaken land of the gods. Hobert smiled, see. Opportunities often lie within difficulties. Never be intimidated by difficulties, because they may contain hope. Derek nodded happily, Mr. Emperor, thank you for your guidance. Everyone also felt that what Mr. Emperor said was very philosophical. Klein recalled a saying, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. Alger suggested, you can find an opportunity to mention the Sonia Sea, the Lone Kingdom, and port cities in front of the little boy Jack. Maybe there will be a different reaction. Of course, try to avoid your City of Silver's chief. Hobert also suggested, trust your teammates, trust your chief, and find a way to let them discover the problems you encounter. Derek nodded repeatedly, already having a rough plan in mind. Alger suddenly added, of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are other key points. You'd better describe the specific situation, such as the detailed content of the murals, and maybe Mr. Emperor can find something useful. Hobert twitched his lips. If you want to fleece a sheep, just fleece it, why do you have to drag me in? But he didn't say anything, because he had seen a scene in the murals just now and felt that Ouroboros painted quite well, maybe it was him, and it wouldn't hurt to look at the whole picture of the murals. So, with Mr. Fool's help, Derek manifested all the murals he had seen. When Hobert saw the evilized images of the 6 gods, he couldn't help but sigh. If Ouroboros lived in the Common Era, he would definitely be a good public intellectual with excellent professional skills. Just when everyone was wondering which evil gods these depicted, the world suddenly said that he had seen similar images, so he manifested the images of the 6 gods he had seen in the Tudor ruins. Alger was somewhat dazed, so the murals are distorted images of the 6 gods. They once really had human forms. Audrey was somewhat angry, blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the goddess. But she quickly calmed down, because in the Tarot Club, members led by the Emperor often blasphemed against the gods. First felt that there should be a huge mystery here. Derek was stunned at first, then realized, Mr. Hangman, are these the gods you mentioned, such as the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms? Yes. Alger responded affirmatively. Derek asked the question in the minds of the other members, what do they have to do with the apocalypse? What do they have to do with our land being abandoned by God? The hall was silent for a second or two, then everyone habitually looked at the Emperor. Hobert said, 20,000 pounds. Only now did he feel that his previous asking price seemed too low. Alas, 300,000 gold lire. Everyone was somewhat dazed, so that was why that piece of information was worth 20,000 pounds, because the 6 gods were involved in the Great Cataclysm. Audrey sighed, there must be a huge secret here, I really want to know. Then she thought, soon, the new year is coming, and from next week, my financial situation will recover somewhat. If I am thrifty, saving a few £1,000s a month should not be a problem. At most 4 months, no, 3 months, and I will definitely be able to save £20,000. Klein guessed, did the 6 gods play a positive or negative role in the Great Cataclysm? From the information I have now, the 6 gods seem to have risen around the time of the Great Cataclysm. Could the Great Cataclysm not be a fleeting historical event? But a period similar to a tide of the times, and the 6 gods seized the opportunity in this tide and gained considerable benefits. Also, the rose redemption that appeared in the murals is also a key. The Emperor mentioned it before, but only in passing, without going into detail. Alger sighed, in previous gatherings, we have been discussing the secret history of the 4th epoch, and now it seems that the 3rd epoch and the history between the 3rd and 4th epochs seem even more confusing. Fir's mind was full of, 20,000 pounds. If I had this money, and solved the problem of the full moon curse, I wouldn't think about advancing anymore, and I would definitely spend the rest of my life peacefully in the picturesque town of Jeffrey. After receiving Mr. Emperor's answer, Derek did not continue to dwell on this issue, because he remembered that Mr. Emperor had said that under Mr. Fool's guidance and protection, these questions would be answered sooner or later. The reason they can't be answered now is only because their level is too low. At this time, Mr. Fool, sitting at the head of the long bronze table, suddenly tapped the table with his hand. Audrey and the other members looked excitedly at the head of the table, which meant that Mr. Fool had something important to remind them. Mr. Fool said in a relaxed tone, Rose redemption. Everyone was stunned. Rose redemption is also a key point. At the same time, everyone noticed that Mr. Fool's state seemed to have changed, as if he had become more powerful and more indescribable. If it were a normal gathering, Miss Justice would have been able to discover it during the greeting, but this time everyone's attention was drawn to the sun from the beginning, and they only noticed it now. Everyone had their own guesses, but the conclusions were similar. Mr. Fool's power is stronger than before. Hobert also had similar guesses. Has he advanced to sequence 6? Of course, he is more powerful than before. But Mr. Fool is still so mysterious. After reminding them of the Rose redemption, he did not provide further explanations, and everyone had to turn their attention to Hobert again. Hobert resisted the urge to twitch his lips. You finished showing off, and you want me to clean up the mess. He sighed, thinking of an idiom that had been circulating for a long time, don't expose people's difficulties. Mr. Fool's reminder is very important, Hobert said. The nonsense the leader just said is very important. He further explained, Ouroboros was, and is now, a member of the Rose Redemption. After Medici's fall, he should be the actual leader of this organization. Also, Rose redemption is indeed the key to unlocking that £20,000 question. How is it? Am I giving enough face? Alger, Mr. Fool knows the inside story of the Great Cataclysm. Then he felt that his previous idea was a bit ridiculous. How could an ancient god like Mr. Fool not know these things? Audrey asked curiously, Medici. Hobert smiled, that's another question. I need more money. Klein, I originally thought that Rose Redemption was an organization loyal to the fallen creator and would be related to Ouroboros. I didn't expect Rose Redemption to be connected to the Great Cataclysm. Klein, the only one besides Hobert who knew some relevant information at the gathering, thought again, sure enough, Ouroboros is an important member of Rose Redemption. Judging from the Emperor's tone, Rose Redemption seems to have undergone a huge change. The earliest Rose Redemption is different from the current Rose Redemption. Also, I remember the Emperor mentioned the Medici family when talking about angel families. But I have never heard of this family. Could it be that the angel of the Medici family has fallen, and this family has become decadent? Because of Hobert's influence on Rafter, Klein and Sharon did not come into contact with Medici's evil spirit through Rafter, so they did not know the Medici family and the information about Banshee Harbor. Derek tried to summarize the information from the previous conversation. Mr. Emperor, does Mr. Fool mean that Rose Redemption and the image of Ouroboros in the murals are also key? Hobert was afraid that little son would misunderstand. Mr. Fool is reminding you to pay attention to relevant information about Rose Redemption. This is the key to unlocking all the doubts in your heart. Derek stood up, thanked Mr. Fool and Mr. Emperor again, and then said to Hobert, Mr. Emperor, thank you for publishing the knowledge. I will provide you with 5 sequence 8 level materials as a reward after this matter is over. Adding the 5 main materials I owed you before, I owe you a total of 10 main materials. During this exploration, Derek accumulated a lot of merit, and it was easy for him to exchange for 10 sequence 8 level main ingredients. Hobert then remembered, by the way, I have a mystical weapon here. I don't know if you are interested. This weapon is in the shape of a warhammer and has a certain probability of striking out flames. The darker the place, the higher the probability of striking out flames. The highest probability can reach 10%. It also has an ability to provoke with a certain probability, causing the surrounding enemies to change their attack target and attack the holder together. Derek, this is too suitable for use in the forsaken land of the gods. He asked, Mr. Emperor, how can I get it? Hobert had already thought about the price, 15 sequence 8 level main ingredients, or 7 sequence 7 level main ingredients. The requirements are still the same as before, try to exchange them with the same materials. Derek stood up and said, thank you, Mr. Emperor. He had calculated before that what the Emperor needed were those useless stock main materials. In the outside world, a sequence 8 main material sells for £300, while those main materials accumulated for hundreds or even thousands of years in City of Silver have no value at all. The exchange ratio between the two parties is about 1:30. And Mr. Emperor usually ignores this exchange ratio and treats the materials provided by Derek, which are of little value in City of Silver, as a value of more than £200. Derek did not expect that the Emperor would not take the opportunity to bid up the price for a mystical weapon that he valued and that City of Silver needed very much. He originally thought that Mr. Emperor would have to ask for at least 30 sequence 8 level main materials, or even 50, and Derek would not think it was too much. Because even if he used 50 stock main materials, in the eyes of Derek and the residents of City of Silver, exchanging them for a mystical weapon would be a very, very worthwhile deal. In fact, Hobert was originally going to ask for 20 sets of mystical materials, but when he learned that he could crush the failures in Carrie's eyes and recycle the main materials, he felt that he could give Little Sun more profit margin. Note. Hobert smiled and said, since we are all members of the Tarot Club, we should naturally help each other. Klein and Alger were a little envious. They roughly estimated that the Emperor could earn at least £2,000 in this transaction. They only used these materials as a unit of measurement, but they did not know that Hobert could use these main materials to create more mystical weapons, and the value would be more than doubled. However, this transaction has a considerable time cost. The two were envious, but they could not carry out similar transactions. Klein did not have the channel of an artisan, and although Alger knew an artisan, he had communicated with the artisan not long ago, and the artisan said that he was not good at making mystical weapons. It wasn't impossible to make it, but the failure rate was relatively high. Alger did a simple calculation and realized he wouldn't earn much even after busying himself for a long time, so he gave up on the idea. With the Little Sun issue resolved and the transaction completed, the Tarot Club returned to normal. Audrey contributed 3 pages of her diary, and now it was the Fool's reading time. After a few minutes, Klein said in a calm tone, you may begin your transactions. First turned to Miss Justice on one side and said, I have received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon's eyes, priced at £1,000. After quoting the price, she was a little uneasy, because Dorian's teacher's asking price was £800, which was already a significant markup, and she had added a full £200 on top of that. Firs was prepared to haggle with Miss Justice and give a final price of £900. Deal, Audrey said with some joy. At the New Year's ball, she would officially declare her adulthood, and her financial situation would immediately improve. Furthermore, New Year's was only a few days away. Deal. This stunned Firs for a second or two. Why didn't she haggle? The transaction was completed with the seller in a semi-dazed state. Then Alger said, "Help me inquire about news of the creator. If the information is valuable, I will pay a reward ranging from £300 to £2,000. This was a very well-paid task issued by the Church of Storms. Even a suspected clue could earn a reward of £300. Klein, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at Hobert without leaving a trace. Hobert sat up straight, as if he had nothing to do with it. None of the other members had heard of the name Creator. Audrey asked, "Hanged Man, who is the Creator? Is this a nickname?" "It's a title of respect." Alger, who had inquired a lot of information from the church, quickly corrected, "I received news that yesterday at noon, an Beyonder family loyal to the Creator had a fierce Beyonder battle with the Rose School in General Antony's territory. It is said that both sides dispatched saints, and many people were turned into monsters and madmen by the aftermath of the battle. A large forest has since withered and become a wasteland." With Alger's level, he only found out about this level of battle. The church did not announce to him that angels had been dispatched at that time. When he first heard the news, Alger once thought that the Creator was another identity of Mr. Fool, so he announced this task at the Tarot Club. He didn't dare to test any further. He was reporting to his leader with the mentality of reporting his work. Look, should I report some less valuable clues to the church? Of course, Klein also understood what Alger meant. He pondered for a moment before saying, "You can ask Emperor." The first reason he said this was to tell Emperor, "Didn't expect that. I know that you are a believer of the Creator. In the future, if there are any matters involving the Creator or God-level events, it will be easier to handle. For example, some things can be communicated with the Creator." Klein, a believer of Mr. Fool, sometimes needs the help of the Creator, and Hobert, a believer of the Creator, sometimes needs the help of the Fool. We help each other, and it also means exchanging hostages. This way, Klein would be more at ease when asking the Creator for help. The second was to announce to everyone that Emperor was a believer of the Creator. This was equivalent to the superior Fool certifying and introducing Emperor. Anyway, everyone would know this identity sooner or later. The effect of the superior Fool announcing it to everyone is completely different from Emperor announcing it himself, or other members announcing it for Emperor. This is very similar to a colleague in the company doing a good deed, and the company boss or chairman personally praising him, which is completely different from the effect of other colleagues of the same level praising the good deed. The Fool would be so considerate of a certain member because Hobert's further explanation of the Rose redemption just now was very helpful, making Klein feel that he should show something in a way that is difficult for everyone to notice. Alger, who felt he had some guesses about the Creator incident after hearing this news, was most surprised. Mr. Fool has already handed over some real-world affairs to Emperor to handle. Audrey, Hobert knows something about the Creator. Why haven't I heard him mention it? Of course, Hobert also understood that this was not Klein kicking the ball to him, but creating an opportunity for him to announce another identity. After announcing this identity, it was not impossible for some linkage to be achieved between the Fool and the Creator. Especially since Hobert knew that these members present, at least at the demigod level in the future, creating this relationship early on meant that the Tarot Club was likely to become the Creator's foreign aid in the future. So Hobert first said to Klein, "You knew it all along." That was actually me telling you on purpose, hoping to mutually support you." Then he said to Alger, "I am actually a believer of the Creator." Alger took a deep breath. The Creator is not Mr. Fool. Is he also an ancient god who is awakening? Otherwise, it would be impossible that I have never heard of his respected name before, but now he suddenly shows amazing strength. Mr. Fool knows the Creator and even brought the Creator's believer into the Tarot Club. Is there some kind of cooperation between the two ancient gods? Audrey was somewhat unhappy. Humph. Hobert didn't even tell me. Firs, is the Creator a godlike fool? Otherwise, it would be impossible for Emperor to call himself a believer. No wonder Mr. Emperor knows so much. It turns out that there is an organization similar to the Tarot Club behind him, or a secret organization like the Aurora Order. Derek was a little envious. That's great, the god that Emperor believes in can still affect the real world. Then I won't report any information about the Creator. Alger didn't expect things to be like this. He was originally holding the mentality of reporting to the leader, but he completely guessed wrong. The most embarrassing thing was that the Creator's believer was sitting next to him, but he was issuing a task to obtain information about the Creator. Hobert smiled. It's not impossible to provide some insignificant news. Who would refuse money? You can report to the church, Hobert said. In this battle, the Creator prevented the descent of the abomination. Note, in chapter 411, when Hobert went to Backlund to complete the Beyonder weapon transaction with Carrie, he talked about the problem of failed Beyonder weapons. At that time, the author Cohen ignored the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics. Under the reminder of a book friend, he made relevant revisions. The approximate content added after the revision is, Hobert realized that he could shatter the failed products and extract their Beyonder characteristics, so Jessica sent him the failed products. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 428, Chapter 428 Lack of money is a common problem for evil gods, bonus 2. Chapter 428 Lack of money is a common problem for evil gods. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert felt that the Storm Church must also know that the Creator and the Abomination had also taken action in this battle. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be stingy with generous rewards. Although the other members didn't know what Abomination represented, since it was related to God, the level couldn't be low. Klein and Alger even speculated whether there had been a battle at the angel level in this fight. Audrey simply asked, Mr. Emperor, what does Abomination mean? And also, what kind of organization is the Rose School? Klein felt that one day, he would send Miss Justice a pure gold thumbs up. To express his feelings at such moments. Miss Justice can always ask the questions he wants to ask when it's inconvenient for him to ask. Although he had a good relationship with Miss Bodyguard, Sharon had only revealed some information about the Rose School to him and hadn't talked about the Abomination, so he also wanted to know, what is Abomination? In order to unify the front, Hobert didn't hesitate to announce the relevant information about the Rose School to everyone. This is a mysterious organization formed by the Prisoner Pathway, mainly active in the southern continent. The Beyonders of this pathway are good at curses and possession, but they themselves are also cursed and must endure great pain. For example, Sequence 7 of this pathway is called Werewolf. They are like being cursed in some way, turning into werewolves during the full moon, completely losing their minds, and killing everyone around them, including their closest relatives. Initially, the main purpose of the Rose School was to keep its members sufficiently restrained, resisting the pain and curses brought by the potion with firm will. But later, a great change occurred in the Rose School. Members no longer maintained restraint but indulged in the madness and desires of their hearts, harming innocent people without any scruples, creating various bloody tragedies. It is an evil organization that all Orthodox churches are trying their best to crack down on. Klein behind the gray fog, this is consistent with Miss Sharon's description. Alger, I didn't expect the Rose School to have a relatively restrained past. Audrey, sure enough, Mr. Fool's allies are also constantly cracking down on these evil organizations. After hearing Hobert say that the Rose School was an evil organization, she had already classified the Creator as an ally of Mr. Fool. Hobert added, Abomination is the leader of the Rose School, a Sequence 1. Klein guessed, the Creator may be a king of angels, at least at the Sequence 1 level. But not a god. If it were a god and in good condition, he would never have heard of him before. Alger asked in surprise, in this battle, did a battle of the angel level, no, the god level, occur? Audrey and Furs also became surprised. Since entering the 5th epoch, there have been no records of divine warfare. Even battles at the angel level, they have never heard of. Hobert said, in this battle, the Creator and the Rose School each sent 2 angels, each sent 3 saints, and both sides sent a total of nearly 200 mid-sequence participants. As long as the Storm Church knows the information of the Creator, they will know all this information on the surface. It doesn't matter to tell Alger. At this time, everyone was shocked by the strength of the Creator. Klein, can't compare, can't compare. Alger, the scale and height of this battle have completely exceeded my imagination. Such strength should be comparable to established mysterious organizations like the Demonist sect. With 2 angels, they even have the confidence to challenge the Orthodox churches. It's just that the saints and mid-sequence Beyonders still have obvious gaps compared to the Orthodox churches. And before this, I had never heard any news about the Creator. Audrey, although I don't know what such strength represents, it sounds very powerful. I wonder if the angel serving the Creator knows the angel serving Mr. Fool. Furs, it sounds very powerful. I have never seen a battle involving so many Beyonders. Derek, that's great, City of Silver doesn't have the protection of angels. Hobert continued to Alger, of course, you only need to make a rough report, and the details can be blurred as much as possible. Repackage the channels to obtain information. I will give you 1/10 of the reward obtained from your church. Alger already had an idea. He planned to wait until Wednesday or Thursday, after this matter further fermented, and after the relevant information became more familiar, he would falsely claim that he learned this information from a Faceac person. He had inadvertently learned before that General Anton was a puppet controlled by the Faceac people. The other crew members did not know this information, which could be used here. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, what was the result of this battle? Hobert smiled and said, the Creator won. I believe that Rose School will be honest for a long time. Then he said seriously, but the followers of the Creator also suffered considerable losses. Please allow me to express my respect to them. Audrey said, they sacrificed for justice, very glorious. Alger was pondering, this may also be a struggle between gods, or the Creator may be expanding his sphere of influence. It seems that the situation in the southern continent will undergo a major change. Thank you. Hobert added, if you encounter people from the Rose School, as long as you determine that they are not members of the Temperance faction, you must be careful. They must be criminals with blood on their hands, and there is a high probability that they are lunatics. This is the last step in unifying the front. Hobert estimated that even if everyone had never seen members of the Rose School, they would have hostility towards the Rose School under his constant emphasis. Now that the Bulk family has taken refuge in the Creator, he certainly wants to find allies to deal with the Rose School in the future. Hobert asked Alger, have the major Orthodox churches already learned about this battle? What is their reaction? There is no airtight wall in the world. Hobert's pathway is destined to launch some well-known battles or events. It is impossible to develop in a low-key manner like the Fool. However, Hobert doesn't have enemies as difficult as Amon. So far, besides George III, Hobert can't think of any other direct enemies of the Creator. In order for George III to become a god, there is not even a sequence 1 in the Black Emperor pathway. There are only 2 sequence 1s in the adjacent pathways, Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch and Holy Infant King, which are enough to protect the followers of the Creator. Alger replied, yes, I believe that the Orthodox churches have already learned about this battle through their respective secret channels, especially with the angel-level battle. The major churches must be very concerned about this matter. However, now the Storm Church and the Evernight Goddess Church are just watching. After all, the Creator is cracking down on heretical organizations, and his main ruling area is not in the main diocese of the Orthodox churches. I don't know what the reaction of the other churches is yet. Hobert nodded, I know. The reaction was similar to what he had imagined. After this topic came to an end, Audrey suddenly said, Mr. Fool, I have a question to ask Mr. Emperor. I request a private conversation with him. Klein was stunned, what secrets are you two going to share again? Hobert was also a little strange. What did Audrey want to talk to him about? After the two established a separate communication space, Audrey asked, have you encountered any troubles recently? Hobert was stunned, what? At the beginning of the gathering, I found that something seemed to be troubling you. Hobert smiled. Even if he adjusted his emotions and was relatively restrained after the gathering started, Audrey still noticed. Indeed, I have encountered troubles. Hobert smiled and said, lack of money. Klein behind the grey fog, this is also my trouble. Audrey was stunned, how much do you lack? 200,000 pounds. Audrey almost couldn't maintain her spectator state, 200,000 pounds. Why do you need so much money? If there were such a fortune, it would be enough to be among the top social circles of Backlund. If there were a certain amount of influence, it would not be impossible to become a member of the lower house. Klein, fortunately, I have the clown's abilities, otherwise the Fool would have lost his composure. 200,000 pounds. Did your whole family get scammed to Myanmar? If the construction project of the territory only costs 100,000 gold pounds, Hobert has the confidence to raise it. After all, he has accumulated so many Beyonder characteristics. Just selling the Beyonder characteristics of the hunter and lawyer pathways in his hand can basically raise this money. As for 300,000 gold pounds, even if he took out the Beyonder characteristics in his own body, it would be difficult to raise this money. Of course, if he were willing to sell those sealed artifacts and the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway demigods and above, this money could be easily raised, but Hobert would rather have a stalled project than let those Beyonder characteristics flow back into the hands of the Rose School. This is a strategic issue. Hobert smiled and said, I am doing something that requires a lot of money. Audrey considered for a moment before saying, I can lend you 10,000 pounds a week or two after the new year. Hobert shook his head, I'll go find some investment first. If not, he will borrow from Christian. His savings over the years should be considerable. Even if he doesn't borrow from Christian, it is not difficult for him to come forward and help raise some funds. Among the arms dealers, there are many wealthy people. Hobert wondered to himself, I wonder if they're still willing to marry their daughter to me. Audrey said, oh, and then asked, is General Christian's treason related to the Creator? Hearing Audrey say this, Klein realized this issue. Could this be the Creator's scheme in the northern continent? However, Hobert immediately denied Audrey's guess. I am the only one in my family who is a favorite of the Creator, and my family doesn't know this. He smiled and said, or rather, there aren't many favored of the Creator in the northern continent. Before yesterday, there weren't many favored of the Creator in the whole world. Audrey felt much better. Maybe his identity as a favorite of the Creator needs to be kept secret, and he can't even tell his family, and of course, he can't tell us, his good friends. She smiled and said, Hobert, I'm already sequence 8, and I should be able to reach sequence 7 soon. Congratulations, congratulations. Hobert smiled and said, I've just advanced 2, and I'm already sequence 5. Audrey's smile disappeared. Hobert, you're not a gentleman at all. Klein smiled, serves you right for being single. But then he thought about it and felt that Hobert's answer was a high EQ response. Only friends who weren't very close would blindly flatter. Finally, Klein realized, he's sequence 5, how come I can't tell at all? He opened his spirit vision and saw that Hobert's spiritual body seemed more solid inside, as if it contained the power of order and rules, yet it was full of dissonance and chaos, looking very contradictory. Klein thought, is this sequence 5? Although there hasn't been a qualitative change, he can already conceal the internal structure of his spiritual body. After Audrey and Hobert finished communicating, they entered the final information exchange session. At the end of the exchange session, the world said in a hoarse voice, ladies and gentlemen, some news I've received recently indicates that a major event is brewing in Backlund, which will bring extremely unstable factors, and perhaps a tragedy will occur. Audrey asked with concern, what major event is it? I don't know the specifics. Then the world raised his head and sincerely looked at the Fool across the long bronze table. Your favorite in Backlund, Honorable Mr. Fool, should also have noticed something, right? Everyone's eyes focused on the head of the long bronze table, and Hobert also looked towards the head. Are they playing a duet again? The Fool Klein leaned back slightly under everyone's gaze and said in a calm tone, Edisac Augustus. Audrey, Edisac. Will he be in danger? Or will he cause some danger? Furs, Augustus. Is this a prince? The king has already lost one son, could his other son also be in danger? Hobert smiled, I knew it, how could an ordinary person resist in front of a witch? Everyone discussed this topic briefly for a few more sentences, and this week's tarot gathering ended. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring blankly at herself in the mirror. Hobert is already sequence 5, so fast. Then she thought again, Edisac, could it be that something will happen to the royal family? She drew a scarlet moon on the figure in the mirror, trying to make herself optimistic, and prepared to inquire about news from her parents and brother at dinner in the best condition. She restrained her emotions, sat in front of the piano, and casually played music, using beautiful melodies to cleanse her soul. After playing for a while, she found that the golden retriever Susie had opened the door and came in at some point, sitting next to her. Audrey, what problem have you encountered? Your piano music tells me that you have something bothering you, Susie suddenly said. Audrey was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 Ritual, Bonus 3. Chapter 429, Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 Ritual. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the Forsaken Land, within a city that had converted to the fallen creator. With his eyes closed, Derek quietly recalled the information he had obtained at the tarot gathering, confirming that he had not forgotten the memories of repeatedly experiencing the same segment of life. As the frequency of lightning gradually stabilized, Chief Colin, sitting cross-legged and leaning against a stone pillar, spoke, depart after 50 lightning strikes. Derek took a deep breath, once again reviewing the plan he had made at the tarot gathering. During this exploration, he attempted to damage the mural inscribed with the words, Redemption Rose, but nothing happened. Derek looked at Ouroboros's image in the mural. It's not the mural's fault. Chief Colin and the other members of the team were drawn to Derek's abnormality. Fortunately, Little Son had made considerable progress under the guidance of the hangman Alger, and he falsely claimed to have seen a small blonde boy, concealing his act of damaging the mural. Because of his reminder, when the exploration team arrived at the room with the altar and saw the little boy named Jack, the chief scrutinized his yellow hair, and everyone immediately became alert. Just as the chief was considering how to respond to the little boy's plea for help, Derek suddenly asked, how can we save you? The little boy Jack revealed an excited expression, save me, send me home. Colin glanced at Derek, not stopping their conversation. Derek asked curiously and fearfully, where is your home? The little boy weakly raised his hand and said, my home is in Enmat Harbor. Derek gripped the hurricane axe in his hand, Enmat Harbor. Although Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hangman didn't mention it, judging from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong here. Thinking of this, Derek felt a burst of joy, unable to hide his excitement. His reaction did not arouse suspicion from Chief Colin and his companions, because they were just as excited. Even Colin couldn't help but ask, How did you, or you all, come here? The little boy Jack revealed a look of reminiscence. My father and I first traveled by boat, then joined his companions and continued by boat. After a very, very big storm, the remaining people landed and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze, all the way to here. Following the direction of the Lord's gaze. Colin and Derek and the others almost simultaneously looked towards the statue on the altar. Then they seemed to look in the opposite direction of the statue's gaze in perfect unison, the surrounding map gradually perfected by City of Silver's continuous exploration appearing in everyone's minds. Giant King's Court. That direction is the ruins of the Giant King's Court. At this moment, Derek keenly noticed that there was dark red blood slowly seeping from the clothes on the little boy Jack's chest and abdomen. Are you injured? He asked cautiously. Jack lowered his head, answering in a drifting tone, some bad things have grown. As he spoke, he pulled open his clothes, revealing his naked chest and abdomen. There, inlaid, were 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. That human face was gentle and indifferent, very much like the silver-haired angel in the mural. Derek felt somewhat excited. Mr. Emperor's guess was correct. This little boy is the key. It is because of that King of Angels' ability that we are trapped here. I'm so hungry. Jack's mouth stretched to the roots of his ears, so hungry. The power of madness and corruption spread around, and Chief Colin originally wanted to seal Jack, but the little boy was very fragile. As soon as Colin made a move, Jack fell to the ground. Derek felt dazed for a moment, and when he regained consciousness, he was back to the time when they were just preparing to set up camp. Until Chief Colin said, "Depart after 50 lightning strikes." The 7th exploration began quickly. This time, Derek did not damage the mural. They once again arrived at the room with the altar and found the little boy Jack. After a conversation similar to the previous exploration, Derek once again saw the human face on Jack's body. He did not make any stimulating moves, but instead lowered his voice and said to Colin, "Chief, the human face on his chest looks very similar to the angel in the mural just now." Colin was first stunned, then glanced at Derek out of the corner of his eye. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a low voice, "Your reminder reminds me of something. I once saw records about the King of Angels in the classics." Derek almost nodded repeatedly, saying yes, yes, yes. This aligns with the information provided by Mr. Emperor. Mr. Emperor's information is indeed so accurate and reliable. Colin looked at the abnormality in Derek's eyes, and continued without pausing. It is said that when the omniscient and omnipotent God was watching this world, he was surrounded by many angels. Among them, the leader of all angels, the kings of angels closest to God's work, there are 8 in total. Unfortunately, in the long history, the records in the classics are somewhat brief, and only 2 kings of angels have relatively detailed records. One of the kings of angels is called the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, the Tail Devourer. This time, Derek had to hold his chin to suppress the urge to nod, regardless of the pathway, alias, or name. It's exactly the same as Mr. Emperor said. He tried to make himself look somewhat surprised, the Tail Devourer. Colin looked at the little boy Jack. This means that we may have stepped into a river that we cannot leave, a river with its head and tail connected. Fortunately, this should only be some of the power left by that Angel of Fate. He is not hiding here. As he spoke, Colin took out a dark red metal tube, unscrewed the lid, and drank the liquid inside. His light blue eyes quickly faded, his pupils standing up, reflecting the figure of the little boy Jack. Colin first inserted the long sword in his hand into the ground, then pulled out another straight sword, coating it with golden, sunlight-like oil. The little boy Jack noticed Colin's actions, and his expression immediately changed, as if a thick shadow enveloped him. Before Jack could open his mouth, Colin pulled out the long sword stuck in the ground, and the 2 swords emitted golden and silver-white light respectively. The 2 rays of light impacted the shadow on the little boy Jack's body. After a shrill scream, the golden and silver-white rays of light disappeared, and the human face between the little boy Jack's chest and abdomen disappeared, leaving only a hollow where wriggling internal organs could be seen. A few meters to Jack's side, Colin's 2 swords pierced a fragmented human face. The organs on the human face twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. For a moment, Derek felt that there was an invisible, waterwall-like barrier silently breaking around him. He was overjoyed, knowing that he and the others had finally escaped the repeated life. At this moment, Derek sincerely thanked Mr. Emperor and Mr. Fool. It was they who gave him reminders and solutions to the problem, otherwise he might have to repeat it dozens or hundreds of times to find clues. Moreover, people always repeat the same choices. If they can't find the problem the first time, without the corresponding memories and experience, they probably won't notice the abnormality the 100th or 1000th time. Thinking of this, Derek once again realized how terrifying and bizarre the power of the King of Angels was. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert accepted the bounty of 1,020 pounds that Alger had received. He put the money aside and stared at the roof for a while, the great smog of Backlund. The room was silent for a long time before Hobert suddenly got up and came to the Nation of Disorder. This time, he turned to the back of the Iron Throne, where there was a stone coffin. With a wave of his hand, the power of order covering the coffin disappeared. With another wave of his hand, the stone lid of the coffin opened. Inside, a spirit body lay flat, sometimes solidifying and sometimes slightly fading. If you ignore the process of his fading from time to time, the spirit body is no different from a normal person. His eyes were closed, he had a straight nose, and his hairline was slightly high. It was Dunn Smith's spirit body, which Hobert had spent a lot of effort to protect. Hobert said, "Sorry, Captain Smith, I've been busy recently and haven't had time to find someone to help you shape a brand new body. I guess you'll have to lie here for a while. Take a good rest, after all, your potion always made it difficult for you to sleep well before." As he spoke, Hobert showed a slight wry smile. "Since coming to this world, there have been too many things that make me unwilling. I want to change some things, and I have been working hard for it. But I'm still too weak. The Tingen incident is like this. After I got involved, not only did I fail to save you, but things became more complicated. I'm too weak, too weak." Hobert leaned weakly against the coffin and sat down. "This matter is also too complicated. Although I have an angel-level assistant, I dare not use it. If I push at him too hard, then I will be helping to make things worse. This doesn't even include the Augustus family's angels and the power of the church. My appearance will only make things more complicated." He let out a long breath, as if he had made up his mind. "Never mind, I still have a pile of my own troublesome things." Hobert stood up, put the stone lid back on, and rewrapped the stone coffin with the power of order. He sat on the Iron Throne and smiled. "What am I worried about? A small sequence 5, why bother so much? As long as Klein doesn't ask me for help, I'll pretend this never happened." Shaking his head, Hobert looked at the pool in front of him. Many stars were expanding, and Hobert spread his spirituality over. The owners of these new stars were all members of the Balk family, and there was no substantive content, just their daily prayers. Hobert found Upton's star and told him that the favorite of God would go back to meet him at 9:30 tomorrow. Then he reached out and summoned the 2 failed products that Jessica had sent him. Using the power of the Nation of Disorder, he easily shattered the weapons and aggregated the Beyonder characteristics inside. The Beyonder characteristics of mystical materials are obviously smaller than the Beyonder characteristics of a certain sequence, only the size of a finger, but the effects are still there, just without the shape of the materials. I wonder if Carrie will be affected when using them. Then Hobert thought of another thing. He picked up the Black Emperor card, placed on the handle of the Iron Throne, and looked at the back. Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. Main materials, the complete brain of a 6-whiskered strange beast, a complete phantom multi-eyed butterfly. Auxiliary materials, 12 milliliters of white-striped spider venom, scales and crystals of the carp, 8 milliliters of brain fluid of the 6-whiskered strange beast, 50 milliliters of red wine stored for 8 years. Ritual, achieve amazing achievements in a certain field, so that people associate the abstract concept of that field with the actual name of the Beyonder. The more people who can associate the two, the greater the probability of successful advancement. Hobert sighed. The ritual for advancing to sequence 4 only requires seizing a certain amount of power and wealth. As long as you plan in advance, it is not too difficult. However, the ritual for sequence 3 is completely on a different level. It is already developing in the direction of associating the Beyonder with certain conceptual things, and you have to plan in advance and find a good field to achieve amazing achievements. If you want to associate a certain field with a name, Hobert has many examples in his mind, such as e-commerce and Bezos, electronic communication and Zuckerberg, mobile phones and Steve Jobs or Tim Cook, and so on. To achieve this, the conditions of the times, environment, culture, policies, and personal efforts are indispensable. After thinking about it, Hobert finally had a good idea, crossing the river by feeling the stones of Emperor Roselle. It has been more than 100 years now, but when it comes to consul and emperor, the first thing everyone thinks of is Roselle. Relatively speaking, the royal family of the Fasak Empire seems to have no presence at all. This is enough to show that Roselle has done the emperor profession to the extreme. Of course, Hobert also knows that the environment and conditions of Emperor Roselle's time are no longer available. It is impossible to make everyone familiar with him by being an emperor in sequence 4. But you can refer to Roselle's history of success and use the advanced ideas of the AD era to achieve amazing achievements in a certain field. Hobert nodded slowly. This is a good idea. If you have time, you can think about it carefully. He picked up the Black Emperor card again and continued to read. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Main materials, the complete brain of a black-scaled Emperor crystalline gold beast, or the Beyonder characteristics of the Duke of Entropy. Auxiliary materials, 10 milliliters of blood of the black-scaled Emperor crystal gold beast, 10 milliliters of bile of the blue-blooded Emperor crystal gold beast, 60 milliliters of white wine stored for 9 years. Ritual, cause a chaos involving all levels in the largest city in the world, and use the unique and unprecedented new order proposed by the Beyonder to quell the chaos. Drink the potion in the confusion and helplessness that this chaos brings to people, and in the unwillingness of people to accept the new order. Hobert put down the Black Emperor card. When he first got this blasphemy card, he glanced at the rituals for advancing to Sequence 3 and Sequence 2. At that time, it may have been because his own level was not high and he felt that this step was still far away, so he didn't think much of it. Now, seriously looking at the advancement rituals of these two sequences, there is only one thought in his mind: is it too late to change the pathway now? This is clearly a script prepared for Roselle, but Roselle directly advanced to Black Emperor, and he did not use any of these rituals that he could achieve without much preparation. Hobert chuckled silently. I have so many troubling things, what does the Backlund smog count for? Right. Southern Continent, Crawlier Town. Elliot could feel that Governor Jonas and General Anthony were noticeably more enthusiastic towards the members of the Balk family. Governor Jonas warmly invited the Balk family members injured in the battle to recuperate at his manor. Originally, those members who were in mortal danger were already jumping around after being treated by the Creator, while the slightly injured who had not been treated by the Creator had to find a place to recuperate. General Anthony offered one of his luxury villas for Lawrence and other elders to live in. In the huge villa, only a few elders and Elliot, the favored one of the Creator, lived. But there were no less than 100 servants in the villa. On Tuesday morning, Elliot got up early and ordered the servants to prepare refreshments and tea, as he was going to entertain the Blessed of God. Even the Patriarch Lawrence could only wait outside the reception room for the Blessed of God to receive him. Elliot often looked at the pocket watch on the table, watching the time pass minute by minute. Finally, at 7:58, the space in the corner of the reception room suddenly became illusory, and the Blessed of God wearing a mask and carrying a wooden box came out from inside. Elliot also quickly put on his mask, and he stood up and said, Blessed of God. Hobert nodded. Sit. He sat consciously at the head, placing the wooden box on the table to his left. Elliot then sat down. Blessed of God, thank you for providing the disorder stone, which allowed us to maintain the initiative on the battlefield despite being significantly outnumbered. Hobert smiled. This is all the guidance of the Creator. Praise the Creator. Hobert had no choice but to follow. Praise the Creator. Elliot asked, Blessed of God, what gesture should be used to praise the Creator? The mask concealed Hobert's awkward smile. This, the Creator and the Blessed of God have not considered it yet. But without a gesture, it seems like a scam. Hobert had no choice but to borrow from the memory in his mind. Hobert stood up, hammering his chest with one hand and his back with the other. Praise the Creator. Elliot followed suit, feeling that the first half of the action was a bit like the gesture of the Storm Church, but more powerful. He even felt that he had become more energetic in these two beatings. Hobert smiled. The slogan of praise can also be, offer my heart. It means willing to dedicate one's life to the Creator, to lofty ideals and goals. Elliot's excitement made the back of his head tingle. This represents the most sincere loyalty to the Creator. And lofty ideals and goals. This is the power of faith. A dozen seconds later, Elliot gradually calmed down from his self-admiration, and the two sat down again. Hobert said, I have considered the matter mentioned in your letter, please ask Lawrence to come in. After Lawrence came in, he inevitably exchanged a few pleasantries. After praising the Creator again and thanking the Blessed of God, Lawrence, sitting on Hobert's side, said, Blessed of God, I would like to talk about the future development direction of the Balk family this time. Hobert was still a little uncomfortable with this kind of religious conversation. He took a deep breath. Even if he was uncomfortable, he had to adapt. As the Blessed of God, the consequences would be very serious if he showed any slackness towards the Creator. Lawrence continued, we are preparing to purchase some manors and land to enrich the family's industry. If there is an opportunity to purchase mines, that would be great. The next step is to prepare more family members to go out to the small towns for training, and gradually occupy more positions in General Anthony's territory, and jointly control General Anthony's territory with the Forsaken. In the future, we also plan to expand our power to the surrounding areas, such as General Adrian's territory in the south, and the Arena's autonomous region in the northwest. In short, we will control more resources, wealth, and population. If the Blessed of God has any needs in this regard, we are willing to dedicate these resources and wealth to you. Hobert said, if the Creator's cause has needs, I will come to you. But I have some immature suggestions for the future development direction of the Balk family. Please speak. Lawrence of course knew that the so-called immature suggestions were instructions from the Blessed of God. The industrial age has arrived. Hobert said, instead of investing all the wealth in resource-based industries, it is better to simply invest in manufacturing. The looting model of the countries in the northern continent is to import cheap raw materials and resources from the southern continent, process them into industrial products, and then sell them to the southern continent. This makes the wealth of the southern continent and the Worsted archipelago flow to the northern continent. In seemingly voluntary transactions, resource looting and industrial looting are realized. And industrial products are still scarce in the southern continent, and the prices are several times higher than in the northern continent. These words opened Lawrence and Elliot's eyes. After all, they had been nestling in the southern continent for so many years. Although Lawrence had the ambition to revitalize the family, his vision and concepts had become disconnected from the world. Hobert said, "In today's world, and for a long time to come, if you want to be self-reliant, you must experience the beatings of the industrial age. It is difficult for other extraordinary families, or even old extraordinary organizations such as the Rose School and the Numinous Episcopate, to accumulate wealth with industrial products. But the bulk family is relatively easy, because the Creator has many dependents in the northern continent, and they can help you buy some machines that are prohibited from being exported by the northern countries, and then send them to the southern continent through offerings to the Creator. You can start with the textile industry or the smelting industry, and gradually accumulate the management model and technology of the industrial age. At that time, the bulk family's industry will be useful to the Creator, and the Creator will pay more attention to the southern continent." Lawrence clapped his hands. "Thank you, blessed of God, for guiding the way. Whether it is textiles or smelted metal, they are very popular in the southern continent." Hobert nodded. "While building factories, you can select a group of outstanding young people from the family to study in the northern continent." Lawrence quickly said, "Then I will have to trouble the blessed of God to help arrange the study matters." "No problem, but you must let them learn Loan or Phanepotter in advance." Hobert said, "Or I will see if I can get permanent spells in these two languages through channels." Lawrence said, "I will have Elliot write to you again about the specific matters." He also said, "Respected blessed of God, you should know the situation of the bulk family, so we would like to buy as many Beyonder characteristics from you as possible." I brought them. Hobert opened the lid of the wooden box on the table, which was full of various Beyonder characteristics of the lawyer pathway below demigod. Lawrence and Elliot were stunned. Originally, they thought that they could buy at most a dozen Beyonder characteristics, but they did not expect that it would be like wholesale. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 430, Chapter 430 Trissy Cheek, Bonus 4. Chapter 430 Trissy Cheek. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert introduced, "I have brought a total of 18 Beyonder characteristics of the lawyer, and 17 Beyonder characteristics of the barbarian. Now that you are already believers of the Creator, these two Beyonder characteristics can be sold to you at the base price of £300 and £600 respectively. For Sequence 7 and above Beyonder characteristics, because the favored ones have more difficulty acquiring them, or there is a premium when purchasing them, selling them to you will also have a premium." Lawrence's eyes never left the wooden box, and he nodded. "That's understandable, understandable. In the southern continent, the premium for Beyonder characteristics or materials is generally higher than in the northern continent, which Lawrence fully accepts." At the same time, Lawrence had a renewed understanding of the power of the Creator's favored. Being able to accumulate so many Beyonder characteristics indicates a large organization. The reason there are so many Beyonder characteristics is simply because the Creator has the skill of reprocessing. For example, obtaining a Beyonder characteristic of Mentor of Disorder is just one to others, but for Hobert, it is 5 Beyonder characteristics. Hobert continued to introduce, "I also brought 11 Beyonder characteristics of the Briber, each for £1,500. In fact, there were 2 more that he didn't bring, which were reserved for Jessica and Upton." He continued, "There are also 6 Beyonder characteristics of the Baron of Corruption, each for £4,000. And 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Mentor of Disorder, for £8,000. "No problem," Lawrence said almost immediately. In his opinion, the premium given by Hobert was not high. Hobert smiled and said, "That's good, then the total value of the lawyer Beyonder characteristics is £5,400, the barbarian Beyonder characteristics is £10,200, and the Briber Beyonder characteristics is £16,500. Plus 6 Baron of Corruption Beyonder characteristics, worth £24,000, plus £8,000, totaling £64,100. I'll round it down to £64,000 for you." "Good, good, good." Lawrence first said, "Good," several times, then smiled and said, "Well, we have a little shortage of gold pounds. The entire family only has a total of £3,000. Can we use currencies from other countries to pay? Or simply pay with gold?" Previously, the bulk family mainly operated in the killer and mercenary service industry, with business mainly in the central and southern parts of West Balam. And the entire West Balam is not within the sphere of influence of Loan. Various countries' currencies circulate here, and many people only recognize gold. After friendly consultation, the final payment for this batch of Beyonder characteristics was divided into 3 methods: 3,000 gold pounds, 24,000 gold lire to replace 20,000 pounds, and 41,000 pounds worth of gold. Hobert left the Beyonder characteristics first, and at the latest in the evening, he would hand over the gold and paper money to the gods favored through a sacrifice to the Creator. This was because Lawrence was here to fight this time, so he certainly wouldn't bring so much money. He was prepared to use his saint's ability to have the family members staying in the town count the payment and make the sacrifice. After the transaction, Hobert secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The money for the first batch of building materials was finally available, and even half of the money for the second batch of building materials was available. This gave him time to raise more funds. At the end of the conversation, Hobert said to Lawrence, "Don't have too much conflict with the Rose School recently, and focus on restoring your strength first." "Yes," Lawrence said, "but we should be able to recover our strength soon. The Balk family can pray for power to the sealed artifact that creates the barrier of non-existent town, and crush the Beyonder characteristics. This is the key to their survival. Some family members are waiting for the Beyonder characteristics to advance. As soon as the Beyonder characteristics are crushed, new combat power can be formed immediately, and these Beyonder characteristics that Hobert sold to the Balk family can also be quickly digested by them." Hobert nodded. Development is the absolute principle. Then Hobert asked Elliot, "Have both the disorder stones been used?" Elliot took out the used disorder stones. "They have all been used." Hobert took out the 2 disorder stones that he had prepared earlier and recovered the 2 used stones. Then he said to Lawrence, "You can also exchange new order wood by praying to the Creator with the used order wood. If there is any loss, report it to the Creator immediately." This was the purpose of his exchange of disorder stones with Elliot, to tell Lawrence that he must recover the order wood. Lawrence nodded repeatedly. The order wood in his hand could still be used for more than 10 minutes. The three chatted for a few more words, and Hobert got up to say goodbye, leaving with traveling. After 2 transfers, Hobert came to the forest in the Conant City Cemetery again. Here, he took out the gold that Elliot had sacrificed twice before, as well as the prepared mask from the Nation of Disorder. Then, under the guidance of the Faceless Necklace, he used traveling to come to the Roselle Exhibition Hall, Upton's office. Upton was somewhat surprised by the way the God's Favored appeared. He had originally instructed the employees in the exhibition hall that if anyone was looking for him, they should bring him up, but the God's Favored came by himself. God's Favored. Upton got up and locked the door. "I have brought a new task." Hobert went straight to the point. "As long as you complete this task, you can get the remaining 1/3 of the Beyonder characteristic of the briber. Upton's eyes lit up. His barbarian potion had been completely digested, and he was preparing to buy the remaining 1/3 of the Beyonder characteristic of the briber with gold pounds. He smiled and asked, "What is the task? Is the reward worth more than 400 pounds? Theoretically, 1/3 of a sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic is worth about 400 pounds, but a sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic already has a premium, let alone a sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic." Hobert took out the list he had prepared earlier, purchased the materials on the list. Such a large quantity. Upton couldn't help but be surprised. "How much do you estimate it will cost?" Upton, who had contact with merchants from all walks of life by selling steam engines, roughly knew the price of bulk building materials. He made a simple estimate, 38,000 pounds to 41,000 pounds. After saying this number, he was surprised again. He originally thought that he had made a lot of money recently, but compared to this number, he sighed, selling me wouldn't raise that much money. Upton had such thoughts because he was worried that the God's Favored would ask him to pay in advance like last time. Hobert was sighing in his heart at this time that the price of building materials in Loan was much lower than in Fanapotter. In Fanapotter, these materials would cost at least 56,000 gold lire, which is equivalent to nearly 47,000 pounds. Sure enough, infrastructure construction can best show comprehensive national strength. In this regard, Fanapotter does have a certain gap with Loan. Hobert said, "Just buying these materials doesn't require 1/3 of the briber Beyonder characteristic as a reward. I have another commission." As he spoke, he took out the cloth bag containing gold. "These transactions can only be settled with gold. You must find a suitable channel to exchange the gold for gold pounds. This gold is worth about 5,500 pounds to 5,800 pounds. You can use it as a deposit for the goods first, and in a few days, I will bring you gold worth no less than 36,000 pounds. No problem." For Upton, who had local gang channels and had initially established business contacts, selling such a large batch of gold was stressful, but not a big problem. He thought to himself, "When I sell gold worth more than 40,000 pounds, the price of gold in the entire Conant will probably fall." He was very satisfied with the God's Favored's reward. After all, large-scale building material business is not difficult to achieve, it just takes some time and renting a warehouse. Finally, Hobert gave Upton the mask. "After the test of time, you are now a formal favored one of the Creator. This is a symbol of the Creator's favored. This mask has the ability to resist divination. Injecting spirituality can form a shield that lasts for 1 or 2 seconds, which can effectively block the attacks of Beyonder abilities. In addition, after wearing it, it will be less prone to loss of control." Less prone to loss of control. Upton almost shouted. After he finished speaking, he realized his gaffe, but fortunately there was no one else here. Taking the mask, Upton gently stroked it. His parents died because of signs of loss of control for different reasons, so he had a heart not about loss of control no less than that of the bulk family members. Hobert smiled and said, "Praise the Creator." Upton quickly followed, "Praise the Creator." This praise was particularly sincere. Hobert also said, "I have another task here. A group of favored from the southern continent want to come to Loan's textile factories, smelting factories, and some factories that produce daily necessities to learn. Please arrange it for them. The reward will be settled directly with gold or with beyonder characteristics." Upton pondered for a moment. This is not too difficult. I can usually contact many such factory owners. I can exchange discounts on steam engines or maintenance and upkeep discounts for opportunities to learn in their factories. Hobert nodded. "I will compensate you for the discounts you give at twice the price, as tuition." Upton didn't refuse any more. "Okay." Finally, Hobert took out a piece of paper with the method of summoning the messenger and the reward for sending the letter, so that Upton could write to him directly if he had anything to do in the future. After the gods favored left, Upton read the summoning spell again. "It's traitor Hobert. Backlund, in the underground building of the vampire Marquis Nibs." Emlyn White looked at the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient vampire lying inside, "Lord Nibs, I accept the ancestor's mission." A few days ago, Nibs claimed to have received instructions from the ancestor, asking the excellent young vampire Emlyn to pray to the fool. In fact, the ancestor did not specify that Emlyn should complete it, but Nibs believed that Emlyn, who already believed in the Earth Mother and the ancestor, was very suitable to complete this task. If the task is completed, then everyone is happy. If it is not completed, and the fool projects strong malice, then for the vampires, Emlyn's death is not a loss. Nibs heard Emlyn's words and responded in an old voice, "Very good, when do you want to start? Is there any wish you haven't fulfilled?" "What wish hasn't been fulfilled?" Emlyn felt his calf soften and almost regretted it. But when he thought that this was the ancestor's mission, he straightened his neck and said, "No need. I can start now." So Emlyn, who was no stranger to rituals, lit candles, burned essential oils and herbal powders under the protection of Lord Nibs. In the smoky atmosphere, Emlyn began to repeatedly recite the honorific name of the fool who does not belong to this era. After reciting for more than 10 minutes, Emlyn was a little tired. He said, half relieved and half disappointed, "Lord Nibs, there is no response." Nibs was silent for a long time before saying in a rather hoarse voice, "Okay, don't leave yet, wait here for a while." After spending more than an hour in worry and trepidation, Emlyn left the underground building. His destination was the Harvest Church in the South Bridge district. Just as he got into the carriage, Emlyn suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes and saw an endless grey-white fog. Then, he was shocked to find himself in a mysterious and majestic giant palace, sitting at an ancient bronze long table. At the top of the long table, there was a great figure, looking down at him. "Why are you praying to me?" Emlyn's mind suddenly buzzed and blurted out, "This is the ancestor's revelation." He told everything about the ancestor choosing him, plus his own inner activities, and the fearless spirit when facing the ancestor's mission, all in one breath, just short of reporting the number and characteristics of his dolls. Klein heard that this was Lilith's revelation, and he thought of the simple description of Lilith in Roselle's diary, and the Emperor's relevant information on the uniqueness of the moon pathway. He couldn't help but come to the conclusion, could this be the instruction of the Evernight goddess? After all, the uniqueness of the moon pathway is with the goddess. One thought after another flashed through Klein's mind. He leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, "What does your ancestor want you to pray to me for?" Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straight. "Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation given by the ancestor is this: I, Emlyn White, will become the key to saving the vampires and defeating the Doomsday, and it all starts with praying to you." The word Chinibu suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. "Young man, think about it again. Are you missing the point?" He thought about it and decided to observe first. "Actually, I probably understand what your ancestor means. He hopes that with my help, you will grow into a true high-level being, so as to save the vampires when the Doomsday comes. Next is the joining ceremony, choosing a code name, announcing the gathering time, keeping secrets, and so on." But when it came to the confidentiality procedure, Emlyn had some concerns. "But, Lord Nibs," Klein countered with great certainty, "Lilith shouldn't have asked you to report to anyone afterward, right?" He directly called the ancestor's name, sounding like an old friend. Emlyn's heart trembled, and he lowered his head. "It seems not." Klein tried hard to suppress his laughter. "This is a secret transaction. You don't even need to report to Lilith, otherwise, it will alert some guys." Thus, the Sanguine clan's double agent, Emlyn, officially joined the club. Back in the real world, Emlyn felt that what had just happened was like a dream. Then he thought of those Sanguine who laughed at him for liking dolls and becoming a servant of the Church of the Earth Mother. Humph. You'd never guess that only I am favored by the ancestor. Just wait and see. When I become stronger, you'll know how ridiculous your previous mockery was. At this moment, he happened to pass Order Square, and today's chimes sounded different, as if they were particularly pleasant. But soon, the gentlemen in the carriage took out their pocket watches and found that it was not yet 11 o'clock, not yet time for the chimes. For a time, a buzzing discussion arose in the carriage. On the square outside the carriage, many gentlemen or ladies also stopped to look at the clock tower. For so many years, the bell of order had its first-time error. But Emlyn didn't care about these things. He came to the harvest church in a good mood, found his servant's uniform, and skillfully wiped the candlestick. At this moment, his heart stirred, and he looked towards the door. The traitor is here again. Eastborough, inside a greasy cafe. Klein enjoyed his lunch, which was more than half an hour early, while listening to old Kohler tell him the news he had collected in the past week. Unfortunately, there was no information of great value. After the other party finished speaking, Klein thought for a while, then took out a 2-pound note consisting of loose change and pushed it over. Old Kohler waved his hand in fright. "You already gave it to me just now." Klein smiled and said, "Within this week, I'm going on vacation to the south, and it may take 2 or 3 weeks to come back, so I'm paying you the corresponding reward in advance. Don't forget to help me collect information." Okay. Old Kohler happily and gratefully accepted the banknotes. This reminded him of the happiest time in his life. At that time, he also had a few pounds in savings. Then, he had already thought about how to spend the new year. He planned to buy the ham that he couldn't bear to buy before and pair it with his bread. It's really something to look forward to. He swallowed unconsciously. After saying goodbye to old Kohler, Klein took a carriage to the Red Rose Manor, explaining that he was too weak to investigate the real cause of Darim's death and asked Prince Edsack to find someone else. After obtaining Prince Edsack's permission, Klein left the manor by carriage and breathed a long sigh of relief. Just then, he felt his spirituality suddenly become tense. The carriage door quickly opened and closed silently. A figure was quickly outlined. It was a lady wearing a heavy black dress, a sapphire ring on her hand, a slightly round face, slender eyes, a gentle temperament, and an extremely outstanding appearance. Klein was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Triss." Trissy was pleasantly surprised. "You know me." "I knew you knew me." Klein asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" Trissy smiled. "It's very simple. Report me to the Nighthawks, Punishers, and the Hive Mind as soon as possible, and let them come here to catch me." Klein tasted the meaning. She is trying to get out of here. So he asked, "What are you afraid of?" "Someone is manipulating my life." Trissy widened her eyes and said, "There are always some terrifying coincidences." Hee, they even changed my name." Klein almost jumped up. Of course, he knew this feeling. "What did they change your name to?" Trissy frowned beautifully. "Trissy Cheek." Cheek. Klein once again had a numb feeling all over his body. A Roselle diary frantically echoed in his mind. "I got an ancient book, which actually mentioned the name of the primordial demoness. Her name is Cheek." Trissy's eyebrows calmed down, with a bit of grievance, a bit of temptation, and a bit of mischievous smile. "If you can tell the Orthodox Church about this, and I can meet you just before they arrest me, I don't mind letting you understand what is called true pleasure." "How dare I? If I suddenly awaken as the primordial demoness, the fool can't resist it." Klein sighed silently. After speaking, Trissy's figure disappeared quickly, as if she had never been here. Only then did Klein suddenly come back to his senses, using flaming jump to leave the carriage, and quickly found the Azek copper whistle and candles he had hidden before, asking Mr. Azek and the Creator for help respectively. Time turned back to 10 o'clock. After saying goodbye to Upton, Hobert left with travel and reappeared in the cemetery in the suburbs of Conat. Why didn't I use travel to return to the Lord's mansion just now? Hobert realized belatedly. He looked at the outside of the forest, which was the direction of Backlund. Hobert thought, "I'll go take a look. There won't be any danger, right?" So he changed his appearance and used travel to come to Order Square. There are still many people walking, chatting, and feeding pigeons here. Hobert smiled. Is this how it is before every disaster comes? It's like just another ordinary day. It seems like nothing will happen as usual." He glanced at the clock tower with the bell of order, dogshit order. Hobert had a whim and used the illusion of the faceless necklace to cover up his disappearance from the spot with travel. The next second, he appeared on the clock tower. Because it was not yet the hour, the bell ringer was still resting below. Hobert looked at the huge bronze bell in front of him and suddenly picked up the bell hammer and struck the bronze bell. Dong dong. The gentlemen outside took out their pocket watches and looked in the direction of the clock tower. For so many years, the bell of order had its first-time error. Hobert sneered, "It's really ugly. It looks like a fake at first glance." He took out a knife and cut the bronze bell in half before the bell ringer came up. Then, Hobert left with a blink, sat blankly in Order Square for a while, watching batches of police enter the clock tower. One of the policemen was very tall, a bit like a crane standing out from the crowd, which reminded Hobert of Bishop Utravsky. Using travel again to come to Rose Street, ignoring the vampire servant's title of traitor to himself. He sat next to Bishop Utravsky. Father, why when I was weak, knowing that there was danger, I could still use practical actions to stick to my inner thoughts. But now that I have become stronger, I hesitate, become confused, and don't know how to choose. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 431, Chapter 431 0-08 Strikes Again, Bonus 5. Chapter 431 0-08 Strikes Again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Utravsky looked at Hobert beside him. That's because, after you become stronger, there will be more people relying on you. If something dangerous happens to you, many people's fates will be affected and hurt. For those who support you and are close to you, you will no longer put yourself at risk. You are not actually confused, but unable to be truly at peace with your choices. Hobert was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. His heart quickly understood, the reason I am so tormented and hesitant now is entirely because of the pressure I put on myself. It's because I know the high-level game behind the Great Smog, and I know that if I participate, there will be danger. If I am in danger, or am written to death by Adam, what will happen to Jeffrey's territory? The people there have become an inseparable part of me, and I really can't take risks. But if I do nothing, when I look back in the middle of the night, when my mind is blank, I will definitely hate myself for doing nothing. This is the root of my anxiety. Hobert suddenly laughed twice, and then said with a smile, stupid. How could I become more and more stupid? I can't change the Great Smog incident, and I don't have the ability to change it, but I can change some trivial things, such as saving old Kohler, or killing that demoness of despair, to vent my anger. Hobert shook his head and said, what was I worried about before? Did I really think that I could change the world by myself? Utravsky on the side said, when a person feels that he is stupid, it is when he gains wisdom. When a person realizes that his abilities are limited, it is when he truly matures. Hobert was stunned again. He got up and bowed to Utravsky and said, Father, thank you for your enlightenment. Utravsky smiled slightly, obviously enjoying the feeling of enlightening others. Hobert looked at the holy emblem of life. Father, I seem to feel the call of the Earth Mother. I hope you can help me complete the baptism and let the power of faith dispel my hesitation and confusion. Utravsky said seriously, okay. He ordered Emlyn, go get the holy water and holy objects. Emlyn curled his lips, but still honestly went to the backyard to get the holy water and holy objects. The so-called holy water is not water containing the extraordinary power of the sun, but water that has been blessed by the Earth Mother. The holy objects do not have any beyonder abilities. They are dried and dyed crops, including golden wheat ears, red sorghum, and green and yellow rice, etc. Utravsky came to the holy emblem, prayed to the Earth Mother piously, then stood in front of the holy emblem, facing Hobert who was kneeling on one knee. In the name of the Earth Mother, I baptize you. Utravsky dipped his index finger in the holy water and drew a simple, holy emblem of life on Hobert's forehead, and then waved the holy objects up, down, left, and right on Hobert's head. While waving, the bishop preached the doctrine of the Earth Mother Church. Every life is a plant, absorbing nutrients from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and decaying. When they wither, these lives will fall into the earth, return to the embrace of the mother, and grow again in the coming year. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes before Utravsky said to Emlyn on the side, you are a witness to Hobert's baptism. Emlyn looked reluctant, but his eyes were full of smiles. At this point, the baptism officially ended. Hobert got up and drew the shape of a leaf on his chest, praise the mother. Then he took out more than 200 pounds of cash he carried with him from his wallet and said to Utravsky, Father, please buy as many herbs as possible to treat lung and respiratory infections. Utravsky took the money without any doubt and asked Emlyn to go with him to buy medicine. Hobert sat in the chair, looked at the holy emblem of life, and smiled slightly, then put away his smile and lowered his head as if praying. Klein only wrote the word help on the letter paper, and then summoned the messenger with Azek's copper whistle to send the letter out. Then he lit a candle, quickly burned the essential oil, and prayed to the Creator. In fact, he could also pray directly to the Creator, but Klein felt that with the assistance of candles and essential oils, the success rate would be higher. Finally, he reported to the fool about Edisac's love for the witch Trissy Cheek in the way he prayed for himself. Quickly came to above the grey fog. Klein added in the tone of the fool, Cheek, this is the real name of the primordial demoness. Then he threw this image into Miss Justice's star. On the yellowed notebook, an ordinary-looking quill pen wrote. For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dalasco meteor shower arrived on this planet 2 days early. Part of their landing point happened to be the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, just right. While Audrey notified the Church of the Evernight Goddess about Cheek through her mother. Klein's eyes in the forest froze. Several burning meteorites fell at high speed, covering the entire forest. Klein even had the idea of being unable to resist, despairing and waiting for death. Even if he kept using flaming jump, he couldn't escape the forest and the core danger zone before the meteor shower hit the ground. At this moment, the space in front of him seemed to be suddenly splashed with paint from oil paintings. The reds were redder, the yellows were yellower, and the various colors were more intense. Mr. Azek walked out of the oil painting. He didn't have time to reminisce about the past. Azek pulled Klein into the colorful spirit world. In the Red Rose manner, Prince Edisac silently looked at Trissy for nearly a minute, then suddenly he closed his eyes. You go. Trissy raised her eyebrows in surprise. You want to let me go? Even if you know that I used to be Triss, even if you know that the feelings for me are arranged by some kind of power. Edisac turned to look out the window. Go. Trissy was confused for a few seconds, and quickly walked to the door. Before opening the door, she couldn't help but look back. What about you? Edisac smiled. Me. Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final ending, whether good or bad. Hobert in the Harvest Church heard the prayer from the Nation of Disorder. After being promoted to Sequence 5, without entering the Nation of Disorder, he can basically hear the content of the prayer clearly. It was a request for help from Klein. Hobert stood up and used the Faceless Man necklace to navigate to the East Burrow. He saw several people who were dressed relatively cleanly, but whose hair and beards were neglected, were sharing a marinated ham. The oldest of them was Old Kohler. Hobert didn't expect that he only knew the name, ham and other vague elements, and he found Old Kohler in one go. Several people looked at Hobert warily, each hugged the ham and quickly left. Hobert smiled and said to them, Happy New Year. The few people ran faster after hearing this greeting. The surrounding fog became thicker and thicker. Hobert turned back to his original appearance and put on the mask symbolizing the Creator's devotee. Just wearing the mask was enough, and the fog had become so thick that it seriously hindered his vision. Hobert found a secluded place, prayed to himself, came to the Nation of Disorder, and used his star to project the Bull Demon King and the Black Dog Spirit Beast to the East Burrow of Backlund. He had drawn a bottom line for himself in the Harvest Church just now. He could not dispatch angel-level combat power, otherwise the situation would completely get out of control. He just found 2 saint-level helpers and would not stimulate all parties. As for Klein, he could ignore him. After all, he had Mr. Azek as a backer, so he wouldn't die. Returning to the real world, Hobert looked at the Bull Demon King and the Black Dog Spirit Beast, who were more than 1 person tall, and smiled, using the Crystal of Order to control them to follow closely behind him. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and people around him began to cough violently. Hobert continued to use the Faceless necklace to navigate. After turning to the next street, he found the Demoness of Despair with excellent appearance and temperament. She was laughing in a low voice. The history of the Kingdom of Lone will remember this day, the Backlund smog incident. Hobert coldly said to the Bull Demon King and the Black Dog Spirit Beast, Kill her. The smile on the Demoness of Despair's face disappeared, and she felt the aura of death and depravity. In the Dark Valley, Azek was fighting against Insanguil and a law enforcer. Under Azek's attack, 0-08 briefly broke away from Insa's control. The quill pen floated in front of the grey rock wall, frantically writing lines of words. In fierce battles, there will always be all kinds of accidents. For example, Insanguil's belt breaks and his pants fall down. Int simply tore off his falling pants. Just as he was about to grab 0-08, he suddenly felt that he no longer had any intention to grab it. He could defeat Azek with his own strength. So Int seemed to have forgotten about the quill pen and turned to attack Azek. The quill pen seemed to be affected by an unknown force. After a brief pause, it continued to write, The masked man who appeared in the East Burrow is a huge variable. I can't even see the appearance under his mask, and I don't know who he is. The only thing that can be determined is that he seems to be related to the Creator, who just appeared in front of the world 2 days ago. Although he has 2 powerful helpers, unfortunately, he himself is too weak. Ryan Salomon, who has been waiting in Backlund hoping to find more clues, and Orsia Tamara from the Tamara family, happen to be not far from there. They are very interested in the masked man's 2 helpers. After encountering Ryan Salomon, the masked man did not cautiously leave quickly. He felt that a Demoness of Despair, beyond her characteristic, was a very tempting wealth. This is the negative effect of one of his sealed artifacts. Although he sealed the artifact, wearing the artifact for a long time has also had a certain impact on him. The negative effect happened to appear at this time. When he wanted to leave, it was too late. In the smog of the East Burrow, Hobert crossed his arms and watched the Bull Demon King and the Black Dog Spirit Beast beat the Demoness of Despair to a pulp. In a word, it was great. Hobert occasionally used healing on the people around him who were coughing badly, and told them to leave here quickly. With the Black Dog Spirit Beast and them beating the Demoness of Despair, the smog didn't seem to be as thick as it was just now, and most people had time to escape from the place where the smog was thickest. Suddenly, Hobert felt something. He raised his head, passed through the thick fog, and saw an old man standing on the roof. He gave people a feeling of being dusty and full of vicissitudes. Although the fog blocked him, Hobert couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but he was sure that this was the member of the Salomon family who had inquired about his whereabouts. Ryan Salomon glanced at Hobert wearing the mask, and then looked at the black dog spirit beast. He could feel that the body of this black dog spirit beast was filled with the power of order and chaos. That power was even more intense than the power of order in the wood he held. As Hobert advanced, the power he could mobilize from the nation of disorder became more pure. Hobert secretly said something bad, and used the crystal of order to order the black dog spirit beast, "You go deal with the old man on the roof." This kind of order doesn't need to be spoken out, otherwise the enemy will definitely attack Hobert first. The bold demon king alone can still kill the demoness of despair. It only takes half a minute to happily get a copy of the demoness of despair's beyonder characteristics. Ryan took out a bracelet from his pocket and stayed on his wrist. In an instant, he became extremely charming, and his appearance changed a little, becoming a handsome old man. The sense of vicissitudes just now also disappeared. As soon as the black dog spirit beast left the battle, Ryan came to the street by twisting the distance. All things grow. Bang. The flowers and plants raised on the second-floor windowsill suddenly grew rapidly, squeezing through the windows, and soon grew as big trees, blooming with big and bright flowers. Other small plants such as weeds raised at home and growing on the street also grew into towering trees, and they all bloomed with bright flowers and bore huge fruits. For a time, several people seemed to be in a forest. Hobert even felt the urge to grow a few more centimeters, and his stomach was rumbling, as if there was life being conceived. The huge fruits of those big trees cracked open, and strange lives fell out of them. They were like combinations of plants and animals, making baby-like cries. This is the ability of Ryan's bracelet. This sealed artifact came from the Solomon Second Empire period, a Sequence 2 life-giver who was seriously injured and out of control on the battlefield. This life-giver was once a subordinate of the Night Emperor's queen, a nobleman of the Trunsoist Empire, and also a blood clan duke. The reason Ryan used this right away, the only grade 0 sealed artifact he currently possessed, was because he sensed the aura of death emanating from the Blackhound spirit beast. Therefore, he intended to use the aura of life to suppress the aura of death from the Blackhound spirit beast. This was, of course, an exploitation of rules and order, as the bracelet's aura of life was at the angel level, while the aura of death was only at the saint level. However, Ryan quickly discovered that the Blackhound spirit beast didn't seem to be affected much, and the towering trees that had instantly grown, along with the creatures that had fallen from the fruits, were still rapidly withering. Hobert smiled and said, "Just kidding, the Blackhound spirit beast has been blessed by the ancient god of death. There's only one of its kind in the entire world. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 432, Chapter 432 Backlund Great Smog Incident, Bonus 6. Chapter 432 Backlund Great Smog Incident. 200 Power Stone. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. During the first round of the contest between Ryan and the Blackhound spirit beast, Hobert was not idle either. He felt his stomach getting bigger and bigger, and something inside was taking away his strength and spirituality. He quickly entered the Nation of Disorder and took out the level 1 sealed artifact of the Error Pathway. Hobert comforted himself, using it once in a while shouldn't be so unlucky as to immediately attract him on. He put on the glove-shaped sealed artifact with one hand, and grabbed his stomach with the other. Instantly, a bloody creature with 3 arms, 4 legs, and a monkey-like head covered in fish scales appeared in his hand. Hobert quickly threw the monster away. The Moon Pathway's abilities are really disgusting. He glanced at the Demoness of Despair, who had been suppressed by the Bull Demon King. Her belly was also rapidly expanding. On the other side, the Blackhound spirit beast summoned the Gate of the Underworld. A bronze gate with heavy patterns appeared, and pale arms stretched out from it, restricting Ryan's movements. Ryan immediately amplified his power and spirituality, and amplified the surrounding aura of life. Although these auras had no effect on the Blackhound spirit beast, the Gate of the Underworld was affected by the aura of life. The evil spirits inside seemed to have gained new life and were unwilling to be commanded by the Blackhound spirit beast, releasing Ryan. The Gate of the Underworld itself rapidly faded due to the aura of life. This allowed Ryan to quickly break free from his restraints and gain freedom. At the same time, the creatures that fell out of the fruit rushed over to block the Blackhound spirit beast from attacking Ryan. Hobert looked at the other battlefield again. The Bull Demon King once again distorted the Demoness of Despair's attack, and stomped the Demoness of Despair's head, who had already been knocked to the ground, into the ground. The Demoness of Despair trembled all over and was in a semi-comatose state. She was also relatively unlucky. Whether it was disease, curses, or charms, they had little effect on the Bull Demon King. However, the Bull Demon King's, beyond her abilities and physical attacks, could cause considerable damage to her. Hobert coughed twice. As soon as the Demoness of Despair died, he would immediately use travel to leave, and then go to the Nation of Disorder to take back the Bull Demon King and the Blackhound Spirit Beast, leaving Ryan to fight the heir. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Following the guidance of his spirituality, he looked at a dilapidated house on the side of the street. A woman wearing a veil and unable to see her face pushed open the door and came out of the house. If it weren't for the suffocating pressure emanating from her, her movements would have seemed as casual as if she were about to go to work. Hobert sensed something was wrong and immediately injected spirituality into the traveler's knife. But the woman's movements were even faster. Entry into the spirit world is forbidden here. Her speech was fast, but everyone present could clearly hear every word she said. The illusory space in front of Hobert was instantly covered by thick fog, returning to its normal state. This lady was Alcia Tamara, who was, coincidentally, not far from here, looking for clues about the Tree of Order. She was not very interested in Hobert, as long as he couldn't escape. Like Ryan, the Bull Demon King, and the Blackhound Spirit Beast attracted her attention. She could feel the pure and rich power of the Bull Demon King. Alcia quickly approached the Bull Demon King, and prepared to use the power of imprisonment to try to seal it. The situation quickly became unfavorable for Hobert. He quickly took out the scepter pin to his waist, broke open the shell of the Order Crystal, and ordered the Bull Demon King, deal with that woman who just appeared. The Bull Demon King dodged Alcia's seal, distort. It distorted the concepts of Alcia and a monster that fell out of the fruit, and the monster was instantly stomped into meat paste by the Blackhound Spirit Beast. Deprivation. Almost at the same time, Alcia deprived the monster of its qualifications to exchange concepts with her. So the blow that the monster received was not reflected on her. Fall. The Bull Demon King made another move, and started a back-and-forth battle with Alcia. At the same time, as the only sequence 5 on the battlefield, Hobert watched both sides of the battlefield, so as not to be affected by the aftermath of their battle, while drawing his knife and rushing towards the Demoness of Despair to deliver the final blow. Just a few meters away from the Demoness of Despair, whose head was stomped into the ground but whose body was on the surface, let out a desperate roar. She pulled her head out of the ground, and at this moment, her hair was burning with spiritual flames, and her eyes were filled with holy light. At the same time, her aura soared, even stronger than before. The battle with the Bull Demon King just now made her realize what true despair was, and she actually digested the potion because of this. And she restored her state as soon as possible by burning her spirituality. This method is very harmful to herself, but she must do so now, otherwise she may die here. When Hobert saw this scene, he turned around and ran without thinking. He was a little regretful now. He shouldn't have had the idea of delivering the final blow, he should have run away immediately. Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding fog immediately became thicker again. Hobert felt an itch in his throat, coughed violently, felt weak all over, and developed a fever. He knew that he was being specially taken care of by the Demoness of Despair. Otherwise, with his Sequence 5 physique, even if there were mystical viruses and bacteria in the surrounding smog, it would be impossible for him to get sick so quickly. Without time to use healing, Hobert could only run away quickly. He knew that the Demoness of Despair would definitely chase after him immediately. And he, a Sequence 5, even if he had 2 level 1 sealed artifacts on him, might not be her opponent. Reaching out and grabbing forward, Hobert stole the distance in front of him, allowing him to suddenly appear on the street. So damn useful. It's even better than Blink. While sighing, Hobert prepared to steal the distance in front again, but the arm he stretched out couldn't move. When he wanted to continue running forward, he realized that his legs couldn't move either. He then noticed that he seemed to be deeply trapped in strands of thin and tough hair. Then Hobert felt a chill all over, frozen stiff, and a layer of frost suddenly appeared on the ground. He knew that the Demoness of Despair was rapidly approaching. Disorder. Hobert used Chaos with the scepter in his hand. That scepter could use 3 demigod-level abilities, Exploit, Magnify, and Disorder. Demigod-level Chaos can already make some existing orders and rules chaotic. Hobert used Disorder to make the friction between the frost and hair on the ground chaotic, making the hair have the friction of frost. The friction of the hair wrapped around him became very small, so Hobert could swing the knife in his hand in a small area to cut off those hairs. If it was an ordinary knife, it would definitely not be able to cut it, but the knife in Hobert's hand was different. He quickly cut off the hair around him and cleared a free area. At the same time, the Demoness of Despair also caught up. Magnify. Hobert amplified the smoothness of the frost on the ground, greatly reducing the friction. Even the Sequence 4, Demoness of Despair, was almost slipped by the sudden reduction in friction. Then she took back the ability of frost and quickly pursued by stomping on the ground, Charm. Exploit. Hobert immediately felt like a fawn was bumping around in his chest. The demoness of despair, who had burned her hair short in front of him, was as likable and unforgettable as his first love. Not to mention being her enemy, Hobert didn't even want to make her angry. Even if he gave up everything he had, he would not hesitate if it could make her happy. Ryan and Alcia had similar thoughts to Hobert. Yes, Alcia also had the feeling of seeing her first love. It's just that the two saints have not risen to the level of licking dogs like Hobert. This is Hobert's rule of exploit beyond our abilities, turning charm from an individual attack into a group attack. Distort. Ryan distorted the charm effect he received onto the Blackhound spirit beast. Of course, this would not have any effect on the Blackhound spirit beast, whose body was filled with the power of order. However, when Ryan used distort, the Blackhound spirit beast let out a scream. This scream hit Ryan's spiritual body, putting Ryan at a disadvantage in an instant. Alcia simply said, "Charm is prohibited here." When she used the prohibition ability, she was also preempted by the Bull Demon King. And because charm is invalid here, Hobert also woke up from the state of licking the dog. Even Ryan, who was fighting with the Blackhound spirit beast, sighed in his heart that the exploit that Hobert had just displayed was very skillful. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, the demoness of despair had already caught up and kicked Hobert away. Hobert felt like he had been hit by a cannonball, and almost vomited out the acid in his stomach. At the same time, Hobert felt that his condition was getting worse and worse, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something, making it difficult to breathe. The demoness of despair chased up closely, with a long spear made of frost in her hand, ready to nail Hobert to the ground. Just as the demoness of despair stabbed out the ice spear, Hobert endured the suffocation and the bone-piercing pain, and stole Alcia's position. The moment the ice spear hit Hobert, his position was exchanged with Alcia's position. Alcia reacted quickly, and with a wave of her hand, she knocked the ice spear away. Imprisonment. The demoness of despair was imprisoned by an invisible force, standing still and unable to move. When Alcia got up from the ground, she found that the Bull Demon King had run far away with Hobert in his arms. Alcia abandoned the Blackhound spirit beast and Ryan and immediately chased after them. Hobert, in the arms of the Bull Demon King, quickly used healing on himself. Cough cough cough, he finally coughed up the phlegm in his throat, as if he had saved his life. 2 or 3 seconds later, he used healing on himself again, and the injuries and diseases on his body were completely cured. But soon he discovered that it seemed that from the time the demoness of despair burned her hair, the surrounding fog had become yellow and thicker again. The streets were already full of people struggling to die. Hobert quickly used travel to leave the East Borough, and then found a deserted place to enter the Nation of Disorder to take back the Bull Demon King. Alcia in the East Borough was at least a saint, and felt that she was quite knowledgeable, but she was still stunned in place for a second or two. That monster disappeared suddenly. It didn't enter the spirit world. Strange. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder went to take back the Blackhound spirit beast, but found that he couldn't find the Blackhound spirit beast. After the Bull Demon King left with Hobert in his arms and Alcia chased after them, a female figure wearing a hood and a dark robe was outlined on the street that had been almost destroyed by the previous battle. She has a handsome face, but without any expression. Her black eyes are dark and deep, but lack spirituality. Whether it was the demoness of despair, who was imprisoned, or the Blackhound spirit beast and Ryan who were fighting, they all looked at this woman. Then, they seemed to turn into pencil drawings, as if they were being quickly erased by an eraser. They had no power to resist, and only had time to show a dazed look with unwillingness. Then the female figure disappeared, as if she had never appeared. On this street where people had already run away, there were large pits, several walls collapsed, and dozens of large trees squeezed the houses precariously. The pale yellow thick fog rolled, covering everything, as if to cover up the fierce battle that had just taken place here. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder suddenly realized a problem. When he met the frenzied mage of the Solomon family just now, why didn't he run away quickly? But now is not the time to think about this problem, and Hobert did not continue to look for the Blackhound spirit beast, because he knew that after the power of the Nation of Disorder in the Blackhound spirit beast's body was diluted, he could sense the position of the ancient death god. There is no need to actively look for it, just show a little bit of the aura of the ancient death, and it will come over by itself. Now there is something more important to do. Hobert returned to the real world, used the faceless necklace to navigate himself, and entered the spirit world again to save Old Kohler. Happy New Year. Old Kohler hid his ham in a paper bag and left in a hurry. After walking a distance, he muttered, "What a strange guy." He was talking about the guy who said, "Happy New Year," to everyone just now. Old Kohler glanced at the ham in his arms with some worry. Looking at the red meat mixed with a lot of white, his throat couldn't help but squirm, and he swallowed. As he walked, he felt that the fog around him was getting thicker. Old Kohler raised his palm to cover his mouth and nose. Why is the fog so smelly today? Cough cough cough. There were coughing sounds everywhere. Old Kohler himself also coughed. Am I sick? Damn, I wanted to have a good New Year. Maybe I'll be fine after a sleep. Yes, it's nothing serious, I'll be fine after a sleep. Fortunately, the further he went, the fog seemed to fade a little. At this time, the demoness of despair was being beaten. Old Kohler breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just that the fog was a bit smelly just now. A wonderful new year is waiting ahead. But a few minutes later, the surrounding fog became dense again, and the once clear church steeple in the distance was gradually swallowed by a mixture of pale yellow and iron black. Old Kohler felt his face burning and his forehead seemed to be on fire. Damn it. This damned fog. He was about to take 2 quick steps to leave this fog zone, but his chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and he soon had difficulty breathing. Ho ho ho! Old Kohler heard his own difficult gasps, his hand softened, and the paper bag containing the ham fell to the ground. He subconsciously squatted down to pick it up, but fell there instead. Old Kohler held onto the bag of ham, trying to pull it into his arms. Thump. In Old Kohler's blurring vision, he saw someone else fall a few steps away. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, knowing that he was about to die. Just like his wife and daughter, when the disease came, they quickly lost their lives. People fell one after another, which reminded him of what a drunkard in a bar had said when he was inquiring about information. People like us are like straw in the field, we fall when the wind blows, and even without the wind, we may fall on our own. The wind is coming. Such a thought flashed through Old Kohler's mind. What he didn't understand was why he suddenly fell when his life had just gotten on the right track and was developing in a sufficiently good direction. At this moment, Old Kohler made the sound of bellows being pulled, and he was even too weak to lift his hand. But the question kept lingering in his mind, why? When his vision was very blurred, he seemed to see a person appearing out of nowhere not far in front of him. Was that the Grim Reaper? A milky white light fell on Old Kohler, and the discomfort in his body was rapidly disappearing. A lot of thick yellow phlegm flowed from the corner of Old Kohler's mouth, and his lungs started working again. Soon he regained his vision. He saw a person wearing a mask and a black windbreaker squatting in front of him. He seemed to be saying something to him. After a while, Old Kohler realized, I'm not dead. At this time, he heard the other person clearly. Do you know a widow who does laundry work and supports 2 daughters? Her youngest daughter was just rescued from Karpen. Are you talking about the Liv family? Old Kohler said in a hoarse voice, her 2 daughters are called Freya and Daisy. The masked man, Hobert, recalled for a moment, yes. I know. Take me there. Okay. Old Kohler got up with difficulty, I'll do it right away. Close your eyes. Hobert suddenly exuded a majestic aura and ordered, imagine the location of that family in your mind. Old Kohler clenched the paper bag in his hand, okay. Hobert supported his shoulder and entered the spirit world again. Soon, they appeared in front of a dilapidated building. Old Kohler felt the hand on his shoulder move away, and he opened his eyes to find that he was already at the door of the Liv family. My God, this is simply a miracle. However, Hobert didn't have time to accept Old Kohler's flattery. He strode into the damp room in front of him. The mother and daughter had already fallen to the ground. Hobert didn't have time to look carefully. He first used a healing spell on Freya, waiting anxiously for more than a second, and then used a healing spell on Liv. At this time, Hobert squatted down to look. Liv's eyes had lost their luster, but Freya was recovering rapidly. Soon Freya was able to sit up. She found her mother still lying on the ground, and seemed to understand something. She knelt on the ground, crying and saying to Hobert, who was wearing a mask, please. Sorry, I can't resurrect. At this time, Old Kohler began to cough violently again. Hobert took a deep breath, grabbed Freya's shoulder, and pulled her out. Freya cried out, Mom. But her mother could no longer respond, just lying quietly on the damp ground, as if she were asleep. Freya's eyes blurred, and she appeared on a strange street. In front of them was a church decorated with wheat and other crops. Hobert said to Old Kohler, who was exclaiming about the miracle, and Freya, who was still crying silently, you wait here. If you feel unwell, go to the church to get some potions. Old Kohler nodded repeatedly, okay. Hobert waited for a while, and when travel could be used again, Freya suddenly said, Daisy. Kind sir, please save Daisy. Hobert didn't have time to explain, just nodded and returned to the East Burrow. Although he couldn't save Liv, he would save as many people as he could now. Arriving at the street in the East Burrow near the source of the fog, the ground was covered with corpses of people who had struggled painfully before their deaths. The rolling pale yellow fog seemed to bury the entire street. And all the creatures on the street. Hobert walked among the corpses one by one. I have heard of gods who used themselves to mend the sky. I have heard of gods who found ways to make fire for people, gods who enlightened the people. I have heard of gods who chased the scorching sun to make the sunrise and sunset more regular, I have heard of gods who led the people to control floods. But I have never heard of a god who despises life so much. Doomsday. He who said the doomsday is more than 10 years later. In a world with such gods, every moment is doomsday. From the beginning of the street to the end, Hobert did not find anyone who still had breath. He looked at the dense fog, at the silent street, and stood there for a long time without speaking. At this time, a gust of wind blew from a distance, and the fog seemed to suddenly come to life and rolled up. The storm church finally reacted and was dispelling the fog. Only then did Hobert use travel to return to Rose Street, which was already crowded with people queuing up to receive potions. He was about to go find old Kohler and Freya, but suddenly stood there motionless, forgetting his purpose, forgetting where he was, and even wondering why he was here. After 3 or 4 seconds, Hobert reacted, recalled his purpose and today's experience. As long as he used the sealed artifact of the error pathway that looks like a glove, he would be affected by its negative effects. After disengaging from the battle before, Hobert immediately used the order crystal to seal the scepter and gloves. He could effectively avoid the negative effects of those level 2 mystical items on him by using this method. Before coming into contact with grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert had hardly been affected by negative effects. But this method obviously cannot avoid the negative effects of level 1 sealed artifacts. Hobert quickly touched the mystical items on his body. Thank goodness, he didn't lose any valuables. Only then did he go into the crowd and find old Kohler and Freya. Old Kohler stepped forward and said, "Kind sir, how can I thank you?" Hobert under the mask showed a forced smile, "Please give me a bite of the ham in the paper bag." At the suggestion of book friends, the author has revised the Sequence 2 ritual again. The specific content has not changed, but the scope of the ritual has been changed from a country to a large city. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.